Game of the World Tree Chapter 793 to Chapter 837. Your Holiness the Lord. Facing Eve's thoughtful expression, Azazel's expression was conflicted for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "At most, I can give you some hints." Eve's heart skipped a beat. She raised her head and looked at Azazel. "Speak." Azazel hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Holiness the Lord. I heard from the elves in the maze that you are attacking an abyssal plane?" Eve did not comment and nodded gently. "That plane is the bridgehead for Samuel and the others to attack Seekers?" Azazel asked again. Eve glanced at him and continued to nod. "Your Holiness the Lord." Azazel took a deep breath and said meaningfully, "That's right. In theory, every level of hell can build a gate of hell that leads to the abyssal plane through some method. Especially during war, the gate of hell can only be opened and closed by demon gods. In addition, although the 7 levels of hell belong to the 7 planes, in a sense, they are also one. The power of the abyss will not form a barrier between the planes of hell. Instead, it will flow between them. After saying that, Azazel did not continue to talk in depth. Eve frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. A moment later, her heart suddenly skipped a beat and she came to a realization. "I understand." Eve nodded. As she spoke, she stood up from the throne and looked at Azazel again. "Azazel, in the palace of the demon god's maze, which evil gods used to belong to Samuel's army?" Azazel replied respectfully, "Your Holiness the Lord." "Your Holiness, it's numbers 11 to 17. It's already number 17? I actually caught so many evil gods." Hearing the number Azazel reported, even Eve was slightly stunned. On the day of the Battle of Gods, she only caught, threw, and caught. She did not specifically count them. "I understand." Eve nodded with a strange expression. Then, she left Azazel's palace. Azazel heaved a sigh of relief. He slumped back onto his throne and wiped his sweat. "Phew, he's finally gone. In front of him, I always feel more and more pressure. A great divine power and the core of hell. Well, I can forget about running away with a bucket in this life." Sigh. "I didn't expect that I, one of the 7 lords of hell, would be reduced to an upright god's wage." The 7th demon god sighed deeply. His tone was full of helplessness. But soon, he regained his composure and shouted outside the palace. "Where is everyone? Where the hell did they all go? Can't you see that Yggdrasil is gone? Quickly, bring me some melons." With that said, these bastards, these scoundrels. These bastards, they're getting more and more cunning. They should all be poked in the anus by the elves. After leaving Azazel's palace, Eve immediately went to look for Samuel's abyssal mythical creatures. At this moment, 6 of the 7 abyss mythical gods were fighting with the players. With the complete release of the silver level and the influx of millions of new players, the demon god's maze, which could be used to farm for silver profession change and advancement slots, became the most popular dungeon. The workload distributed to each evil god was even greater than before. The evil gods, who were once high and mighty, had become dispirited at this moment. It was not because of the weakening of power, but because of the mental torture. The 6 evil gods who were fighting with the players were better off. Even if it was for their dignity and to buy more time for the next battle, they had to do their best to deal with the elves who made them want to vomit at the sight of them. As a result, they unleashed a lot of combat power. But the only evil god who happened to be free was like a deflated balloon. He slumped on his throne with a hopeless expression. Until Eve appeared in front of him, he was still a little dazed. "Wabra?" Looking at the abyss mythical god who looked like a griffin, Eve read out the information provided by Azazel. When his name was called, the evil god's body trembled. He slowly raised his head and saw Eve. His eyes suddenly became frightened, and he instantly jumped up from the throne and leaned against the wall. He panted heavily and let out a whimper. His muscles tightened, and all the hair on his body stood up. He was like a frightened cat. Eve was speechless. Was he that scary? Muttering in her heart, Eve showed a smile that she thought was kind. But after seeing her smile, the evil god named Wabra became even more frightened. His claws scratched the walls of the palace, and his tail was behind him as he desperately tried to find a place to hide. Eve was speechless. His mouth twitched, and he went straight to the point. "Wabra, did Samuel build a gate of hell in the desolation wilderness that leads to the fifth level of hell? When chasing down the evil gods who belonged to Samuel, Eve did not have time to read their memories because of time constraints. So, she could only ask the surviving guy directly. After hearing her words, Wabra was slightly startled and stopped his movements. He turned his head to look at Eve with a strong sense of vigilance in his eyes. "Tell me and I'll give you 3 days off," Eve said kindly. Wabra instantly widened his eyes. Really? He finally spoke, and his voice was a little excited. "Of course," Eve said. At the same time, he could not help but sigh in his heart. The players were really omnipotent creatures. No matter how powerful you were, you would probably go crazy if you walked under their hands for 10 days to half a month. From this perspective, Azazel, who was ravaged by the players for a few months before collapsing, was considered to have lasted quite a long time. After receiving Eve's promise, the evil god Wabra instantly cheered up. Northwest. The northwest of the desolation wilderness. The valley of the fallen gods. He almost blurted out. The northwest of the desolation wilderness. Eve, who was constantly paying attention to the battle in the desolation wilderness, was moved. Wasn't this the direction where the Abyss army was chased by the players? Eve's expression was a little strange. After saying that, the Abyss myth Wabra carefully looked at the true god in front of him, his eyes full of hope. "Your Holiness Goddess of Life, can I really rest for 3 days?" After receiving the coordinates of the Hell's Gate that led to the 5th layer of Hell from the Abyss myth Wabra, Eve returned to her own god's kingdom. She already had an idea on how to quickly send the players to the 1st layer of Hell. Although Azazel only said 2 sentences, Eve already knew what he meant. First, he wanted to tell Eve that the few evil gods who participated in the war of gods and devils had probably built a channel between their own Hell's Plane and the desolation wilderness. Second, he wanted to say that the abyssal energy in the Hell's Plane was one, and there was no plane rejection or energy shielding. In theory, there was no visual obstruction. In other words, even for righteous gods, as long as they were in the Hell's Plane, could resist the erosion of the abyssal energy, and had a strong enough divine soul. As long as the other demon gods did not deliberately interfere, they could also observe any place in each Hell's Plane. These 2 pieces of information provided Eve with a new idea. That was to find the Hell's Gate left behind by Samuel and first invade the 5th layer of Hell. Then, before the other demon gods could react, she could forcibly locate the 1st layer of Hell and directly use the reversal gate to build a transmission channel. Of course, this was only a theoretical method. Considering the suppression of divine power by the abyssal energy, even the patient Eve would need to consume a lot of divine power to observe the 1st layer of Hell from the 5th layer of Hell. However, Eve did not need to consume divine power. She had already obtained the core coordinates of the 1st layer of Hell from Azazel, so, as long as she could activate the reversal gate in the Hell's Plane and input divine power, it would be fine. Without the abyssal energy's shielding and obstruction, the reversal gate could directly connect the 2 places, and as long as a player was sent over, the connection between the 2 Hell's Planes could be officially established. Under normal circumstances, this method was very difficult to achieve because the demon god's control over the Hell's Plane was very strong and could block the reversal gate the moment it was activated. But fortunately, Samuel was also captured by Eve. When he was sealed, his control over the Hell's Plane was destined to be greatly weakened. This was an opportunity. But even so, there had to be a time difference because there were a few other demon gods in the Hell's Plane. When they realized what Eve wanted to do, they would definitely stop her. This method is not bad, but why did Azazel never mention it? Or, is the Hell's Gate something that he can't mention in detail? Eve was deep in thought. With this thought, Eve quickly came up with a plan. This method can't alert the enemy. Just as well, I can take advantage of the time when the players are attacking the Nirvana wasteland to issue a mission to continue chasing the demon army and march to the coordinates of the Hell's Gate leading to the 5th layer of Hell. Then, I can attack the 5th layer of Hell. Let's add more players to the battle and round it up to 200,000. I'll send an avatar to follow them all the way. When the time is right, I'll communicate with the reversal gate and establish a teleportation channel to the 1st layer of Hell. To be safe, I shouldn't appear directly until the last moment. The Nirvana wasteland is too close to Hell, especially the 3rd layer of Hell of Leviathan. If I don't have full confidence, I'll easily expose my thoughts. Fortunately, time passes very quickly in the Nirvana wasteland. I can still afford to wait. At this thought, Eve directly issued a mission to the players in the Nirvana wasteland. At the same time, with a thought, she changed her true god avatar into Player Fang's appearance and teleported over. Then, she separated a strand of her divine soul to control it. She didn't send all of her main consciousness, but when the critical moment came, she would naturally shift her consciousness in advance and focus her attention there. Now, Eve's main focus was to figure out how to fuse with the world of Seekers' origin while avoiding the Pantheon Temple. Also, there was one more thing. That was, since she had advanced to a great divine power and recruited so many players, it was time to remove the restrictions on the players' range of activity in the world of Seekers and open up all the maps in the Seekers continent. As the origin plane, although the world of Seekers wasn't outstanding in the entire universe, its laws were the most complete, its history was the oldest, and countless secrets were buried. Many of them were difficult to find even for true gods. However, for players who had a strong desire to explore, this wasn't a problem. Since she had the intention to control the world of Seekers like the previous world tree, then Eve needed to obtain a comprehensive understanding of this plane. Thinking of this, Eve logged into the game forum and made a new announcement. Endless Abyss, Nirvana Wasteland. Lightning continued to tear through the thick clouds, and on the vast land, an army formed by the most elite players was fighting the Devil Army under the leadership of 3 mythical megalosaurus. However, it was more like a pursuit than a battle. Without the protection and organization of the demon god, the Devil Army had long been scattered. Although there was once a powerful legendary Devil Lord who tried to reorganize the army and fight the elves, after he was swallowed by the megalosaurus, the army that was barely put together quickly collapsed. If it weren't for the fact that there were only 30,000 elite players, the players would have run all over the map. But even so, after the battle, many people gradually became arrogant. There were often people who excitedly chased after hundreds of devils in a small group of a dozen people. Of course, the ending wasn't good. Because they were too reckless, they gradually left the main army and left the protection of the mythical megalosaurus. They were finally surrounded by the devils who reacted and sent back to the world tree. More than half a month had passed in the world of Seekers, and almost 4 months had passed in the Nirvana wasteland. Tens of thousands of people were running around happily, and they had long left behind the native elven support troops who had set up the goddess statues and built the safe zone along the way. Today, after being dragged along all the way, only 1/3 of the 30,000 people were still following the main army. Among them were many beta testers, and a considerable number of them were students. It was actually quite good. Considering that they needed to rest, even though it was still summer vacation in the Blue Star, it was hard to maintain so many people. Just as the players were listening to the battlefield command in the Nirvana wasteland and chatting leisurely in the battlefield chat channel, a new mission was released, a full-scale counterattack? Hell's Gate? Many players stopped what they were doing and looked at each other. Hehe, looks like we'll be maxed out as Silver Upper soon. At the same time, near the plain passage that led to the Nirvana wasteland in the world of Seekers, the players who had been waiting in line for people to leave the battlefield were all excited. Haha, finally, a new mission is available. I knew it, how could 30,000 people be enough? That's an entire plane. The players were very excited as they rushed toward the plain passage. Eve's wind form also blended into the crowd and entered the Nirvana wasteland. The escalation of the war in the Nirvana wasteland was like a pebble thrown into a lake, causing ripples among the players. However, it was only limited to ripples. Today, the number of players was increasing, and the map of Elven Nation was getting bigger, so there were more choices for everyone to choose from. Although it was attractive to have a speed increase of 20 times, on one hand, it was tiring to fight for too long, and on the other hand, there were only a few players who needed to level up. Most of them were still stuck. On the other hand, the Demon God's Labyrinth was full as usual. There were too many people who wanted to level up. This made Azazel feel very fortunate. Fortunately, a certain demon-like true god had caught so many unlucky fellows. Otherwise, perhaps even he would have to go on stage every day. He did not want to go through those horrible days again. However, for the increasing number of players who had leveled up, not all of them chose to level up in the Nirvana wasteland, even though it seemed more efficient there. After the canyon bridge was built in the northwest area of the Elven Forest, there were many players who crossed the canyon and hunted monsters on the other side of the forest. This included Salty Meow, Limu, Demacia. Many of the guild's top players were the same. To these big shots, they could enjoy the beautiful scenery while hunting monsters. If they could successfully hunt a monster that was close to gold tier, or even a gold tier monster if they were lucky, wouldn't that be better than repeatedly farming low-tier demon incense in the harsh environment of the Nirvana wasteland? Moreover, demon meat could not be eaten. Not only would there be a debuff, but it would also cause diarrhea. It was worth mentioning that the quality of monsters on the other side of the canyon was obviously higher than on this side of the Elven Forest. Perhaps it was because this was the northwest area of the Seekers continent and was closer to the Dragon Island in the Northwest Sea, but Megalosaurus often wandered and even lived in this area. There were many traces of Megalosaurus activity in the canyon, so there were quite a lot of dragonborn monsters left here. Their levels were generally higher, and they were powerful. There were even many subdragon species. Whether it was to gain EXP after hunting or to tame them as magic pets, it was a good choice for the majority of players. This was especially true after the battle with the demon army in the Maple Moon Free Territory, which caused many players to lose their beloved magic pets forever. As a result, the demand for magic pets was even greater. On the other hand, as time passed, the number of dragon eggs and dragon beasts provided by the Dragon Island decreased. According to the rumors, it was very likely that after a period of time, it would completely disappear. After all, the Megalosaurus was not a bottomless pit. They were a species that had difficulty reproducing. Even after so many years of accumulation, there was still a certain number of dragon eggs without dragon patterns and dragon beasts with the potential to purify their bloodlines. This made many players, who had no hope of contracting a Megalosaurus, set their sights on the vipers. Instead, even if it wasn't a real Megalosaurus, it still had the word dragon in it, didn't it? Bloodline power was still very powerful in the world of Seekers. At the same time, perhaps because Eve's true form had returned to the world of Seekers, the mana in the Seekers continent was recovering faster and faster. It wasn't just the Elven Woods. The magical beasts in every forest region on the continent began another round of explosive reproduction, mutating and leveling up more and more. The players often heard from the traveling caravans and bards that a beast tide had broken out in the forest near a certain faction. There were also legends of livestock in a village that suddenly mutated into a magical beast and slaughtered the entire village until the adventurers discovered it and killed it. It was just like the Chi revival novels that were popular in the Celestial Empire many years ago, except that it was a fantasy version. In contrast, perhaps because of the players' consumption, the Elven Woods, which should have been the most prone to beast tides, was relatively calm. The explosive reproduction of the demon gods and the increasing number of players formed a subtle balance. Under such circumstances, Eve released an update announcement that she would completely open the world of Seekers. Is she finally going to open the world of Seekers? In the Northwest Forest, Limu's eyes lit up as he rode on a unicorn. Behind him was a brass dragon that was more than 8 meters long. On the back of the brass dragon sat a fire elemental fairy. He hunted alone, and the whole family went into battle. As for his earliest mount, the large crypt spider, he had already sold it to a new player. Wonderful. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Now, I can finally go to the Kingdom of Airs and other places in the Holy Mania Empire. Oh, and the large and small duchies nearby, Luce, Mysia, Gerland. Beside Limu, Demacia, who was sitting on an earth dragon's back, counted his fingers excitedly. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Oh. Yes, I also have to count the Orc Alliance and the Dragon Kingdom in the northeast of the continent. I heard that the orcs aren't much smarter than the orcs. It's the easiest to make money from them. There are a lot of mineral resources in the far north. Slurplymoo was speechless. Looking at Demacia, who was getting more and more excited, he couldn't help but ridicule him. You just want to open a branch for the trading company, right? Can't I? Hey, Brother Moo, you don't know, but my biggest dream in the Elven Kingdom is to open a large trading company all over the plain. Oh, no, one plain isn't enough. I want to open all the plains. I want to become the king of the plain, Xianxia said with exultation. As he spoke, he touched his chin with a smug expression. Brother Mu, think about it. If there really comes a day when you can't do anything in the Elven Kingdom? Contribution points are depreciating, and the purchasing power is limited, but the gold coins earned are all real gold and silver. Limu looked at Xianxia in surprise. He wanted to reach out and pat him on the shoulder, but when he reached out, he realized that he couldn't reach it. The earth dragon that this guy was riding was too tall and big. He didn't know when he got it. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. Xianxia, it's really a loss for you not to do business in the real world. How can the real world be as fun as the game? The ways to make a lot of money in the real world are written in the law. The Elven Kingdom is still the best. I can play it however I want. I can play it however I want. When I make a lot of money, I'll definitely marry 8 wives in the game. Xianxia laughed. Limu, wake up, you don't have the tools to commit crimes. Hey, can't I just keep it? Scumbag. Brother Mu, do you dare say that you didn't have such thoughts in the game? Me? I didn't. I'm very single-minded. I don't believe you. The two chatted intermittently as the exploration team with the Heart of Nature continued to move forward in the forest. As for the job of scouting for magical beasts, it was all left to Limu's magic pet. Unicorns were called the children of the forest and were quite sensitive to all kinds of auras. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in front of the forest. The unicorns didn't have any reaction. The two quickly guessed that it should be other players. Let's go and take a look, Limu said. The group lifted the dense forest and went up. They saw many players running excitedly in the same direction. Limu's heart skipped a beat. He patted the unicorns under him, and the unicorns jumped and stopped one of them. The player who was stopped was slightly stunned. He was about to get angry, but after seeing Limu's appearance, his eyes lit up. Brother Mu? Hello. Limu smiled in a friendly manner. Then, he looked diagonally ahead and asked curiously, what happened? Someone found a new elven ruin, the player said excitedly. After saying that, he looked at the Heart of Nature's team and had a thought. Brother Mu, are you going? If you are, can you give me a ride? Limu and Xianxia looked at each other and laughed. Of course. Limu pointed at the brass dragon behind him. Brother, you can ride my Megalosaurus companion. After saying that, he looked at the brass dragon again and smiled. How about it? Can you give him a ride? The brass dragon rolled its eyes at him, then looked at the player. It raised its head with a look of disdain. I'll treat you to a whole roasted lamb when we get back, Limu said again. Hearing this, the brass dragon instantly turned its head. Its eyes lit up, and it lay down obediently. The player who was stopped by Limu looked at this scene enviously. Then, under the brass dragon's somewhat disdainful gaze, he sat down cautiously. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The Megalosaurus is awesome. It's my first time riding a Megalosaurus. You're already the chosen one of the goddess. Can't you be more promising? A childish voice sounded, giving the players a fright. When he turned his head and saw the fire elemental fairy on the dragon's back, he was even more surprised. Elemental fairy? Neza, this is a guest, Limu reminded him. Ha ha ha, the fire elemental fairy made a face at the player on the dragon's back, then flew to Limu's shoulder, pulled up Limu's clothes, and hid. You little guy, Limu looked helpless. The player on the dragon's back was even more envious. Unicorns, Megalosaurus, and elemental fairies. These are the big bosses. After picking up the player they met by chance, the Nature's Heart expedition team rushed in the direction pointed out by the other party at an even faster speed. As they approached, more and more players came from all directions. Obviously, the news of the discovery of the elven ruins had spread. The team continued on their way. Strangely, as they moved forward, the surrounding temperature gradually began to drop. It was not a change in the weather, but seemed to be due to the environment. Limu noticed that the surrounding plants seemed to be more cold-resistant. Finally, after rushing for about 15 minutes at full speed, a crystal-clear valley appeared in front of the player's eyes. Icebound Valley, looking at the picturesque elven buildings in the valley, Limu said with some excitement. Icebound Valley. It was one of the 7 main cities of the Elven Forest. According to legends, it was the home of the Thunder tribe. Thousands of years had passed. Perhaps because there were too many magical beasts in the area, the city in the valley wasn't as well preserved as the other elven cities. Looking from outside the valley, the entire city didn't look like it had been built for thousands of years. The once beautiful elven city had long since disappeared, leaving only pieces of broken walls hidden in the messy shrubs. Occasionally, the roars of magical beasts could be heard from the valley. It seemed like many magical beasts had built their nests here. Occasionally, there were traces of velociraptor activity. Velociraptor, it was a type of lesser dragon that liked to live in the cold forest. They were good at lightning mana skills and were extremely fast. Their strength ranged from silver to superior. It was said that they had the bloodline of a blue dragon. Some velociraptor kings with pure bloodline had the potential to advance to gold. There are traces of velociraptor activity. The eyes of the gamers lit up. The velociraptor was a favorite magical beast in Elven Nation and was suitable as a magical pet mount. An adult velociraptor was 1.5 to 2 times the size of a dragon scale horse and 2 to 3 times the size of a normal warhorse. Their endurance was stronger than a dragon scale horse, and they could assist in combat. Their smaller body made them more suitable as a magical pet mount. Though the system only rated them as rare blue, the overall strength of a velociraptor wasn't inferior to a purple epic unicorn. If one was lucky enough to obtain a velociraptor king, it would be a true purple epic magical beast. The first legion of one of the 7 guilds in Elven Nation captured many velociraptors because Winterfell was adjacent to the Northwest Grand Canyon. They even formed a powerful velociraptor cavalry unit of about 300 velociraptors. When the gamers discovered traces of velociraptor activity in the valley, they became excited. The high cost-performance ratio of a lesser dragon was very attractive to them. Even if they didn't use it as a magical pet mount, they could sell it for a lot of money. Let's go. Let's enter the valley. Limu ordered. Following his command, the players of the Nature's Heart Guild couldn't wait any longer and began to move. In the valley, there were already quite a few players who had begun to investigate. The valley looked very large, and many people had disappeared after entering the valley. After entering the valley, the temperature seemed to drop a little. White snow could even be seen on the hillside, as if it was frozen. This phenomenon was very unique. Although from the map, the altitude of this area was relatively high, it was still far from the point where water would turn into ice. He didn't know why. There were many magic beasts that had built their nests in the ruins. After entering the valley, the Nature's Heart players quickly encountered a battle. However, the players participating in the exploration this time were all experts of the guild. A few mere silver-ranked monsters were nothing in their eyes. As for the weaker ones, they fled as soon as they sensed the player's aura, so the exploration went smoothly. However, when they were passing through a part of the ruins, Limu felt uneasy from the unicorn beneath him. This made him realize that there might be even more powerful magical beasts living in these ruins. To be able to make the unicorn feel uneasy, it must be at least gold-ranked. With the unicorn's warning, Limu ordered the team to avoid those areas. However, the other players weren't so lucky. After a while, the Nature's Heart team that had continued to go deeper into the frozen valley heard the angry roars of beasts and the screams of the players from the areas that they had avoided. Accompanied by a flock of startled birds, a huge figure whizzed out and spread its wings. It was a giant dragonhawk with white dragon scales all over its body. It had the bloodline of the dragon race, and its wingspan was almost 40 meters. It was comparable to an adult megalosaurus. It was at least gold-ranked, and it might have even stepped into the legendary rank. A terrifying aura spread out, and the players who sensed it were all frightened. "Oh my, luckily we didn't go that way," Demacia said with lingering fear as he watched the dragonhawk fly away, its claws still stained with the blood of the players. "Everyone, be careful. Follow me closely," Limu said in a deep voice. The background music that was different from the other areas of the elf forest rang in the ears of the players. It was deep and vicissitudes of life. Coupled with the broken walls and ruins in the valley, and the biting cold wind that whistled by from time to time, the players couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness and the vicissitudes of history. Looking at the faintly discernible elven buildings, the players couldn't help but imagine what this place was like 1,000 years ago. There had never been a time when the players felt that the elf kingdom was more like a real fantasy world with a rich history than a game, ancient ruins, sleeping magical beasts, and exploring adventurers. If there really was such a world and such a journey, perhaps there was nothing more than this. At this moment, such a thought surfaced in the minds of the players. Unfortunately, it seemed that the magical beast's activities had severely damaged the original ruins. Along the way, the players didn't find the various treasures that they were looking forward to. Some of them dug out some damaged equipment, but it was completely unusable. At most, they could only sacrifice it to the goddess and earn some pitiful contribution points. Limu even found it strange that many of the equipment materials that should be recyclable had already lost their magical activity. It didn't seem to have dissipated naturally. Instead, it seemed to have been erased by something. I don't believe that I can't dig out anything good. Looking at the pile of trash that he spent so much effort to dig out, Xianxia was not convinced. He picked up the metal shovel and continued digging. However, just as his shovel went down, a muffled sound suddenly came from the ground as if the shovel had hit something. Before Xianxia could be interested, he screamed and quickly let go of the shovel under the shocked gazes of the players. At that moment, Limu seemed to have heard a soft sound like an electric shock, and Xianxia's hands that were holding the shovel faintly flashed with electricity. Accompanied by a series of popping sounds, this taunting player who was already at the silver upper level twitched all over and foamed at the mouth. His red hair that was combed into a slicked-back hairstyle instantly exploded into an afro. He opened his mouth and slowly blew out a smoke ring before he fell to the ground with a thud. Limu was shocked. Xianxia. He stretched out his hand to help him up, but the moment he touched Xianxia, he only felt his palm go numb. He had been electrocuted. Electrocuted? Limu shook his hand, his face full of surprise. At this time, Xianxia also recovered. He was stunned for a few seconds before he jumped up from the ground and pointed at the place that he had just shoveled down. Brother Mu. There's something down there. It's electrified. He was a silver upper-level warrior who specialized in defense, so he was naturally resistant to beatings. If this could electrocute him half to death, the thing that was buried was definitely not ordinary. Because it was definitely not ordinary electricity, but lightning in the magical sense, Limu looked at Xianxia strangely. Although this guy's luck in the lottery was extremely bad, but his luck in finding things in the ruins was off the charts. He still remembered that this guy dug out an epic-level magic book directly from the Jadeling Sue. Until now, he was still providing contribution points to the two of them. Dig. Limu signaled to his teammates with his eyes. The players nodded and changed their metal shovels to wooden ones. They dug toward the place that Xianxia had just dug. The shovel was a common item in the exploration team. Sometimes, they were worried that the shovel would spoil the things underground, so they often carried a wooden shovel with them. It was a kind of soft black wood in the elf forest. It was usually soft, but after it was injected with magic, it would quickly harden and expand. It was very suitable for this kind of work. However, when the players dug down with their shovels, they were surprised to find that the wooden shovel that was injected with magic suddenly deflated and became weak after it sank into the ground. That thing can absorb magic, a player said in surprise. Absorb magic? Limu was even more interested. Wear the crypt spider silk gloves. Use your hands to dig. Limu said to everyone. The crypt spider silk was a kind of magic material, but the ones that the players carried were specially processed. Not only would it not transmit magic, but it also had the effect of anti-magic. This was also a must-have for excavating ruins because you never knew what you could dig out with your claws. In the elf forest, there were many ruins of all sizes. The players had already dug out EXP. And this time, they finally dug out something. A stone? Looking at the thing that they dug out, Xianxia was slightly stunned. It was a light green stone. He could feel the coolness on it through the spider silk. It felt like touching an ice cube. Faintly, he could see that it was covered with some patterns that seemed to be naturally formed. Xianxia took off his gloves and turned off the pain sensor. Then, he carefully reached out his hand to touch it. Pa! Under the surprised gazes of the other players, a dazzling spark bloomed at the tip of his hand. Traces of electric current flowed through Damasia's body, and Damasia convulsed again. He rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fainted. At that moment, the players present seemed to have smelled the smell of barbecued meat. Limu was speechless. This guy was really ruthless. He looked at Damasia with admiration. However, at this moment, Damasia's body suddenly emitted a familiar glow. Under the glow, his body slowly disappeared. In the team channel, his ID suddenly dimmed. Limu was speechless. He's dead? He widened his eyes and looked at the stone on the ground in shock. What kind of stone is this? Magic lightning stone. I'm afraid it's a magic lightning stone. In the elven blacksmith shop in Jade Lingxue, the elven blacksmith Carlos held the monocle that the players made for him. He looked at the stone on the table with excitement. Almost 5 years had passed since then, and the elven blacksmith shop was no longer what it used to be. The massive influx of players gave Carlos a large amount of free labor. With Meng Han leading the way, more and more players wanted to learn forging from him. Over time, even Carlos didn't know how many disciples he had taken under the fawning of the chosen ones. Although there was still only Meng Jihan as a direct disciple, there were already countless of registered disciples. And Fei Lingzui's blacksmith shop, just like this, became bigger and bigger. Magic lightning stone? What's that? Limu asked curiously. They had rushed back from the north, and with them was the stone that had electrocuted Damasia. It wasn't just this one. After the players dug deeper, they found that there were many buried underground. They had pulled back a cart full of them. They were all lying in the blacksmith shop. This is a very precious magic material. Or, a mutated magic lightning stone. Carlos said excitedly. As he spoke, he took out a complicated instrument and connected it to the stone. The players were surprised to see that there were flashes of lightning at the interface of the instrument, and the needle that measured the concentration of magic was spinning rapidly. The magic lightning stone is a special mineral that contains rich lightning magic. Maybe you haven't heard of the lightning attribute. It's a mutated attribute produced by the combination of fire and wind elements in a certain ratio. It's very powerful. Different from normal magic lightning stones, the magic lightning stone can actively absorb the dissipated fire and wind element magic, as well as other kinds of energy. Therefore, places with a lot of magic lightning stones tend to have lower temperatures. Hearing this, Limu had a sudden realization. He finally understood why the temperature in Icebound Valley was very low even though it wasn't high above sea level. Carlos continued to explain to the players, the magic lightning stone is very special. Although it's a type of magic lightning stone, it has the property of absorbing magic. Under normal circumstances, it's very difficult to use the magic contained in it. However, people who are good at lightning magic can do it, and lightning magic beasts can do it too. Therefore, it's easy for lightning magic beasts to gather in places with a lot of magic lightning stones. As he spoke, Carlos lifted his head and looked expectantly at Limu and the others. Your Excellency Limu, where did you find these magic lightning stones? And so many of them? Could it be that you found Icebound Valley? Limu was slightly taken aback and nodded. Yes, we've found it. As expected. Carlos revealed an as expected expression and continued speaking. In the records passed down in my family, only Icebound Valley is rich in magical lightning gem veins. As he spoke, he looked at the players and asked excitedly, do you know what's the most amazing thing about the magic lightning stone? The players looked at each other and asked, where? Heh. Carlos didn't answer directly. Instead, he put on a glove, took out a smaller magic lightning stone, and silently recited an incantation. Under the surprised gaze of Limu and the others, bolts of lightning burst forth from the old elf and quickly enveloped the magic lightning stone. In a short while, the stone's light dimmed. Your Excellency Limu, touch it. Carlos put away the lightning and handed the stone over. Limu was shocked. Looking at the old elf's try it, its fine gaze, he hesitated and gently touched it. There's no electricity? He was a little surprised. Carlos smiled, took the stone over, and silently recited an incantation. This time, a ball of swirling flames appeared in his hand and covered the magic lightning gem. After a while, Carlos dispersed the flame magic and handed it to Limu again. Try it again. Limu touched it and was instantly electrocuted. The players were astonished. Carlos smiled and explained, the most amazing thing about the magic lightning stone is that it's amazing. The most miraculous thing about the magical lightning gem is that even if it runs out of lightning element mana, it can still absorb fire element mana and wind element mana to gradually convert it into lightning element mana and store it. In other words, as long as it's exposed to the air, the magic lightning stone that it loses can be replenished over time. Hearing Carlos's words, the players widened their eyes and looked at the magic lightning stone differently. As for the recently revived Xianxia, he slapped his head. Damn! Isn't this a magic lightning stone battery that can recharge itself? A magic crystal stone that could recharge itself. The players' eyes lit up, and they quickly realized what this meant. There were many uses for magic crystal stones: running teleportation arrays, activating other arrays, charging magic crystal cannons, replenishing one's mana, assisting meditation. There were too many uses. In the world of magic, anything related to magic couldn't be separated from magic power. And a magic crystal stone that could continuously provide magic power and automatically replenish magic power after it was used up would save a lot of trouble. Although this magic crystal stone only stored lightning attribute magic power, and although only those who knew lightning attribute magic could use it, the players could learn it. It was just lightning attribute magic, and there were many lightning attribute magic books in the great library of the City of Heaven's Chosen that the players had collected from everywhere. However, it was a pity that although the appearance was similar, the lightning produced by the lightning attribute magic power in the world of Seekers and the lightning from Blue Star had some fundamental differences that the players hadn't yet figured out. It wasn't that there weren't players who tried to create electricity like Blue Star and start an industrial revolution, but they all failed in the end. There were also some who suspected that there was no official content related to it. But from another perspective, they had already come to a world with magic. Why would they learn from Blue Star and start an industrial revolution? Wouldn't it be better to start a magical version of the magic technology revolution? In fact, the players were already doing that. That was to use Blue Star's technological thinking to modify the magic items in the world of Seekers, or rather, to combine the two. Magic fertilizers, magic guns, zeppelins, and even magic lamps that were brighter and longer lasting than those in human countries were all created in this way. But things that were more complicated, except for a few technical geeks, most people didn't have the patience to do it. With this time, most people preferred to level up and enjoy the scenery. In the world of extraordinary existences, the importance of individual strength was ultimately far greater than that of external objects, especially after the magic power in the world of Seekers began to rapidly increase. The magic weapons that you spent half a day creating might not be as powerful as taking the opportunity to level up a few more times. But no matter what, the appearance of the magic crystal stone had opened up new ideas for many people. All kinds of weapons and paths that relied on magic crystal stones might have the possibility of further improvement, such as zeppelins, magic guns, and magic crystal cannons. I already have a feeling that fire, wind, and lightning magic is going to become popular. Limu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the magic lightning gem before him. Ha ha ha. Do you suddenly feel that there are many spells that can be solved with magical flash stones? Carlos laughed. As he smiled, his expression became a little emotional. Speaking of which, I remember reading some legends in an ancient book. Legend has it that before the Twilight Era, the Megalosaurus and the Titans ruled the land. At that time, there was a civilization that developed a magical civilization that used magic crystals as the core. Oh, they called themselves the Arcane Civilization, floating cities, god-slaying cannons, magical colossuses, structural puppets, philosopher's stone, elemental towers. It's said that some of the magical weapons they've created can even go up against a half-deity. It is said that the elves of the Thunder tribe are very fond of these things. The tribe guardian, His Holiness Judgment Sword Donal, is even obsessed with the legendary Arcane Civilization and has collected a lot of knowledge of the Arcane Civilization. However, in the end, the Arcane Civilization was destroyed in the war between the Megalosaurus and the Titans. It was only because they were affected by the War of the Gods. After saying that, Carlos looked out of the window and his gaze stopped at the Temple of Life in the distance. He stretched out his hand and drew a scepter symbol in front of his chest and sighed. Without the protection of the gods, no matter how powerful a civilization is, it's still an ant in the face of a truly powerful force. Hearing his words, the players were thoughtful. However, if one looked closely at their expressions, one would find that many people in the depths of their eyes disagreed with the old elf's words. The players from the Blue Star and the Eastern Kingdom, although they didn't say it, deep in their hearts, they had never thought that the gods couldn't be defeated. It was precisely because of this that every time they faced a myth, no matter how terrifying that monstrous divine power was, their hearts were still filled with endless fighting spirit and were fearless. This was the true horror of the fourth disaster. Speaking of which, Carlos changed the topic. Since you found Icebound Valley, then Crystal City shouldn't be too far away, right? Crystal City? The players' hearts trembled slightly. That was the last major elven city other than Icebound Valley. Grandpa Carlos, speaking of this, I was just about to ask you for advice. Limu thought for a while and asked, Icebound Valley is near the northwest of the northwest. Icebound Valley is close to the northwest edge of the continent. I remember reading in a document that Crystal City should be closer to the inland than Icebound Valley. Why have we found Icebound Valley but not Crystal City? Hearing his words, Carlos was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, You're right to ask me this because Crystal City isn't on the surface but underground. Underground? The players looked at each other in confusion. Yes. Carlos nodded. As he said that, he put down the magic lightning gem and continued. In the northwest district of the Elf Forest, there's an underground area that's independent of the underworld, also known as the Underground Forest. Crystal City is located there. Look carefully. If I remember correctly, my father once told me that Icebound Valley has an underground passage that leads to Crystal City. Not only Icebound Valley, but even Rivendell originally had a long-distance teleportation array that led directly to Crystal City. Unfortunately, it was completely destroyed in the War of the Gods. Not even a trace of it was left. Speaking of which, Crystal City was originally the main city of the Dark Shadow tribe, but they shared it with the Thunder tribe. Carlos spoke at a moderate pace, and the players hurriedly recorded his words. Chosen ones, if you find Crystal City, remember to bring back more magic crystals for me. Carlos smiled. Magic crystals? Limu and Demacia looked at each other. They knew about this item. It was said to be an excellent magic or that was very suitable for forging crystal equipment. Moreover, it was quite beautiful. After learning about the magic lightning gem from Carlos, the players left excitedly. It was interesting because this gem could absorb magic power, and even identification magic had no effect on it. If it weren't for Carlos, the players wouldn't have known what it was. When the news about the magic lightning gem spread, the players in the Elf Forest were instantly excited. Anyone could imagine the value and potential of a magic lightning gem that could recharge itself. Instantly, all the players in the Elf Forest began to run to Icebound Valley. With the influx of players, more and more magic lightning gems were unearthed. The players were delighted to discover that under Icebound Valley, there was actually a large magic lightning gem mine. So, this should be the reason why the Thunder tribe built a city here. It said that they were originally good at thunder magic. Limu couldn't help but sigh. As more and more players entered Icebound Valley, the magic beasts that built their nests here were completely destroyed. However, in the entire valley, there were still 3 areas that the players didn't dare to set foot in. It was the area where 3 magic beasts that had probably reached the legendary level lived, a dragon eagle, a mutant thunder earth dragon, and a horned thunder python. Salty Meow of the Cute Committee wanted to find Meryl to deal with them, but unfortunately, the Black Dragon King was currently leading a few mythical megalosaurus in the Nirvana wilderness to go on a killing spree. In the end, the players had to take a detour. As the players gradually understood the situation in Icebound Valley, the underground passage that the elven blacksmith mentioned was also discovered. The underground passage was located in a dilapidated temple deep in the valley, and it had long become a paradise for the crypt spiders. However, the mother of crypt spiders that occupied this place was obviously much weaker than Lolth. Most of the crypt spiders were very weak. The players didn't spend too much effort and just tricked the Spider Queen Lolth into making a trip to get rid of the crypt spiders. The mother of crypt spiders was slain by Lolth, and the baby spiders were all seized by her and became her spiders. However, after eliminating the crypt spiders, when the players tried to persuade Lolth to get rid of the other legendary magic beasts in Icebound Valley, she rejected them. The crypt spiders had two weaknesses. They were afraid of light and electricity. Although they were also legendary magic beasts, Lolth might not be a match for these lightning magic beasts. If not for the abundant magic stone mines in the underground passage, the crypt spiders wouldn't have chosen to live here. After the spiders in the underground passage were cleared, the remaining exploration was much more convenient. When the players arrived at the underground of the Northwest Forest, they saw a shocking scene. In the huge underground space, crystals of various sizes were inlaid on the walls of the cave. The crystals shone with a faint yellow light and illuminated the entire underground space. In the cave, what came into view was a lush forest. It wasn't a forest made up of underground plants, but a real forest that emitted a faint fluorescent light. Under the illumination of the crystals, it was mysterious and mesmerizing. It was a marvelous sight. The last time the players were so shocked was when they looked down at the elf forest from the Yggdrasil tree. However, just when the players thought that the magnificent underground forest was magnificent enough, they saw an unforgettable scene. In the depths of the underground forest, there was an elf city made entirely of magnificent light blue crystals. It was the last lost elf city, Crystal City. At this point, all the major elf cities in the elf forest had been found by the players. This is Crystal City? This is too beautiful? Salty Meow's eyes were full of stars as he looked at the colorful Crystal City. Unlike the Icebound Valley on the ground, the Crystal City was relatively intact. After all, it was an underground world. Due to its remote location, it was independent of the Underdark. There weren't many magical beasts living here, so the destruction wasn't as serious as Icebound Valley. Of course, it wasn't completely undamaged. The building materials of Crystal City were magic crystals, which were the ores that the crypt spiders liked. Therefore, if one observed carefully, they would find that many places in the ruins had been gnawed. But even so, it didn't change its magnificence and mesmerizing beauty. The mineral resources here aren't inferior to Rivendell and Peak City. Limu couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the exposed mineral veins around Crystal City. To be able to directly connect to Rivendell, the manufacturing capital of the elves, through the ultra-long-distance teleportation portal, there must be something special about this place. Obviously, the uniqueness of Crystal City lay in its resources. As the number of players increased, the demand for various minerals increased. Even the price of the magic gun soared. Now that an area rich in minerals had been discovered, the pressure on resources was greatly reduced. Let's explore deeper, Limu said to the other players. Crystal City's scale was much smaller than Icebound Valley. In fact, in the ancient records, Crystal City was the smallest among the main elven cities. It was worth mentioning that among the 7 main elven cities, the largest was the elven royal capital. The second largest was Fei-Lin-Sui, followed by Rivendell, Kinoran, and Milovaya. Almost every 1 or 2 elven tribes had their own main city. The Moonlight tribe had the elven royal capital, the Gale tribe had the elven royal capital, the Dark Shadow tribe had the Rivendell and Crystal City, the Inferno tribe and the Rock Sand tribe had the Kynoland, the Frost tribe had the Milovaya, and the Thunder tribe had the Icebound Valley. Back to the present. The entire Crystal City was hexagonal, just like a giant magic array. In the center of the city, there was a temple made of crystal. The temple was very magnificent, but when the players arrived, their eyes were quickly attracted by something beside the temple. What is this? Damasia's expression was one of surprise. It was a broken crystal door that was taller and more majestic than the temple. It was engraved with mysterious magic runes and various indecipherable words. At the same time, in the kingdom of Yggdrasil, Eve, who was resting with her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes. Have we found Mindel's dimension door? The Mindel world's planar door was located in Crystal City. Eve already knew about this when the Shadow of the Night, Eris, had returned. There were many planar passages hidden in the world of Seekers. Some of them were natural, but others were man-made. They were usually built by legendary wizards, demigods, or true gods. For example, the Mindel world's planar door. Eve only found out after communicating with Eris that the demigod had personally created this planar door. The Mindel world was something that Eris had unintentionally discovered in a book when he was exploring the ruins of the prehistoric Titans. Most of this ocean plain was the sea. It should have belonged to the first sea god, Bonus, during the Titan era. He was an ancient god that had existed for a very long time. Later on, perhaps because he had fallen out with the Titans, or perhaps because Bonus had experienced something that caused him to be corroded by the power of the abyss, he finally fell in a war of gods related to the Titans. His divine artifact and part of his soul were sealed in the Mindel world. Of course, what happened after that was very clear. Leviathan obtained the divinity of the sea and became the new sea god. He relied on the connection between the sea god and the trident to find the Mindel world. In order to nurture a new world tree, Eris built a planar door to the Mindel world according to the book's description. He led the people of the Umbra tribe and some other tribes to hide in the Mindel world. Both sides clashed, awakening the divine artifact of the sea god that had fused with the first sea god's soul and developed its own consciousness. In the end, the trident seized control of the tree of life and made Eris a mere figurehead, continuing to fight with Leviathan. When the war between gods and devils began, Eve entered and defeated both sides, becoming the master of the Mindel world. Now, more than half a year had passed since Eve had subdued the faith of the Mindel world. All the shrines of the mother goddess on the Mindel continent had been renamed the Church of Life, and statues of Eve could be seen everywhere. The location of the planar door in the Mindel world had been chosen, and the church was ready to connect the two worlds at any time. As long as the planar door on the Seeker's side was repaired, they could establish a stable passage between the two worlds. Eve smiled. She contacted the quest system and issued the method to repair the planar door in the form of a quest to Limu and the others. The materials needed to repair the planar door were expensive, but the players were no longer the same as 4 or 5 years ago, who would even covet the equipment of the orcs. Perhaps in the past, this would have been a huge expenditure that they could only look up to. However, now that several large guilds had joined forces, it wouldn't take them too long. The only thing to note was that the activation of the planar gate required power above the legendary level, and it had to be in existence with a certain understanding of the laws of space. As for this role, Eve would naturally get it at the right time as Zero, a god's chosen one. As Eve officially issued the quest to repair the planar door, the large guilds, led by Nature's Heart and the Cute Committee, began to move excitedly. In less than 10 days, the players, who had mobilized the entire server's strength, gathered the materials they needed. With the help of some elves who were skilled in magic, they followed the instructions provided by Eve and repaired the planar door. 10 days later, on the 25th of April, year 1072 of the Eternal Era, the day of the opening of the planar door finally arrived. On this day, the underground forest where Crystal City was located was packed with players who had come to watch the show. Crystal City was already crowded with people. This was the first plane that belonged completely to the Elven Forest. Even if the sea area wasn't taken into account, the vast area was still incomparable to the demiplane of Orlos. The large population and vast map were enough to attract many players who had a strong desire to explore. Not to mention, the Mindel Plain was also very rich in resources, especially in the sea. All sorts of rare marine resources had already been recorded by players who had completed hidden quests, and everyone knew about them. There were magic gathering pearls that were even more precious than magic crystals, emerald corals that could be made into all sorts of precious potions, and all sorts of delicious seafood that tasted even better than the seafood in the endless ocean. Even if they didn't need to level up, just the various resources that could bring about material enjoyment, adventure, and convenience in life were enough to tempt many people. Of course, the large population also gave many priest players hope of leveling up quickly. In short, as the matter fermented, the name of the Mindel Plain gradually spread among the players, and the players' expectations were raised to the highest. In front of the tall planar door, Eve, who had used her divine power to enter, took the appearance of Zero, and pressed her hand on the new crystal door under the excited and expectant gazes of the upper echelons of the large guilds. She softly chanted an obscure incantation, and the crystal door blossomed with a faint blue light. The light constantly changed and spread, and soon enveloped the entire planar door. Dazzling light blossomed within the door, and under the expectant gazes of the players, ripples appeared within the crystal door. An obscure spatial ripple was transmitted, and the entire crystal door seemed to have turned into a mirror that emitted a dense light. In the faraway void, in the Mindel plain, beneath the tree of life that was brimming with vitality, a sea of believers had gathered. The new chief priest of the church, Carrots, looked excitedly at the sky above the hill that was gradually flickering with light, his face full of anticipation. It's here. This moment is finally here. He clenched his fists slightly. After wandering for 1,000 years, it was finally time to return home. On the hill, the light grew brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling. Gradually, an incomparably magnificent crystal door slowly appeared. It sat on the hill, under the tree of life, and shone brightly under the sunlight. It's done. Carrot's eyes were filled with joy as he sensed the spatial ripples. He turned his head and looked behind him. The elves had already packed their luggage. Compared to the total population of elves in the Mindel plain, there were not many of them. However, at this moment, their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. Some of them even blurred their vision as they sobbed. Many of them were not young anymore. Although they were born in the Mindel plain, their elders had always been thinking about going home since they were young. The obsession of going home had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts. The elves were a race that longed for their homeland. And even further away, there were even more elves watching this place. They were the elves who had chosen to stay in the Mindel plain. Many of them had already formed families in Mindel, and many of them were with other races, such as humans and halflings. For them, there was already something in the Mindel plain that they could not part with. This place had already become their new home. They would continue to live here, reproduce, and raise their children. Perhaps one day in the future, when their children grew up, they would come here again in pursuit of greater power. They would step into this planar door that led to their legendary homeland, and venture into a wider world to explore and grow. Perhaps they would form bonds with the chosen ones who came to this world and become friends. They would guide the chosen ones to start a new adventure in this rich and beautiful oceanic world. When they could no longer walk, perhaps they would grow homesick and choose to return to their roots. However, that would be another story. The light gradually dissipated, and the planar door finally stabilized. The legendary elf Carrots wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes, and a trace of gentleness appeared on his dignified face. My people. The door to our homeland is open. The planar door to Mindel was officially established. In the end, approximately 173,000 elves and half-elves chose to return. About 10% of them were elves. There were elderly and young people who sought a wider world. This number was actually quite a lot. Eve, who had returned to her divine kingdom, issued an oracle to allow the returning elves to freely choose where to settle. Icebound Valley was too badly damaged, and magical beasts were rampant. It was no longer suitable for building a city. At most, they could build a stronghold to mine magical crystals. However, Crystal City could be rebuilt. The players found the ruins of the long-distance teleportation portal, and Eve took advantage of the situation to build one in Rivendell, connecting the two cities that were once connected. Because of this, the property prices of the new main city Urumqi that was being built in the Northwest Valley suddenly plummeted. It could not be helped. The new main city was originally meant to be a transportation hub, and this fellow had directly built a teleportation portal between Rivendell and Crystal City. The players naturally did not need to take the long way to reach the Mindel plain, and it was normal for property prices to plummet. Of course, considering the cost of the long-distance teleportation portal, the players still had to consider taking the land route when transporting large amounts of goods. Therefore, although the advantage of transportation was weakened, it was not completely lost. To solve this problem, the higher-ups of the new main city's affiliated guild, the Nightwatcher, decided to grit their teeth and simply build a teleportation portal between the new city and Crystal City after a discussion. Fortunately, the teleportation portal was not so far away. It was only a few dozen kilometers in a straight line. As the construction of the new city began, players began to explore along the canyon, and unexpectedly found that the bottom of the canyon had formed a vast forest. There were also various rare plants and magical beasts living in it, providing a new adventure ground for the players. Correspondingly, the new main city on the edge of the canyon naturally benefited. Eve knew about this, but she wanted to complain more about the name that the players had given the new main city, although Eve knew from her peeping that it was the brainchild of the Nightwatchers Guild leader, a young man from the northwest. It was still impressive that it was approved by a vote of the entire guild. There was no telling what kind of secret transactions were involved. The discovery of new ruins, the establishment of the Plain Door, and the official construction of the new main city, these were the three major events in the Elven Forest. Apart from that, another activity that many technical nerds were concerned about was also being carried out in the peak city of the Gloom Mountains. It was led by the vice-chairman of the Adorable Committee, Cuckoo Bird, who planned to build a magical technology research center in the peak city, and invited a large number of technical nerds to participate. It was said that the discovery of the magic lightning stone had completely ignited the interest of this talented student from Jinghua University. There was only one purpose for the research center, and that was to refer to the technology on Blue Star and combine it with the magical knowledge of the world of Seekers to create various new magical technologies. This matter even alarmed Eve, who secretly went to join in the fun, and secretly sighed that what was to come would come in the end. The Elven Forest was developing steadily. At the same time, the player army that was pursuing the Abyssal Legion in the Nirvana Wastelands had finally arrived near the Hell's Gate to the sixth layer of Hell, the Valley of the Fallen Gods. The Endless Abyss, the Nirvana Wastelands. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds, and the clouds rolled. On the ground, golden-red lava flowed out from the cracks in the ground and gathered to form rivers of lava. This was a large valley with lava and volcanoes everywhere. Looking from afar, the lava flowing through the ground looked like a dark red spider web, and the sea of fire kept spreading. The temperature here was much higher than the other places in the Nirvana Wastelands. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur, and the air was filled with a pungent yellow fog. In the canyon, the demons dragged a long line and slowly moved further away. Looking from afar, the demons could be seen. At the end of the valley was a majestic volcano with lava flowing slowly. The volcano's mouth was connected to the clouds, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, echoing. At the foot of the volcano, there was a huge black stone gate. Even from more than 10 kilometers away, one could still see it clearly. What's that? Standing outside the Valley of the Fallen Gods, the commander of the player army, Shapeshifter Ji Gang, muttered in shock. After experiencing the battle in the Maple Moon Free Territory, he had matured a lot. Although his commanding ability was still not as good as Limu's, it was already very good for him to fight such a smooth battle. That's Hell's Gate. Beside him, an ancient and solemn voice slowly sounded. Holy Megalosaurus Mars, who had transformed into his human form, stood beside Shapeshifter Ji Gang with a solemn expression. Hell's Gate? Shapeshifter Ji Gang's eyelids twitched. It's the planar gate that leads to the infernal plane. It's a passage that connects the abyssal plane and the infernal plane. It's also the place where the demon gods send their armies. Mars explained. Hell, Shapeshifter Ji Gang's expression changed slightly. He once again looked at the demons in the distant valley that were slowly moving towards the Hell's Gate like ants, and a trace of understanding flashed in his eyes. No wonder. No wonder they keep fleeing in this direction. The war mission said that we have to chase the demons to the end. It should be referring to this place, right? Saying that, he looked at another druid player who was also standing on the edge of the cliff and looking into the distance. Shapeshifter Ji Gang had a faint smile of respect on his face. What do you think, Sister Wind? Awkward. Chapter 492 was wrong. Samuel's hell was the 6th layer, not the 5th. It had been corrected. Hearing Shapeshifter Ji Gang's question, Wind slowly looked away. She smiled and nodded at Shapeshifter Ji Gang. Shapeshifter Ji Gang seemed to be very happy to receive Wind's approval. In fact, if it weren't for the low-profile druid player's pointers, he might not have been able to lead the procrastinating players to this place so smoothly. The Nirvana Wasteland was too big. Most of the time, it was a vast wasteland without any reference points. It was easy to get lost if one was not careful. Even with the positioning of the minimap, the players could easily lose sight of the Devil's main force in the wasteland. Not to mention, how to ensure that the majority of the players did not fall behind in the long process of the pursuit and how to arouse everyone's interest in the battlefield channel during the boring journey. If she was the commander, she would definitely be better than him. Shapeshifter Ji Gang secretly glanced at Wind beside him and could not help but sigh in his heart. In the past month or so of the expedition, he had become more and more familiar with this second beta tester from the Meng Committee. If Elven Kingdom were to choose the most powerful player, Shapeshifter Ji Gang would definitely choose Wind without hesitation. Although Boxed Lunch firmly held the first place in the combat power ranking, Shapeshifter Ji Gang had paid special attention to this druid player who was also in the top 10 of the combat power ranking. Her real combat power might be even stronger than Boxed Lunch. There were many battles between the players in the Nirvana Wasteland. Every time, Gale was able to deal with her opponents with ease. No matter if the opponent was a lower silver or a middle silver, she would finish them off in less than a minute. During the battle, she even had the mood to remind Shapeshifter Ji Gang of the situation on the battlefield as if the situation was not out of her control. As a commander, Shapeshifter Ji Gang knew very well how difficult it was to do this. Even if he did not participate in the battle and only issued orders according to the light spots on the system map, he was still trembling in fear. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and cause the situation to turn around. But Wind was like a demon. She was clearly in the battlefield, but she could still analyze the situation. Although the other party was the army commander of the expeditionary force sent by the Meng Committee, he was also in the command team and could share the view of the entire army that only battlefield commanders had, but his ability to multitask was too strong. Sometimes, Ji Gang, the shapeshifter, could not help but wonder who would win if Sister Feng were to command the army and PK with Brother Mu. However, he knew very well that the player in front of him would never choose to be in the limelight, even if she actually knew a lot of things and might have a deeper understanding of Elven Nation than Li Mu. What she liked the most was to stand by the side and watch quietly, giving pointers to the newcomers from time to time. The nickname of teacher was not just for show. Sister Feng, do you think we should go down the canyon or take a detour to Hell's Gate? Ji Gang asked seriously. Feng swept his gaze across the intersecting rivers of lava in the canyon and smiled. It might be more efficient to go around the canyon. Haha, that's what I was thinking too. We can even block these escaping demons outside the Hell's Gate. Ji Gang laughed heartily. After laughing, his expression turned serious as he turned on the microphone on the battlefield channel. Attention! Rest here for 3 hours. Everyone, hurry up the brothers and sisters who have fallen behind and gather with the main force. We've arrived at the Fallen Gods Canyon. The Hell's Gate is right in front of us. All troops, follow the battle flag closely. After resting, we'll take a detour to the Hell's Gate and block these demons in the Nirvana Wasteland. The war is coming. With Ji Gang's command, the main force of the players stopped advancing and rested on the spot. Although some of the higher-ups chose to continue the pursuit and even chase into the canyon, most of them still chose to listen to the command. Especially some of the new players, who were more impetuous than the old players. Elven Nation was a game that placed a lot of emphasis on teamwork, especially in a war. Sometimes, if you wanted to get more rewards, you had to listen to the command. Sometimes, under the command, the players might not be able to get any rewards for a while. Sometimes, they even had to ambush, wait, and so on. At this time, many people looked at the players who did not listen to the command and went on a killing spree and even felt envious, but when the real war broke out, those who did not listen to the command would definitely be trampled to death by the iron hooves of the enemy army. In front of the collective strength, the strength of an individual was insignificant. Especially in a war. The preparation for a big war might take a long time, but when the war started, especially when the players had the upper hand and defeated the enemy army, the rewards would definitely skyrocket. The experience points and contribution points that they missed while waiting would be earned back quickly when they chased after the defeated army. They might even get more. On the contrary, those who did not listen to the command would pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons. 3 hours passed quickly, but it was also slow. In the Nirvana Wasteland that was 20 times faster, less than 10 minutes had passed in the Blue Star. Basically, the time would pass quickly after they went offline for a walk and went to the balcony to look into the distance. By the time the break was over, the total number of players had reached 110,000. After all, there were 200,000 players in the war. But considering that the war had been going on in the Nirvana Wasteland for more than a month, the battlefront was stretched out, and the Nirvana wasteland was not like the world of Seekers where teleportation portals could be placed at any time. It was actually quite good. Perhaps there were still players who had not arrived, but they were definitely in the minority. As for the rest, even if they were given another day, it would be difficult for them to gather. It's about time. I'm not waiting anymore. With every minute that we wait, who knows how many devils successfully escape back to hell. Looking at the endless number of players in the Nirvana wasteland under the illumination of the lightning, Shapeshifter Ji Gang was filled with pride. Perhaps this army was far from the hundreds of thousands of troops he had in the Maple Moon Free Territory during the defensive battle. But now, he felt that his command of the game and control of the battlefield was at its best. The quality of an army was not the quantity. Leading this well-trained army of players, he believed that he could successfully block the devils outside Hell's Gate and fight a beautiful war. With that in mind, Shapeshifter Ji Gang looked at Wind, who was with him. The other party also looked over and smiled at him. As if he felt encouraged, Shapeshifter Ji Gang became more confident. He took a deep breath and turned on the microphone in the battlefield channel. Attention, all troops. Pack up your things and follow the commander's battle flag. We're about to move. The passionate battle song slowly played, and the long line of players became restless before they gathered again. Then, under the leadership of the commander's battle flag, the entire army began to surge toward the towering volcano along the cliff outside the canyon like a flood. The distance from the entrance of the canyon where the players were to the crater at the end was about 40 kilometers. If they took a detour, it would be further. However, without the lava in the canyon, the path would be easier to walk. Evading the main forces of the demons allowed the players to advance at a much faster pace. In the Nirvana wasteland, the difference between day and night wasn't obvious. The players could only rely on the time in the Nirvana wasteland that could be set in the game system. This time was only set in the system when the Nirvana wasteland battlefield was opened after the return of the Frost Elves. More than 90,000 players walked and stopped as they moved forward. Finally, after a day, they arrived near the towering volcano. Under the towering volcano was a huge devil fortress. High walls surrounded the entire volcano, protecting the Hell's Gate at the foot of the mountain. The main color of the fortress was black. In the dark Nirvana wasteland, it looked even more terrifying. Looking from afar, there were a large number of devils gathered inside and outside the fortress. There were probably hundreds of thousands of them. It was far more than the number of players in the army. However, at this moment, the army of players was no longer the same as before. Those who came here were the elites of the elites. Even the relatively new players who participated in the battle had already reached the max level of lower silver or middle silver. 90,000 silver professionals, this force, no matter which plane it was in, was quite a terrifying existence. And a considerable number of the hundreds of thousands of devils near the Hell's Gate were black iron. The only flaw that the players had was the lack of gold-tier combat strength and siege equipment. However, Shapeshifter Ji Gang wasn't worried about this. They didn't have any gold professionals, but they had several mythical megalosaurus accompanying them, not to mention, there was a real dragon god among them. In addition, every time there was a war, the goddess would send down divine blessings to randomly raise the strength of some players to gold. And now, the divine blessings had not yet begun. As for the siege equipment, the players in charge of the logistics had already put the assembly materials into storage equipment and brought them with them. Shapeshifter Ji Gang was still very confident in this war. Everyone, pay attention. Rest here for 2 hours. All guilds begin to assemble the siege equipment. After 2 hours, the siege will begin. Shapeshifter Ji Gang ordered. Devil Fortress, Abyss Tower outside the Hell's Gate. A tall devil with flames burning all over his body sat on the main seat. His deep eyes swept across the 5 figures below. Those were 5 devils with powerful auras. The weakest of them was at least a demigod. This was actually a total of 6 abyss mythical figures. They sat around the devil's long table. The atmosphere was a little tense for a moment. The elven army has already caught up. I'm afraid there are more than 100,000 of them. All of them are silver. Also, there are 3 demigod megalosaurus and the black dragon King Meryl. One of the abyss mythical figures said in a heavy voice. Hearing his words, one of the abyss mythical figures sitting around the table sneered and said, Ozzy, are you afraid of being chased by them all the way here? Some elves and a few mythical megalosaurus are enough to make you afraid? Humph, Sird, how would a bastard like you who has been hiding here know how terrifying they are? That's a mythical megalosaurus. Not a rookie mythical figure in the material world. Not to mention those elves are also very troublesome. They fight like madmen. The abyss mythical figure who spoke first snorted angrily. Then what do you want to do? Completely abandon the Hell's Gate and withdraw to hell? You know, we have gathered less than a third of the army. Do you want us to give up our own army? Another abyss mythical figure said with a gloomy face. Idiot. If the army is gone, we can recruit more. If we fall, there will be nothing left. The devil named Ozzy scolded. You make it sound nice. You're just afraid that we'll attack your territory after gathering the army. Who doesn't know that your army has long been wiped out in the world of Seekers, and now you're a commander without an army? Sird sneered. Short-sighted abyss worm. Have you forgotten the scene 2 months ago when the goddess of life chased after the abyss mythical figures in the Nirvana wasteland? It's obvious that she has set her eyes on this plane. If we don't hurry up and evacuate, she might be summoned. As if he had been stepped on, Ozzy's face turned pale and he scolded back. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the entire hall was slightly stifled. The expressions of the abyss mythical figures sitting around the table all changed. The goddess of life, since the end of the divine battle that alarmed the entire world of Seekers 2 months ago, this name had become a mountain that pressed down on the hearts of all the abyss mythical figures, sealing the second demon god Samel, defeating the abyss mythical figures who invaded the world of Seekers alone. All these battle records were simply too terrifying. Not to mention, there were recent rumors that even the demon god Leviathan, whose strength was not inferior to Samel's, had suffered a loss at his hands and seemed to have been seriously injured. This true god who had silently advanced to a great divine power made the abyss mythical figures shocked and terrified at the same time. The abyss mythical figures' expressions flickered, and their faces were gloomy. After a moment of silence, an abyss mythical figure said in a deep voice, I heard, he seems to have been seriously injured after the divine battle. Perhaps he won't participate in descending into the abyss like before. Hey. I heard, hey. It seems. The abyss mythical figure Ozzy said in a strange tone. What do you mean? The abyss mythical figure who spoke frowned slightly. Nothing, I just feel that some people have lived for tens of thousands of years and are still so childish. Ozzy sneered. You. The evil god who spoke was furious. For a moment, the entire hall fell into a fierce quarrel. Looking at the buzzing abyss mythical figures, the demon sitting at the head of the table had a gloomy expression. Enough. A terrifying pressure spread out, and the abyss mythical figures' expressions changed slightly. They stopped quarreling and looked at the flame demon with a hint of fear. Flame demon Wrath. The most powerful demon in the abyss mythical figures who had submitted to Samel had already advanced to mid-level divine power thousands of years ago. At the same time, he was also the guardian of the gates of hell that Samel had named. After Samel was sealed, he was the most powerful person in the 6th level of hell and its subsidiary dimensions. His gaze slowly swept across the entire hall and said in a deep voice, His Holiness Samel has been sealed. Now, the 6th level of hell is at its weakest. Internal strife will only give others an opportunity to take advantage of. Hearing his words, the abyss mythical figures either sneered, snorted, pondered, or had flickering eyes. However, when Roth's gaze swept across them, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Taking in the looks of the evil gods, a hint of disdain flashed in the depths of Roth's eyes. He snorted softly and said, Pass on my orders. Pass down the order. Speed up the evacuation of the various armies. Evacuate as many as you can. Also, prepare to destroy the gates of hell. If the destruction of the gates of hell is not done, no one can leave. As soon as Ross finished speaking, the sound of cannons came from outside the fortress walls. Ozzy's expression changed slightly. It's the magic crystal cannons, they are attacking. Outside the demon's fortress, on the cliff outside the canyon. A row of enormous magic crystal cannons was neatly arranged, and there were more than 800 of them. They were prepared by more than 200 guilds participating in this war, and more than half of them were from the 7 major guilds. The deep muzzles were aimed at the demon's fortress below the volcano. 2 players stood behind each magic crystal cannon. One was responsible for charging, while the other was responsible for aiming and igniting. Shapeshifting Ji-gang stood on the cliff and glanced at the fortress through the telescope. Then, he slowly retracted his gaze. He raised his right hand gently, and a voice full of fighting spirit sounded in the battlefield channel. Artillery positions, attention, target the fortress walls, fire. Boom. Following his order, more than 800 magic crystal cannons started spitting out blue magic flames. The elemental magic bullets turned into a meteor shower that drew a beautiful parabola in the sky and landed inside and outside the fortress. Loud explosions came from afar, and the demon's fortress was engulfed in a magnificent sea of fire. Explosions sounded everywhere, and the demon army that was entering the city was caught off guard. Flowers of death bloomed one after another among the demons, in the fortress, and on the city walls. Every time it bloomed, it was accompanied by a violent explosion. Blue flames rose from the sky and quickly turned orange-red, exploding and burning everything. The magic crystal cannons with explosive attributes were far more powerful than the bronze cannons from the Blue Star gunpowder era. They were closer to modern cannons. The cannon fire that fell from the sky made the demonic army, whose morale had already dropped, even more terrified. The players had prepared many magic crystal ores, and the cannon fire was continuous. The demon army that was entering the city was completely disrupted, and they started to flee in all directions. Looking at the demon's fortress that was engulfed in a sea of fire, the players on the cliff were excited and shocked. Shapeshifting Ji-gang raised his longsword and shouted. Target, demon's fortress. All troops, attack. The demonic army's morale had completely collapsed. Although their overall strength might be higher than the players, they had lost their will to fight due to their repeated failures and the constant pursuit of the dark elves. Although they were chaotic and crazy, demons were still intelligent lifeforms. They could feel fear and retreat. Therefore, at this very moment, they could no longer unleash the true power of the demon army, and were no longer considered a threat by the high-spirited players. It was the best time to launch an all-out attack and pick up heads. As soon as Shapeshifter G gave the order, the players who were already prepared immediately took action. The players on the cliff drew their weapons and charged towards the demon fortress at the bottom of the canyon. All at once, tens of thousands of players poured out like a slanted waterfall, surging down the slope of the cliff. Soon, they charged into the increasingly chaotic demonic army below, and like a sharp knife, they completely shredded the demonic army. The Battle of Fallen God Canyon had thoroughly erupted. The players who charged at the front roared, and their bodies grew bigger. Some grew dragon scales, some grew bat wings, and some even expanded their muscles like balloons. Their strength seemed to have increased again in an instant, and they began to rampage on the battlefield. Those were the transformations of the players who had awakened the Dragonborn Elf bloodline, the Blood Elf bloodline, and the Titan Elf bloodline. At the same time, golden rays of light bloomed randomly in the player army, and each player's aura instantly soared, and they soon broke through the gold rank. The goddess's divine favor had arrived. The selected players were pleasantly surprised as if they had won the lottery. Then, they instantly became extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They laughed as they charged into the demonic army and began their massacre. Looking at this group of ferocious, crazy, and cruel elves, many demonic demons were dazed for a moment. It was said that demonic demons were chaotic and evil. Why did they feel that these elves were more like demonic demons than they were? However, just as the magic crystal cannons fired and the player army began their massacre, suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the demon fortress. Several evil figures slowly rose into the air and continued to grow bigger. A sea of fire appeared in the sky, and a total of 5 abyss mythical creatures appeared in the sky above the demon fortress. They roared, and a deep radiance shone on the demon fortress, blocking all of the magic crystal cannon's attacks. Abyss mythical creatures. Shapeshifter Ji-gang's expression changed slightly. He turned around and bowed respectfully to the 3 demigod mythical megalosaurus who were standing behind him in their human forms. Lord Mars, Lord Mercury, Lord Venus. The evil god has appeared. The 3 mythical megalosaurus looked at each other and nodded. Then, with a dragon roar, they transformed into the majestic megalosaurus and rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were fighting with the 5 abyss mythical creatures. They were barely evenly matched, and they were faintly at a disadvantage. Shapeshifter Ji Gang's expression became serious. He turned around and looked at the other side. The black dragon Meryl, who had also transformed into a human form and was sitting on the side eating jerky. That Lord Meryl? He asked cautiously. Meryl is already the great dragon king. You have to call me the great Meryl. Meryl raised his head slightly and said proudly. Shapeshifter Ji Gang was speechless. Great Meryl, aren't you going to join the battle? He asked. Meryl stuffed the last mouthful of jerky into his mouth, then licked his fingers and said, There's no rush. There's no hurry. There seems to be a big guy in the fortress. After he makes his move, it won't be too late for Great Meryl to join the battle. These soft-footed shrimps aren't placed by Meryl at all. Meryl didn't finish his words. In Shapeshifter Ji Gang's surprised gaze, he saw Meryl suddenly jump down from the ground like a frightened cat. Then, with a ruinous sound, he transformed into a dragon and rushed toward the abyss mythical creatures while roaring into the sky. The great Meryl hates evil the most. You ugly demons, die. Shapeshifter Ji Gang was speechless. He opened his mouth and looked at the black dragon, who was suddenly full of fighting spirit, with a strange expression. On the other side, the wind slowly retracted his gaze from Meryl, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Sometimes, it was necessary to supervise. A real dragon god joined the battle, and the situation was reversed instantly. Meryl rushed into the battle between the mythical creatures like a cannonball. His black dragon wings covered the sky, and he was like a terrifying beast that had arrived at the end of the world. He roared, opened his huge mouth, and bit toward the abyss mythical creatures. Feeling the powerful power of Meryl, the abyss mythical creatures' expressions changed drastically, and they all dodged. However, a dragon god was a dragon god after all. The moment he appeared, Meryl locked onto the weakest abyss mythical creature, a demigod demon lord. The other party didn't have time to dodge at all and was bitten by Meryl. The abyss mythical creature's body was already majestic after unfolding. However, in front of Meryl, who had already become a dragon god, that huge demon's body still looked like a rabbit facing a cheetah. In just one exchange, Meryl bit the demon's body, and under the horrified gazes of the abyss mythical creatures, he bit it into 2 halves. A shrill scream sounded, and it quickly disappeared. In the sky, a stinky rain of blood fell. The other 4 abyss mythical creatures were shocked. The Black Dragon King. It's the Black Dragon King, Meryl. Hearing this, a certain dragon god, who was in a good mood and in high spirits after being forced to kill an abyss mythical creature as soon as he appeared, suddenly pulled a long face. Meryl's expression suddenly became ferocious, and he bared his teeth and roared at the 4 abyss mythical creatures. The Black Dragon King. You're the Black Dragon King. Your whole family is the Black Dragon King. Rua. Then, under the stunned and horrified gazes of the 4 abyss mythical creatures, and under the strange gazes of the other 3 megalosaurus, he directly rushed into the battle and chased after the 4 abyss mythical creatures. Feeling the powerful aura on Meryl's body, the 4 abyss mythical creatures were horrified. Although he was only a weak divine power, no one underestimated this black dragon, who was already a dragon god. And among the 4 abyss mythical creatures gathered here, although 3 of them had reached the level of weak divine power, Meryl had the advantage of his race's bloodline. Even if this was the abyss plane, they dared not say that they could unite and defeat the other party. Not to mention, if they hoped that the evil gods could truly unite and not secretly hinder each other, the sun would rise from the west. And behind the Black Dragon King, there were still 3 equally powerful mythical creatures, Megalosaurus, who abhorred evil as their enemies. In the midst of their thoughts, the 4 abyss mythical creatures made up their minds almost at the same time. Without hesitation, they turned around and fled toward the gates of hell. One was faster than the other, as if they were afraid of being slower than their companions by even a second. Want to escape? Humph. Evil demons. Go to hell. Rua. Meryl let out a long cry and chased after them, cursing angrily. That huge body directly passed by the other 3 mythical megalosaurus. And the three dragons of Mars looked at the suddenly angry Meryl, and then looked at the few evil gods who were fleeing in panic. They looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and landed on the cliff again. When Meryl, who was already a dragon god, fully unleashed his power, he was much stronger than them. At this time, instead of going forward to help, they might as well watch from the side. And as for whether this would let the abyss mythical creatures escape, the few mythical megalosaurus did not seem to care. This made Ji Gang, who was standing on the cliff, feel a little strange. Could it be that they had chased all the way here to prevent the demons from escaping the desolation wilderness? Just as Ji Gang, the shapeshifter, found it strange, he saw an even stranger scene. He saw the four abyss mythical creatures in the sky rushing toward the huge gate of hell, and the evil god who was running at the front had a hint of excitement on his face. But at the moment when he was about to enter the gate of hell, an invisible barrier blocked him. He crashed into it and was directly bounced back. Then, the other abyss mythical creatures crashed into it one after another. Caught off guard, they were all knocked into a trance. But soon, they realized something. The abyss mythical creature named Surd looked in the direction of the gate of hell, and said angrily, "Roth. What are you doing?" At the same time, a figure burning with flames slowly appeared in front of the gate of hell. The Balrog Roth. He coldly glanced at the abyss mythical creatures who had yet to react, and revealed a mocking smile. Then, he walked toward the gate of hell alone. And the moment he entered the gate of hell, the entire gate of hell bloomed with a deep radiance and began to close slowly. At this moment, if the abyss mythical creatures still did not know that they had been betrayed by the other party, then they would be too stupid. They were shocked and angry, and their angry voices kept echoing above the battlefield. "Roth. You bastard. How dare you deceive us? I knew it. I knew it." He had already obtained control of the gate of hell. A bunch of idiots. The Balrog's disdainful voice came from the gate of hell. "Roth." The four abyss evil gods were shocked and furious. But the next moment, the black dragon King Meryl behind them rushed up. Three of the abyss mythical creatures did not hesitate and slapped the demon off at the back. Under the demon off's somewhat shocked gaze, he was slapped toward Meryl. Then, he turned around and fled in another direction. "You bastards." Before the abyss mythical off could finish his words, he was swallowed by Meryl, who rushed up. Looking at this series of wonderful twists and turns, the players on the battlefield were all stunned. Ji Gang the shapeshifter was stunned for a while before he reacted. He looked at the golden dragon Mars beside him. "Lord Mars, the gate of hell seems to be closing. An abyss mythical creature has escaped." However, Mars smiled faintly. "Lord Shapeshifter Ji Gang, don't worry, he can't escape." Shapeshifter Ji Gang's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the golden dragon who had once again transformed into a human form. The golden dragon showed a meaningful expression. "Lord Shapeshifter Ji Gang. Do you know, what is our real mission to hunt down the demon?" "Real mission." Shapeshifter Ji Gang's heart skipped a beat. Even the nearby players who heard this couldn't help but cast their gazes over. However, no one noticed that Feng, who had also stayed on the cliff, had disappeared. The next second, a golden beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. Under the surprised and somewhat excited gazes of the players, a sacred and beautiful figure slowly appeared in front of the gate of hell, the goddess of life, Eve. The sacred figure that appeared in the darkness was so eye-catching that the players forgot to continue fighting for a moment. Then, she gently stretched out her hand, and the barrier that blocked the four abyss mythical creatures burst like a bubble. And his arm went directly into the closing gate of hell, vaguely grabbing onto something. A bunch of idiots. After leaving a few abyss myths behind in the Nirvana wasteland, Flame Demon Roth sneered and entered the gate of hell. As the deputy of demon god Samel, he had been given control of the gate of hell by Samel from the very beginning. The so-called destruction of the gate of hell was just an excuse he used to deceive the other evil gods. In the battle of invading the Surg's world, the 6th level had suffered heavy losses, especially the abyss mythical creatures that Samel had attacked. None of them had returned. Even Samel himself was said to have been sealed by the goddess of life. Now, the strongest myth in the entire 6th layer of hell was Flame Demon Roth. And this made the evil god's thoughts come to life. Demons were naturally rebellious, and their attributes were chaotic and evil. Even if the strong were respected and the weak submitted, it was only because the strong were stronger. Betrayal, deceit, betrayal of teammates. All sorts of things were too common in the abyss. If not for the fact that the abyss itself had given birth to a large number of demons, just internal friction alone would have been enough to toss the entire endless abyss around. At this moment, Flame Demon Roth, whose strength had reached mid-level divine power, had some thoughts that he usually only dared to think about but not do. Samuel, that idiot who only knows how to bark, has finally fallen. Now, there's no one in the 6th layer of hell who can suppress me. After closing the gate of hell, I'll close all the portals to the other layers of hell and become the true master of the 6th layer of hell. I don't know where that fellow hid the core of hell. However, those who oppose me are all left in the Nirvana wasteland. Next, I'll have plenty of opportunities to unify the entire 6th layer of hell and find a way to become a demon god. Flame Demon Roth's eyes flickered. With the help of the elves and the mythical Megalosaurus, he had successfully eliminated those who opposed him. Next, the time that belonged to him would come. Looking at the vast world of hell, Flame Demon Roth could almost see himself sitting on the demon god's throne, accepting the worship of the evil gods and demons, and enjoying the service of the beautiful and enchanting succubus ruler. However, just as Flame Demon Roth was imagining a beautiful future, suddenly, an arm surrounded by holy light reached out from the gate of hell and grabbed his shoulder. Who is it? Flame Demon Roth was shocked and furious. However, he was extremely vigilant in his heart. Because it wasn't until the moment he was caught that he actually sensed the other party's existence. In other words, the other party was stronger than him. The Flame Devil Roth was bewildered. When he turned his head and sensed the sacred and vast aura, he was shocked. In the entire universe of Seekers, there was only one mythical being who possessed such exuberant vitality and rich natural power, the Goddess of Life. The Flame Demon Los's expression changed drastically. If there was a true god in the universe of Seekers that the evil gods feared, it would definitely be the Goddess of Life. Not only did this evil true god advance at an exaggerated speed, but he also seemed to have an extraordinary resistance to the power of the abyss. Even in the abyssal plane, the evil gods had a hard time dealing with him. As for his true god weapons, each stronger than the other, it made the evil gods even more fearful. Run! Flame Demon Roth made his decision without hesitation. He roared angrily and burned his own fallen divine power, wanting to escape from the other party's control. However, that slender arm had a great power that was the complete opposite of his. The Flame Demon Roth was shocked to find that even if he burned his own divine power, he could not break free. The fair arm grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back gently. The movement was not big, but the force that came from it made the Flame Demon Roth, who had always regarded himself as having infinite strength, shudder. Great divine power. She had really advanced to become a great divine power. Just like the rumors said, the Flame Demon Roth was horrified. He gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. He simply roared angrily and pulled out the magic sword at his waist with his other hand. He cut off his shoulder along his right arm with one slash, dark red blood spilled. He cut off a small part of his body. He groaned and continued to flee into the distance at an even faster speed. As for the severed arm, it was pulled out by that slender hand, eh? Looking at the half of the shoulder and the arm that was still twitching that she had pulled out from the gate of hell, Eve was slightly stunned. Hiss, vaguely, she seemed to hear waves of cold air coming from the players below. Accompanying them were their exclamations of surprise. Damn. Lord Goddess looks quite beautiful, but she's also quite ferocious. Good lord, she directly tore off the evil god's arm. Scared, Eve was speechless. She grinned and then turned the submerged arm into ashes with a absorb. She then summoned the Gate of Reversal. The golden triumphant stone gate descended upon the battlefield. Several vines shot out and shot straight into the Hell's Gate. Along with the vines, there was a golden brilliance. On the other side of the Gate of Hell, the Flame Demon Roth's face turned green when he felt the return of an even more powerful aura. When he turned around and saw the golden brilliance, he was instantly frightened out of his wits. Divine Domain? The Flame Demon Roth did not hesitate. He roared and also launched his own simulated divine domain. Monstrous flames spread out, resisting the golden divine domain as an equal. Hell is still my home ground after all. Seeing that his opponent was suppressed, the flame demon Roth breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. However, before he could feel happy, a red light suddenly rushed out of the gate of hell. The light flashed past, and as if it had locked onto the Balrog, it went straight into his body. In the next second, flame demon Roth's aura dropped to the ground like a deflated balloon. His smile froze on his face. A sealing-type true god weapon? The flame demon Roth let out a strange cry. He no longer cared about controlling the simulated divine domain to fight against his opponent. Instead, he hurriedly continued to flee. In fact, even controlling the simulated divine domain was meaningless. This was because the moment the red light entered his body, his simulated divine domain began to shake. Immediately after, under the horrified gaze of the flame demon Roth, several ferocious vines shot out of the gate of hell and entangled him. The vines were extremely fast, and with the help of the golden divine domain, the flame demon Roth had no time to dodge and was entangled to death. In just a few seconds, he was wrapped like a dumpling. "I've caught you." Vaguely, Roth seemed to hear a clear and pleasant voice coming from the other side of the gate of hell, but it was even more terrifying than the whispers of demons. The vines suddenly exerted force, and the flame demon Roth was forcefully pulled back just like that. "No." His desperate roar echoed in the sky above hell. On the other side of the gate of hell, the players only saw the beautiful goddess gently point, and the vines behind her pulled out the flame demon who was tied to death. Then, under the flame demon's unwilling and horrified gaze, the vines entangled his mouth and pulled him into the stone gate of triumph. Witnessing this scene, the players all gulped. The three abyss mythical creatures who had fled far away were even more horrified when they saw what happened to the flame demon Roth. They risked their lives and quickly fled further away. The golden dragon Mars slowly retracted his gaze from the sky. He suppressed the shock in his eyes and looked at the shapeshifter Ji Gang, who was already in a daze. He smiled. "See, I've said it before. He can't escape." Then, Mars laughed loudly and exchanged glances with his other two companions. He transformed into the majestic mythical Megalosaurus again and chased after the three abyss mythical creatures. As for Eve, who was floating in the air, she lightly tapped on the gate of hell and chanted an obscure demon language. With her incantation, the gate of hell that was closing suddenly stopped. Azazel had told her this incantation, and it could temporarily control the gate of hell without any restrictions. Only a few demon gods knew about it. Immediately after, all the players present received a new system message: "Ding, the condition has been met. You've triggered the epic hidden plot, Deep into Hell, World of Seekers, Demon God's Maze." The great maze master, Azazel, was sitting high on his throne with a melon in his left hand and a crystal ball in his right. He was watching the battle between Samuel and the elves with great interest. Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the hall. Azazel, who had been laughing heartily just now, instantly stopped smiling and became vigilant. However, the figure that scared the demon god did not appear. Only a guy wrapped in vines like a dumpling appeared. Looking at the demon who looked somewhat similar to himself, Azazel was slightly taken aback. "Balrog? Roth?" At the same time, Roth also saw Azazel's appearance clearly. He instantly widened his eyes and whimpered. His mouth was still wrapped in vines. Azazel looked him up and down and nodded disinterestedly. "His appearance is okay, but his temperament is a little lacking. Drag him to palace number 18. Hurry up and start work." Recently, many elves have been complaining that there are too few bosses. After saying that, he was not interested in helping Roth untie the vines. He waved his hand and ordered a few demons to drag the unlucky evil god who was sealed away. Woo woo woo. Roth widened his eyes and kept struggling, but he could not break free from the control at all until he was brought into a dignified and imposing demon palace. Balrog Roth was thrown onto the throne. The vines on his body disappeared on their own, and the strange red light that imprisoned the power in his body also flew out. However, there was a seal on his body. Not only that, but he could also feel that this palace faintly had a suppressive power, or rather, a seal. It was clear that the imposing palace was not an ordinary palace. Instead, it was a sealing location. At this moment, Balrog Roth realized that he was sealed. Before he could carefully size up the entire palace, suddenly, the palace door opened. Balrog Roth looked over and saw more than 10 fully armed elves walk in. Both sides looked at each other, and the elves were slightly stunned. Then, Roth heard the elves muttering. Eh? A boss that has never been seen in the strategy guide? Could it be that the maze has been updated again? But soon, they drew their weapons one after another. Forget it, forget it. As long as we're happy. Kill him. After saying that, under Balrog Roth's shocked and furious gaze, these elves, whose average level was not even at the upper silver level, waved their weapons and charged toward him excitedly, the first level of hell. Sacred hymns resounded in the sky above the plain. Golden angels led the army of petitioners with bright holy light and fought against the boundless army of the abyss. In the sky, the battles between the myths had broken out again and again. The war in the entire first level of hell was gradually reaching its climax. On the ground, the army of the gods had already conquered more than half of the first level of hell and was advancing toward the hinterland of the plain. However, as the battle line extended, the power of the abyss became denser and denser, and the defense of the demons became stronger and stronger. This made it more and more difficult for the army of the gods to advance. Now, the armies of both sides had already started fighting in the hinterland of hell. There were millions of people participating in the battle, and their levels were terrifyingly high. Black iron was inferior to dogs, silver was everywhere, and even gold was innumerable. Legends and demigods could fall at any time. However, if one looked closely, they would realize that the army of the gods was much smaller than when they had first attacked the abyss. Even the three great leaders of the heavens, the eternal overlord, the god of war, and the guardian of the stars, had only left behind one clone to hold the fort. Experienced myths could already tell that the gods were retreating. This war between gods and demons was probably coming to an end. Actually, it was understandable. The war between gods and demons was a war to weaken the power of the abyss. In the war between the gods and the world of seekers, the goddess of life showed her invincible might and dealt a heavy blow to the evil gods of the abyss who had invaded the abyss. The plan of the demon gods of the abyss to conquer the dimension of seekers had long been foiled, and they had suffered heavy losses. In the first level of hell, more than half of the army of the abyss had been lost in this war. All the subsidiary planes had also fallen under the siege of the petitioners. In fact, up until now, it could be said that the side of the righteous gods had won this war. Now, the war in the first level of hell was gradually reaching a stalemate. More and more demons were coming in as reinforcements, and the hope of completely conquering the dimension of hell was getting slimmer and slimmer. At this time, it was a very normal choice to stop while they were ahead. However, apart from the guardian of the stars, Rigdal, who had been watching the war in hell with a clear gaze, the god of war and destruction, lord of war and destruction, and the eternal overlord, Eterno, were not in a good mood. The former's clone had a gloomy expression, and even the surrounding temperature had dropped significantly. Although the latter still had a smile on his face, there was a deep chill beneath that smile. In the hinterland of the first level of hell, in a huge demon city, the sixth demon god Beelzebub sat on the demon god throne that had originally belonged to Azazel. He stroked the armrest of the throne as he looked down at the demon lords who had submitted to him. "Have you found any clues about what Azazel left behind?" Hearing Beelzebub's words, the demon monarchs looked at each other and lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. Seeing this, Beelzebub's face did not look too good. He took a bite of the unknown flesh handed over by the succubus serving him. His originally pot-bellied body shook slightly, and there was a trace of impatience in his eyes. "A bunch of trash. Continue to search. The first level of hell is only so big. Can't you find a hell core?" As he spoke, he swallowed the flesh and wiped his mouth. When he touched the tray in the succubus's hand again, he found that the tray was empty. Beelzebub frowned slightly and glanced unhappily at the trembling demon monarchs below. "Get lost." He snorted coldly. The demon monarchs bowed in awe as if they had been pardoned and scrambled to retreat. Beelzebub saw this scene and was furious. "Stop. Come back." The demon monarchs froze slightly. Beelzebub narrowed his eyes. How did the demon monarchs under Azazel retreat? The demons shuddered, then decisively lay down on the ground and rolled out. "That's more like it," Beelzebub nodded with satisfaction. He subconsciously reached out to touch the tray of food, but it was empty. At this time, he realized that he had just finished eating. Beelzebub was unhappy. He pinched the succubus's thigh hard and sneered at her pale face. "Prepare more food next time, or I'll eat you." All the demons retreated in fear. Only Beelzebub was left in the Demon King's palace. He stood by the window and looked at the demon city outside with an inexplicable gaze. There are more and more abyss myths entering the first level of hell. I have to find Azazel's core before burial and Mammon. Desolation Wilderness, Fallen Gods Canyon. The battle to attack the demon fortress was coming to an end. The 3 divine megalosaurus who pursued the abyss myths had returned, and the remaining 3 evil gods did not escape in the end. The strongest one was entangled by Mars and then thrown into the demon god's maze by Eve, who used the reversal gate to teleport. The remaining 2 weaker ones were killed. There was no other reason. If he was too ugly, he would easily scare children. In this day and age, even the demon god's labyrinth did not accept just anyone. Only those who were worthy of being online could join the Heavenly Evil Gods group and be inspected by the players. Without the restriction of the abyss mythical creatures, the legendary level demon lords in the demonic army were no match for the megalosaurus of the mythical creatures. They were wiped out by the megalosaurus in a single encounter. After losing the protection of the powerhouses, the walls of the demon fortress were blasted apart by the players' magic crystal cannons. After witnessing the fall of the abyssal myths, the demons had already lost their last bit of fighting spirit and had completely fallen into an all-out retreat. However, with the spell provided by Azazel, Eve had temporarily controlled the Hell's Gate, and they could no longer escape back to Hell. A fierce battle broke out in the fortress. It was the main force of the player army that had rushed into the fortress and fought with the demonic army. However, it was more like a one-sided pursuit than a fierce battle. The demons who had lost their fighting spirit and were cornered could only resist while fleeing out of the fortress. There were even internal strife in many places, and they began to kill each other. There were even some who began to destroy the demonic fortresses that had not been attacked by the players. They stole things and fled to places with fewer people outside the fortress. Looking around, the entire Fallen Gods Canyon was scattered and in chaos. This scene stunned Eve, who was standing beside the Hell's Gate. She thought that the demons were indeed demons. Once they lost the restraint of the higher-ups, they became a sheet of loose sand. That was to say, there were enough demons in the abyssal plane, and the 7 hells suppression of true gods was stronger. Otherwise, the entire abyss would have been slaughtered by the gods' armies. But in other words, if the demons were as united as some races in the prime material plane, the entire universe of seekers would have been pulled into the abyss. This made Eve think of another problem. If the abyss really had its own will, its intelligence would not be too high, or its restraint on the demons would not be strong enough. Otherwise, the abyss would only need to push out a demon god to unify the various abyssal planes, and the entire material plane would suffer a disaster. The entire battlefield in the Fallen Gods Canyon was in complete chaos, and the extent was even more exaggerated than when the demonic army in the universe of Seekers was fleeing. Unfortunately, the number of players was far inferior to the number of demons. When the demons began to flee in all directions, although many players wanted to chase after them, they were powerless in the end. Compared to chasing after the scattered fugitives, it would be better to wipe out all the hapless fools trapped in the fortress. The sound of the magic crystal cannons had stopped, and shape-shifting G-Gang, who was commanding in the battlefield channel, had also given up on healing. There was no need to command now. The main force of players who had rushed into the fortress had fallen into a frenzy of killing. Apart from the members of their own guilds, the others could not be commanded. At this time, shape-shifting G-Gang gradually calmed down, awakening from his triumphant advance. He realized that although his commanding ability had greatly improved, there was still a considerable gap between him and Brother Mu. If he's the one commanding, even if we break into the fortress, I'm afraid he can control the majority of the troops? Shape-shifting G-Gang could not help but think. At this thought, another thought suddenly popped up in his mind. What would happen if Sister Feng was the one commanding? Although Sister Feng had never commanded on the microphone, shape-shifting G-Gang had received many pointers from her in the process of commanding the army. At first, although he appeared to be very respectful because she had a high reputation among the players, he actually did not take her seriously. However, after several commands, Feng was able to point out his problems and help him make up for his shortcomings. Finally, he realized that Sister Feng from the Mengmeng committee was really something. Logically speaking, he wanted to poach her to become the vice president of the Disaster Knights. However, it was just a thought. Feng was Salty Meow's good friend. He did not want to provoke that monster-like middle school student. At this thought, shapeshifting Ji Gang could not help but look around. Eh? Where's Sister Feng? Could it be that she ran to the front line to kill monsters again? The goddess in the sky shone with holy light, like the most beautiful scenery on the battlefield. On the ground, the players were full of fighting spirit and fighting spirit. It was unknown whether it was because of the crazy hunting and the constant rewards on the screen, or because the goddess was right above their heads, making them want to perform well. The fortress built around the volcano was massive. It could easily accommodate an army of 1,000,000 demonic demons. Hence, 90,000 players were more than capable of operating it. Smoke billowed from the fortress's interior. The battle lasted for a full day and night before it gradually stopped. At this time, other than those who escaped, the remaining enemies in the demon fortress had been completely eliminated by the players. Thick smoke billowed out of the fortress, and the flag that belonged to the elven forest was inserted. The wind blew, and the flag fluttered continuously. It was also designed by Sifu, but it was different from the golden scepter on a red background in Maple Moon Free Territory. It looked much more exquisite. The main theme of the flag was green. It still had the symbol of the scepter of life, but around the scepter of life, there was a circle of blue stars, which represented the players. In Sifu's words, the scepter of life symbolized the goddess, the stars were the chosen ones, and the green at the bottom symbolized the elven forest. The meaning of the flag was that the chosen ones who lived in the elven forest and fought for the goddess. Eve knew that this guy had wanted to imprint her face on the flag in the beginning. However, considering that no force in the world of Seekers dared to imprint the appearance of a true god on the flag, Sifu had no choice but to give up in order to avoid the NPCs of the church. In the fortress, blood flowed like a river. Demon equipment was piled up everywhere, and there was no end to it. The stench filled the air. It could be called a biological weapon. Even if the sense of smell was blocked, it still made people dizzy. In the end, the guilds had to send players to clean and purify the environment. According to the Megalosaurus, this fortress and the Hell's Gate beside it would be left as one of the players' strongholds in the Nirvana wasteland. It was also a bridgehead to attack the sixth hell. Therefore, it was better to clean up the environment. In the corner of the fortress, many players had secretly taken out the magic materials they carried with them and began to carve sacrificial circles on the ground. The quality of the demons was uneven, and naturally, their equipment was uneven. Apart from the higher-level demon equipment that was attractive to them, most of them did not need to be purified or repaired. It was more practical to sacrifice them to the goddess in exchange for contribution points. Even if the goddess only gave a little. Of course, this was also because the goddess statue had been set up in the fortress. Otherwise, even if they sacrificed, the players would only receive a system notification that not in the receiving area, unable to sacrifice. The goddess also had a service area. This was a commonly used nickname among the players. The goddess statue was placed in the largest hall in the fortress. The hall was filled with players who kept praying to the goddess statue. Outside the hall, there was a long queue. This was also a routine after every war. Those who had accumulated enough contribution points would log into the game store to replace or repair damaged equipment. Those who had enough experience points and had obtained a promotion or class change slot would do so in their personal interface. From time to time, some players could be heard laughing or cheering. It was most likely that some lucky person had drawn something good from the lottery or was rewarded with a good skill by the game system during class change. Then, the other players would show an expression of envy and jealousy as they continued to pray to the goddess statue, silently saying "Goddess bless." In Elven Nation, which had goddess favorability, metaphysics seemed to make some sense. Many people believed that there was a built-in luck value behind the game system, and the bound object was the goddess favorability. Just call for the goddess blessings. In the sky, the goddess figure had long disappeared. There were only patches of dark clouds that constantly flashed with lightning. However, the dark clouds had dissipated a lot compared to before. Not only here, but in many places. This was another achievement of the players. As they continued to go deeper into the Nirvana wasteland, as more and more goddess statues were erected in the Nirvana wasteland, the power of the abyss in the entire plane seemed to slowly weaken. After the battle, the players struggled for a few hours before gradually calming down. After a fierce battle, even the most excited players were exhausted. However, no one chose to leave. Because the mission was not over yet. Perhaps, the hidden mission had just begun. Sitting down against the wall of the fortress, shapeshifter Ji Gang took out a water bag and drank a mouthful of water. He looked at the huge gate of hell below the volcano. Ferocious and majestic, the gate seemed to be covered with a layer of haze. It also seemed like there was boiling fog that kept rotating. He could not see what was inside the gate. He smiled slightly and pulled up the hidden mission that was triggered when attacking the demon fortress. Epic plot mission, Deep into Hell, mission background, the seventh demon god, Azazel, was imprisoned in the demon god's labyrinth by the great goddess. The first level of hell became the main battlefield of the war of gods and demons. In order to save himself, Azazel offered the location of the core of hell to the goddess. Mission objective, help the goddess obtain the core of hell in the first level of hell before the gods and demons. Obtain control of the first level of hell. Shapeshifter Ji Gang's eyes lit up as he looked at the description of the mission and the generous rewards below. The main battlefield of the war of gods and demons? I wonder what the legendary angel army and the petitioner army look like. Is it the same as the opening plot when the game was first released? Shapeshifter Ji Gang was looking forward to the opening animation that he had seen countless times. The higher the level, the bigger the map, and the more powerful the players were, the more exciting the story of Elven Nation was. He was now more and more fond of this game world. At this point in the game, Shapeshifter Ji Gang had already confirmed that the world of Seekers was only one plane of the entire game's background, and the stars in the sky each represented a plane. If there was a chance, he hoped that he would be able to travel to every corner of the universe of Seekers in the future and witness the local customs of each plane. Oh, no, he heard that the world of Seekers had been fully opened. After this mission was over, he would go and explore the entire plane first. It just so happened that the world of Seekers was now in the revival of Qi. There were mutated magical beasts everywhere. He could also become a ranger who slays demons. With this thought and anticipation, Shapeshifter Ji Gang wrapped his small blanket tightly and gradually fell asleep. It was difficult to distinguish between day and night in the extermination wasteland. When the players were fully rested, it was already a day later in the system's dimension countdown. Including the players who had occupied the demon fortress and the players who had arrived over the past 2 days, the number of players inside the fortress had already exceeded 100,000. This would be the first team of players to enter the infernal dimension. Outside the Hell's Gate, players from various guilds gathered in neat formations according to their classes. They were fully armed and were ready to enter Hell. Lord Mars, we are ready. We can enter Hell and prepare for battle. The commander of the army, Shapeshifter Ji Gang, said to the divine Megalosaurus. Although Meryl had become the dragon god, he was only powerful. He was the leader of the army in name, but in reality, he was just a hired thug. He was also a glutton who could be cheated for a few meals of honey barbecued meat. The NPC who assisted the players in completing the mission was the old golden dragon Mars, who had lived for tens of thousands of years and had become a dragon spirit. Hearing Shapeshifter Ji Gang's words, the old golden dragon nodded slightly. Then let's go. Be prepared for battle. Hell must know that the Hell's Gate has fallen. They must have made preparations to stop us. Shapeshifter Ji Gang nodded in agreement. The attack on the demon fortress had caused such a huge commotion, and so many demons had fled back to Hell. Hell must have known of their actions. What awaited them next was likely a fierce battle. Shapeshifter Ji Gang took a deep breath, turned on the microphone of the battlefield channel, and ordered loudly. All players, attention! Cast all buff spells on yourself and prepare for battle. After he finished speaking, dazzling lights of various colors blossomed in the players' ranks. Comrades! Let's go! Target, the infernal dimension. Shapeshifter Ji Gang waved the longsword in his hand and shouted at the top of his lungs. Then, surrounded by the vanguard, he took the lead and entered the Hell's Gate in high spirits. At the same time, a few mythical Megalosaurus also let out a long cry, turned into their original forms, and flew into the Hell's Gate one after another. A sense of déjà vu came over him, as if he had entered the extermination wasteland from the world of Seekers. Shapeshifter Ji Gang's vision darkened at first, then slowly brightened. Of course, it was not entirely accurate to say that it was bright. It was just a little bit of light. A pungent smell wafted over. It smelled like sulfur, but it also smelled like rotten eggs that had been left out for God knows how many days. It was so thick that the players who did not block off their sense of smell nearly fainted. Shapeshifter Ji looked around and found that he had arrived in a vast and dark world. The sky was still filled with rolling dark clouds, but these dark clouds were thicker than the ones in the extermination wasteland. The lightning was no longer dazzling white, but deep purple. The earth was also black, stretching as far as the eye could see. Towering mountains could be seen one after another, rising from the ground like sharp thorns. Rivers of lava flowed continuously on the ground, crisscrossing each other and becoming the source of light for the entire world, turning the sky crimson. This was the sixth layer of hell, the territory of the demon god of wrath, Samel. After venturing deep into the Nirvana wasteland, Ji Gang had done his homework. It was said that this hell plane was also known as the Infernal Inferno because it was filled with lava. There was a saying that lava corresponded to wrath, so the entire hell plane was also the manifestation of the divinity of the dominating demon god, Samel. What Shapeshifter Ji Gang did not know was that it was precisely because Samel's hell plane was filled with lava that he had always coveted one of Azazel's divinities, Earth Fire. This was also one of the important reasons why the two demon gods had so many conflicts. The Infernal Inferno was suppressive and scorching, like a steamer. However, when Shapeshifter Ji Gang looked into the distance, he was stunned. Similarly stunned were the players who had been teleported over with him and had already prepared for battle. Even the few mythical megalosaurus in the sky had a strange expression. The players appeared on a hillside, and there was a huge demon fortress at the bottom of the hill. However, the entire demon fortress was empty. Looking from the hillside, it seemed that there was not a single demon. Not only that, but they were also not besieged by the demons. The entire hell was quiet, and only the faint sound of thunder could be heard in the sky. On the ground, there was a lot of equipment left behind by the demons. Occasionally, some messy footprints could be seen. The footprints continued to spread and extended into the distance. From the footprints, it seemed that they left in a hurry. Where are the demons? The players were dumbfounded. In the sky, the mythical megalosaurus Mars looked into the distance. After his huge dragon eyes saw some teams that were constantly escaping into the distance, his expression became more and more strange. They seemed to have escaped. Shapeshifter Ji Gang was speechless. The mighty army of players walked out of the gates of hell. After knowing that the vanguard troops had completely occupied and searched the empty demon fortress at the bottom of the hill, they finally confirmed one thing: the demons seemed to have escaped after hearing the news. This result made the players' expressions interesting, and they did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, after Mars pondered for a moment, he came to a realization. Demon god Samel had been captured, and even the only mythical abyss who was at the peak of mid-level divine power had fallen into the hands of Her Holiness the Goddess. Although Her Holiness the Goddess did not come to hell yesterday, the battle yesterday was probably seen by the nearby demons. Even the mid-level evil god had knelt down. At this time, the weaker demon monarchs and lords were naturally more concerned about their lives. They hurriedly took their bedrolls and their army and escaped. So, Lord Mars, our plan to gain a foothold in hell is considered to be completed? How do we go to the first level of hell next? As the Shapeshifter Ji Gang inserted the flag into the fortress, he did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Golden Dragon Mars, who was standing outside the fortress but was taller than him. Golden Dragon Mars raised his head. His huge dragon eyes looked at the sky, and his old voice slowly sounded. Next, Her Holiness the Goddess will help us open the path to the first level of hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden beam of light soared into the sky and pierced the dark clouds. Shapeshifter Ji Gang subconsciously looked over and saw the figure of the goddess appear again, descending in midair. Immediately after, she gently waved her arm, and a triumphant stone gate shining with golden light appeared on the hillside, facing the gates of hell. Inside the stone gate, the light reversed and became darker. Golden Dragon Mars smiled slightly. Look, it has already begun. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden stone gate blossomed with an even brighter light, 7 levels of hell, 7 planes, but in a sense, they were one. Normally, the various demon gods could not observe the areas controlled by other demon gods, but when a demon god was sealed, it was an exception. Under normal circumstances, the movements of the various planes of hell wouldn't attract the attention of other demon gods. However, when a plane of hell tried to cross the void and reach another plane of hell, it was a different story. Just like the reversal gate that was slowly opening at this moment, feeling that familiar aura, the demon gods of the other planes of hell all looked over. This aura. It's the goddess of life. Beelzebub suddenly stood up from Azazel's throne, his expression changing slightly. At the edge of the first level of hell, demon god Mammon and demon god Burial, who were leading an army to fight against the petitioners, were shocked. The goddess of life? How did she enter hell? In the third level of hell, a ferocious octopus slowly floated out of the black water, its deep eyes looking at the 6th level of hell, its eyes full of anger. Eve. No. Yggdrasil. And in the 7th level of hell, the tall Helial's eyes flickered, and he snorted coldly and flew into the sky. At this moment, the 5 demon gods all looked at the 5th level of hell. They saw the army of players outside the gate of hell, saw Eve in mid-air, and saw the reversal gate that was shining with golden light under Eve. They saw the golden pillar of light that soared into the sky. At the same time, somewhere in the hinterland of the 1st level of hell, light pierced the sky, and a golden pillar of light descended from the sky. Not good. The expressions of the 3 demon gods in the 1st level of hell changed drastically. Without hesitation, they snorted coldly and communicated with the core of hell. Fallen divine power surged and slashed at the golden pillar of light. At the same time, the other 2 demon gods followed closely behind, landing an attack across the void. The target was even the 5th level of hell. But it was too late. Without waiting for the demon gods' attacks to hit, the golden pillar of light slowly disappeared, and in the 1st level of hell, a triumphant stone gate with flowing brilliance had appeared. The positioning was successful. And at this time, the attacks of the demon gods came one after another. Because the pillar of light had dissipated, the attacks of the 3 demon gods in the 1st level of hell fell on empty air, and the attacks of Helial and Leviathan were blocked by Eve with the sword of Damocles. Even as a demon god, the effect of exerting power across the dimension was limited. It was still possible to destroy the positioning that had not been successful, but the reversal gate had been completely completed, so the attacks had no effect. Looking at the triumphant stone gate with flowing brilliance, Golden Dragon Mars laughed loudly. "Let's go, Lord Shapeshifter G Gang," he said to a commander who was still a little confused, and then with a long cry, he flew toward the reversal gate. Along with him was Meryl, who was already the Black Dragon King, and the 2 silver dragons who followed closely behind the 2 mythical Megalosaurus. Until the figures of the Megalosaurus disappeared into the reversal gate, and the figure of the goddess slowly dissipated, the shapeshifter finally reacted. His expression gradually became excited, and he opened the battlefield channel and issued a new order. "All players, pay attention. Follow Meryl, Mars, and the others into the Triumph Gate." Near the hinterland of the 1st level of hell, sacred and ethereal hymns intertwined with the roars of demons. On the ground, millions of abyssal troops were fighting against the petitioner army shrouded in radiance. This was the 2nd battlefield of the 1st level of hell. After the invasion of the Seeker's world failed completely, the demon gods Mammon and Burial led the remaining main forces of the abyss to open it up. It was also the existence of this 2nd battlefield that greatly delayed the actions of the gods. Unlike the petitioner army in the other direction that was getting closer and closer to the hinterland of the abyss, the army of the gods in this direction was constantly retreating under the attack of the abyssal army. In time, this area of hell that had been occupied by the army of the gods would probably return to the control of the demons. It could be said that on this battlefield, the situation of the abyssal army was very good. Even the 2 demon gods could vaguely feel the intention of the gods to retreat. However, at this moment, the 2 demon gods were not excited at all. On the contrary, their expressions were uglier than the other. "Humph, are they looking down on our abyssal army? How dare they teleport an army into the hinterland of hell at this time? How many people can they teleport? Do they want to bloom in the center directly?" The 3rd demon god Mammon sneered. how did the goddess of life directly locate the first level of hell? No. How did she know that the planes of hell that are not controlled by demon gods can be mutually located? The fourth demon god Burial looked surprised and doubtful. How else can she know? It must have been those abyssal myths that she captured who told her. Maybe it was Samuel and Azazel. Otherwise, how would she know the plane coordinates of the first level of hell? The third demon god Mammon snorted. But as soon as he finished speaking, the two demon gods suddenly stopped. The air was a little quiet for a moment. The two demon gods looked at each other and saw a trace of anger in each other's eyes. Not good. It's Azazel. That bastard must have revealed his core location. His core location. I'm afraid it's near the descent of the goddess of life. The goddess of life is coming for the core of hell. We have to stop her. After saying that, they flew into the sky at the same time. They first looked at each other warily, then sneered at each other and roared at the abyssal army that belonged to them below, as well as the abyssal myths scattered in the army. Stop dawdling. Come with us. At the same time, in the city of the demons, Beelzebub also crushed the armrest of the throne. Azazel. It turns out that he hid the core so close to him. He was pleasantly surprised and angry for a while. Then, he flew out and roared at the demon army on the ground. Attention! In the hinterland of the first layer of hell, in a stretch of rolling hills. This place was less than 30 kilometers away from the battlefield between devil god Mammon and Burial, and less than 70 kilometers away from Demon City where Beelzebub was. On top of the hill, a triumphant stone gate shimmering with a dense radiance stood quietly, its brilliance flowing. The evil demons hid in the shadows and looked at the stone door that appeared on the hill in bewilderment. Suddenly, the golden triumphant stone gate shone brightly, and several loud dragon roars resounded through the sky, giving the demons a fright. In the next second, under their fearful gazes, one terrifying megalosaurus after another flew out from the stone door, their draconic aura vast and mighty. Sensing the terrifying aura that was much more powerful than the demon monarch, the demons were terrified and fled in all directions. In the next moment, the stone gate shone again, and tall, fully armed figures slowly appeared. They were elves. They walked out of the triumphant stone gate, their bodies shining with a faint radiance, their murderous aura threatening, and their eyes full of excitement. Shapeshifter Ji Gang still walked at the front. He looked at the world in front of him, his eyes excited and vigilant. Like the sixth layer of hell, what entered his eyes was still a vast world, but the light scattered by the dark sky was not dark red, but dark purple. From time to time, he could hear beast-like roars, which seemed to come from very far away, giving off a strange feeling of vicissitudes. The ground was dark brown, and as far as his eyes could see, he could see a city shrouded in darkness. The city was very small, but that was only because it was far away. Nearby, a volcano emitting thick smoke stood in front of him. The scale of the volcano was not large, and it was even much smaller than the twisted tower-like peaks in the sixth layer of hell. However, it immediately attracted the attention of Shapeshifter Ji Gang. No. To be more precise, it was the figure standing in front of the volcano that attracted the attention of Shapeshifter Ji Gang and all the other players. The holy dress, the long silver hair, and the golden light that seemed to have a calming effect on people's hearts. The goddess of life, Eve Yggdrasil. She stood there, like a lighthouse in the darkness, extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Every player who walked out of the triumphant stone gate could not help but be attracted to her. She gently raised her hands and silently recited the obscure demon language. The ethereal and mysterious voice slowly sounded, and the earth began to tremble slightly. Under the surprised eyes of the players, the inconspicuous volcano suddenly erupted violently, hot and bright lava soared into the sky, tearing through the dark clouds. But in the next moment, the lava seemed to be pulled by some kind of divine power and flew toward the goddess, constantly outlining in front of her, turning into a burning lava gate. The players looked in shock at the ferocious lava gate that appeared in front of the goddess, bringing a sense of evil and fear. For a moment, they even forgot to move. Plot animation, this thought emerged in Shapeshifter Ji Gang's mind. Then, he saw the goddess take a step and disappear into the lava gate. Shapeshifter Ji Gang's heart moved, and he was about to call the players to follow, but in the next second, everyone heard the goddess' sacred and majestic voice resounding in their minds. Protect this place. Protect this place. Shapeshifter Ji Gang was slightly stunned. He looked at Golden Dragon Mars, who had landed beside him and was about to ask something, but he saw the other party's expression was slightly solemn. The demons are here. The Golden Dragon looked into the distance. Shapeshifter Ji Gang followed his gaze and saw that about a kilometer away, the void suddenly distorted, and a blood-red vortex slowly formed and finally turned into a flickering light gate. Then, more similar light gates slowly appeared within a kilometer with the triumphant stone gate as the center. One after another, ferocious demons walked out from it. The space gate, the demons in this level of hell have discovered us. Golden Dragon Mars said with a serious face. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark clouds in the sky began to roll violently, lightning tore the sky, and one after another powerful aura gradually condensed. The Abyss Myth is here, and so is the demon army. Prepare for battle. Golden Dragon Mars threw out a sentence, and then together with Meryl and other Myth Megalosaurus, they flew toward the figure hidden in the clouds in the sky with a long cry. Shapeshifter Ji Gang's gaze swept across the increasing number of demons in all directions, and he raised the command sword in his hand high. Everyone, pay attention. With the triumphant stone gate and the lava gate as the center, build a defense line and prepare for battle. On the other side, in the coalition army formed by the gods in heaven, 3 great divine powers avatars floated in the air, looking at the demon army in the distance that suddenly moved, and the abyss demon gods that hurriedly rose into the air and retreated. They were surprised. What happened? Beelzebub actually retreated? Isn't that the demon god city in the first level of hell? Don't they want it anymore? War God Lord frowned slightly. The power of the abyss had a strong suppression on true gods. Although from a true god's point of view, the distance of a few hundred kilometers from the coalition army to the demon god city was just a matter of thought, that was only in the material world. In hell, not only was space jumping impossible, but even consciousness would be affected and could not extend too far, unless there was a special space true god artifact. Looking at the demons that gradually disappeared, War God's expression was a little confused. Star Guardian Rigdal's gaze was still deep. He looked in the direction of the demon army and was silent for a moment, then said, "That one from the Seeker's world is here." That one? War God frowned slightly. He glanced at Rigdal, and suddenly his heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed. On the other side, Eternity Lord Idio squinted his eyes, and suddenly chuckled. What is he doing here? How did he get in? At this moment, suddenly, 2 holy lights descended in front of the 3 myths, and 2 true gods of the human god system slowly appeared. They were 2 avatars that were temporarily formed. Lord God, they bowed to Idio. Demon god Mammon and Burial suddenly withdrew their troops. They also withdrew their troops? War God Lord was slightly taken aback. He glanced in the direction where the demons left, and was puzzled. What happened? War God Lord frowned and thought for a moment, then turned to look at Eternity Lord. Idio, let's take this opportunity to attack. No matter what happened over there, the demon gods seem to be in trouble. This is our chance. Eternity Lord stopped smiling and said softly, attack? Attack from here and help him relieve the pressure from the side? War God Lord frowned, and he knew who Idio was referring to. He took a deep look at Eternity Lord, was silent for a moment, and said, Idio, the war between gods and demons is not over yet, of course I know. Idio chuckled. After that, he looked at the coalition army below and said, inform all the lords who are participating in the war, to lead the army and follow the demons. But, do not fight with them. After passing through the lava gate, Eve came to a magnificent demon palace. The entire palace was made of red boulders, carved with ferocious demon patterns. The passage was wide and tall, making Eve, who came in her incarnation, look very small. Candlelight hung in the palace, burning with deep flames, illuminating the entire hall. The flames kept jumping, very rhythmically. Faintly, there seemed to be a heavy heartbeat coming from the depths of the palace. On both sides of the hall, there were 2 rows of ferocious demon statues. Each statue was more than 40 meters tall, with different shapes, ugly and terrifying. The moment Eve stepped into the hall, the demon statues lit up one after another, twisting their stiff heads and looking at her. Roars came one after another, and each demon statue erupted with a terrifying aura. They suddenly gained the ability to move, and their bodies creaked. Then, they raised all kinds of weapons and rushed toward Eve with red eyes. Every one of them was at the level of a demigod. Looking at the demon statues rushing toward her, Eve's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. It seems that Azazel did have mythical subordinates, but they were all made into statues and puppets without self-consciousness to guard their own abyss core. She did not care about the demon statues that rushed up but continued to walk toward the depths of the palace. When those ferocious demon statues rushed in front of Eve, they seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier and could no longer move forward. Eve glanced at them lightly, and their bodies trembled slightly. Countless cracks began to appear on their bodies, and then they suddenly collapsed in a flash of golden light, promoted to a great divine power. In the abyss world where there was no upper limit to divine power, demigods were no longer in Eve's eyes, even if it was only her true god incarnation that came here. Not to mention, these demon statues were only puppets, and at most, they could only be regarded as pseudo-demigods. Passing by one broken demon statue after another, Eve passed through the magnificent palace hall and entered the heart of the palace. Somehow, the sound of the heartbeat seemed to be getting louder and louder, and it was getting closer and closer. Following the route that Azazel had told her, Eve continued to walk toward the depths. And as she moved forward, the sound of the heartbeat became clearer and clearer. The palace was very large and long, and at the end, a long passage led into the darkness. Eve did not hesitate and walked in. As she stepped into the passage, the path under her feet suddenly lit up, and it turned out to be a sea of lava. And what Eve walked on was a flight of stairs that floated in the air. At the end of the stairs was a quaint palace door, and the sound of the heartbeat became more and more intense. However, at this moment, a ferocious red dragon emerged from the lava and roared at Eve. The terrifying power spread, and the whole world seemed to tremble. This was actually a mythical megalosaurus. No, he could no longer be called a mythical megalosaurus. Glancing at the lifeless pupils of the megalosaurus, Eve recognized that this was also a puppet without self-consciousness. A demigod-level puppet. Of course, as a megalosaurus, his strength was much stronger than those demon statues just now. Even if he could not fight with a true god, he could kill any demigod who sneaked in here. The first level of hell did not have a true abyss myth, and this power was enough to stop any demon from entering. Of course, for Eve, it was still not enough. She gently pointed at the megalosaurus that was covered in flames, and the ferocious megalosaurus trembled slightly. In the next second, like the demon statue before, cracks spread all over his body, and he collapsed with a bang. Withdrawing her gaze, Eve walked up the stairs. She pushed open the door. Behind the door was a secret hall. The hall was not big, less than 300 square meters, and it was empty. However, in the center of the hall, there was an altar. The altar was 3 meters high, trapezoidal, and densely carved with demon characters. On top of the altar, a blood-red heart was emitting a dense radiance and was beating continuously. Looking at the ferocious heart full of blood vessels, Eve smiled slightly. "Found you." The ferocious heart kept beating, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. If one looked carefully, they would find that there seemed to be a deep light spinning in the blood vessels of the heart, like blood. That was the origin power of the plane of hell. This heart was Azazel's life core, and it was also the core of hell that had fused with the origin of the first level of hell. Coming in front of the heart, Eve gently stretched out her hand. She covered her heart with her palm and silently chanted the obscure demon language. That was what Azazel had told her in the form of an oath. It was a spell that could rely on the core of hell to temporarily obtain control of the plane of hell. As Eve chanted, the heart emitted a dark red light, and the violent beating began to echo in the entire palace. Eve felt as if she had formed a connection with her heart in an instant, and a huge amount of information surged into her mind. It was information about the first level of hell. At this moment, she had temporarily become the master of the first level of hell. However, before Eve could do anything, an accident happened. Under Eve's somewhat surprised gaze, the ferocious heart suddenly extended granulation and began to grow along her arm. Soon, it covered most of her body. The control that she had just obtained was quickly taken away. At the same time, a familiar aura rose from the heart. An illusory figure slowly rose and appeared in midair. The ferocious horns and the head that looked like a sheep's head was Azazel. He looked at Eve playfully and smiled sinisterly. Your Holiness, thank you for releasing me. Eve glanced at the granulation that was constantly corroding her body, then glanced at the smug Azazel and raised her eyebrows slightly. Azazel? Azazel laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. You didn't expect it, did you? I left a backup plan for my core when I left the plane of hell tens of thousands of years ago. As long as someone touches it and tries to obtain control of the plane, it will trigger my forced resurrection. This is the power of the origin of the abyss. No one can stop it. Eve frowned. She sensed the demon god's maze in the world of seekers and found that Azazel in the palace had died automatically and turned into a pool of blood, causing chaos among the demons in the palace. Are you betraying me? He said softly. Hey, Yggdrasil, you're really getting worse and worse. Don't tell me you really believe in the loyalty of demons? Azazel sneered. As he spoke, his smile became even more ferocious. I really have to thank you. If Beelzebub and the others came, with their understanding of the core of hell, they might see through my backup plan. If the gods came, they might choose to destroy the core directly, and I would lose the chance to be resurrected. Only you. Haha, can't surprise me. Facing Azazel's complacent gaze, a trace of disappointment flashed across Eve's face. He sighed to himself. It seems that I've been overthinking things. No, this is called stupidity. Azazel laughed out loud. After laughing, he said fiercely, Yggdrasil, you've locked me up for so long. Today, I'll take your avatar as compensation. After saying that, Azazel roared angrily and pounced on Eve. Under her disappointed gaze, he swallowed her. In the next second, flames engulfed the entire palace. Outside the space hidden in the core of hell. Suddenly, a crimson brilliance broke through the sky, and the volcano erupted violently. A heart-palpitating aura slowly rose, dark clouds churned, and the earth trembled. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a huge goat-horned demon opened the crater of the volcano and appeared on the battlefield. He was almost 1,000 meters tall, covering the sky and the sun. With his appearance, the dark clouds of the entire first level of hell churned. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as if welcoming the return of their king. At the same time, all the demons born in the first level of hell, or the demons who had sworn allegiance to the seventh demon god, felt an inexplicable throbbing in their hearts. An indescribable fear floated in their hearts, sensing the terrifying power. The players who had already fought with the demons could not help but glance behind them. Then, they widened their eyes in shock. Old Azazel? That exaggerated height could not allow them to see his entire body, but with their understanding of a certain demon god, they could still recognize him from some details. After all, they did not know how many times they had refreshed him. As if hearing the cries of the ants below, Azazel slowly lowered his head. Tall and slender figure, pointy ears, gorgeous equipment, and that cheeky smile on his face. That nightmarish figure made the 1,000-meter-tall demon feel suffocated and almost shiver. Especially that terrifying number. But soon, he realized that he was no longer the same person he used to be. The subconscious fear made Azazel angry out of humiliation. The scenes of being humiliated by the elves time and time again when he was sealed flashed across his mind. In his heart, anger rose. Looking at the players, a hint of bloodlust flashed in Azazel's eyes. He grinned hideously and was ready to kill these abominable fellows one by one. But with a thought, he stopped. No, just killing once is too easy for you. I also want to make you wish you were dead. I want to build an elf's maze in the dimension of hell and let you experience the joy of being refreshed as tools. He grinned hideously and muttered. After saying that, Azazel waved his big hand, and a dark red light shrouded the ground, enveloping all the players who participated in the battle. The players only felt an evil force pouring into their bodies, making them instantly lose control of their bodies. Seeing this, the eyes of the demons who were fighting with the players lit up. Some simple-minded idiots who only knew how to kill roared and were ready to take the opportunity to attack. But as soon as they made a move, their bodies trembled slightly and collapsed into a bloody mist. In the sky, Azazel slowly retracted his gaze and sneered. My prey is not something you beasts can touch. After saying that, he looked at the few mythical megalosaurus led by Meryl. Meryl's expression was solemn. He, Mars, and the other megalosaurus looked at each other and nodded secretly. At the same time, they roared and rushed toward Azazel. Azazel sneered, and a dark red radiance spread out with him as the center. That was his simulated divine territory. No, at this moment, it could no longer be called a simulated divine territory. Controlling the core of hell and located in the first level of hell, this was his real divine territory, the divine territory of lust and the divine territory of the fallen. Shrouded in the light, the expressions of the few mythical megalosaurus changed slightly, and a trace of red flashed in their dragon eyes. Meryl let out a long roar and opened his black dragon divine territory in time. However, Azazel just stretched out a hand and pointed gently at them. The dark clouds in the entire sky suddenly condensed and turned into a tornado that attacked the few mythical megalosaurus. Including Meryl, the 4 mythical megalosaurus did not have the slightest resistance and were wrapped by the black tornado, and their power was imprisoned. In the dimension of hell, the demon god was the master. The dimension of hell was equivalent to the demon god's holy kingdom, and with the blessing of the abyss power, the demon god was almost invincible in his own dimension of hell, and was more powerful than a true god in his own divine territory. With a demon god stationed in hell, no one could take down his dimension. At this time, Azazel's strength had returned to the peak of mid-level divine power, and with the blessing of the abyss power, as long as he was still in the first level of hell, even a great divine power would not be his opponent. In other words, at this moment, he was invincible. Feeling the turbulent power in his body, the corners of Azazel's mouth curled up, and he laughed. After suffering for tens of thousands of years and being tortured by Yggdrasil for countless days, he was finally back. At this time, Beelzebub and the other 2 demon gods also rushed over from afar. Looking at his huge body and feeling the terrifying power in his body, the expressions of the 3 demon gods changed slightly. Azazel? Hearing their voices, Azazel slowly turned his head. Both sides looked at each other, and Azazel narrowed his eyes and smiled grimly. You 3 bastards, do you also want to take advantage of your grandfather? You. The 3 demon gods were furious. But looking at Azazel's fearless look, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Beelzebub narrowed his eyes and stared at him for a while, then suddenly laughed. Azazel, hee, congratulations on your return. After saying that, he gritted his teeth and said, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Beelzebub did not hesitate, turned around, and left the battlefield with his abyss myths. He had originally come for the core of hell. Now that Azazel had returned, he had no chance, so he naturally did not want to stay here any longer. Demon god Mammon and Burial took a deep look at Azazel, then turned around and left with a sneer. After a while, the auras of the 3 demon gods completely disappeared from the first level of hell, and even their abyss army began to retreat with the abyss myths. Azazel withdrew his gaze with satisfaction, his expression proud. As the ruler of the first level of hell, as long as he was here, no one could defeat him. Not even a great divine power. However, when his gaze swept across the devastated battlefield on the ground, his proud gaze turned deep again. This time, even if he returned, the vitality of the entire first level of hell would be greatly damaged, and he did not know when it would be able to recover. Thinking of this, Azazel looked into the distance again, at the petitioner army shrouded in holy light, as well as the dozens of divine figures in the sky. His gaze met directly with the 3 most powerful ones. The 7th demon god, Azazel. Looking at the imposing figure, Eternity Lord Ideo narrowed his eyes. Both sides looked at each other, and the atmosphere gradually stagnated, as if a battle would break out in the next second. But soon, Eternity was the first to withdraw his gaze. His gaze swept across the elves and Megalosaurus imprisoned by the demon gods on the ground, then swept across the sparse demon army under Azazel, and shook his head, boring. After saying that, his figure slowly dissipated. And with him dissipating, the other human true gods that had descended, as well as the angel army. The god of war Lord frowned slightly. He glanced at the provocative Azazel, then at the elves on the ground. He hesitated for a few seconds, then finally snorted coldly and dispersed his incarnation. Only the guardian of the stars looked at Azazel meaningfully, and there seemed to be a trace of pity in the depths of his gaze, which made Azazel very uncomfortable. However, after the 2 great divine powers disappeared, he did not stay for too long and dispersed his incarnation as well. Gradually, even the army of the gods that had attacked the infernal plains slowly retreated, It was not until the last petitioner had left hell through the door of light that Azazel slowly withdrew his gaze. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. The power of the gods that had attacked the first level of hell was too terrifying. Although he was the master of the first level of hell and was almost invincible here with the help of the power of the abyss, he was not truly fearless. If the army of the gods had insisted on attacking and were willing to pay a great price to encircle and annihilate him, he would have been in some trouble. Perhaps, he might really have fallen. Although he could still be resurrected after falling, the damage to the first level of hell would probably be even more severe. In the worst-case scenario, if the gods were really willing to risk their lives and pay the price of the fall of some of the gods, it might really be possible to destroy the first level of hell. Fortunately, the gods were not a monolithic block, and their original purpose of attacking the abyss had been achieved. Sigh, this time I don't know how many subsidiary planes I will lose. Azazel lamented as he looked at the dilapidated first level of hell. The number of subsidiary planes was directly linked to the strength of the demon gods. Although the first level of hell was saved, Azazel, who had suffered heavy losses in his army, was no longer able to control those subsidiary planes. He had no doubt that Beelzebub and the other two fellows were running so fast because they were aiming for his subsidiary planes. After all, if he could not get the core of hell, would he not be able to get the abyss plane? The war between the demon gods was nothing more than a struggle for the abyss plane. Thinking of this, Azazel clenched his fists again. It's all because of that bastard Yggdrasil. If he had not sealed me tens of thousands of years ago, how would I have fallen to this day? His gaze was full of anger. Azazel shifted his gaze and looked at the imprisoned players once again. He let out a sinister laugh. He was ready to take care of these guys and get back some capital from them first. Yggdrasil, I will take revenge for what you did to me sooner or later, Azazel said hatefully. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an ethereal sigh resounded behind him. You really have quite a temper. Hearing this voice, Azazel shivered subconsciously and almost jumped up reflexively. But soon, he reacted. He was no longer the unlucky guy who was sealed in the demon god's maze. Azazel slowly turned around and looked behind him. He saw a sacred and beautiful figure floating in the air. It was Eve. Azazel raised his eyebrows and sneered. Yggdrasil, you dare to send an avatar in now? Hellfire burned on Azazel's body, and monstrous demonic flames surrounded him, making him look much more powerful than when he fought with Eve in the underground world. Just the divine power that escaped caused the entire first level of hell to change color. At this moment, he seemed to be the ruler of the entire world, and he was the king of the entire plane. Azazel looked down at the tiny Eve and was quite proud. He couldn't wait to see the other party's expression change after feeling his terrifying power. However, Eve just looked at him calmly, as if she was not frightened by his power. This calmness infuriated Azazel, and he felt that he had been insulted. Azazel. Eve suddenly spoke again. She looked straight into the demon god's eyes with a calm expression. I'll give you another chance to organize your words. Are you really going to betray me? Facing Eve's calm gaze, for some reason, Azazel's heart suddenly thumped, and he felt a little uneasy. But soon, he threw these emotions away. No, he was no longer the same as he used to be. He had already returned to his own plane of hell. Here, he was the ruler, and the other party was nothing. She was just an incarnation. He couldn't be frightened by the other party anymore. He had to walk out of the shadow left by the other party. Thinking of this, Azazel looked at Eve with an even more dangerous expression. A light flashed in his scarlet eyes, and he grinned. Yggdrasil, do you still think this is the world of seekers? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the demon god. You old witch who only knows how to suck my power dry every day, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Prepare to die. After saying that, he roared, waved his fist, and smashed toward Eve. The terrifying power of the abyss gathered in his hand, and the space was distorted. Black flashes intertwined with dark red flames, circling around Azazel's fist. The escaping aura made the 3 megalosaurus who were imprisoned change their expressions. Her Holiness the Goddess! Meryl exclaimed. However, just as Azazel's fist was about to hit Eve, he stopped. No. It was not that he had stopped on his own accord, but that there seemed to be some kind of power that had restricted his movements, preventing him from smashing his fist down. Azazel's expression was ferocious, and his body was trembling. However, he was unable to move forward at all. On his chest, a red light kept flashing, and a mysterious pattern could be vaguely seen slowly spreading. Azazel's eyes were filled with rage when he felt his power suddenly being restrained. Yuck. Trahir. What have you done? His body trembled as he spoke with difficulty. Eve smiled faintly and looked at Azazel with a hint of pity in her eyes. Azazel. You didn't really think that you had devoured my true god avatar, did you? Hearing these words, Azazel's expression changed as if he had thought of something. He lowered his head with difficulty and looked at his chest. He saw that there, on the heart that had fused with the core of hell, red threads were constantly entangled. At the same time, his aura suddenly deflated like a balloon that had been punctured. In a short while, he fell from the peak of mid-level divine power to demigod. Even his body gradually shrank. In a short while, he was even lower than Eve, who was floating in the air. Withering heart, sensing the familiar imprisoning power, Azazel's eyes widened, and he was shocked. The scene of him devouring the other party's avatar in the palace flashed through his mind, and he suddenly understood everything. Yuck Trahir. You schemed against me. Azazel said in shock and anger. Eve glanced at him. Azazel, you don't really think that I would believe in the loyalty of a demon, do you? Hearing this sentence, which was almost a copy of what he had just mocked the other party, Azazel's breath stopped. Looking at his wonderful expression, Eve secretly shook her head. She had never believed in Azazel's loyalty. Demons could not be trusted, and they could only be subdued by strength. Even if the other party chose to be loyal, once there was a slight possibility of resistance, the other party would not hesitate to betray. This was a demon, a chaotic and evil creature. Therefore, after getting the coordinates of the core of hell from Azazel, as well as the method to control the core of hell, Eve had always been cautious. When she entered the first level of hell, she had changed her avatar and hid the withering heart in it, guarding against the other party's counterattack. Azazel had devoured the avatar and the withering heart, which was equivalent to sealing himself. And because he was in contact with the core of hell, which was his most original power, this seal was even stronger than the external seal. Even if he was in the plane of hell, even if he could borrow the power of the abyss, as long as Eve controlled the withering heart, his power would be imprisoned. Yuck. Trahir. Azazel also understood this point. His expression was extremely ugly, and his voice seemed to be so angry that he gritted his teeth. Eve narrowed her eyes and looked at him with a smile. Azazel shuddered when he saw the faint smile on the man's face. At this moment, countless images flashed in his mind, and he suddenly remembered the fear of being dominated by the elves. He had fallen again. His expression changed a few times, as if he was struggling, and finally, it gradually turned into a flattering smile. Lord God, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. That smile was even uglier than crying. Looking at the seventh demon god, who instantly gave in, Eve smiled faintly. Sooner or later, you'll get your revenge? No. I was joking with you. Azazel said with a long face. 30 years of river? 30 years of river? Eve smiled and said in a playful tone. Those are the lines of the players. I was joking. I. Azazel stuttered. Old witch. Eve tilted her head, looking rather innocent. I'm the old witch, Azazel hurriedly said. Tomorrow today is the anniversary of my death? Eve's smile gradually became brighter. The anniversary of my death. It's the anniversary of my death. Ah, no. Pooh. There's no anniversary of my death. You heard wrong, I'm performing an opera. Azazel was about to cry. Looking at a certain abyssal demon god who would instantly kneel before her if his power was not restrained, Eve sighed. Build a gate of hell that leads to the Nirvana wasteland. The coordinates are the elven fortress. She was no longer in the mood to tease him, and said calmly. The Elven Fortress was the name of the stronghold that the players built after entering the Nirvana Wasteland. Eve had long planned to build a gate of hell to allow the players to enter and exit after seizing control of the first level of hell. Okay. Okay, Azazel hurriedly agreed. But after saying that, he looked at Eve with his big innocent eyes, and said in an aggrieved voice. Lord God, Eve glanced at him. You have to release me first, Azazel said carefully. Eve nodded and released the restrictions on his movements. After regaining control of his body, Azazel felt as if he had been pardoned. He moved his body, and his eyes flickered. However, when he raised his head again and met Eve's half-smiling eyes, he quickly shivered, lowered his head, and obediently chanted the demonic language, opening a huge gate of hell. Lord God, the gate of hell is open. Azazel replied with trepidation. Eve turned her head to look and nodded slightly. She planned to use the first level of hell as one of the places for players to farm monsters and level up in the future. It was necessary to build a gate to the Nirvana Wasteland. Then, Eve's divine power surged, and the gate of reversal bloomed with light, and she teleported from the ground to Azazel's side. Leave the core of hell, and go in with your main body, Eve said. Azazel froze slightly. Through the gate of reversal, looking at the looming demon God's maze on the other side, his face instantly turned bitter. He, the seventh demon god, was going to return to that place again. However, when Azazel took a closer look and saw that it was not the palace of the master of the labyrinth that he often stayed in, but the palace of the demon god that he had left behind, who knew how many terrifying memories. Azazel's bitter face immediately turned green and turned into horror. Lord God. This is the palace of the demon god. He shivered, and his expression was fearful, like a mouse that saw a cat. Eve looked over. Facing her calm and seemingly stern gaze, Azazel swallowed back the words in his mouth. Fine, his good days were over, and he had to start working again. With a sad face, he obediently peeled off the core of hell and sent it to Eve's hands. Then, he jumped into the gate without anything to live for. Eve took the core of hell, closed the gate of reversal, and gently pointed at the ground. Golden light bloomed from her fingertips, and countless flying divine power photons scattered on the ground. Under the shocked gaze of the players, the earth trembled violently, and buildings rose from the ground, quickly forming a towering fortress. Light shrouded the fortress and formed a dense protective halo around the fortress, isolating the pervasive power of the abyss outside. From today onwards, the first layer of hell will be one of the places for you to train and grow. Protecting this fortress will also be one of the obligations of the Chosen One, Eve said to the players below. The high-level demons in the first layer of hell were almost wiped out in the war of gods and demons. It was very suitable for the current players to adventure and grow. Of course, this was hell after all, and staying here for a long time would definitely lead to contamination. But as long as the players killed enough demons, the power required to purify the power of the abyss in their bodies was not a big deal. After he finished speaking, golden light bloomed on the players and Megalosaurus, and everyone regained their freedom. With Meryl as the leader, several mythical Megalosaurus bowed to Eve and praised respectfully. Praise nature, praise life, praise the great goddess Eve. Immediately after, the players followed suit. Praise nature, praise life, praise the great goddess Eve. It was not uniform, but the sound spread far and wide in the empty hell dimension. Eve smiled slightly, and her sacred figure slowly dissipated in a ray of light. It was not until her figure was completely gone that the players raised their heads. They looked at each other, and their expressions were excited and strange. After a few seconds of silence, discussion sounded in the crowd. So, the goddess's character is so dark? Hey, I like this character. Old man is also beyond my expectations. I didn't expect him to be this kind of old man, but the goddess is still the best. Evil is 1 foot tall, and Tao is 10 feet tall. Nonsense, that's our goddess, how can she not be good? The goddess was high and mighty. For the players, she always had a sacred and inviolable sense of majesty, giving people a feeling of ethereal and distant. But today's scene inexplicably made many people feel that the most popular NPC was a little more worldly. Sometimes, being too mysterious was not a good thing. Today's scene made many people feel an inexplicable closeness and curiosity toward the goddess. Just when the players were excited, Hell's Gate suddenly lit up. Then, one after another, tall figures jumped out. They were the players who had been waiting for a long time at the elven fortress in the Desolation Wasteland. Eve did not expect that the other demon gods and the army of the gods would retreat so quickly after Old Man's betrayal and display of his strength. So, she was prepared to fight against the demon army. She had already gathered other players and was waiting for a new summon in the Desolation Wasteland. Of course, the original plan was to teleport through the Reversal Gate, but now it was changed to Hell's Gate. Although the players did not have to fight because of Old Man's action, they had already gathered near the Elven Fortress. Once they saw Hell's Gate being built, they ran over. Including many big-shot players who heard the news. They looked at the world in front of them excitedly and cheered. Ha ha ha. Is this the legendary first level of Hell? I heard that because of Old Man's priesthood, there are a lot of succubi in the first level of Hell. I wonder if I can get some. Hee 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 hee. Is anyone interested in joining us? Jumping out of Hell's Gate, Demetia rubbed his hands excitedly. His expression was a little wretched. However, when he saw the scene of devastation and the weird excited expressions of the other players, he was slightly stunned. Eh? What happened here? Did I miss something interesting? On the other side, Azazel, who had been thrown back into the demon god's maze, sat on his throne. He looked at the slowly opening Hell's Gate in despair. As the gate opened, the silver level max players appeared in front of him. A bunch of lowly ants. How dare you step into my territory? The familiar words slowly sounded in the palace. Back to the time before liberation. Azazel lost the authority to manage the demon god's maze and became 007's employee once again. He and Samuel would personally take on the role of the maze's big boss that provided the gold job change quota, bringing rewards and joy to the players. However, Eve was merciful to Azazel. If it was like when he had just arrived in this world, he would definitely kill the other party without hesitation if he encountered such a situation. There were so many abyss mythical creatures in the demon god's maze that they could form 2 football teams. Any one of them could devour the Hell Core and cultivate another abyss demon god that could be controlled by Eve. The moment Eve obtained the Hell Core, Azazel was no longer unique. However, demons were ingrates that could not be tamed. Perhaps they were serious when they gave in, and perhaps they were loyal from the bottom of their hearts. But once there was a chance, they would not hesitate to turn hostile when it was time to do so. There was nothing better than being born rebellious. Even if it were another evil god, Eve felt that they would not do better than Azazel. Moreover, Azazel unexpectedly had a good learning ability and seemed to have a talent for planning. He managed the demon god's maze in an orderly manner. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Eve spared his life. After all, it was not easy to cultivate a qualified planner. Even the fairy queen, Fennel, who managed the game system in the god's kingdom, might not do better than Azazel. But sparing his life was one thing, but a certain amount of punishment was still necessary. During this period, Azazel would definitely experience the joy of playing with the players again and reminisce about the sweet memories. She hoped that he would not go crazy. Now that the players had more experience fighting demons than before, Eve felt that it would leave a psychological scar after a long period of time. As for whether Azazel would regain the management rights of the maze in the future, that would depend on his performance. Anyway, he had already obtained the Hell Core, and this demon god's life was completely in Eve's hands. He could not cause any more trouble. Compared to the other evil gods, he was more trustworthy. Of course, he could not count on his true loyalty. Following the establishment of the gates of Hell, the first layer of Hell and the extermination wasteland could be considered to be completely connected. With the addition of Samuel's 6th layer of Hell, it meant that the players could head to 2 Hell planes. Eve planned to keep both Hell's Gates for a long time. She wanted to use them as training grounds for the players to grind and level up. She wanted to use them to take advantage of the abyss. As for completely conquering the 2 planes, he didn't even consider it. There were many powerful demons on the 6th floor, and it was located in the depths of the endless abyss. The players did not have the strength to take it down. Not even with Eve's help. He could be unparalleled in the abyss for a short period of time, but he couldn't stay in the plane of Hell for a long time. That would consume too much divine power. In Eve's plan, she would turn the demonic fortress in the Valley of the Fallen Gods into one of the frontline strongholds of the Abyss. Players could just stay at the door and level up, occasionally venturing into the 6th layer of Hell. As for the 1st layer of Hell, the stronghold was in Hell, and the players could move around freely. After the War of Gods and Devils, most of the high-level demons on this plane were dead. Even the core of Hell was controlled by Eve. There weren't many existences left that could threaten the players. Of course, for the players, it was just a larger range of activity. It was impossible to conquer the plane. After all, the pollution of the Abyss was too strong. There was no way to purify it. Compared to the infernal planes were like two different maps to the players. As for the core of the 1st layer of Hell, after some consideration, Eve finally sealed it in the lava palace. Then, she moved the lava palace to the depths of the fortress that she built with divine power. There was a statue of Eve enshrined in the fortress. As long as there was any movement, Eve's avatar could descend at any time, so it was very safe. Eve named this fortress the Eye of the Abyss. In addition, Eve left Meryl behind to guard this place. He was the Black Dragon god, and also a descendant of the Dragon of Despair, Nidhogg. He was very resistant to the pollution of the Abyss, and the volcanic environment of the 1st layer of Hell was quite suitable for him to live in. It was just that it might not be so convenient to eat roasted meat in the future. That might not be the case. As long as they could exchange for good things from Meryl, the players were willing to do anything. Perhaps they would even build a trade route from the 1st layer of Hell to the world of Seekers to transport roasted meat. The demon gods returned to their respective hell planes to recuperate, and the other gods retreated. Even Eve returned to the world of Seekers and threw all the chores to Fennel. She hid her identity and descended to the continent to slack off. The War of Gods and Devils that had lasted for a year finally came to an end. Of course, there were still some battles in some areas. For example, some of the subsidiary Abyss planes that the other gods had set their eyes on, especially those near the 1st layer of Hell. Some true gods still led petitioners to fight for control of the plane with the demons. These Abyss planes were not like Hell. After purifying the Abyss, there was a chance to pull the plane back to the main material world, recuperate, and cultivate it into one's own subsidiary plane. This included the Nirvana wasteland that Eve had set her eyes on. The Nirvana wasteland was about the same size as the world of Seekers, or perhaps a little smaller. Fortunately, it was once a material plane with balanced elements and had great potential. When the players covered the entire plane with their idols, Eve would try to pull the plane out of the Abyss. Although the distorted flow of time was quite good for the players to level up, this distortion of time came at the cost of the rapid aging of the plane. Considering the possible need for the plane in the future, it was better to pull the Nirvana wasteland out of the Abyss as soon as possible and send the elemental fairies to purify the Abyss plane. The war in the Endless Abyss was considered to have ended. However, the Abyss army that remained in the world of Seekers had not been completely wiped out. Not only that, the remaining demons were gradually stabilizing and showing signs of becoming an independent force, and even building a city. Marudo? In the Black Dragon Tavern in the City of Heaven's Chosen, Eve, who had transformed into a player, gently sipped elven flower tea while looking at Salty Meow, who was sitting opposite her, in surprise. Yes, Marudo. It seems to mean Demon City in the demon language. It is said that it was built with the original capital of the southern border as the core. There are several Abyss mother nests. Salty Meow said as he stirred a cup of milk coffee with a wooden spoon. It was not real coffee, but a substitute that the players found in the southern mountain range. It was a plant similar to the coffee tree that had never been used by the natives of the world of Seekers. Recently, some players had introduced it to the elf forest for planting, intending to develop the coffee industry and improve the variety. Salty Meow liked this drink very much, but Eve did not like it. It was fine with milk and sugar, but without it, she really could not drink it. Speaking of which, she did not like coffee in her previous life. The Holy Mania Empire and the Eternal Church are too weak. The evil god has been killed by the goddess, and the demon army has been crippled by us. Yet, they still haven't killed the remaining demons, and they even built a city. To be honest, they are too weak. Salty Meow shook his head and curled his lips. Yes, there are hundreds of millions of people in the entire human world. Even if the proportion of extraordinaries is low, it is enough to build an army stronger than ours, right? But after such a long time, the crusade still hasn't succeeded. Besides Salty Meow, Tao Chi, who was eating snacks, nodded repeatedly to express his agreement. After the mission in the Mindel Plain ended, these two big shots from different guilds became friends. Occasionally, they would have small gatherings in the City of Heaven's Chosen in their spare time. Sometimes, they would call Eve, who was wearing an alias, to slack off. Sitting opposite the two, Eve could not help but laugh. The efficiency of the human kingdom was beyond the expectations of Salty Meow and Tao Chi. However, she vaguely understood why. There was no lack of powerhouses in the human kingdom, and their war potential was very strong. Especially after the recovery of magic power in the world of Seekers, extraordinaries from all over the world exploded like a geyser. They were no worse than the players, and their high-end power was even stronger. However, the world of Seekers was at the end of the feudal society of Blue Star. Even if the war potential was far stronger than that of Blue Star at the same time because of the existence of extraordinaries, their mobilization ability was very poor. Many extraordinaries were free adventurers, and they did not care about the official orders at all. And the ability of the official to build an army was limited. Because most of the human countries on the continent were feudal aristocrats, the centralization of power was very limited, and extraordinaries were greatly diluted. Take the Holy Mania Empire for example. The entire central area of the empire was just a direct territory of the current emperor. It was just a Mania territory, and the total area might be a little smaller than the Maple Moon Free Territory. The other territories were controlled by various big nobles, such as dukes, marquises, or some earls with special powers. The emperor could only control them, accept their loyalty, and obtain a certain amount of taxes and recruits from them. As for the small and medium-sized nobles one level below, the emperor could not control them at all. My vassal's vassal is not my vassal. This rule applied to the Western feudal society of Blue Star, and it was the same in the world of Seekers. As for the human nobles in the world of Seekers, many of them were too lazy to care as long as the war did not affect their own territory. Not to mention, ever since the magic revival, many nobles had begun to stir up trouble, instigating internal wars. Two territories had fought over territory, and there were many who had lost their minds to fight. This might be very difficult for the Chinese players to understand. How could the nobles under the entire country fight with each other? But in the world of Seekers, the human kingdoms were like this. The central government of the empire had the right to mediate the war between the big nobles, but if the small nobles under the big nobles fought, the central government of the empire could not even manage it. And these kinds of wars, big and small, might only involve a few hundred or 1,000 people, and some might reach tens of thousands of people. In the entire Holy Madia Empire, and even in the Kingdom of Iris in the south, there were more and more such wars over time. In addition, the recovery of magic power also brought about various problems, such as the beast tide, mutation, and suddenly awakened extraordinaries. While increasing the strength of the human kingdoms, it also had a certain impact on human society. Under such circumstances, it was understandable that a war had dragged on until now. Probably, their ability to mobilize is too weak, and the world of Seekers has not been peaceful recently. Eve took a sip of flower tea and said, "That's true. According to the settings of the game, the recovery of magic power is getting faster and faster. Even in Grey Harbor, I can hear a lot of strange things from the passing caravans. I guess just dealing with domestic affairs alone is enough to make them suffer." Kiki stuffed the snacks into her mouth and nodded. At the same time, she stole the bouquet of elven flower tea in front of Eve and happily poured herself a cup. However, this also provides us with adventure material. The war in the abyss is over, and the world of Seekers is completely open. Isn't it just the right time to explore and adventure? Salty Meow said with some yearning and picked up the spoon to taste the coffee. It seemed to be a little bitter. She frowned slightly and took out 2 pieces of candy from her pocket and stirred it. The candy was bought from a human caravan. The human kingdom of this world had very high sugar production skills, and it was far more delicious than the ones made by the players. Damn, I haven't finished exploring the Orlos Demiplane and the Mindel Plain. I saw on the official forum that they found a lot of scenic spots in those 2 maps. There's a beach in the Mindel Plain that's especially suitable for diving, and you can see mermaids there. Lao Ai gulped down the scented tea and gestured excitedly. Mermaids? Are you serious? Salty Meow's eyes widened. Of course, Meow Giant, haven't you seen the official website recently? Although they're not as good looking as us, they're still very beautiful. Kiki smiled. I've been messing with the real estate in Urumqi recently. After the teleportation array from Crystal City to Rivendell was fixed, I was screwed over. I'm thinking of a way to deal with it. Salty Meow frowned slightly as if she thought of something annoying. Kiki, as expected of you, ahaha. I'm just asking for some benefits for the guild players, hee hee. Let's not talk about this. Hey, where's the diving spot you mentioned? How about we go together in 2 days? Okay. I'm going to take a look in 2 days. The two female players spoke one after another, and soon, they were discussing the plan. Eve, on the other hand, was smiling as she watched the two of them chatting enthusiastically. She sipped her elven flower tea and listened to the beautiful music played by the bards in the tavern. They were the frost elves hired by the tavern, and they were playing the elven song Summer in the Forest that was quite popular among the players. It was cheerful and melodious. Outside the window, the bright sun gilded the beautiful city of Heaven's Chosen with a layer of golden light. The trees were lush and full of leaves. Summer had arrived. Eve turned her head and looked at the busy street. It was bustling with activity, and it had long since become a fantasy metropolis. It had been 6 years since she came to this world. The scene when the city of Heaven's Chosen was just built seemed to be still in front of her eyes. The elven forest had undergone earth-shaking changes. The 300 players had expanded to 2 million, and it was still growing at a steady rate. And he himself, from a god on the verge of sleeping, became a great divine power that looked down on the world. However, everything was not over yet. A great divine power was her former goal and a new starting point. The magic power of the world of seekers was rapidly recovering, and the day of unsealing was approaching. The extraordinary awakening, the recovery of the gods, and Eve's identity were gradually suspected. The turmoil of the whole world had just begun. And this turmoil was not limited to the world of seekers but was bound to sweep through the entire universe of seekers. And Eve herself was bound to step into the spotlight, no longer as the goddess of life. Instead, it was the world tree, Eve Yekterhir. Hey, Sister Feng, are you free to go see the diving mermaids the day after tomorrow? Salty Meow reached out and waved his hand in front of Eve's eyes, interrupting her thoughts. He slowly turned back and looked at the expectant eyes of the two. He smiled slightly. Of course. Relaxing occasionally was also a way to live. End of volume. Shit. These damned aristocratic pigs. They should all be caught by the Knights of Justice and hung on the street to be whipped. Old John pursed his lips, rolled up his sleeves, and looked at the bloody whip mark on his arm, his face full of anger. His hair was messy, as if he hadn't washed it for a long time, and it emitted a rancid smell. His skin, red from the sun, was engraved with deep wrinkles. If he didn't say it, no one would even believe that he was less than 35 years old this year. Limping on the street, he cursed as he walked. Suddenly, a team of well-equipped knights riding tall steeds swept across the street, scaring old John so much that he hurriedly rolled to the side in a sorry state. These knights, who were loyal to the aristocrats, were the most unreasonable. If he couldn't dodge in time, no one would care even if a free person like him died. Dust flew, choking him and making him cough a lot. His face was covered in dust, and the whip mark on his body seemed to have cracked open even more. He grimaced in pain. Shit. It's all shit. Old John cursed as he got up. There was a discomfort under his feet. He looked down and found that he had accidentally lost his shoes when he was dodging just now. Where are my shoes? Old John was anxious and hurriedly searched. He only had this pair of shoes left, and he couldn't lose it again. When he found his other shoe on the side of the road, it was almost trampled to pieces. It was those knights who did it. Shit. It's all shit. Old John was even angrier. He put on the broken shoes, revealing a few toes that seemed to be covered in a layer of mud. He moved a little, and it was barely passable. That's it. Old John sighed and limped toward the church. He had to find a priest to treat the injuries on his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to work for a few days. Aristocrats were all shameless. He couldn't get back the wages he owed. If he couldn't find another job in a short time, he might starve to death. In this world, too many refugees like him who fled from the south had starved to death. To be honest, he now regretted not getting off the ship at Zaloran with those non-believers when he went north. According to the bards in the tavern, life in the Maple Moon Free Territory was like heaven. Those who migrated there would be properly settled, and those with skills might even be assigned jobs and residences. It was too enviable. Recalling what had happened to him over the past year, old John's expression became more and more gloomy. However, there was a major prerequisite for migrating to the Maple Moon Free Territory. That was, they had to give up their original faith and convert to the goddess of life. This was unacceptable to old John, who had been a devout eternal believer since he was young. At least, it used to be. Old John came to the Church of Eternity with difficulty. Looking at the clean and beautiful building, he hesitated slightly. Speaking of which, when was the last time he came to the church? He couldn't remember. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last came to the Church of Eternity. When he first came to this small town in the Northern Territory, he would pray once a week. At that time, he hadn't used up all his savings. But now, he was just an unlucky guy who had nothing and had to work hard every day to make a living. Except for his identity as a freeman. John Sr. looked at his tattered clothes, and then at the well-dressed believers coming and going at the entrance of the church. He looked a little uneasy. He didn't know if he should step in. This church, which he had once been accustomed to, now gave him a feeling of being in a different world. It gave him a great deal of pressure. What are you afraid of? I'm also a devout eternal believer. When I was in the Southern Territory, I even donated silver coins to the church. Old John encouraged himself and suppressed the inferiority in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he limped up. However, before old John entered the church, he was stopped by the attendant at the door. Hey! Stop. What are you doing? Sir, I want to find a priest to treat my injuries. Old John raised his head and looked at the attendant with the sun emblem on his chest with some apprehension. He squeezed out a flattering smile. The sun emblem was the symbol of the eternal church, symbolizing the rising sun, judgment, and power. These attendants should be the church's newly recruited preparatory knights. Recently, the church seemed to have been recruiting knights. Old John also heard from the tavern that someone had received divine favor and leaped from an ordinary person to a high and mighty silver professional, which made him very envious. Unfortunately, these knights had to be recommended by nobles or have very strong extraordinary talents. Ordinary people like him had no chance at all. Looking at old John's sorry state, the attendants frowned slightly. If you want to enter the church, change into decent clothes. Otherwise, it's disrespectful to the gods. In addition, each treatment costs 5 gold guineas. Are you ready? They said expressionlessly. 5 gold pounds? Old John's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, sir. Doesn't the church's primary treatment only cost 5 silver coins? When did it cost 5 gold pounds? He lost his voice. 5 gold pounds was 500 silver coins. He couldn't earn that much even in a year. Old John's salary was only 1 silver coin a day, and this was often deducted by the nobles. After deducting expenses, there was nothing left. Now, he only had 10 silver coins on him, and this was saved with great difficulty. He originally planned to save 20 silver coins to buy a new set of clothes and shoes. Silver coins? He actually said silver coins? The 2 attendants heard this and laughed loudly. After laughing, they looked at old John in disdain and said, "What era is this? The world is so chaotic now. Every day, there are people looking for the priest to treat their illness. The church also needs to recruit knights. How can the priest be so busy? Now, the priest can only perform intermediate treatment, 5 gold pounds each time. But I only need primary treatment." Old John said nervously. "Are you teaching us how to do things? Or teaching the priest how to do things? 5 gold pounds. If you want to look, then look. If you don't, then don't block the way." There are still many believers who want to enter, the attendant said with a frown. Old John opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but in the end, he fell into silence. Clenching the few silver coins in his hand, he lowered his head and turned to leave with a limp. Pauper, you still want to come to the church to treat your illness? Why don't you take a look at yourself? The attendant's sneer came from behind him, piercing into old John's heart like a steel needle. He paused slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. A gorgeous carriage drove past him and entered the church's courtyard. Old John faintly heard the attendant's voice again. Oh, isn't this Lord Baron Herman? Why are you here? Please come in, please come in. The priest has been talking about you for a long time. The voice was fawning. Old John looked back at the arrogant, gorgeously dressed nobles and the fawning church attendants. It was clearly summer, but he inexplicably felt a little cold. He felt a little stifled in his heart. He originally wanted to spend 3 more silver coins to give to the church, then listen to the priest's teachings and pour out his troubles, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even step into the church's door. Heh, the noble pig, and the attendant pig, they all deserve a good beating. They all deserve to be punished by the gods. He muttered in a low voice. His voice was inexplicably hoarse. The scorching sun hung in the sky, and old John dragged his injured body and limped to the Black Walnut Tavern. The tavern was filled with the choking smell of sweat, low-quality wine, and strong perfume mixed together. It was suffocating, but old John was used to it. This was the cheapest tavern in the slums of the city, where a large number of drunkards, idlers, refugees, and low-level adventurers gathered. Although they were called low-level adventurers, they were actually apprentices or trainee warriors who had mastered extraordinary powers. Occasionally, a dark iron professional could also be seen. Such a high and mighty extraordinaire could never be seen in the Black Walnut Tavern before. However, since the entire world's magic power had greatly increased, more and more people had awakened extraordinary powers. This kind of former big shot had now become common. The bard's off-key music rang out in the noisy tavern, drowned out by the noise of the drunkards and adventurers. Old John looked over and found that many people were playing gamoku, while the adventurers gathered together to play Gwent, surrounded by many onlookers. From time to time, cheers could be heard. Even old John's interest was piqued. He wanted to go over and see how this game, which was said to have been passed down from the Elven Forest and the Maple Moon Free Territory, was played. But when he thought of business, he finally held back. Give me a bundle of high-quality ale. Old John sat at the bar and took out a silver coin with a heartache. The bartender looked at him in surprise and joked. Old John, are you rich? You're actually willing to drink high-quality ale? Bull** tea. I want to be rich. I've been working in the mine for half a month, but I didn't even get a single silver coin. Old John said gloomily. As he spoke, he grimaced and opened his sleeve. The weather was too hot, and he was sweating all over. His sleeve had already stuck to the wound. Looking at the bloody wound, the bartender was stunned. How did you get hurt? It's all because of those damned nobles. We weren't the ones who destroyed the mine, so they're venting their anger on us. Old John said bitterly. It was destroyed? The bartender was stunned. As if he thought of something, he leaned in front of old John and asked curiously, so, the rumor is true? A dragon came to the gold mine? It took over all the gold and the newly discovered magic stone mine? Of course it's true, I saw it with my own eyes. That dragon was as big as a mountain. It was fierce. Old John gestured. It seemed that he had pulled on his wound, and the pain made him grimace again. Your injury is a little serious. Don't you want to see a priest or herbalist? The bartender frowned. Hearing his words, a hint of sadness flashed in old John's eyes. He chuckled and said self-deprecatingly, I want to, but I can't even enter the door of the church. Why? I don't have money. Old John spread out his hands. The bartender was speechless. He looked at old John's tattered clothes and sighed. He also heard that the church's treatment fees were getting higher and higher in the past few years. Here, your ale. Thank you. Old John took the ale and opened the lid. The aroma of the wine assailed his nose. He smelled it as if he was intoxicated and smacked his lips. It was the first time he bought this kind of high-quality ale. A bundle of ale cost a silver coin. One had to know that if it were to be replaced with inferior quality ale, he would be able to buy 10 bunches of it. Of course, although it was said to be a high-quality ale, it was still worlds apart from genuine ale. However, ale was originally a drink for commoners. Nobles simply disdained to drink it. They would usually drink grape wine, fruit wine from the elven forest, and white wine. What was it called? Ergwotu, that was what the bards said. However, old John didn't order the ale to drink it. Under the bartender's surprised gaze, he carefully poured out the ale and sprinkled it on his wound. "Hey, old John, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Give it to me if you don't want to drink it. I haven't had much high-quality ale." "Hey, what do you know? I'm disinfecting it. Otherwise, with such a deep wound and such a hot day, it'll be bad if it worsens." "Disinfecting? What kind of nonsense is this? You don't know this, right? Ale can disinfect. It's said that it can kill the small animals in the wound." Some small animals that we can't see. It's those small animals that worsen the wound." "Nonsense. Who told you that?" "The bards on the streets." "You believe the bard's words?" "He said he came from the Maple Moon Free Territory. This is the method the elves told him." Elves, hearing old John's words, the bartender raised his eyebrows and was speechless for a moment. In recent years, the name of the elves had become more and more well known. Everyone in any city on the continent knew about the rise of the elven forest. Not only that, the elves seemed to know a lot of lost skills and knowledge. It was said that some of the content shocked the legendary masters of the Mage Tower and was extremely sought after. Thinking of this, the bartender also secretly remembered this method and planned to find an opportunity to try it in the future. "I don't know if it'll be better tomorrow after I pour the wine. The mine is gone. I have to find a new place to work tomorrow." Looking at the deep wound, old John sighed. "Mine? It's fine not to go to that cursed place. I heard that a lot of people who went to mine got sick. Look at you. It's only been a year and you look like you've aged more than 20 years. The bartender shook his head. "What can I do then? I don't have any skills. I used to be a farmer. I fled here and have nothing." Old John sighed numbly. Hearing his words, the bartender was also sad for a moment. In the past few years, there had been more and more refugees fleeing. People who starved to death could be seen on the roadside every day. There were wars everywhere. There was the invasion of demons and the outbreak of beast tides. Even the weather was strange. This year, there was a drought in the entire fertile plains. The harvest of grain was not good, but the tax had risen again. The Maple Moon Free Territory is still the best. I don't know when these chaotic days will end. Old John sighed. That's the credit of the Church of Life. Did you know? It's said that in the Maple Moon Free Territory, the priest personally used divine spells to reign. The bartender shook his head. Divine spells to reign? Old John's eyes widened. Yes, that's the goddess of life and nature. Do you understand? Not to mention rain, it's said that some divine spells can directly make crops mature within a day. Since the Maple Moon Free Territory believed in the Church of Life, no one in the entire territory has gone hungry. The bartender said. The goddess of life. Old John's expression was a little complicated. In recent years, the name of the goddess of life had become more and more famous, or rather, more famous than the name of the elves. Even the bards on the streets often told stories of the goddess of life, which often attracted a lot of audiences, fighting against evil gods, protecting believers, spreading knowledge, and sending down divine spells. It was because of her existence, because of the existence of the Church of Life, that the Maple Moon Free Territory could recover quickly after the war and become more and more prosperous. It was a sharp contrast to the Empire. There was no harm without comparison. Thinking of his experience in front of the Church of Eternity, old John's heart became more and more uncomfortable, sad, and disappointed. However, the most beautiful place should be the Elven Forest, right? I heard from the merchants in the caravan that the Elven City there is as beautiful as a palace, and the life there is rich, like heaven. However, only elves and half-elves with elven bloodline can settle there. the bartender said with emotion. Elves? I've never seen an elf before, but I've seen half-elves once in the southern border territory. It was at the auction house. Old John said. Auction house? That should be many years ago, right? The bartender raised his eyebrows. Yes, it's been many years. Old John nodded. The two of them chatted casually to pass the time. Wine was poured on the wound. Except for the initial discomfort, Old John gradually got used to it. At this moment, the door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open again. A few tall and slender figures in luxurious equipment walked in. The bartender looked over and was slightly startled. The entire tavern gradually fell into silence. Elves? They were two elves dressed as adventurers, but their equipment was much better than the adventurers Old John had seen before. No, perhaps it was no longer appropriate to describe them as excellent. In Old John's opinion, the equipment on them looked more like exquisite works of art. It was shiny and majestic. Whether it was a druid wearing a robe or a warrior wearing armor, it was the same. Damn it, he could now distinguish between a druid and a mage. This was all thanks to the popular science of the druid apprentice who often came to the tavern to drink. Looking at the gorgeous robes on the elves and the patterns unique to druids, Old John couldn't help but ridicule in his heart. Then, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. It couldn't be helped, these two elves were really too good-looking. Even if they were both men, their delicate chins and skin more tender than milk made it difficult for people to look away. Old John swore that even those pampered noble ladies weren't so tender. However, when the elf's eyes swept over, he hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at them. It was said that elves were all powerful professionals and were born with the ability to master powerful magic. And ordinary people would always be in awe in front of professionals. Although Old John was only a mortal, he could still feel the powerful aura of these elves. They were like noble creatures from another world, completely out of place in the messy environment of the tavern. Hiss. Damn it, the wound hurts again. Old John felt that the wound on his back seemed to be torn open again. He trembled and touched it, his hand was covered in blood. Shit. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. However, this vulgar slang was so clear in the quiet tavern that everyone focused their eyes on him, including those elves. Feeling the elf's gaze, Old John's face suddenly turned pale. Professionals were high and mighty, and for them, ordinary people without power were like weeds on the roadside. Offending a professional would result in a miserable outcome. Even if it was an elf, Old John had heard that the elves were not as benevolent as the legends said. He had heard a lot of stories about elven adventurers told by bards. They killed decisively and were powerful. As long as it was their enemy, they would not have a good ending in the end. Of course, the reputation of the elven adventurers was quite polarized. Some said that they were good, while others said that they were bad. But no matter what, as an ordinary person, he just wanted to live a peaceful life. John Sr. trembled with fear, his throat dry. He wanted to apologize and explain that his words were not directed at the elves, but because of his nervousness, he did not know where to start. However, before he could say anything, the elves retracted their gazes. They did not seem to care about him at all. I'm fine, John Sr. was stunned, as if he had been granted amnesty. Then, he hurriedly shrank back into the tavern and tried his best to hide in the shadows, pretending to be invisible. Of course, he could not help but secretly size up these good-looking long ears. I've never seen him before, so I'm curious. The two elves entered the tavern and came to the bar counter. Before they could sit down, someone immediately gave up their seat. Everyone was used to this kind of thing. When facing powerful professionals, ordinary people could only tremble in fear to not make any mistakes. Especially after the magic revival, there were almost daily rumors of professionals killing people in some tavern. Even the city guards were too lazy to care about this kind of thing. Even the elves did not dare to gamble. 3 cups of elven flower tea. The elven druid in the lead said to the bartender. 3 cups? John Sr. was slightly taken aback. However, the next second, the door of the tavern was pushed open again, and this time, another elf walked in. It was a female. Her appearance was better looking than the previous male elf, so good that people could not take their eyes off her. John Sr. even heard the gasps in the tavern. He saw her frown at first, as if she was not used to the smell in the tavern, but soon her expression returned to normal. Russell, here, here. The red-haired warrior next to the elven druid hurriedly waved enthusiastically and patted the seat next to her. The female elf rolled her eyes at her, pursed her lips in disgust, and then sat next to the elven druid. At that moment, John Sr. seemed to see the elven warrior's smile stiffen slightly. The elf sat down with a strong aura. However, after hearing the elf's request, the bartender's expression was a little awkward. He carefully looked at the elves and said apologetically, "Lord Elves, we don't have fancy flower tea. We don't have high-end drinks like flower tea here. In the entire LYC city, perhaps only the noble bar in the inner city has it." The elves raised their eyebrows. The druid in the lead waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's fine. It's fine, it's fine. Bring me your best drinks." As he said that, he handed over a gold pound. Gold pound. The bartender's eyes widened, and his expression quickly became flattering. "All right, Lord Elves, please wait a moment. I'll arrange it for you right away." After a while, 3 glasses of white wine were placed in front of the elves. John Sr. recognized that it seemed to be the Urgwotu that the owner of the tavern treasured. It was said that it was bought from a black market merchant at a high price. "You actually have this?" The 2 male elves' eyes lit up. However, the female elf shook her head. "I'll drink fruit juice, please change it to fruit juice." "All right." The bartender stammered as he glanced at the beautiful female elf. He changed the white wine and brought out a glass of freshly squeezed fruit juice. The 3 elves nodded in satisfaction and drank to their heart's content. Gradually, the tavern regained its hustle and bustle. The bards began to play music again, the adventurers continued to play Gwent, and the idlers and drunkards continued to play Gamoku. However, the voices were much softer than before. If one looked carefully, they would discover that almost everyone was secretly observing the 3 elves. The 3 elves chatted with the bartender as they drank their wine and fruit juice. "Sir, we are adventurers from the Elven Forest. You can call me Limu. Is there any interesting news around here recently?" The elven druid asked with a smile. His smile was very amiable, and one could not help but have a good impression of him. As he said that, he took out another gold pound and placed it in front of the bartender. "Gold. Gold pound, another one." John Sr.'s eyes widened, and his face was full of envy. A gold pound was equivalent to 100 silver coins, which was equivalent to his income for 3 to 4 months. The bartender was overwhelmed by the favor. He glanced at the gold pound, then looked at the smiling elf. He hurriedly kept the gold pound, then said flatteringly and enthusiastically, "Lord Elf, you're right to ask me. I know this best. Recently, a few days ago, there was a beast tide in the northern icy plains, and it even attacked a town at the border. I heard that many people died. Also, Lord signed an alliance with Marquis Weimer a few days ago. He might be making a move against Earl Meath in the south. It said that a new magic stone vein was discovered in the western region, and it seems that magic crystals have been extracted." The bartender spoke with a smile of exultation, and the elves listened attentively. "We've heard of all this. Is there anything else?" the elven warrior asked. The bartender scratched his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Oh, I forgot to say, there's more. It said that a megalosaurus came to the mine outside the city." "Megalosaurus? What megalosaurus?" The 3 elves were instantly interested. Noticing their expressions, the bartender hurriedly gestured exaggeratedly. "A huge megalosaurus. It said that it destroyed the entire mine." As he spoke, he pointed at Old John, who was hiding at the side. Old John saw it with his own eyes. He was originally mining in the mine. Old John was startled by the bartender's sudden shout. The 3 elves turned their gazes over in unison, causing his heart to almost stop beating. Lord Elf," Old John stammered. Although these elves seemed rather gentle, he could not help but feel nervous when facing them. "You saw a megalosaurus? What kind of megalosaurus?" the red-haired elven warrior asked curiously. Then, as if noticing the bloodstains on his body, he raised his eyebrows slightly. "You're injured?" Did a megalosaurus do this? Meeting the other party's gaze, old John became even more nervous. However, before he could say anything, the red-haired elf suddenly chanted an obscure incantation. A golden light bloomed on his body, and countless pale golden photons appeared in his hands. Then, the photons flew toward old John and entered his body under his horrified gaze. However, the moment the photons entered, old John's horror turned into astonishment. He only felt a warm force flowing through his body, and the burning pain gradually disappeared. And when he lifted his clothes to take a look, he was shocked to find that the hideous scars had all disappeared. Not only that, he felt as if he had been reborn, and his entire body seemed to be filled with strength in an instant. It was as if he had suddenly become a dozen years younger. Life divine spell. He's a life priest. The adventurer's exclamation came from the tavern. Life divine spell? Life priest? Old John was slightly taken aback. Then, he finally realized what had happened and hurriedly bowed to the red-haired elf, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Elf. Thank you. Thank you for your treatment. To be able to heal his injuries in an instant, and even all the old ailments on his body were cured. This was definitely not a beginner healing divine spell. No, even the intermediate healing divine spells of the Eternal Church couldn't be so powerful. He had seen a priest use it on a patient before, and the effect was definitely not as magical as this. Facing old John's excited gaze, the elf laughed and waved his hand. It's nothing, a small matter, a small matter. Just tell us what you know. But soon, he frowned again. Good Lord. A treatment consumed so much of my magic power. How many injuries did you suffer? No, there are still remnants of violent magic power in your body. It's because purifying this magic power consumed too much magic power. Tisk, mining. What mine did you dig? When did you start doing it? What's the matter with the megalosaurus? Hearing the elf's inquiry, old John sighed and said. Lord Elf, it's a gold mine outside the city. It's been many years. I fled from the south last year. At that time, they were recruiting miners, so I signed up to make a living. Gold mine? A year? You tormented your body like this in a year? Are you mining or writing web novels? The elf warrior looked surprised. Web novel? Old John was stunned. Nothing, is it just a gold mine? The elf changed the topic and asked again. It used to be. The gold mine in Lyc City was still very famous in the Empire, but last year, someone dug out a magic stone vein under the gold mine. Old John thought for a while and replied. What about the megalosaurus? The elf asked again, seeming to be quite curious. The megalosaurus suddenly appeared in the mine a few days ago. It occupied the mine, drove away all the miners, and didn't let us get close. Old John continued. Drove away all the miners? The elf warrior was slightly stunned. Strange. According to what I know, shouldn't they leave the miners to help them mine gold? The female elf looked puzzled. The elven druid pondered for a few seconds and asked, What's the matter? What did the megalosaurus you saw look like? This? It was too big. I didn't see it clearly. Everyone said it was a dragon. I think it should be a dragon. It was huge, had scales, and wings. It was exactly the same as the megalosaurus described by the bards. Old John shook his head. What about the color? The elf asked again. Old John hesitated for a moment and said, It seemed to be golden, just like the color of gold, golden. Golden dragon? The elves looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Golden dragon? Interesting. I think I know what's going on. The elf warrior touched his chin. As he spoke, he looked old John up and down again. So, the injuries on your body weren't caused by the megalosaurus? Old John nodded. No, as he spoke, he sighed again and gritted his teeth. It's those damn nobles. After losing the mine, they vented their anger on us. They didn't even pay us. Nobles, hearing his words, the elf sighed faintly. The nobles here are all the same. In their eyes, commoners aren't even as good as the dogs they raise. The elf warrior sneered and shook his head. After that, he looked at his companions again. Brother Moo, ruffian, how about it? Do you want to go to the mine and take a look? Anyway, there's still some time before the mission deadline to visit Dragon Island. Call Meow Meow, Sister Fong, and the others. Maybe they know about this now. Hearing his words, the other two elves looked at each other and nodded. Along the way, they had been enjoying the adventure while completing the limited missions. Seeing that his companions agreed, the elf warrior was even happier. He turned his head and looked at old John again, chuckling. How should I address you, sir? Merciful Lord Elf. You can call me Old John. Everyone calls me that, Old John replied in fear and trepidation. Well, Old John, can you take us to the mine to take a look? As a reward, I can give you a gold pound. The elven warrior chuckled as he fished out a shiny gold pound from his bosom. Gold pounds? Seeing the elf take out the gold pounds, John Sr.'s eyes widened. But very soon, he felt many burning gazes from the people in the tavern, which made his heart skip a beat. 1 gold pound. Perhaps it wasn't much in the eyes of professionals, but for many apprentices and attendants who hadn't reached the level of dark iron, as well as most of the drunkards and idlers in the tavern, it was a huge sum of money. John Sr. wasn't like the bartender, he had his back to the tavern. Speaking of which, the reason why the Black Walnut Tavern could operate safely in the commoner district to this day was because it was inextricably linked to the gangs in the slums. Not to mention 1 gold pound, even if it was 10 gold pounds, no one would dare to target the bartender. But John Sr. was different. He was just a free citizen who had no one to rely on. If he really accepted this gold pound, he didn't doubt that he would be targeted after the elf left. This kind of thing happened too often in the commoner district. Even the soldiers of the security team wouldn't care. No, he would be thankful if those soldiers didn't try to harm him. Thinking of this, John Sr. shifted his gaze away from the gold pound with difficulty and smiled bitterly. Lord Elf, I'm already very grateful for your help in treating my injuries. I'm willing to take you to the vicinity of the mine, but I don't need any payment. Saying this, he glanced at the Urguotu the elves ordered and swallowed his saliva. If you're willing, why don't you treat me to a cup of this wine? I've wanted to try it for a long time. I wonder what it tastes like. Hearing John Sr.'s words, the elf warrior was slightly taken aback. His gaze swept across the tavern, and many people who were looking in this direction retracted their gazes. Noticing the twinkle in the elf warrior's eyes, a flash of realization appeared in his eyes. Sorry, I understand. I didn't think it through. He nodded. Then, he glanced at John Sr., who was looking at the Urguotu in his hand with a yearning expression, and revealed a brilliant smile. Another cup of white wine. Yes, Honorable Lord Elf. Soon, under the envious gazes of the crowd, the bartender handed a cup of Urguotu to John Sr. Looking at the clear wine in the cup and smelling the wine fragrance that was different from ale, John Sr.'s eyes widened. True God above. To think that old John would one day be able to drink this kind of wine that only nobles could drink, he sniffed carefully, and a trace of intoxication flashed across his face. He fancied that he smelled pounds. Old John held the wine glass in his hand like it was a treasure, leaned forward, and took a small sip. The spicy wine was very stimulating, and he could not hold it in for a moment. He coughed violently, causing the elven warrior beside him to laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, drink slowly, drink slowly. This wine is produced in our elven forest. It has a strong aftertaste. Cough, cough, cough. This taste is weird. Do all the nobles like to drink this? I'm not used to it. Old John coughed as he spoke, choking on his tears. He couldn't understand the nobles anymore. He didn't know why this kind of wine was so popular. To be honest, he felt that it was worse than the inferior ale he drank. Hey, this is with water added. If it was the original without water, the after effects would be stronger. The elf said with a smile. Add water? Old John's eyes widened. He looked at the white wine in his hand. It was hard to imagine how strong it would be without water. The bartender at the side was a little embarrassed. Cough, cough. Lord Elf, every tavern will add water to this kind of wine because the taste is too strong. But if you want, I can get you some without water, but the price may be several times higher. No need, no need. I'm not used to drinking sorghum wine either. Elven flower tea is better. The elven warrior waved his hand nonchalantly. After finishing their drinks, the three elves left the tavern and old John followed them. The weather today was good, and the sun was very warm on his body. He didn't know if it was because of the wine, but old John felt a little dizzy. This wine did seem to have a strong aftertaste. He felt as if he was floating as he walked, and even his head was hurting a little. It wasn't until another ray of light enveloped his body that old John felt a cool force enter his body and circulate around it. After that, the dizziness and the faint headache all disappeared. Not only that, even the filth that accumulated on his body from not washing for several months disappeared. His messy hair wasn't so messy anymore. Feeling the changes in his body, old John raised his head in shock and looked at the elves. He saw the beautiful female elf slowly putting down the magic staff in her hand. This is purification magic. It can sober the wine and also clean the body, she explained with a smile. That smile was so sweet that old John felt flattered again. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful Lord Elf. He quickly thanked her. Although he didn't have the habit of washing his body, this refreshing feeling was great. You can call me Z. My name is Z Gale. The elven girl said gently. The elven warrior also pointed at himself with a smug expression. Demacia, Demacia Blaze. As for the black-haired elven druid who was obviously the leader, he said cordially. My name is Limu, Limu Shadow. As he spoke, he looked up and down at old John's clothes and shoes again. He pondered for a moment, and with a flash of light in his hand, a brand new set of human civilian clothes appeared as if he was performing magic. Your clothes are quite damaged. Change into a new set. I just don't know if it fits. Looking at the brand new clothes, old John's eyes widened. True God above. This material is definitely good material produced in the Kingdom of Airs. He had only seen it on the rich civilians in the inner city. I'm afraid this set of clothes will cost 50 silver coins. This was a good measure because wearing clothes of this price on him, although it was a bit high profile, it wouldn't attract attention. Anyway, it wouldn't bring as much risk as a gold pound. This, old John was inexplicably reserved. Until the elf stuffed the clothes into his hands. Take it, I still have many sets. You should change your clothes. Old John trembled as he accepted the clothes, inexplicably touched. He had been in the Northern Territory for a year. In this year, no one had ever treated him so well. His home was destroyed by the demons, his family was destroyed by the rebels, he was cheated of his travel expenses by the black-hearted merchants who transported refugees, and he was robbed of his last remaining property by bandits. When he came to LYC City, he was first bullied by other refugees. After finding a job, his salary was docked. He had to eat and sleep in the open every day. His body was deteriorating. He didn't know how long he could last. Not to mention, he was beaten up by the nobles before. If he didn't meet these elves, with his previous injuries, he really didn't know what to do next. Perhaps, he might not survive this year. Without the energy to work, losing his source of income, and his physical condition deteriorating. A refugee like him could only wait for death. Refugees who died like this could be seen everywhere in the territory. In the end, the church collected their corpses, wrapped them in shrouds, and burned them. And that wasn't because the church was kind, but because the church was worried that leaving the corpses would breed the undead. It could be said that even if refugees like them died, no one would care. In his growing despair, the eternal church that he believed in did not extend a helping hand to him. In the end, the ones who reached out a helping hand to him were the cruel elves that the church spoke of. Although it was just a glass of wine and a set of clothes, it was like a ray of light in the darkness that shone into his heart. Thinking of this, old John's eyes gradually moistened. Thank you. Thank you. Merciful Lord Elf. Thank you, he kept bowing, his voice choked, and in the end, he couldn't help but wail. As an adult male, old John was very strong, but also very fragile. The destruction of his family didn't crush him. The downfall of the past year didn't crush him. But at this moment, the elf's concern became the last straw that broke the camel's back. It touched the softest part of his heart. That was the soft part that he had always hidden in the deepest part of his heart, pretending to be strong. Pain, grievance, and sadness surged up in an instant and completely exploded. Don't cry. Go and change your clothes. This is what we should do. The elf named Limu sighed and patted him on the back. Old John sniffled, bowed deeply, and then ran to the back of the tavern with his clothes in his arms. He remembered that there was a warehouse there where he could change his clothes. After a few minutes, when old John came in front of the elves again, his appearance had changed greatly. After changing into neat clothes, he looked much more energetic. He no longer looked like an old man in his 60s or 70s and finally looked a little younger. Wearing soft and comfortable clothes and shoes, old John felt as if he had been reborn. It seemed that even the sky was bluer than before, and the sun was warmer. Not bad, not bad. It's very suitable. Looking at his appearance, the elf's eyes lit up, and they nodded secretly. Old John's foundation wasn't bad to begin with. After dressing up, he looked surprisingly handsome, like an old handsome man who had weathered the hardships of life and had his own story. Old John was a little embarrassed to receive the elf's praise. He pinched the new clothes he had changed into and said somewhat embarrassedly, "It's the Lord's clothes that are suitable. It's nothing. This is what we should do." The elven druid named Limu waved his hand and smiled. The warrior who called himself Xianxia also nodded and said with a pious expression, "Yes, she is right. The goddess also teaches us that all beings are equal. The strong should also help the weak. Only when everyone works together can we create a better future." With that said, he drew the symbol of the scepter of life on his chest with a holy expression. "Goddess? Goddess," looking at the other party's fanatical appearance, old John's voice murmured, and his heart was touched even more deeply. The bard said that the goddess of life was a benevolent and powerful god. Now it seemed that it was indeed so. The eternal church deceived him again. How could the goddess of life be as bad as they said? She was clearly such a kind and righteous existence, otherwise, how could the elves who believed in her be so benevolent and friendly? Their hearts were just like their appearances, beautiful and noble. At this moment, old John's heart was filled with endless affection for the elves and the goddess of life. At the same time, he was also a little curious about the legendary Church of Life. The Church of Life. What kind of church was it? Maple Moon Free Territory. Was it really as dreamy as the rumors said? However, he knew that he still had business to attend to now, so he suppressed his curiosity. Taking a deep breath, old John showed a bright smile and said respectfully, "Lord Limu, Lord Xianxia, Lord Chibi, thank you. I'm ready. Shall we go to the mine now?" "No hurry, no hurry. We have other companions in the inner city. They'll be here in a while. Let's wait here for a while." Limu shook his head and said. With that, he looked at old John again. His gaze paused on his dark skin color and hair, as well as his three-dimensional and deep eye sockets, and he asked curiously, "Looking at your appearance, you seem to have some characteristics of the people of the Kingdom of Airs. Why didn't you go south? Why did you escape to the north of the continent?" Hearing his words, old John scratched his head and said, "Yes, I do have half of the bloodline. Yes, I do have half the blood of the Kingdom of Airs. My father is from the Empire, and my mother is from the Kingdom of Airs. However, they were killed by the noble soldiers in a war a few years ago. I was originally a farmer on the border of the Empire. After the invasion of the demons, they slaughtered our village and blocked the road south. I had no choice but to take a merchant ship north." "Are you the only one in your family?" Chibi asked curiously. Old John was silent for a moment, and his expression was gloomy. "My wife and my 2 children are all dead." Hearing this, an apologetic look flashed across Chibi's face. "Sorry. I shouldn't have asked. The demons are evil and cruel. They destroyed many happy families." "No. It's not the demons." Old John shook his head. "It's not the demons?" Chibi was slightly taken aback. Old John clenched his fist and finally loosened it weakly. He sighed and said sadly and somewhat angrily, "It's the rebel soldiers. I originally fled with my wife and children, but in the process of fleeing, I encountered the noble's rebel soldiers. The rebel soldiers were defeated by the demons. At that time, I left my family in the refugee camp and went to the city to find the merchants on the fleet. By the time I came back, my wife and children were already. Speaking of this, old John seemed to recall something sad. His face turned pale, and his expression was quite painful. They were all killed by them. Old John began to tell his story. It was the story of how a happy family was torn apart within a year, and he was reduced from a farmer who could still feed and clothe himself to a down-and-out free man who was constantly struggling on the edge of survival. After listening to his story, the elves' hearts also became heavy, and their faces were filled with emotion. Along the way, they had seen all kinds of beautiful scenery and all kinds of local customs, but at the same time, they had also seen the miserable lives of the civilians in the human kingdom. Old John was just the epitome of thousands of refugees. There were many who suffered similar or even worse than him. The darkness of the human world in Elven Kingdom was far crueler than the players imagined. Even though they had seen a lot in the former Maple Leaf territory, compared to the vast territory of the Empire, the Maple Leaf territory was still considered rich. On the other hand, the life of the nobles was like heaven, indulging in luxury and debauchery. This made the players sigh that such a kingdom could still be maintained. It could only be said that the existence of extraordinary power made all the unreasonable things reasonable. But at the same time, as they saw and heard along the way, a doubt gradually grew in the hearts of the players. The lives of the human civilians are so poor, does the Eternal Church not care at all? After listening to old John's story, Xianxia asked doubtfully. He was really puzzled. As an outstanding MLM, cross-out, missionary leader under the goddess, he thought he still had some experience in this regard. Logically speaking, the more chaotic the era was, the better opportunity it should be to preach the faith. In a person's most critical time, even if it was just a drop of water, it would be exchanged for the other party's infinite gratitude. For the church, this was the best time to expand their believers. Not to mention anything else, even if the Eternal Church set up a porridge stall in the city, it would probably gain a group of devout believers among the refugees. But now, what they saw was that most of the churches did not care about what happened in the territory. Of course, strictly speaking, it was not that they really did not care. Along the way, Xianxia still saw many priests helping the poor. However, as a missionary leader, in Xianxia's opinion, they could do better, but they obviously did not try to do it. Care? If only they cared. The priests now only have the nobles in their eyes. Old John shook his head. Xianxia's frown deepened. This was not normal, not like what a normal church should be like. Even the priests had fallen and were in cahoots with the nobles, indulging in a life of luxury. Did the gods not care? No matter what, he should be punished or something, right? After all, believers were the source of a true god's power. Players would be punished by the game system and the goddess if they caused trouble. Elven Kingdom was so realistic that it wouldn't make a low-level mistake in such a place, right? However, the churches of the god of trade, the god of art, and the goddess of love and festival are said to be much better. They often help the poor. Unfortunately, there is no church for them in LYC City. Old John said again. The god of trade, the god of art, and the goddess of love and festivals were all followers of the Lord of Eternity and had their own churches. Their church's influence was intertwined with that of the Eternal Church. They were both independent of the Eternal Church and subordinate to the Eternal Church. However, not all places had their churches. Only some large cities, as well as the eastern and southern parts of the empire, had more churches. It was worth mentioning that the Kingdom of Iris in the south had more churches of various sizes. The control and influence of the Eternal Church in the kingdom was not as good as that of the Holy Mania Empire. After listening to old John's explanation, Xianxia became more and more confused about the Eternal Church's approach. In the end, he couldn't help but complain in the team's chat channel. Upon seeing his complaint, Fengwu glanced at him and replied, I'm not sure. Dima, do you know how many believers the Lord of Eternity has? How many? Didn't you say it was hundreds of millions? Xianxia typed. More than that. Fengwu sent a shaking head emoji. I once did a short-term mission with Big Sis. In the Maple Moon Free Territory. It was when the place had just been liberated and began to preach. At that time, I felt the Eternal Church's depravity and specifically asked Big Sis about it. Do you know how Big Sis answered? How did she answer? The faith of the Lord of Eternity has long spread throughout the universe of seekers. There are no less than 500 main material planes that belong to him alone, or even more. Among them, there are many large planes that are comparable in size to the world of seekers. And this doesn't include other half-planes that are suitable for believers to live in. Think about it, how many believers are there in all the planes? What the F***ck? Isn't this too exaggerated? What kind of monster is the goddess facing? Didn't the Lord of Eternity rise only 1,000 years ago in the background of the game? Dima, are you underestimating the reproductive ability of humans? Not to mention in the transcendent world, no matter how poor the bottom is, the overall resources are abundant. Overall, the speed of population growth is much more exaggerated than that of Blue Star. Hiss. So, it's not that the true God allowed the church to degenerate, but that the gods don't care at all? Of course. Think about it, ruling so many planes and having so many believers, what's the difference between more and less? The two players conversed with each other in the chat channel, and Damasia's expression changed several times. As one of the top MLM, crossed off again, missionary leaders under the goddess, he had never taken the Eternal Church seriously. But now, he suddenly realized that he was facing such a huge monster. Oh, right, Big Sister has another sentence. Tanaka typed again. What? Demacia was a little curious. The ruler of the era is the ruler of the era after all. No matter how shameful it is, he is still the ruler of the era. Good Lord, Big Sister even knows how to say shameful. Therandir has also learned how to flirt with girls. The players chatted casually, and after they finished talking about their own matters, Old John also introduced the nearby situation to everyone. Even though the players had already gathered enough information, they still listened attentively. After all, different people would bring different information. Of course, the overall situation was more or less the same. The players were now in a small city of 50,000 people. Well, at least in human society, this was barely a small city, but in the underworld, it was enough to be called a big city. This small city was called Lyc City, and it was located at the northern border of the empire. It belonged to the Rosen family, one of the 7 electors. The Rosen family was the main branch of the Wells family, which Sophia belonged to. It was the unlucky noble family whose army was completely wiped out by the evil Titan god. In a sense, it was an old friend of the players. Further north was the Empire's military town, Fort Colin, which was close to the northern icefield. Of course, although Lyc City was located in the northern part of the continent, it was affected by the monsoon of the Elven Forest. The 4 seasons were distinct, and the climate was pleasant. It was not as cold as imagined, and it was even relatively hot in summer. Demacia and the others came here only as a passerby. Their real purpose was to visit Dragon Island. It was a mission issued by the church a few months ago. To be specific, it was to thank Dragon Island for their help in the war. In other words, they were the messengers of the Elven Forest. In theory, the fastest way to travel to Dragon Island should be to depart from the northwestern part of the Elven Forest and ride the Megalosaurus. However, the World of Seekers was just released, and there was still some time before the date to visit Dragon Island, so the players were not in a hurry to go there. Instead, they changed their route and planned to cross the Human Empire and the Northern Icefield before heading to Dragon Island. In the end, they just wanted to go around and have fun, and experience the real adventuring life in Elven Kingdom. It was worth mentioning that the one who came up with this idea was Limu. He even created a special topic on the bullet screen about traveling in the continent, and it was said that the number of views was exploding. And this time, it was not only the 3 of them who were traveling together. Each of the 7 major guilds sent at least 1 person, and there were a total of 10 people. Everyone was traveling together. Almost all of the participants were the guild leaders of the guilds. Even if they were not, they were still the higher-ups of the guilds. Their levels were all gold before they left. This was also the reason why they were so confident in choosing this mission. After reaching the gold level, the speed of leveling up by killing monsters became slower and slower. In comparison, traveling the continent and solving problems that NPCs could not solve were often unexpected rewards. When the group of people just entered the empire, they accidentally encountered a legendary monster that went berserk and massacred a city near a town in the western region. However, the monster was severely injured, and its strength was less than 10%. As for the 10 gold tier players, they worked together with a large mercenary group nearby to slay the demons. All 10 of them benefited from this, and their level soared by a lot. With the benefits, everyone became more enthusiastic about such an operation. However, after arriving in a new city, everyone would often choose to move freely. Each guild would choose their own way to gather information before finally meeting up. As for the heart of nature where the 3 of them were, thanks to Xianxia, they were most used to going to the taverns in the civilian area to gather information. By the way, everyone came here on a dragon, but now the Megalosaurus had been released to the outskirts, and they even used concealment magic to hide its figure. It could not be helped. If so many Megalosaurus appeared at once, it would be too conspicuous. Although, the 10 of them were almost famous for slaughtering a legendary monster. Tao Wu heard from his friends who were adventuring in the Maple Moon Free territory that there were already bards singing about their deeds. Legends of the fairy dragon knights, righteous and brave rangers, and so on. They even composed songs. After the group started the adventure path, a new function appeared in the game system, or rather, a system evaluation, legend level. This was an indicator that was based on the player's reputation on the continent, representing the player's popularity. Legend level had 2 benefits. One was to increase the probability of players obtaining a quota for class change and advancement, and the other was to increase the probability of triggering hidden quests. Only by doing righteous things would one's legend level increase. If one did unrighteous things, not only would it not increase, but it would also decrease one's reputation and even become the target of the life church. If it was more serious, it would trigger a red name mechanism, or even be directly banned. And if one did something sensational, their legend level would skyrocket. For example, when the 10 of them eradicated the legendary monster that slaughtered the city, they became famous in the Western Territory, and everyone's legend level increased by a lot. However, legend level was not static. If one did nothing, their legend level would slowly decrease. Only by continuously doing righteous things and becoming famous on the continent could one maintain a relatively high level of legend level. It was worth mentioning that the player with the highest legend level in the entire server was Cyber. This player who had saved the Frost Elves was already a big boss when his legend level was first released. After the legend level was released, the elves, whose image and reputation had gradually changed due to the repeated wars and various abductions in the process of dealing with various forces, began to have a change in their reputation. With the release of the world map, not only did the elves' reputation not suffer on a large scale, but it also gradually improved and improved. However, the elves' reputation after the change was different from the kind and pure impression of the past. This time, the world's impression of the elves was focused on righteousness, kindness, benevolence, chivalry, courage, strength, abhorrence of evil, evil and good, and so on. They were just like the knights in the stories. Coupled with the noble and beautiful appearance of the elves, there were even some novels and plays that described the adventures of the elves that became popular in some areas. It was said that they were deeply loved by young people. Faintly, the elves' craze seemed to be popular on the continent. Of course, these things were just the beginning, and only a few attentive players discovered it. As for whether there were players behind this, well, it could only be said that everyone knew. Back to the present. It had been 2 months since Li Mu and the others had ventured all the way to Lake City. After leaving this place, they would cross the extreme north ice field, cross the Northwest Sea, and head to Dragon Island. Of course, they had to go to the mine first. Gold dragons were very rare. In the entire elf forest, there were more than 1,000 Megalosaurus contracted by players, but there were less than 10 gold dragons in total. The 3 players sat on the seats in the small city square and listened to old John talk about the mine. After a while, new elves appeared in their field of vision one after another. Boss Meow. Sister Feng. Here, here. Xianxia excitedly waved to the elves in the distance. Old John looked over curiously and saw that it was 2 female elves, a mage and a druid. The robes on their bodies were even more gorgeous and beautiful than those on Li Mu and the others. The 2 elves stood together. Their beautiful robes and beautiful appearance made them look like they had walked out of a fairy tale. However, if one looked closely, they would find that they were slightly different. Although as a human, it was still difficult for old John to distinguish the looks of the elves, but he could also feel the completely different temperament of the elves. The pink-haired elf was slightly shorter, with a sweet appearance and more vitality. The other druid, who had the same golden hair as Miss Sienna, gave people a sense of nobility. This female elven druid might not be as stunning as Miss Sienna in terms of appearance, nor as cute as the elven mage, but if one accidentally saw her, one would not be able to take their eyes off her. She belonged to the type that became more attractive the more one looked at her. Not only that, her every movement revealed a trace of elegance. Rather than an adventurer, she was more like one of those famous nobles. As if noticing old John's gaze, this elven druid looked over. Her emerald eyes were like a deep pool, seemingly with a different kind of magic that made people unable to help but sink into it. She smiled slightly, revealing a friendly smile. At that moment, old John felt that the whole world seemed to be faintly brighter. However, he did not have any feelings of admiration in his heart. On the contrary, he inexplicably felt a bit reserved. Meow meow, Sister Wind, he is the miner who saw the gold dragon. His name is John, everyone calls him Old John. Miss Sienna introduced the two new elves to him. For a moment, old John became the focus of the scene. Being watched by the elves made old John feel more and more uneasy. The elves were too perfect. Standing with them, old John felt even more pressure than facing the nobles. However, it was different from facing the nobles. In front of the nobles, he only felt reverence and fear, but in front of these elves, he felt a sense of inferiority from the bottom of his heart. He, who had always been carefree, felt inferior for the first time. Until the female druid nodded at him and introduced herself in a gentle manner. "Hello, Mr. John, I am Wind." The voice was gentle and pleasant, with a strange power that instantly dispelled the uneasiness in old John's heart. "I am Salty Meow." The elven mage also said with a smile. "Hello. Hello. Lord Feng, Lord Salty Meow." John Sr. hurriedly bowed his head. After a while, another 5 elves rushed over from all over the city and joined the team. All of them were male. There were too many names, and the elven phonetic translation into Seeker's Esperanto was rather awkward, so old John didn't remember all of them. He only remembered fried tomatoes, shapeshifter G gang, can, and so on. In addition to the previous few elves, there were a total of 10. They stood together with their gorgeous equipment and outstanding appearances, attracting the curious gazes of many newcomers. Old John even saw the usually high and mighty security team begin to wander around nearby. Thinking about it, so many elves came to the city all of a sudden, and it was obvious that their strength was not ordinary. It would definitely attract attention. However, no one dared to disturb the elves. Their auras were too strong. At this time, old John was not so nervous, especially when he noticed that people were looking at him curiously. Old John even saw an adventurer who had bullied him in the past looking at him with a bit of surprise. When the elf smiled and talked to him gently, old John noticed from the corner of his eyes that the surprise turned into shock. This made old John feel a little happy. It seemed that when he was with the elves, even he himself became different. To be able to interact with the elves, this experience was enough for him to brag about for a lifetime. In the future, even in the tavern, he would be respected by others when he talked about it. After all, although the reputation of the elves had been up and down recently, there was an old saying that spread far and wide in the world of seekers: only those with noble character would be recognized by the elves. Even if, only old John himself knew that the elves just wanted him to be a guide. Except for Bayan, Limu, and Demacia, the 3 elves who knew old John the earliest, the other elves seemed to have already known about him. This made old John feel flattered again, and at the same time, a kind of surprise appeared in his heart. He had not officially introduced himself to the other elves. This also included the mine. It felt like when old John introduced the mine to Demacia and the other 2 elves, the other elves also got the news. Magic? Or was it an ability unique to the elves? Old John was very curious, and at the same time, he felt more and more mysterious about the elves. Mysterious and noble existences would always be in awe of people. Since everyone is here, let's go to the mine. The elven druid named Wind said gently. She received unanimous approval. At this time, old John realized that the elves were faintly led by this druid named Wind. This made old John think about what kind of identity the other party had in the elves. Anyway, it must be very high. Not to mention anything else, even he could see that her temperament was much more outstanding than the other elves. Although as an uncouth man, old John did not know what temperament was, he just had this feeling. After listening to the elves chatting, old John learned that Miss Wind was the captain of this elven team. In their words, it was some hidden mission that triggered the lucky emperor. Although he did not understand, it seemed to be very powerful. Old John automatically put her in the position of the mercenary group leader. After all, these elves did look like the legendary elven mercenaries. The mine is northwest of the city, about 20 kilometers away from Lake City. I used to live there and would only return to Lake City once every half a month. Originally, there was a baron's castle in the mine, but it was abandoned because of the war. It was not until Baron Rosen became the mayor of Lake City that it was rebuilt. Of course, it has now become a dragon's nest. Baron Rosen is a branch of the Rosen family. It is said that his ancestors migrated here after failing to compete for the position of the patriarch of the Rosen family. He is also the owner of the gold mine, but it is said that 90% of the gold mine income in Lake City is handed over to the Rosen family. The one who owed us wages is Baron Rosen. After the Megalosaurus came, he couldn't do anything to the Megalosaurus, so he vented all his anger on us. Old John continued to talk about what he knew while following the elves. When he talked about Baron Rosen, he gritted his teeth and was very angry. But, after following the elves out of the city, he was slightly stunned. Lord Feng, Lord Limu, this is the southwest direction, not the direction to the mine. He reminded the elves. The elves looked at each other and smiled. We know. 20 kilometers is not too far, let's go find our mounts. Mounts? Old John's heart skipped a beat. According to the legends, the elves were the children of the forest, and were loved by the noble and beautiful unicorns. Could it be a unicorn? Old John could not help but remember the story he heard from the bards, and his heart was getting excited. He had never seen a unicorn before, but, when he followed the elves to a deserted forest outside the city, he was shocked when he saw the mounts the elves were talking about. He saw the elves whistling, and after the whistling, a flock of birds flew out of the forest. Accompanied by a series of cheerful dragon roars, a total of 7 behemoths flew out of the forest and came in front of the elves. Dragon! Dragon? Old John could not help but exclaim. Those were majestic Megalosaurus, gods above. The mounts of these elven adventurers were actually dragons, What were their identities? Although old John was only a mortal, he especially liked to listen to the stories of adventures told by bards. In the stories, those who could contract with dragons were legendary heroes. At this moment, old John's heart flashed, and he suddenly remembered some rumors he heard a while ago. It seemed that in the human kingdom, there were some elven dragon knights who punished evil and promoted good. Could it be them? At this moment, the way old John looked at the elves changed. In the rumors he heard, those were the elven dragon knights who destroyed a legendary magical beast, legendary. That was the peak existence in the whole continent. Even if they met the emperor, they did not need to salute, but had to be courteous. Old John did not know the strength of the elves. But as far as he knew, only a legend could defeat a legend. At this moment, he suddenly became nervous again. Gods above. The most powerful professional he had come into contact with in his life was only a silver, and it was a knight from Little Lawson's family, with a face full of pride and arrogance. If these elves were really legends, then he was just an ordinary person, yet he could have an intersection with such a high and mighty figure? For a moment, old John felt dizzy, and he almost imagined a series of magical adventure stories. Wait, if that was the case, then the elves were interested in the Megalosaurus entrenched in the mine, then. Was he going to witness the slaying of a dragon next, or was he going to subdue it? Just as old John's imagination was running wild, suddenly, there was another loud dragon roar, and a golden Megalosaurus rushed out of the forest. Seeing the golden scales and the majestic figure, old John's expression changed drastically. It's him. That dragon. Under the strange gazes of the elves, he let out a strange cry and hurriedly hid behind Mr. Demacia. As for why it was Demacia, that shiny and heavy armor gave off a sense of security at first glance. However, old John's fright only lasted for a moment, because he quickly realized that this golden dragon was much smaller than the one he had seen before. Under his astonished gaze, the golden dragon let out a long cry and happily flew in front of young Miss Feng, intimately rubbing against her face. At the same time, he saw Salty Meow's expression, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Kristen, if an optimist saw you like this, he would cry." Hearing the female elven mage's words, the golden dragon turned its head, rolled its eyes at her, and continued to rub Feng's face. Salty Meow was speechless. "You rascal. If you roll your eyes at me again, don't even think about eating my gems in the future. Don't forget that I'm the one who hired you for this operation, and paid for your meals." Salty Meow said angrily. Until hearing this, the golden dragon reluctantly left Feng's side, and obediently licked Salty Meow's palm. That expression was actually somewhat human-like, with a hint of awkwardness and flattery. Old John was speechless. He widened his eyes, unable to believe that the terrifying legendary Megalosaurus would actually have this appearance of licking a dragon. The other elves burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Meow Giant, it's not like you don't know that Sister Feng has always been liked by magical beasts. That's right, she's the #1 druid in the entire server, and she has a magical beast affinity." #1 druid? Old John's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't understand what the entire server meant, he understood #1. After all, the elves had always used the common language of the continent in the world of seekers. Although there would occasionally be some strange pronunciations that he couldn't understand, he knew what they were saying overall. #1 druid, she was indeed a powerhouse among the elves. At this moment, old John looked at Feng with awe. "Okay, let's go." After seeing the Megalosaurus appear one after another, Feng said with a smile. Then, she looked at old John. "Mr. John, you can ride a dragon with the all-star Aakan." Old John was flattered again and felt dizzy. God above, he, a poor free citizen, actually wanted to ride a dragon. Old John sat on the dragon's back with trembling hands and nervously grabbed the elf's clothes. The Megalosaurus under him raised its head and let out a long cry before spreading its wings and taking off. The scene below gradually became smaller and smaller. Old John saw the wheat fields outside the city, saw the entire city, and saw the pedestrians in the city that were like ants. He felt that he had an experience that he could brag about for a lifetime again. 10 Megalosaurus carried 10 elves and old John to the north. 20 kilometers, it wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. The wind whistled, and the Megalosaurus' speed was very fast. Not long after, the familiar mine appeared in old John's sight. The mine was built on a mountain, and it was very large. On the mountain stood an ancient castle. That was the famous Barren Gold Mine Castle, where the army that protected the gold mine was once stationed. Of course, it had now become the nest of the Megalosaurus. Outside the mine, under the hillside, there was a black mass of people gathered. There were knights, warriors, and mages, and they were all well equipped. This was a fully armed aristocratic army. In the army, a flag embroidered with the symbol of 2 lions fluttered in the wind. That was the symbol of the Rosen family. I recommend a book written by my good friend Salty Meow, I Became a God in Tokyo. It's on the shelves today, please support it. Outside the mine, a fully armed army had already surrounded the area. In addition to the professional army, there were also several mercenary groups. The total number of mercenaries was probably more than 3,000 people. Surrounded by knights, a young man who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old was standing on a large rock, looking solemnly at the castle on the hillside. He had brilliant blonde hair and the iconic green eyes of the Rosen family. The surrounding soldiers were respectful to him. After a while, a dragon's roar came from the direction of the castle. In his sight, a few distressed adventurers fled from the hillside. They threw away their armor and seemed to be greatly frightened. The blonde youth frowned and said to the knight beside him, "Check if there are any injuries. Go take a look and see if anyone is injured. Then bring the leader of the Sun-Shirt mercenary group to me." "Yes, young Master Frank," the knight said respectfully. After a while, a few adventurers were brought over by the soldiers. The leader was a tall and muscular warrior. He bowed to the youth named Frank and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Frank, our people are back." How is it? Is anyone injured? The youth asked. No one was injured. Our people all managed to escape before the enemy attacked, said Xianxia. The warrior replied. Frank nodded and asked again, what's the castle like? What's going on in the castle? Is it really a gold dragon? Hearing his question, the warrior glanced at the other adventurer beside him. That adventurer's face was still a little pale. It was obvious that he had just been frightened. He nodded and said respectfully with some lingering fear, I'm sorry. Young Master Frank, We didn't see it clearly, Frank frowned slightly. Yes, after we stepped into the castle, it was like entering another world. But everyone saw a different scene. I saw a sea of fire, and a terrifying Balrog. I was almost swallowed by the Balrog, the adventurer said with trepidation. Another world? Different scene? Frank fell into deep thought. Magic? Is it an illusion? He was deep in thought. At this time, a fat middle-aged noble wearing luxurious clothes came over. He looked at the youth and said excitedly, Young Master Frank. Golden dragon. It was definitely a gold dragon. I've asked the miners, and many of them saw it with their own eyes. Young Master. We must destroy the golden dragon. I heard that gold dragons love to eat precious metals. It must have taken a fancy to our gold mine. If this drags on, all our gold will be eaten up. Seeing the middle-aged noble, a trace of disgust flashed in the youth's eyes. Sir Paul, if it's really a golden dragon, then it shouldn't have any malice towards us. Otherwise, the adventurers would have died long ago. But it's still a megalosaurus. Young Master Frank. Megalosaurus. Megalosaurus are greedy. It must be after our gold. Young Master Frank, we have to think of a way to kill it. At the very least, we have to chase them away. The middle-aged noble emphasized. Frank was a little impatient. He glanced at the middle-aged noble and said coldly, You're right. We only have an army of less than 4,000 people. 2/3 of them are mercenaries, and we only have one high-grade professional. Do you think we can fight against an adult golden dragon with our strength? Then we'll recruit more adventurers. Spread the news that there's a golden dragon here. I believe that many adventurers will be interested in slaying a dragon. The middle-aged noble said eagerly. What about the commission? Who will pay? I don't have that much money. The youth shook his head. He muttered to himself for a moment and said, The golden dragon upholds justice. It rarely has conflicts with humans. I think. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding. We should think of a way to communicate with it. Communicate? Young Master Frank, you've sent so many people and failed. Do you still want to try? If this drags on, we won't have any gold left. The middle-aged noble was anxious. The youth was finally impatient. He glanced at the middle-aged noble in disgust and said, Baron Frank, I'll deal with this. Baron Paul, I'll take care of this matter. You should take care of your own matters. I heard that you owed the freelance miners their wages and even beat them up. I need an explanation for this matter. Young Master Frank, they're just a group of untouchables. The gold mine has already been occupied. How can you spare the money to pay them? Dealing with the megalosaurus is the right thing to do. The middle-aged noble said with dissatisfaction. The youth looked at him deeply. The disgust in his eyes deepened. He said coldly, Paul, they're your subjects. They're also the subjects of the Rosen family. The middle-aged noble chuckled and said, Young Master Frank, you're still too young. Young Master Frank, you are still too young. The citizens are the wealth of us nobles. It is their duty to work for us. Now that the world is so chaotic, we are already very benevolent to give them food to eat. When we were mining, I provided them with food every day. Everyone is very grateful to me. He glanced at the castle on the mountain and shook his head. I advise you to quickly think of a way to deal with the golden dragon. The Duke values the gold mine and magic stones here. If something goes wrong, even if you're his younger brother, you'll definitely be punished. Hearing the middle-aged noble's words, the surrounding knights cast angry gazes at him. One of the personal knights sneered. One of them sneered, "Your Excellency Baron, our young master was just passing by." He was worried that the appearance of the megalosaurus would threaten the town, so he organized the mercenaries. "When did you have the right to shift the responsibility to our young master? Who are you? How dare you talk to me like that? I'm a baron of the Rosen family." The middle-aged man sneered. Frank glanced at him and said indifferently, "I'm a knight." "He's also the successor of the Rosen family." The middle-aged noble was slightly stunned. The Rosen family was a noble family in the northern region that was loyal to the Rosen family. They were also a distant branch of the Rosen family. Although they had declined, they were still a count. He snorted and his arrogance weakened. Finally, he looked at the mountain slope and the young man's personal guards and said in a strange tone, "Young Master Frank, since the Duke sent you to patrol the territory, then you have to shoulder the responsibility. If you can't solve the mine problem, I'll definitely report it to the Duke." "Do as you wish." Frank glanced at him indifferently. The middle-aged noble was speechless. He narrowed his eyes and sneered. Then, he left with a few of his attendants. Faintly, he could still hear his cursing voice. "Humph, he's just a bastard who can't even inherit the title. He really thinks he's the Rosen family's young master." Bah, hearing this, Frank clenched his fists. "Young master? He?" The surrounding knights were instantly enraged. Some of them even drew their swords, but they were quickly stopped by Frank. "Forget it, he's just a despicable person. Don't worry about him." "But he actually insulted you." "He insulted an imperial noble." "Noble, huh?" A trace of self-mockery flashed across the young man's face. He shook his head and said, "He's deliberately angering me. He's deliberately provoking me. After all, the mine is his responsibility. But if I'm provoked, he'll have a reason to shirk his responsibility. Young master, let's not get involved in the mine. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid we won't be able to clear our names." The knight said in a deep voice. Hearing the words of his attendant, Frank sighed and said, "But, I do have the mission of patrolling the territory. Not to mention," he glanced at the castle and continued. "Even if we don't talk about the gold mine, a megalosaurus entrenched near the city, even if it's a golden dragon, may bring danger to the citizens. I can't just ignore it." "Then young master, what should we do next? Continue to think of a way to negotiate with the golden dragon?" someone asked. The young man pondered for a moment and said, "The previous failures should be because we couldn't break through some kind of illusion magic set by the other party. So, if we can break through the magic, we might be able to see the other party." After that, he jumped down from the rock and handed his cloak to the knight. "Young master?" The knight was puzzled. "It's better for me to go personally. I'm a magic swordsman and my magic resistance is stronger. Moreover, I'm carrying the protective magic tool that my teacher gave me." Frank said. "No. It's too dangerous." The attendants around him were anxious. The young man smiled and comforted, "Don't worry. Don't worry. So many people went and nothing happened, so I'm fine too. Also, the more people there are, the stronger the effect of the magic. If I'm alone, it'll be easier for me to succeed. You guys stay here and wait. I'll be back soon." After that, he ignored the knight's attempts to stop him and personally walked up the hill. The hill of the mine was not high. Frank climbed and walked. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived in front of the castle. The castle's door was wide open and the interior was deep. He took a deep breath and stepped in. The moment he stepped in, the scene around him changed. Frank found himself back in his family's castle. His half-brother, Joseph von Rosen, who was hailed as the Empire's once-in-a-century sword genius, was sitting on the Duke's throne and looking at him coldly. "Take down this bastard who tainted the family's bloodline and disrespected the church. Kill him without mercy." Joseph ordered the knights in the castle. Following his command, the Golden Knights charged towards Frank one by one. Feeling the powerful aura from their bodies, Frank's expression changed. An indescribable fear and anger rose in his heart. "No, I'm not a bastard," he roared in grief and anger. However, the Gold Knight's attacks were already upon him. The weapon in his hand was easily knocked away and a cold blade pierced his chest. However, at this moment, a badge in front of his chest blossomed with radiance, and a cool energy flowed through his body. Frank's mind instantly cleared and the scene in front of him shattered. There was no sign of his brother, no gold knights. There was only a dark castle hall. At this moment, Frank realized that he was already drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for air and his face was pale. Until an ancient voice resounded in the castle. You actually went through the magic I set up? Immediately after, under Frank's shocked gaze, a large golden head appeared in the castle. A dignified gaze, a long golden beard, golden scales. It was the gold dragon. However, on its dignified dragon head, a black rune was spreading. A vast dragon's aura enveloped the entire castle, causing the youth who was only at the silver rank to tremble. He suppressed the fear in his heart and calmed himself down before saying, "Respected Gold Dragon, my name is Frank von Rosen. I would like to have a talk with you." Rosen? The Rosen family? The gold dragon's murky eyes flashed with understanding. It looked at the youth and trembled for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "Young man, the ancient seal has been broken. The mineral resources here have been contaminated. I advise you to leave as soon as possible." Contaminated? Frank was slightly taken aback. "Hurry up and leave while I can still control myself," the gold dragon said again. Frank wanted to say something, but the gold dragon's expression suddenly became pained. Traces of black fog rose from its body. In the next second, its golden dragon eyes flashed with a trace of blood red. "Leave here quickly, quickly," the gold dragon growled. Frank's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran out of the castle. However, just as he ran out, a roar came from behind him. The youth turned around instinctively and was shocked to see a huge gold dragon over 100 meters in size breaking through the castle. It spread its sail-like dragon wings and covered the sky. Strange runes appeared on its body, giving it a terrifying aura. The golden dragon let out a roar, and with bloodshot eyes, it charged toward Frank. Not good. Frank's expression changed greatly. He quickly rolled to avoid it, but it was too late. "It's over." The youth's heart suddenly felt a trace of despair. However, just as he was about to be swallowed by the gold dragon, a cold voice suddenly came from the sky. "Imprison." Then, countless green vines broke out of the ground and wrapped around the gold dragon. The vines intertwined, and the violent golden dragon was immediately blocked. Frank subconsciously looked up at the sky, and saw a figure that he would never forget. In the sky, a beautiful silver dragon spread its wings and flew. On top of the silver dragon, an elven girl in a dark green robe gently raised her magic staff and pointed it at the golden dragon. The bright sunlight poured down on her elegant blonde hair, making her look more otherworldly and sacred. Her emerald eyes were like the stars in the night sky, bright and enchanting. So beautiful," Frank subconsciously murmured. But the next moment, the golden dragon let out another roar and broke free from the vines. Frank's expression changed slightly. He secretly thought that he shouldn't have been distracted at such a dangerous time. But then, a steady voice came from the sky. "Bind." After that, vines drilled out from the ground and wrapped around the golden dragon. At the same time, chants came from the sky one after another. Under Frank's shocked gaze, he saw gorgeous spells falling on the golden dragon. Paralysis, ice seal, swamp, they were all control spells. Bolts of lightning surrounded the golden dragon's body, and bits of ice appeared on its limbs. The place where it stood turned into a swamp and collapsed instantly, in addition to the vines that wrapped tighter and tighter. Soon, the huge golden dragon was forcibly controlled just like that. So strong. Looking at the golden dragon that was controlled in an instant, Frank's heart was full of shock. He had faced a golden dragon before and knew how powerful it was. It was definitely not something that an ordinary advanced professional could resist. However, it was such an existence that was easily restrained by the elf's skillful siege. This was confinement. It was much harder than directly defeating or eliminating it. He couldn't help but look at the elves, and his heart was shaken. These elves. Who are they? The next moment, under Frank's astonished gaze, he saw the golden dragon that was more than 100 meters in size suddenly emit light again. Its body suddenly shrank and soon turned into a small golden dragon that was 40 meters in size. This is, Frank's eyes widened. It's an illusion. Its real body is actually just a golden dragon that has just reached adulthood. A cold and gentle voice came and explained his doubts. Hearing this voice, Frank couldn't help but look back. He saw that the silver dragon had already landed on the ground, and the beautiful elven druid lightly jumped down. Around her, there were 9 megalosaurus. Each of the megalosaurus was about 20 meters in size, and there was a beautifully equipped elf on each of their backs. There was another human. Furthermore, he had a dull look in his eyes. But very quickly, Frank reacted. He took a deep breath, bowed to the elves who had descended from the sky, and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help. I'm Frank. Thank you for your help." Hearing his words, the elves glanced at him. The beautiful elven druid in the lead laughed. "You're welcome." As she spoke, she looked at the struggling golden dragon and said to another female elf beside her, "Don't worry. Bye-bye, it has been contaminated by the power of the abyss. Use divine spells to purify the filth from its body." Abyssal power. Frank faintly understood why the golden dragon had gone berserk. "All right." The elven girl called bye-bye nodded. She had a pious look on her face as she clasped her hands together and placed them in front of her chest, chanting softly. Specks of golden light bloomed around her body. Then, the golden light turned into countless flying photons and surged into the golden dragon's body. The black runes on the golden dragon's body suddenly twisted and struggled, and then gradually dissipated after the light. Soon, the golden dragon's scarlet eyes returned to their normal dark gold color. It gradually stopped struggling, and its eyes regained clarity. Then, it lowered its head to look at the elves below and said in surprise, "Elves?" The beautiful elven druid smiled. "Your Excellency Golden Dragon, how do you feel now?" As she spoke, she waved to her companions. The other elves nodded and removed the magic that was controlling the golden dragon. The golden dragon regained its freedom. It looked at its body and quickly understood what had happened. "Did you save me?" "We just did it in passing. Dragons are friends of us elves," a black-haired male elven druid said. Hearing his words, the golden dragon's eyes showed a trace of gratitude. It lowered its head and said sincerely, "Thank you, elven friends. My name is Romanus, and I'm from Dragon Island." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the other dragons at the side, and a thought occurred to him. "Could it be, you're the chosen one from the elven forest?" "Chosen? Chosen one?" Frank's eyes widened. The female elven leader smiled. "That's right. We're the elven chosen one from the elven forest. You can call me Phone." As she spoke, she glanced at the other elves. "These are my companions." The other elves nodded and reported their names. "Phone, a nice name." "Are all elven names so nice?" Frank's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but glance at the beautiful elven druid. As if noticing his gaze, Phone looked over, causing him to immediately feel embarrassed and quickly lower his head. Seeing Frank's appearance, a pink-haired elf could not help but laugh. Frank's face turned even redder. "Lord Romanus, what exactly happened here? How did you get contaminated by the power of the abyss?" Looking at the messy mine below the castle, the elf named Limu asked. Hearing his question, Frank also perked up. This was also what he was puzzled about. The golden dragon said in a deep voice, "It's a seal. I came to the Seeker's continent 3 years ago. I traveled the continent and completed my dragon's adulthood trial. Now, I'm preparing to return to Dragon Island. But when I passed by here, I discovered the aura of the power of the abyss. After investigating, I discovered that there was a demon seal buried under the gold mine here. The entire seal used a magic stone mine as its core. However, humans began to excavate the magic stone mine and destroyed the seal, causing the power of the seal to gradually dissipate, contaminating the mine. This seal has been around for a long time. The existence that was sealed has long perished, but its power remained. If the power of the abyss that it left behind continues to wreak havoc in the surroundings, I'm afraid it might combine with the mine and form a new abyssal monster. Therefore, I dispersed the miners here, intending to purify the power of the abyss here." Saying this, the golden dragon was a little ashamed. "However, I didn't expect the power of the abyss to be stronger than mine. Not only did I fail to purify it, but I also almost lost my life. In the end, I had no choice but to seal myself in the castle." Until this young man came. He looked at Frank. Hearing the Megalosaurus words, an elf ranger looked at Frank in surprise. Entering the castle alone, you're quite bold, Frank scratched his head and said, to be honest, I'm a member of the Rosen family. I knew that a Megalosaurus had appeared in the mine. For the safety of my subjects, I had to come and investigate. The elves looked at him in surprise, as if they were surprised by the reason he gave them. The elf warrior named Xianxia asked, the Rosen family? Is there a member of the Rosen family who considers the subjects as much as you? Is the army at the bottom of the hill yours as well? The elf's words made Frank uncomfortable, but when he thought of the vermin in his family, his expression turned gloomy. The young man nodded and said, that's right. The army at the bottom of the hill was organized by me. Everything was just in case. But soon, as if he was afraid that the elves and the golden dragon would misunderstand, he quickly explained, because I wasn't sure if it was a golden dragon in the mine. If it was a colored dragon, there might have been a battle. After Frank finished speaking, he clearly felt a few disdainful gazes cast on him. Those were the colored dragons that were traveling with the elves. Frank was speechless. Is there a problem with what I said? No, how could a colored dragon with a violent personality be with the elves? Your Excellency Romanus, can you take us to take a look at the situation of the mine? Limu asked. The golden dragon hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. All right, but everyone, please be careful. After saying that, the golden dragon flew toward the mine, and the elves followed behind. Frank made a sound and sent a signal to the guards at the bottom of the hill to wait there. Then, he followed. The mine was located at the bottom of the hill. When they arrived, they saw that the black fog was constantly churning. It's really the pollution of the abyss, the elves had solemn expressions. They tried to cast a purifying divine spell, but found that it did not work at all. That's right, the pollution is already quite serious. Even a legendary mage might not be able to solve it. The golden dragon said in a deep voice. Then, it sighed slightly. The current range is only the entire mine, covering the gold mine and the magic stone mine. But if it's left alone, I'm afraid it will be even more serious. Hearing the golden dragon's words, Frank's heart sank. If even the golden dragon could not resist the pollution, he could not imagine how serious the consequences would be if the power of the abyss continued to spread. After all, there were several villages near the mine. Is there no way to solve the pollution? He could not help but ask. No, unless the entire mine is destroyed. But even if the mine is destroyed, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to remove the residual pollution. The golden dragon shook its head. After saying that, the golden dragon looked at the elves again with a hint of hope in its eyes. Friends of the elves. I've long heard of the great elven chosen one, as well as the great goddess of life, Her Holiness Eve. Her Holiness Eve is righteous and kind. She saved the entire world of seekers in the war of gods and devils. May I ask if you have a way to solve the pollution here? Hearing his words, the elves looked at each other in confusion. The elven priest named Kyo sighed and said, the goddess of life has given us the power of the abyss. Although the power given to us by the goddess can purify the pollution in the abyss to a certain extent, the pollution here is already quite serious. I'm afraid there's no way, unless what? Frank asked hopefully. Unless we can trigger a miracle or gather a large number of elemental fairies. But, the elemental fairies only listen to Her Holiness the Goddess, and we have to obtain Her Holiness Oracle. And whether it's a miracle or an oracle, only Her Holiness the Goddess can do it. We can't do it. Kyo said. I see, Frank was a little disappointed. At this moment, the elf warrior named Xianxia abruptly opened his mouth. Actually, I have an idea. The elves looked at him in surprise. You have an idea? Frank was overjoyed. Xianxia nodded. However, the price is rather high. What's the price? Frank asked. Xianxia glanced at the entire mine and said, the pollution can be removed. The pollution can definitely be removed, but this mine will also disappear. The mine will disappear, Frank was taken aback. He looked at the mine that was constantly emitting black fog and fell into a dilemma. A moment later, he looked at the golden dragon. Your Excellency Romanus, is this mine hopeless? The golden dragon glanced at Xianxia and said, the core of the mine is almost completely assimilated. The core of the pollution is in the mineral vein, and it has almost been assimilated. Unless a true god descends, I don't think that this matter can be resolved without affecting the mineral vein. Hearing his words, Frank fell into silence. A moment later, he seemed to have made a decision. He let out a long sigh. I understand. As he spoke, he looked at Xianxia. Mr. Xianxia, can you tell me what you plan to do? Xianxia's expression turned solemn. I'm sorry, Mr. Frank. This is a secret of us elves. Not only that. If possible, I also need you to order your army to temporarily leave the vicinity of the mine until our operation is over. Young master, do you really want to believe those elves? If something happens to the mine, the family will definitely be furious. At the foot of the hill, Frank, who had returned to the army, explained what happened in the mine to his personal guards. The knights said worriedly. Frank was silent for a moment before he sighed. I'll explain this matter. We can't let the pollution continue to spread. Young master. There's no need to say any more. I've already made my decision. The fact that the southern part of the empire is still in a mess is enough to show how terrifying the abyss is. I don't want to see the beautiful northern territory be eroded by the power of the abyss and become a living hell. Even the golden dragon can't resist it. This is definitely not an ordinary pollution source. Young master, all right, there's no need to persuade me anymore. Pass down the order. All troops stay away from the mine and don't disturb the elves' operation. Yes, the human army at the foot of the hill slowly retreated. Watching the troops gradually leave, Tauchi could not help but turn to look at Xianxia. Dima, what do you want to do? We can't do anything about this pollution. Xianxia chuckled. Heh, Tauchi, we can't do anything, but the goddess can, right? What, do you mean? What else can I do? Of course, I'm going to play it big. I'm going to sacrifice the entire mine to our great and beautiful goddess. Hee hee. I wonder how many contribution points we can get this time. Let's split it equally. The players were speechless. As expected of you. The players discussed their plans in the chat. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Xianxia's suggestion. If ordinary methods could not purify the contamination, then sacrificing the entire mineral vein to the goddess was indeed a good idea. After a year and a half in the game, the players had already figured out the rules of the sacrifice. If it was just an ordinary item that had been contaminated by the power of the abyss, the sacrificial array would definitely not accept it, but mineral veins were different. Mineral veins were considered a type of resource in Elven Nation, and the sacrificial array had always accepted all kinds of resources. According to the Golden Dragon, the contamination was within the mineral vein. According to the Golden Dragon, it had already merged with the magic stone mine, and even the gold mine was contaminated. Sacrificing the mineral vein was equivalent to purifying the contamination. At the same time, they could also obtain contribution points. This was not an iron or silver mine, but a gold mine and a magic stone mine. Usually, even if they sacrificed gold pounds and magic stones to the goddess, they would obtain more contribution points than other items. Although it was now contaminated, it should not be a problem for the goddess. For a moment, everyone, including Salty Meow, could not help but think about how much contribution points the system would give if they really sacrificed the mineral vein. While the players were imagining things, only Eve, who was wearing a vest, had a strange look on her face. To be honest, it was quite interesting to personally see the little leaks that she had summoned, thinking of ways to earn contribution points. Of course, she knew that Xianxia's idea had to be overcome a difficulty. The idea is not bad, but how can we make the sacrificial array swallow the entire mineral vein? All-Star Akan asked with a frown. In this regard, Xianxia seemed to already have an idea. He looked at Golden Dragon Romanus, chuckled, and said, "Don't worry. Your Excellency Romanus, in order to solve the problem of this mineral vein, we may need your help. Mr. Xianxia, feel free to let me know if you need anything." The Golden Dragon agreed without hesitation, even though Xianxia had not said what he needed it to do. The Golden Dragons were like that. They believed in justice, and only the Silver Dragons were comparable to them. However, they were also straightforward creatures who could not tolerate fools. If they were not facing the elves who were gradually becoming famous in the world of seekers, but an evil being instead, they would have attacked in an instant, much less help them. Xianxia was also quite happy to get the gold dragon's promise. He rubbed his hands and his expression became more and more excited, like a fox that was about to steal a chicken. I heard that an adult gold dragon can master a type of dragon language magic that can enhance the effect of magic and expand the range of magic. I wonder if you can master it? Hearing this, the other players also understood what this guy was planning to do. It had to be said that although Xianxia loved to seek death, his brain was still quite fast. He was like Doraemon's pocket, always having ideas that you couldn't think of. The golden dragon looked at him in surprise, then slowly nodded and said honestly, "That's right. You're referring to magic resonance, right? I have indeed mastered it." "Then, can you cover this mine?" Xianxia asked again. "Mine?" The golden dragon raised its head and looked at the mine at the bottom of the hill. Its dark golden dragon eyes gently closed, and after sensing for a while, it said, "The range is too large. However, if there's enough magic replenishment, I think I should be able to give it a try." "Magic replenishment? Will magic stones work?" Salty Meow suddenly interrupted and asked. The golden dragon ate precious metals and all kinds of gems for food. It would also eat magic stones and magic crystals to obtain magic from them. Magic stones are also fine. Do you have magic stones? It looked at Salty Meow, somewhat surprised. Little Salty Meow's hand flashed, and she took out a pile of magic crystals from her storage equipment. The glittering and translucent stones piled up like a small mountain in front of her. The other players were stunned, and they felt that their outlook on life had been greatly impacted. Even if they were already the big bosses of the entire server. *CK, Xianxia could not help but curse, suddenly feeling that he was still too poor. These magic stones were definitely enough to buy a high-class villa in the core area of the City of Heaven's Chosen. Now, the housing prices in the City of Heaven's Chosen were ridiculously high. Even if he was very rich, most of his contribution points had been converted into gold pounds and invested into the development of the Amway Chamber of Commerce. It was impossible for him to take out so much in such a short time. No, if he did not have a conflict with the lucky prize pool, perhaps he could take out so much, spending money to squander, especially for an unlucky person. As if thinking of something sad, Xianxia sighed. Of course, using money and contribution points to measure the value of magic stones was simply a waste of natural resources. There were many players, but magic stones were very limited. It could be said that there was a price but no supply. On the other hand, Salty Meow poured out a pile of magic stones, but it did not seem to be distressed at all. "Is this enough?" she asked. The golden dragon Romana's eyes widened. It looked at the crystal that was rich in magic and finally looked away. Its voice was a little dry. "Enough. Enough." It was more than enough. These magic stones were enough for him to repeatedly cast a spell more than 10 times. Were all the elves in the elf forest so rich? Seeing the golden dragon nod, Xianxia walked out of his melancholy and regained his anticipation. "Then there's no problem. Your Excellency Romanus, we plan to sacrifice this mine to Her Holiness the Goddess. However, we need your help to spread the effects of the sacrifice array to the entire mine." "Sacrifice?" Romanus' eyes lit up. He finally knew what the elves were planning to do. They were planning to sacrifice the entire mine to the Goddess of Life. Wait. The Goddess of Life would accept such a sacrifice, and it was tainted by the abyss. Romanus had a strange expression. Of course, he naturally did not know that the players had successfully sacrificed the devil's corrupted equipment. At this moment, he was naturally not worried about the success rate of his attack. Instead, the golden dragon felt more and more that the Goddess of Life was worthy of respect, to be able to tolerate her believers offering sacrifices tainted by the abyss. She was indeed worthy of being the savior of the world of seekers. It must be noted that even for the gods, it was quite troublesome to purify the taint of the abyss. In Romanus' opinion, if the Goddess of Life really accepted the sacrifice, it must be to purify the taint. After all, the gods who believed in them could already create things in their god kingdoms. With divine power, they were almost omnipotent. Why would they be interested in these ordinary gold mines and magic stones? The more the golden dragon thought about it, the more reverent he felt. Meanwhile, the players who had made all the preparations began to take action. They carried a lot of raw materials for the sacrifice array with them. After making up their minds, they cast all kinds of spells to resist the taint of the abyss and entered the mine. Everyone was already familiar with this. After all, they had all experienced the war of gods and demons. Apart from Eve, who was wearing a fake identity, everyone had experienced being contaminated in the abyssal plane. As a result, they had also experienced death and accumulated a lot of experience in resisting the abyssal plane's contamination. Of course, during the war of gods and demons, if they died, they could just run to the resurrection point. But now, the players were still continuing the mission of visiting Dragon Island. It was just that they were adventuring along the way, so they still cherished their lives and did a good job of protecting themselves. It was already 15 minutes later when they had chosen a suitable place in the mine to draw the array. Everything was ready, and only prayer was left. Brother Mu, it's better if you pray. Among us, your goddess has the highest favorability. Demacia chuckled. Limu raised his eyebrows and didn't refuse. Different people had different effects when they offered sacrifices to the goddess. When the goddess had a high favorability, the rewards for the sacrifice would also be high. So, when he joined the group, he often took the role of a prayer. Your Excellency Romanus, when Brother Mu starts the sacrifice, I need you to provide magic resonance. Demacia shouted to the golden dragon. The golden dragon nodded and lowered its head to swallow a quarter of the magic stones provided by the salty meow. It was too embarrassed to swallow all of them. In its opinion, it had already taken a big advantage. Although it yearned for the magic stones, as a righteous megalosaurus, even if it was greedy, it had to be righteous. Of course, it didn't plan to give up the remaining 3/4 of the magic stones. After it was done, it planned to exchange some of its shed dragon scales. Although there were also giant dragons traveling with the elves, those were all young dragons that had yet to reach adulthood. At best, they were only at the upper silver rank. Meanwhile, this dragon was a solid middle gold rank dragon. Presumably, the elves would also be interested in its dragon scales. If it really couldn't, it could also sell its strength. After all, it didn't have to return to Dragon Island immediately. For the magic stones, it wouldn't be cold. The golden dragon was ready, and Limu half knelt in front of the array and began to pray. Praise Mother Nature, praise the goddess of life, praise the great ruler of the elves, Eve Yggdrasil. Beautiful and honorable goddess, we have found a rich gold mine and magic stone mine, and we want to sacrifice them to you. As soon as the voice fell, the circular sacrificial array bloomed with radiance. Your Excellency Romanos. Demacia reminded. The golden dragon nodded and chanted an obscure dragon language magic. A faint light bloomed on its body, and an obscure magic fluctuation spread out with it as the center, heading straight to the sacrificial array in the center of the mine. The next moment, the light on the sacrificial array suddenly brightened and expanded instantly, quickly spreading to the entire mine. Under John Sr.'s shocked gaze, the entire mine was shrouded in a brilliant golden light, as if it was bathed in an ocean of light. That scene was like a miracle. Then, the earth trembled, and the hillside shook. John Sr. was keenly aware that the ground he was standing on was falling. And at this moment, suddenly, a beast-like roar came from the mine, and wisps of black mist slowly rose. However, before the black mist could completely condense, it was also shrouded in light. Countless photons danced like snowflakes, and a beam of light shot up into the sky, penetrating the clouds in the sky. The piercing sound of the wind came, whistling, and blowing so hard that John Sr. couldn't open his eyes. And when everything returned to normal, the mine at the bottom of the hillside had changed drastically, collapsing into a basin, the black mist had disappeared, and only the praying elves were half kneeling in front of a slowly dissipating array, seemingly in a daze. Did it work? Did something appear when we sacrificed just now? I didn't see it clearly. It seems that there was something that we sacrificed along the way. No, there won't be any problems, right? The players on the hillside looked at each other. It should be a success. I can sense that the breath of the abyss has disappeared. Looking at the collapsed mine, the golden dragon Romanos said in a deep voice. Hearing his words, the players gradually became excited. It's good that it worked. That's right, who cares what they sacrificed? Quick! Quick! Ask Brother Mu how many contribution points he got. Of course, these few sentences were still typed in the team channel. And when Li Mu floated back with a dazed look in his eyes, except for Feng and Salty Meow, who were still calm, the rest of the players crowded around him. Brother Mu. How much was the reward? How was it? Was it a lot of contribution points? Looking at the hopeful eyes of his teammates, Li Mu was in a daze for a moment and slowly withdrew his gaze. He glanced at his personal interface, swallowed hard, and made a 5-hand gesture. No way? Only 5 million? The players were all stunned. Li Mu shook his head. 50 million? The eyes of the players lit up. Li Mu continued to shake his head. The breathing of the players became heavier. 500 million? They widened their eyes and asked with some difficulty. This time, Li Mu nodded slowly. F*CK. After hearing Li Mu's words, even Tao Wu, who usually didn't swear, started to swear. Salty Meow frowned slightly. Only 500 million? The players were speechless. Meow meow, be content. Perhaps the value of this mineral vein after it's completely mined will be far less than 500 million contribution points, but we sacrificed it all without doing anything. It's almost like we're freeloaders. Tao Wu complained. Then, she giggled. 500 million. After deducting the cost of the magic crystals, each of us can get more than 40 million. Aha. Aha ha ha. I can buy a big manor in the city of Heaven's Chosen. Ah ha ha ha, but as she spoke, her smile gradually disappeared. Ah, no, my divine artifact hasn't been repaired yet. I have to spend tens of millions to repair it. Wu, as for Demacia, who was the first to propose this idea, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Gold Dragon Romanus was astonished at the sight of the elves who had gathered excitedly. Why are these elves so excited after solving the problem of pollution here? At this moment, he looked at the elves with even more admiration. They're indeed the chosen ones of the goddess of life. They are indeed as selfless and righteous as the rumors say. Such righteous and selfless beings are actually being slandered by rumors. Those who spread the rumors should be punished, the gold dragon thought to himself. Romanus looked at the excited elves who seemed to be celebrating and looked at the magic crystals beside him. He hesitated for a moment before flying in front of the players. He decided to raise his idea while the elves were happy. Beautiful Salty Meow. The golden dragon Romanos asked respectfully. May I make a deal with you? A deal? Salty Meow was slightly taken aback. That's right, I'm willing to exchange the dragon scales that I shed for the magical crystals that you're offering. Are you willing? Golden Dragon Romanos asked. Golden dragons fed on precious metals and gems. Over time, even their dragon scales would become shiny. Coupled with their magical properties and the fact that they were tougher than fine iron, their dragon scales would be worth a fortune in the human world. Even many golden dragons would keep their dragon scales as treasures. After all, Megalosaurus loved shiny things, including Romanos. However, if he could use his dragon scales to exchange for a large sum of magical crystals, he felt that he could still make this deal. Although it was still a little painful for him. Thinking of this, the golden dragon lowered his head slightly and 3 shiny dragon scales appeared on the ground. What do you think, Madam Salty Meow? Romanos looked at Salty Meow with a pained expression. However, Salty Meow did not seem to be interested in the dragon scales that he took out. Not only that, even the other elves were looking at him strangely, making Romanos feel bewildered. Dragon scales, Salty Meow scratched her head. She looked at the golden dragon apologetically and said, I'm sorry, Your Highness Romanos. I already have a lot of dragon scales. I'm willing to trade with you, but can you change the item? You have a lot? Romanos was slightly taken aback. He glanced at the young golden dragon beside Salty Meow and thought that perhaps the young golden dragon did not know the value of the dragon scales that he took out. After pondering for a moment, the golden dragon explained. Your Highness Salty Meow, these are the dragon scales that I shed when I became an adult. Regardless of magical properties or appearance, they are far superior to the average young golden dragon. Even the scales shed by an adult golden dragon cannot compare to the dragon scales shed by an adult golden dragon. This is because the dragon scales are the most dazzling during adulthood. If there's really something better than the dragon scales of this period, I'm afraid it's only the mythical Megalosaurus. Of course, an existence at the level of the mythical Megalosaurus, even for me, is difficult to come into contact with, Romanos said. However, Salty Meow's expression became even stranger. She looked at the dragon scale that Romanos took out and scratched her head. That. I have the dragon scales of the mythical golden dragon. The golden dragon was stunned. Then, a light flashed in Salty Meow's hand, and a pile of shiny silver scales appeared, piling up into a small hill. Each dragon scale was as big as a wheel. And the aura of the dragon scales made Romanos shudder with fear. That was the remnant of the dragon's might. It was not an ordinary dragon's might, but a powerful dragon's might that carried a hint of holiness. Silver dragon. Mythical silver dragon scale. Gold dragon. Romanos could not help but exclaim. I'm sorry. I took the wrong one. Little Salty Meow scratched its head again and put away the silver scales in front of the golden dragon's dumbfounded gaze. Then, a pile of black scales fell out, an even more powerful dragon's might spread out, bringing with it a murderous aura that made Romanos' eyes widen. Dragon God. The scales of the dragon god. It lost its composure on the spot. Dragon ancestor, His Majesty above, what did it see? A gold rank elf actually took out a bunch of dragon god scales in one breath? Were the elves too crazy, or could it not keep up with the times? Could it be that the elves had slain a dragon god? I'm sorry, I took the wrong one again. Salty Meow scratched her head again apologetically, and kept the black dragon scales. Then, a light flashed in her hand again. This time, she did not take the wrong one, and a small hill of golden scales appeared on the ground. The aura of each of them was much stronger than the ones that Romanos took out. Looking at the shining dragon scales, the golden dragon was completely silent. At this moment, it was already numb. Romanos looked at Salty Meow with a complicated gaze, and suddenly felt that he, a golden dragon, was too poor. The scales of the mythical Megalosaurus shone brightly, and to an ordinary Megalosaurus, they were no different from treasures. Even he could not take out so many of them. Dragon ancestor above. It only had one dragon scale of the mythical colossal dragon in its hands, and it was given to it by an elder reluctantly after it had coaxed and pestered it for a long time when it left Dragon Island. It had also paid a hefty price. Sir Salty Meow, these dragon scales, how did you get them? Romanos could not help but ask. He was too curious. Of course, when he saw the other party take out so many dragon scales, he already knew that he could not make this deal. However, little Salty Meow's answer once again made it dumbfounded. She tilted her head and said, barbecue? Barbecue. The golden dragon was confused again. In the end, Romanos reached a deal with Salty Meow. However, he did not use his own dragon scales in exchange, but chose the last resort, selling his strength. The mana in the Seeker's world had recovered, and even for Megalosaurus, this was a good opportunity to increase their strength. Although they could become stronger just by sleeping, if the creatures around them were rapidly becoming stronger while their own growth was slow, then danger would definitely come. Romanos was also getting more and more curious about the elves. Or rather, he was getting more and more curious about the elven forest. This was a place that he hadn't visited in the past 3 years. At this moment, his heart was filled with mystery and fantasy. In the end, Romanos signed an employment contract with Salty Meow, and in exchange for the magical crystals, he would work for her for a year. Romanos was very satisfied. It was only a year, and he had obtained so many magical crystals. It was not a loss. Salty Meow was also very satisfied. It was only a pile of magical crystals mined from her own mine, and she had obtained the loyalty of an adult golden dragon. Even if it was only temporary, it was still a profit for her. Meryl was already a dragon god, and he had his own guarding mission. He rarely played with her, and could not easily follow her around. At this time a golden dragon filled the gap, and it was not bad. She had ridden the optimistic little golden dragon along the way, and she was quite fond of it. It was shiny and had the style of a tycoon. Of course, they did not sign the partnership contract. If they did, a certain narrow-minded black dragon would be furious. Well, dragons did not have fur to be furious about, so let's explode their scales. After signing the contract with the elves and becoming their temporary companion, Romanos also knew their purpose. So you are going to visit Dragon Island? That's great. Actually, I was planning to return to Dragon Island, so I can lead the way for you. The weather in the Northwest Sea is strange. Because of the battle between the Titans and the Megalosaurus, many areas are swept by nether storms. Only we, the Megalosaurus from Dragon Island, know the safest and most convenient way to get there. Romanos said. Then I'll have to trouble you, Your Excellency Romanos. Eve said with a smile. Although as a true god, she already knew how to get to Dragon Island before they set off and planned to lead the players there as the wind. Since the other party was willing to lead the way, she was happy to take a break. Speaking of which, this trip was meant to be relaxing for her. On the surface, the players had accepted the mission to go to Dragon Island to thank the gods for their help in the war. Secretly, Eve had calculated the time and felt that dragon ancestor Eulinos was about to wake up, so she was prepared to go. As for why she was not the only one going. One reason was that it would be more interesting to bring the players along. Another reason was that Eve wanted to use this opportunity to connect the players to Dragon Island. Dragon Island had stopped sending messengers to the Elven Forest every month because most of the dragon eggs and dragon beasts without dragon patterns had been purified by Eve. But, there were still many Megalosaurus on Dragon Island. The Megalosaurus role in the war was obvious to all. In the Battle of Maple Moon Free Territory, the players' aerial troops were able to block hundreds of thousands of winged demons mainly because of the Megalosaurus. If they could formally connect with the Megalosaurus of Dragon Island, with the players' abilities, Eve reckoned that they would be able to lure over a lot of combat power from Dragon Island. This was not a young dragon that needed to be nurtured, but a high-end fighter that could directly participate in the war. That was right. This was the main reason why Eve brought the players along. Gold Dragon Romanos joined the team, the players earned a lot of contribution points, and the pollution in the mine was completely removed. This side mission that did not require any instructions had been completed perfectly. By the way, undirected side mission was what the players called similar missions without system instructions. They firmly believed that the game officials arranged some missions in this way to allow the players to have a more realistic experience. Of course, the truth was that this was not a game mission at all, but the player's imagination. Mr. John Sr., the problem of the mine has been solved. We plan to leave. What are your plans for the future? Demacia looked at the miner who came to the mine with them and asked. After riding the Megalosaurus, seeing the gold dragon, witnessing a short and thrilling battle, and witnessing a miraculous magic purifying the pollution, John Sr. was already numb at this moment. Nothing he had experienced in his life was as exciting as this few hours. After hearing Demacia's words, John Sr. was startled and recovered from his daydream. He glanced at the collapsed mine and sighed. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. I don't know, but I feel much better now. Maybe I will find a living in the city again. Demacia shook his head. No, I suggest you leave LYCK City as soon as possible and find another place to settle down. This city is no longer safe for you. Why? John Sr. was stunned. Demacia glanced at the mine and said, although we have purified the pollution is gone. Although we have purified the pollution, the mineral veins are gone after all. As the miners who brought us here, what do you think the nobles of LYCK City will do? John Sr. was silent. Demacia's words suddenly enlightened him. As a miner who had interacted with Baron Rosen, he knew the other party's character very well. Selfish and narrow-minded, vengeful, if he knew that the mine was gone and that he was the one who led the elves here, he would definitely retaliate. Even if the elves were here to purify the pollution of the abyss. Thinking of this, John Sr. subconsciously planned to wait until he went back to ask the church for help, but the previous scenes flashed through his mind, making him give up this idea in the end. The Eternal Church was no longer the Eternal Church of the past. As soon as this thought appeared, it began to grow wildly and John Sr.'s heart faintly felt a little empty. I don't know, John Sr.'s eyes were a little blank. Then go to the south. It's fate that we met. I'll give you a token. Take it to the Maple Moon Free Territory in the south. Go to the Amway Chamber of Commerce in Zaloran and report my name. They will provide you with a place to stay. Demacia said with a smile. Maple Moon Free Territory, John Sr.'s eyes flashed slightly, and it was faintly brighter. But soon, he was disappointed again. Sir Demacia, Maple Moon Free Territory, doesn't it only take in believers of life? Then are you willing to become a believer of life? Demacia smiled again. His eyes flickered with a pale golden light. That was the effect of, I have faith. In his eyes, the light on John Sr.'s body had just turned into the green of the faithless. John Sr.'s heart skipped a beat. Looking at Demacia's bright eyes, he let out a long sigh. I understand. With that, he bowed deeply to the other party. Thank you, merciful Lord Elf. After receiving the token and a gold pound from Demacia as a reward, John Sr. left the mine. Looking at his receding figure, Shni couldn't help but ask, Dima, are you so sure that he'll go to Maple Moon Free Territory? Also, when did you give the token of the Amway Chamber of Commerce so generously? Who knows, Demacia shook his head. Looking at John Sr.'s receding figure, he smiled. It's just that. I've always felt that only those who have truly suffered hardships will cherish a beautiful life more. At the same time, only they will find new light in the darkness and erupt with unprecedented power in their hearts. After John Sr. left, the players once again rode on the Megalosaurus and spread their wings to fly away with Golden Dragon Romanos. They didn't meet with Frank again. This was also what the players had agreed with the noble young master in advance. After the filth was purified, the players would leave directly. Young master, they've left. The pollution in the mine has disappeared, but the mineral vein is completely gone. The personal guard reported to the noble young master. Looking at the Megalosaurus that was getting farther and farther away in the sky and a gradually shrinking figure on the Megalosaurus's back, Frank's gaze was complicated as he slowly withdrew his gaze. Let's leave too. Frank sighed. Young master, the personal guard hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but say worriedly, although the pollution has been purified, the mineral vein is gone. Baron Paul will definitely push all the blame onto you, and the Duke will definitely make things difficult for you. So what? Frank sneered. As he said this, he shook his head. Compared to a mineral vein that provides funds for his military expansion, I value the safety of my subjects more. The Rosen family is already powerful enough. Indulging in military aggression and blindly provoking wars will destroy themselves sooner or later. Not to mention, the Rosen family no longer has a place for me. After saying this, Frank looked to the south again, his gaze gradually sharpening. Roland, young master, I'm here. Strife is about to arise, and the world is in chaos. I plan to go to the south, form a mercenary group, participate in the war against the southern demons, and find my own path. Are you willing to go with me? Of course, young master. You once saved my life, and I have already sworn that no matter where you go, I will follow you to death. The personal guard knelt on one knee and said. Frank looked at him emotionally, stretched out his hands, and helped him up. Thank you, his voice trembled slightly. Also, don't call me young master. In the future, just call me Frank. Frank smiled. As he said this, he turned his head to look in the direction where the elves left, and his gaze gradually blurred. We will definitely be able to meet again. He murmured. Then, Frank rode his warhorse and led his personal guard to the south. The sun was setting. It coated the long procession with a layer of afterglow. After leaving LYC City, the players continued to fly towards the north. Speaking of which, they had originally planned to spend the night in LYC City. However, since they had taken advantage of the mineral vein for free, they decided to continue moving forward to prevent the nobles from turning against them. LYC City was already a city near the northern border of the Holy Mania Empire. If they continued north, they would only be left with Fort Colin, a military town that faced the Arctic tundra. However, the players did not plan to stay in Fort Colin. There were many armies from the human empire stationed in Fort Colin. To the players, it might be troublesome. Although they had 10 gold-ranked professionals, an adult megalosaurus, and 10 teenage dragons, their overall strength could basically be unrivaled in most places. However, if they really encountered a legendary ranked professional who was hostile to them, they might still be defeated. The Holy Mania Empire was vast, occupying nearly 2/3 of the entire north-central region of the Seeker's continent. Along the way, the players stopped and walked, and they had seen the great rivers and mountains of the human countries. The plane of origin was the plane of origin after all. Compared to Mindel and Orlos, the Seeker's continent was still much more prosperous and magnificent. When night fell completely and the sky was dotted with colorful stars, the players finally left the territory of the Holy Mania Empire and arrived at the Arctic tundra where the Orc Alliance was located. The Arctic tundra was not a real tundra. Strictly speaking, the terrain here was a mountainous tundra and grassland. Due to the harsh climate and barren soil, the plants in the Arctic tundra were gradually sparse from bottom to top, and the species gradually decreased. Here, tall trees were already extinct. There were only short shrubs, perennial herbs, lichens, and mosses. The species of magical beasts and animals were also relatively simple. There were not many species, mainly ice deer, white fox, stoat, snowstorm rabbit, and alpine musk ox that lived in the tundra. When winter came, many parts of the vast plateau would be covered with white snow. Coupled with the continuous snowy mountains in the distance, it looked like a world of ice and snow. Therefore, it was called the Arctic tundra. The players rode on Megalosaurus and entered the tundra. There were almost no traces of intelligent creatures on the ground. According to the golden dragon Romanus, who had once traveled through the extreme northern wastelands, the orc tribes were all gathered in the east. There was a basin with abundant water and grass, right next to the god of war's holy land, the Great Snow Mountain. It was the center of the entire Orc Alliance. However, there was also a canyon near Fort Colin that led to the ice field. Caravans often came and went. Therefore, near Fort Colin, there was also a free city on the ice field that thrived on trade. It was not under the jurisdiction of any power, and only paid protection fees to the Orc Alliance regularly. It was called Bola. Of course, the players didn't go in the direction of Fort Colin, so they didn't go there. Tonight, they were going to sleep in the wild. It's summer now, and the weather on the ice field is pretty good. If it was winter, it would probably be much colder, and there would be frequent snowstorms. Summer is the most beautiful time in the ice field of the extreme north. Many large flowers grow here, and they are very bright. They cluster together and form a sea of flowers. Moreover, they will always bloom towards the sun and interweave with the low grass. Whenever the wind blows, the sea of flowers and grass will sway with the wind, forming undulating waves. It is very charming. It's a pity that it's night now, and you won't be able to see it. However, the weather is pretty good tonight. Although we can't see the sea of flowers, perhaps we can see the beautiful aurora, Romanus said like an experienced traveler. In fact, it was true. Another characteristic of the golden dragons was that they liked places with charming scenery. Even when they built their nests, they would often choose places with famous scenery. Aurora, after hearing the Megalosaurus words, the player's gazes revealed a trace of yearning. Even Eve couldn't help but look over. Although she could use her divine power to create all sorts of magnificent scenes, what she created was completely different from what was formed by nature. However, Romanus' words about the players not being able to see the sea of flowers at night were not accurate enough. Elves had excellent eyesight and strong night vision. Although the colors of the scenes that the players saw would be distorted when night fell, they could still see clearly. However, it was definitely not as colorful and charming as during the day. The group continued to fly north, and fly. After flying over a towering snow mountain, they arrived at a vast valley. In the valley, there was a huge cave. It was an abandoned megalosaurus nest that the golden dragon Romanus had discovered when he was traveling in the far north wastelands. It should have belonged to a white dragon. Romanus had once lived here for a period of time and treated it as his temporary nest. Tonight, this would be the place where he and the players would rest. However, when the players flew over the snow mountain and arrived at the valley, they didn't look at the scenery in the valley at first glance. Instead, they looked at the northern sky. They saw a brilliant and beautiful radiance spreading in the deep sky. It was the aurora. It was a gorgeous scene that couldn't be described with any color pen or language. The radiance floated lightly, dimming and brightening at times, emitting red, blue, green, and purple light. It sometimes looked like a beautiful column towering over their heads. Then, it suddenly turned into a curtain that was pulled open. Then, it quickly rolled into a spiral ribbon. The dreamy radiance danced and danced in the night sky. It came and went in a hurry. Even the bright starlight was overshadowed by it. Looking at the radiance that filled the sky, the players who were talking to each other suddenly lost their voices. There was complete silence. The players looked up, and only the surging radiance was left in their eyes. Their expressions were filled with infatuation and shock. No matter how many poems one had read that described the magic and beauty of the aurora, no matter how many pictures one had seen that reflected the aurora's fantasy and beauty, only when one was bathed in the aurora could one truly understand what an incredible miracle it was. Even though the aurora principle in the world of seekers was completely different from that of Blue Star, this dreamy and charming scene was like a mysterious kaleidoscope that attracted everyone's attention at this moment. Under that magnificent radiance, everyone could deeply feel their own insignificance, and feel the magnificence and mystery of nature. Everyone's emotions couldn't help but gradually calm down along with the dancing aurora. Their souls and thoughts seemed to have been sublimated in an instant. They forgot their troubles, forgot their sorrows, and forgot everything. So beautiful, Salty Meow couldn't help but murmur. Yes. Golden Dragon Romanus also looked up. His dark golden dragon eyes were full of smiles. They're really beautiful. I was also stunned when I saw them for the first time. In the world of seekers, such a beautiful scene can only be seen in the far north wastelands. According to the orcs, this is the mark left in the sky by the dead who ascended to the gods' kingdom. Every ray of light is a pure soul that ascended to the sky. They sublimated in the light, were reborn in the light, and finally returned to the gods' kingdom. Of course, the wonders of the world's extremities have nothing to do with the souls after death. I once heard an elder mention that the aurora is the manifestation of the world's origin. It's the projection of the origin law in the starry sky. If you can understand the meaning of the light, you'll have the chance to control the power of the law. That's why, the far north wastelands are often frequented by gold upper ranks and legendary masters. Many people want to find the path of the law that belongs to them from the beautiful aurora. Hearing the golden dragon's words, the players' gazes toward the aurora became even more mesmerized. This dreamy scene and mysterious world deeply sucked in everyone's gaze. Even Eve couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder as she looked at the mysterious, graceful, and unfathomable light. The golden dragon was right. The aurora was indeed a projection of the plane's origin. However, if one wanted to comprehend the power of laws from the projection, it would be too difficult. A projection was ultimately a projection, and a shadow would always be a reflection of the moon in the water. However, compared to the moon in the sky, the reflection of the moon in the water was often more magnificent and enchanting. Just like the aurora in front of them. Beautiful, enchanting, yet illusory. Gliding across the valley, the players followed Romanus and descended into a cave halfway up the snowy mountain. The cave was very large, and it was paved with a layer of fine stones. At the end of the cave, there was a wide bed of hay that was enough for the golden dragon Romanus, who was dozens of meters in size, to lie down. That was where the dragon bed used to be. Of course, it should have been covered with gems and gold coins. However, the dragon's nest was empty, so it was empty. In the corner of the cave, there were moss and mushrooms full of scales. They were plants and fungi that had grown after being nourished by dragon feces and saliva. Due to the influence of the Megalosaurus aura, they had mutated. These things quickly attracted the attention of the players. After appraising them, they found that they were all good things. Some could replenish mana, and some could strengthen physique. They picked them all happily. The nights in the wastelands were cold, but the mushrooms they picked were very tender. They could be used to make mushroom soup tonight. Taking out the firewood that they had already prepared from their storage equipment, the players lit a bonfire at the entrance of the cave. Everyone often slept in the wild, so they had all kinds of supplies prepared. Although gold rankers were not afraid of the cold, warmth was always better than the cold. The 10 of them worked together. Some set up tents, some made beds, and some prepared dinner. Setting up the stove, they washed the mushrooms that had just been picked, cut them into small pieces, and stir-fried them with oil for half a minute. Then, they poured in the sweet spring water that they had brought from the elf forest, boiled it, and added salt. Then, they added some magic herbs that replaced chopped green onions, some wild vegetables that had just been picked outside the cave, and some fresh preserved diced meat of magical beasts. The diced meat of magical beasts was specially selected by the players. It was the most delicate and smooth part of magical beasts. It had an elegant color and tasted delicious. Using it and the mushrooms to make soup, there were vegetables in the meat. It was fresh, smooth, and refreshing. After that, they added all kinds of secret seasonings and simmered it. There was no need for the MSG developed by the Amway Chamber of Commerce because it was already fresh enough. Gradually, the soup boiled, and the aroma filled their nostrils. A pot of delicious mushroom soup was ready. The rich aroma even attracted the gold dragon Romanus, who was scattering gold coins and gems on the haystack. It was also making the bed. The gold coins and gems were taken out from its storage space. They were the treasures it always carried with it. "What are you doing? It smells so good." The gold dragon sniffed. "We're making soup. Do you want some?" Limu smiled. Romanus swallowed his saliva. In the end, he could not resist the temptation of the delicious food and nodded shyly. "Your Excellency Romanus, please transform into your human form. If you're in your original form, you'll be too big. The soup you make might not be enough." Limu reminded him again. The gold dragon nodded. As a megalosaurus, he had a huge appetite. Of course, under normal circumstances, he would eat gems and precious metals, but he would occasionally enjoy the food of humanoid creatures. Of course, he would transform into his human form. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for him to eat before he could taste the food. Under the temptation of the delicious food, the gold dragon transformed into a tall, golden-haired young elf. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Although he would transform into a human most of the time. Romanus took a bowl of fragrant mushroom soup from the players and scooped up a mouthful with a spoon. "Delicious." The dragon's eyes widened instantly. Gulp, gulp. He could not help but gorge himself. At this moment, another wave of rich meat aroma wafted from the bonfire. It was Demacia and the all-star Akin barbecuing meat. Skewers of magical beast meat dripped with shaky vegetable oil. They were golden and translucent. After being barbecued, the red and white magical beast meat was charred and shiny, flashing under the bonfire. The oil that was about to fall covered the meat that was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Just looking at it was enough to whet one's appetite. The gold dragon Romanus could not help but drool again. Tonight, he was destined to open the door to a new world. In the night sky, the magnificent aurora was like an unfurled painting, dancing continuously in the sky. In the cave, the players sat in a circle in front of the crackling bonfire, admiring the aurora as they held their barbecued meat and mushroom soup. Salty Meow, Tao Wu, and the others were playing board games that they had brought with them. They even dragged Eve, who was eating skewers, along. On the other side, the gold dragon Romanus, who had transformed into human form, was drinking the cold beer that Demacia had given him. He had his arm around Demacia's shoulder as he bragged about his travels across the continent. He was obviously a little drunk. This powerful gold dragon was unexpectedly unable to hold his liquor. The cave was bustling with noise and excitement. They had been running around for a day, but the players were still in high spirits. It was not until midnight that they yawned, entered their tents, and fell asleep. As for the golden dragon Romanus, he returned to his bed and fell asleep, snoring loudly. Beside it, there was also a group of young dragons of different colors. The night gradually darkened and fell into silence. Only the sound of snoring and the crackling of the bonfire could be vaguely heard. In the sky, the aurora was still dazzling. It was not until everyone had fallen asleep that Eve closed her eyes. She switched her consciousness, and her main consciousness returned to her god's kingdom. She had to check on the items that the players had sacrificed during the day. At the same time, she also had to check on the unlucky guy that the players had sacrificed by accident. Begging for votes. The holy kingdom of the Tree of World, the Garden of Eden. the petitioners lived and worked in peace. The tall oak guards were like loyal assistants, assisting them in taking care of the lush forests in the Holy Kingdom. The cute elemental fairies giggled and flew around, dancing in the flowers. It was a scene that could only be seen in fairy tales, filled with laughter and vitality. Suddenly, the projection of the Tree of World in the center of the Holy Kingdom shook slightly, and the Grand Temple emitted a faint light. The petitioners, the oak guards, and the elemental fairies stopped what they were doing and bowed deeply in the direction of the temple. The will of the true God had returned. In the Supreme Temple, Eve, who was sitting high on the throne, slowly opened her eyes. She got up gently, walked out of her temple, and came to a huge square located behind the temple. This was the square that Eve had opened up specifically to accept the sacrifices of the players. Any items that the players sacrificed through the sacrificial magic array would appear here. By the way, after Eve had been promoted to a great divine power, the elemental fairies in her holy kingdom were no longer a mere 300, but had been expanded to 10,000. These cute energy creatures were not only members of the managers of the Holy Kingdom, but they were also a beautiful scenery in the Holy Kingdom. The square was bustling with activity. From time to time, rays of light could be seen blooming, and in the golden magic array, various sacrifices slowly appeared. And every time this happened, elemental fairies would fly over, and according to the type of sacrifice, they would start processing it with a whoosh whoosh whoosh. Some precious items would be put into the storage of the Holy Kingdom by the elemental fairies. Items that could not be processed or were risky would be sealed with the help of the power of the Holy Kingdom. Ordinary items and items that could be found on the streets would be repaired, packaged, or tidied up before being put on the shelves. Here, any waste product could be fully recycled and reused. When Eve came here, she saw the golden mountain outside the square, and the shiny magic stones beside the mountain that were like purple crystals. This was the gold mine and the magic stone mine that the players had sacrificed. However, if one looked carefully, one would find that the gold mine and the magic stone mine were still surrounded by black smoke. That was the power of the abyss that had not been purified. Elemental fairies were flying around the two mountains, purifying the pollution with their own power. There were also elemental fairies who were holding purified gold and magic stone ores. They cast spells to separate the pure gold and magic stones from the impurities, throwing away the impurities, and transporting the gold and magic stones away. Part of it was stored, and the other part was put on the exchange shop. Pure gold and magic stones were in high demand by the players. They were useful for repairing equipment or as consumables. Incidentally, if this gold mine and magic stone mine were completely purified into gold and magic stones, it would be worth far more than 500 million contribution points. In a sense, Eve was the one who had picked it up for free. With so much gold and magic stones, even she would have to spend a lot of divine power to create things out of thin air in the God's kingdom. You may make a profit, but I will never lose. Your Holiness. Seeing Eve, the elemental fairies stopped what they were doing and bowed to her respectfully. Eve nodded gently and motioned for the little ones to continue. She crossed the square and came to the back of the square. Behind the square was a huge branch, which belonged to the projection of the world tree. Of course, it was a projection, but in the God's kingdom, it was a real giant tree. The Supreme Temple and the square were both on the tree. On the branch, a huge figure surrounded by black fog was tightly imprisoned by the branches and kept struggling. His body seemed to be made up of black shadows, but also like a black flame that kept burning. His whole body was like a black Hercules. His hands were sharp claws made up of black fog, but he had no feet. The lower half of his body was like a ghost of smoke. Roar, seeing Eve, a trace of fear flashed in the black shadow's scarlet eyes. He let out a low roar, and his struggle became more intense. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape the shackles of the branches. Or rather, the shackles of the God's kingdom. This was a shadow demon with the strength of a demigod. It was an abyssal creature with some characteristics of a shadow creature. It was a rather rare demon. Shadow demons liked to collect souls. They could turn into shadows and attach themselves to other life forms to devour soul power. At the same time, they could attach themselves to some objects full of magic power. It was also because they attached themselves to the magic stone mine that they kept polluting the abyss. Speaking of which, when the players were preparing to sacrifice, Eve had already sensed their presence. At that time, this shadow demon, or rather, the abyss mythical creature, should have just broken the seal and was recuperating in the magic stone mine. However, even he himself probably did not expect that while he was lazing around, recuperating from his injuries, and perhaps happily thinking about how to possess the golden dragon that had been eroded by the power of the abyss, he would suddenly be sacrificed by a group of elves who appeared out of nowhere. How unlucky. Of course, under normal circumstances, Eve's sacrificial circle would not eat living things. But this was a special case. Since this shadow demon had been discovered, Eve naturally opened up her authority and directly stuffed it into the god's kingdom. The shadow demon's appearance was not bad, and it was also resistant to beatings. It was very suitable to be added to the luxurious package of the demon god's maze. Recently, the levels of the players had skyrocketed, and there was a huge demand for leveling up. More than 10 bosses were not enough, and they were lacking people. What happened after that was very simple. An abyss mythical creature that had not yet recovered its power was a piece of cake when it entered the god's kingdom of a true god with great divine power. Eve did not even have to do it herself. Just the elemental fairy king, Fennel, alone could use the power of the god's kingdom to seal it. Her Holiness the Goddess. Speak of the devil. When Eve arrived in front of the shadow demon, the elemental fairy king, Fennel, also arrived. She bowed respectfully to Eve, her expression full of admiration. Have you asked clearly? Eve asked. Yes. I have. His name is Nair. He is an abyss mythical creature that was sealed by an ancient god named Surtel at the end of the Titan era. Fennel answered. Surtel. Eve raised her eyebrows slightly. The figure of a bard wearing a felt hat appeared in her mind. Fennel did not know this name, but she had dealt with him before. It was the ancient god who had visited her in the Maple Moon Free Territory. Of course, after completely merging with the Tree of World, Eve obtained many memories belonging to her predecessor. She knew that he had another name, the God of Fire. Or rather, the ancient God of Fire. So it's him. In that case, this shadow demon should be the first batch of demons to descend upon the Seeker's universe after the abyss appeared in the Seeker's universe. Eve muttered to herself. This guy was even more unlucky than she had imagined. As the first batch of abyss mythical creatures, it was estimated that after his descent, he had not even left a terrifying legend in the Seeker's world before he bumped into the God of Fire, Surtel. Otherwise, her predecessor's memories would have mentioned him. And now, after finally escaping, he had fallen into Eve's hands again. How miserable. Thinking of this, Eve looked at the struggling shadow demon again. Feeling her sharp gaze, the shadow demon trembled slightly and hurriedly shrank back, feeling weak, pitiful, and helpless. It made Eve feel that he was the villain. However, after knowing the origin of the shadow demon, Eve lost interest. She had originally thought that she could pry some ancient secrets out of him. An unlucky guy like this who had been sealed to the bottom as soon as he came out of the abyss probably knew less than an ordinary professional. By the way, Your Holiness Goddess, after fighting with him, I found this on him. Fennel's words interrupted Eve's thoughts. Eve slowly turned back and saw the fairy queen presenting a black crystal with both hands. It was a crystal that looked like a black crystal. It looked like some kind of fragment, emitting a dim light. Eve waved her hand gently, and the crystal flew into her hands. She looked at it with the eye of a true god and was surprised to find that she could not tell what material it was. This surprised Eve. One had to know that the eyes of a true god already had the ability to appraise things. Eve's curiosity was immediately aroused. She took the initiative to perform a mythical level appraisal, but she still could not identify what it was, just like the golden blood of God. Not only that, when Eve stroked this crystal, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and closeness in her heart. A little interesting, Eve narrowed her eyes. Mythical level appraisal would borrow the origin law of the universe and could basically spy on anything that could be spied on. If even this could not be appraised, it meant that the level of the other party was at the same level as the origin law of the universe of seekers. If it was related to a true god, then it was very likely to be at the level of a greater divine power. However, although the origin of this crystal was not appraised, Eve knew some of its characteristics. One was sturdiness, very sturdiness, almost in the sense of the law. Even if it was Eve, it would be extremely difficult for her to destroy it. Eve made a slight estimation. If she wanted to completely destroy it, she was afraid that she would have to go all out and spend decades or even hundreds of years. She was already a great divine power and had the sword of Damocles. In theory, she could easily overturn a plane with a raise of her hand. However, in the face of such a small piece of black crystal, she actually needed to spend so much effort. This was too surprising. In other words, the material of this crystal surpassed any true god-level artifact that Eve knew of. In addition to its sturdiness, it had another characteristic. It had no magic properties. In Eve's perception, this crystal did not have even the slightest bit of magic properties. Elemental power could not invade it at all. It should be known that in the world of seekers, any matter without magic properties was only difficult to observe and use because its magic properties were too weak. Magic power was an active element, and the basic composition of the universe of seekers was the element. Here, no magic conductive matter in the true sense did not exist. In theory, a true god could create a matter with almost no magic properties, but it was only infinitely close to having no magic properties. It was not like the crystal in front of her, which had no magic properties at all. In other words, this crystal probably did not belong to the universe of seekers. Extraterrestrial? Eve was deep in thought. There was a wider world beyond the universe of seekers, mysterious and unpredictable. The world tree was said to have come from extraterrestrial. This made Eve have to guess that perhaps this crystal came from the same place as the world tree. Eve did not know much about extraterrestrial. However, from various clues, she suspected that the universe beyond the universe of seekers was the universe where Blue Star was located. There was a reason for this. After obtaining more memories of the world tree, Eve had seen some fragments of ancient civilizations from the ancient gods era, the Titan era, and the Megalosaurus era. She found that on the murals of some civilizations, there seemed to be pictures of the celestial universe. In addition, there were some cultures in the history of Blue Star that were similar to the world of seekers. It was hard for her not to make the connection. Thinking of this, Eve looked at Shadow Demon Nair in front of her. "Tell me, what is this crystal, and where did it come from?" she asked. However, the Shadow Demon did not answer. He only continued to roar at her. Eve frowned slightly. "Your Holiness, I've already tried. No matter what, he won't tell you the origin of this crystal. Of course, it's also possible that he doesn't know." Fennel, the Fairy Queen, said. Eve nodded, indicating that she understood. Looking at the fearful but tight-lipped Shadow Demon, she had a headache. Shadow demons were different from other abyss myths. They were essentially spirits. Forcibly reading their memories would only lead to their self-destruction, and no information could be obtained. In other words, if she wanted to get information from this Shadow Demon, she could only rely on him to speak. Looking at the restless but lively Shadow Demon, Eve felt that he still did not understand the dangers of society. Perhaps, she should let him experience the joy of the demonic god's maze. Thinking of this, Eve gave up on continuing to communicate with him. Instead, she summoned the reversal door and opened a passage to the demonic god's maze. Then, she threw the struggling Shadow Demon into the empty evil god's palace. Maze boss +1. After doing this, Eve thought for a while. Her figure flashed, and she arrived at Azazel's palace. Azazel seemed to have just finished a battle. He was panting on his throne. Compared to 2 months ago, he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. His spirit was also much weaker, as if he had been squeezed dry. It made sense. As the flow of the demonic god's maze increased, as a demon god, the pressure on him to provide the power of the abyss increased. In addition, he had to personally enter the battlefield day after day. Naturally, he would be haggard. After all, he was a mid-level god. He could not endure as much as Samuel. Seeing Eve in front of him, the 7th demon god quickly jumped up from his seat. "Your Holiness. I was wrong." With a plop, he knelt on the ground. Eve was speechless. "Can you have a little backbone as a demon god?" She glanced at Azazel and took out the black crystal in her hand. "Azazel, do you recognize this?" Seeing the black crystal, Azazel was slightly taken aback. "Fortress of Origin? Primordial Barrier? What's that?" Eve's heart skipped a beat. When she heard this name, she instinctively felt some kind of throbbing in her heart. It seemed to be rooted in the soul of the world tree. Primordial barrier. The seventh demon god Azazel opened his mouth, and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Yes. What's the primordial barrier? He muttered with his eyes wide open. Touching his burning head, Azazel said awkwardly, I'm sorry, my lord. I'm sorry. Your Majesty, I don't seem to remember. Eve was speechless. Can't remember? Could myths and legends forget their memories? At this moment, she had 10,000 complaints in her heart. For a moment, she even wondered if the other party was treating her like a fool. But looking at Azazel's confused look, Eve quickly calmed down. No, it was not forgetting. Azazel should not be lying. Moreover, there was no need for him to lie. Then, the so-called forgetting was very interesting. Eve's heart skipped a beat, and she had some guesses. Perhaps, part of Azazel's memory had been blocked or erased by an external force. And there was only one existence that Eve could think of that could do this. The will of the abyss? Eve was deep in thought. Looking at the seventh demon god who suddenly fell into a dilemma, Eve gave up asking. She shook her head and turned to leave. Wait. Your Majesty. At this moment, Azazel suddenly shouted again. Eve turned around. Do you remember? She asked. Azazel's expression was still a little awkward. He scratched his head and said nervously, No, then why did you stop me? Eve did not say anything, but her slightly furrowed brows and unhappy eyes revealed this meaning. Azazel instantly understood what was going on. No. Your Majesty. I just want to say that I will work hard. You can still let me be the manager of the maze. He said nervously. Eve stopped and looked at Azazel from head to toe, but didn't say anything. And being stared at by that deep gaze, Azazel's mood became more and more uneasy. Azazel. Eve suddenly said. Do you still dare to betray me in the future? I wouldn't dare. I won't do it again. Azazel shook his head like a rattle. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west? Azazel was speechless. Your Holiness over God, can we not talk about this anymore? He lowered his head. Eve could not help but laugh when she saw the seventh demon god looking as if he had just been reminded of his dark history. Exhaling lightly, he put away his smile and stopped teasing the other party. His expression also returned to normal. It's not impossible to restore your power, thank you. Oh great Lord Main God. I'll definitely do my best. Azazel's eyes lit up. In an instant, he jumped up from the ground like a husky that had been fed. However, Eve abruptly changed the topic. I'll give you a month. If you can get Shadow Demon Nair to tell you about the first barrier, I'll allow you to regain control of the Demon God's maze. But before that, you'll still have to fight every other day. She said with a smile. Looking at the charming smile that sent chills down the demon's spine, Azazel opened his mouth and instantly deflated like a balloon. But soon, he pulled himself together and slowly nodded. Okay. I will. Then I'll wait for your news. Eve chuckled and turned to leave. The demon god's maze needed a lousy planner. As of now, Eve really couldn't find anyone who could do a better job than Azazel. Although she didn't believe the demon god's words at all, she had already obtained the demon god's core of hell. She wasn't afraid of him rebelling. During this period of time, she just wanted to knock some sense into him. As for Shadow Demon Nair, it would be best if she could get information about the first barrier from him. Even if she didn't know, it didn't matter. It was just a casual move. There were many old guys in the world of seekers. If Eve wanted to get information, she could take her time. Not to mention, she was about to meet Eulinos. This dragon ancestor from the outer realm might know something. She had a feeling that this so-called first barrier and the golden divine blood she had obtained from the dwarf and forging god, Dolph, should have some kind of connection. After settling down Shadow Demon Nair and painting a big pie for Azazel's promotion, Eve left the demon god's maze. Her divine power incarnation returned to the palace, and her main consciousness returned to the true god incarnation disguised as wind on the icy plains of the extreme north. The journey of fishing was not over yet. The players slept well that night. When everyone woke up the next day, it was already bright outside the cave. Unlike yesterday, it was a cloudy day. The pure white clouds in the sky were like cotton quilts that stretched for thousands of miles, moving slowly. On the ground, there were still sparkling dewdrops that had not evaporated on the lush grassland. It looked green and glistening. In the morning, the players finally saw the magnificent scene of the sea of flowers that the golden dragon had mentioned. The scenery of the alpine meadow was indeed beautiful, especially when the mountain wind blew, and the endless sea of flowers surged like waves. It could not help but remind people of an ancient poem: when the wind blows, cows and sheep appear in the grass. Of course, there were no cows and sheep in the icy plains of the extreme north, but there were ice deer and alpine musk oxen. Occasionally, they could be seen jumping freely in the meadow, adding a hint of vitality to this beautiful scene. In the distance, the snow mountains were surrounded by fog and a sea of clouds. Coupled with the magnificent and heavy background music ringing in his ears, he felt like he was in a prehistoric era. With such a beautiful scene, the players' system photo albums would have another wave of screenshots. By the way, after going to bed and going offline yesterday, Limu uploaded the video of the polar light and the bonfire last night to the Bullet Screen Video Network. Within 2 hours, the number of views had exceeded 500,000 and countless shares had been forwarded. It was estimated that the video would become popular again. Magnificent scenery had always been a major feature of the Elven Kingdom, and this beautiful scene of the meadow this morning would probably continue to attract the attention of a large number of viewers. It could be foreseen that the icy plains of the extreme north would probably become another place where gamers would check out as a souvenir after famous scenic spots such as the treetops of the World Tree, the mountains and lakes of the Elven Forest, and the coast of Minder. However, in the vast and rugged terrain of the icy plains of the extreme north, only players with flying magical beasts could travel freely. After admiring the beautiful scenery, the players reignited the extinguished bonfire and began to make breakfast. With the golden dragon Romanus accompanying them, the group made a scrumptious meal, using the ingredients that they had gathered along the way to make a hot pot. Today was a rare cloudy day on the icy plains. The morning of the icy plains was very humid, and it was very suitable for eating hot pot to ward off the cold. The hot pot base was developed by the Amway Merchant Guild, and Demacia had specially found a few Sichuanese players to research the authentic Sichuanese hot pot base. It was said that it was very popular in the Dwarven Kingdom, and the dwarves called it the most delicious food in the world, the magical elven hot pot. This time, Romanus, who had smelled the aroma, consciously transformed into his human form, holding a bowl and the chopsticks that he had learned the night before as he waited eagerly in front of the pot. Looking at how he looked as if he could drool at any moment, Eve seriously suspected that in less than a year, this golden dragon who sold his strength would follow in the footsteps of his predecessors and stay in the Elven Forest forever. However, that was something that she was happy to see happen. Come to think of it, she had brought the players to Dragon Island this time so that they could display their seductive abilities and think of ways to get some of the foodies on Dragon Island. On the surface, she was thanking them for their help, but in reality, she was planning to kidnap the dragons. The players knew that very well, and were even looking forward to it more than Eve. Everyone ate the hot pot for a full 3 hours. Among them, Romanus the Golden Dragon ate the most. He had eaten almost all of the ingredients that the players had stored for days. If the players didn't have to leave some food for the rest of the journey, this golden dragon might have eaten all of the players' rations. Even Romanus himself was surprised by his good appetite. After all, golden dragons loved precious metals and gems the most. They were crunchy, chewy, and could replenish their strength. But now, Romanus suddenly felt that the food that he had loved before didn't taste so good anymore. Licking his lips, he suddenly looked forward to the next year of life. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the weather in the icy plains of the extreme north turned from cloudy to sunny. The air on the highlands was much thinner than on the plains, and it was normal for the weather to turn from cloudy to sunny. The clouds gradually dispersed, and the azure blue sky was revealed. It was a very deep and profound sky. It wasn't the sapphire blue that the players were familiar with, but deep blue. It had something to do with the atmosphere. Not only that, but the sunlight here was also much more vicious. Although the temperature wasn't high, it was more intense and dazzling. Look! The flowers in the meadow. Brackish seemed to have discovered something interesting as he pointed at the ocean of meadows and exclaimed excitedly. Everyone looked over and saw that the bright flowers had changed their direction and were facing the sun. Thousands of colorful wildflowers bloomed under the sunlight, and it was a spectacular sight. The Arctic plains only receive sufficient sunlight during the short summer. Because this place is close to the end of the world, the magic power here is much thinner. So, the plants will try their best to gather sunlight during the summer to grow and reproduce. In order to receive the magic power in the sunlight, many magic flowers will be in the shape of a cup. Romanus the Golden Dragon explained. The players nodded. It was very similar to the plants in the Blue Star. The only difference was that the world of Seekers had magic power. After hearing Romanus' words, Tao Wu, who had always been interested in the climate change in the world of Seekers, had an idea. He asked, Your Excellency Romanus, if that's the case, is the climate change on the continent also related to magic power? That's indeed the case. Romanus nodded. Then, he let out a long sigh. Magic power affects everything in the world. When the magic power is chaotic, the world's climate will also become more chaotic. This is also the reason why the climate in many places on the continent has been changing constantly in recent years. Because the magic power in the world of Seekers has increased too quickly, the stability has decreased. Perhaps only when the magic energy of the entire world is completely calm will the climate gradually return to its original pattern. Not to mention anything else, even a cloudy day like this morning is rare in the ice plains of the extreme north. However, when the magic power calms down, the climate in various places will probably be more obvious and extreme. After all, the concentration of magic power in the world has increased. Different regions and unbalanced magic power attributes will result in different climates. The higher the concentration of magic power, the greater the difference. In that case, won't many places become uninhabitable? Tao Wu asked with a frown. You can say that, but that's only for the creatures of the past. With the increase in magic power, the creatures will also undergo a transformation. After this transformation, they'll gradually adapt to the new world. Only those who can't adapt to the changes will be eliminated by the times. The Golden Dragon Romanus said. Hearing that, the players' hearts trembled slightly as they recalled the changes in various parts of the world, as well as the eruption of extraordinaries. They knew that Romanus was referring to these things. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, Limu sighed emotionally. Romanus' eyes brightened slightly as he nodded approvingly. Exactly, as he spoke, he raised his head and looked into the distance. His dark golden dragon eyes gradually deepened. Natural selection is the most ancient law in the world of Seekers and even the universe of Seekers. It has been so since billions of years ago. Ancient races have declined because of this, and new races have risen because of this. This cycle has formed the history of the entire universe of Seekers for billions of years, and from now on, the change of all things will probably continue. The old era will end, and the new era will come, all the way until the end of the universe. Hearing the Golden Dragon's words that seemed to be full of vicissitudes, the players were all moved. Looking at the magnificent scenery, they couldn't help but feel an epic feeling of the vicissitudes of life in their hearts. Alright, let's continue our journey. Golden Dragon Romanus interrupted the players' thoughts and said with a smile. After packing their luggage, the group once again embarked on their journey. Under Romanus' lead, the players flew over meadows, plateaus, and unbroken snowy mountains. Until a towering snowy peak appeared in front of them. It was an extremely majestic peak that towered high and looked down on the world. The players could not help but associate it with Mount Everest in the world of Blue Star. This is the highest peak of the Arctic tundra, the holy mountain of Icethur. After crossing it, we'll reach the Northwest Sea. The Golden Dragon smiled as he spread his wings. The mountain was getting closer and closer, passing by the players. The Golden Dragon continued, of course, the Northwest Sea was the name given by the elves during the Silver Age. As far as I'm concerned, I prefer its other name in the dragon language, Slotern. What does that mean? The players asked curiously. The end of the world. The Golden Dragon Romanus replied. At the same time, the players finally crossed the majestic peak, and their vision suddenly opened up. A boundless ocean appeared in front of the players. It was a deep blue ocean that reached all the way to the horizon. The sea was calm, and even the waves that crashed against the shore looked much gentler. Unlike the coastal city of Milovaya with its golden beach, the shore here was made up of black rocks and pieces of ice and snow. It stretched for thousands of miles without an end. There were no clouds in the sky. From the bottom to the top, the light white of the sea gradually transitioned to a deep blue, and then from deep blue to a deep blue like the ocean. The ocean was endless, the horizon was endless, and even the coastline was endless. This was the end of the Seekers' continent, the end of the world. The system music in their ears gradually stopped. A new chapter began to play. It was a music that the players had never heard before. It was ethereal and mellow. The low female voice and the whale-like sound from ancient times formed a moving musical note, making one's mood calm down involuntarily. Riding on the megalosaurus, the players quickly flew away from the continent and entered the ocean. The shore and snowy mountains behind them gradually became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared between the horizon and the water. In the player's vision, there was only the boundless deep blue left. The golden dragon Romanus flew at the front and raised his head to roar. The loud dragon roar spread far and wide in the sky. Immediately after, the young dragons behind it lifted their heads one after another, flapping their wings and singing at the top of their lungs. The dragon roars rose and fell one after another, spreading further and further. At this moment, it seemed that only the megalosaurus and the players on the dragon's back were left in the world. As the players rode on the dragon's back, the whistling wind blew past, mixed with the unique scent of the ocean. However, what surprised them was that the sea breeze was not cold. Not only that, it seemed to be warm. Suddenly, the water in front of them roiled violently, and a white water column shot up into the sky, attracting the attention of the players. Immediately after, a giant whale leaped out of the sea and dove back into the water. Huge ripples spread out with white bubbles, and the bubbles gradually dissipated as the giant whale dove back into the water. It's a northern sea giant whale. The golden dragon Romanus introduced it to the players. This is a relatively common large magical beast in the Northwest Sea. It feeds on schools of fish. Although the Northwest Sea is remote, many rivers from the ice field of the extreme north flow here. Those rivers pass through the plateau meadows, bringing rich nutrients. Coupled with the warm current from the endless ocean on the west side of the continent, the intersection of cold and warm water is very suitable for the survival of fish. This place is probably home to the largest marine fish in the entire world of seekers. As if responding to Romanus's words, the players saw dense shadows appearing over the ocean as soon as it finished speaking. Then, countless silver fishes leaped out of the water, forming a shocking rain of fishes that left the players clicking their tongues in wonder. The whale is chasing them away. It's hunting for food, Romanus said. As soon as he finished speaking, the players saw the giant whale jump out of the sea again, opening its huge mouth to swallow the fishes. The school of fish fled, and the giant whale went far away. The sea gradually returned to its calm state, leaving only the sparkling waves. The eyes of the players from the various large guilds lit up as they memorized the coordinates of this area. They planned to use their ships to fish in this area in the future. It would definitely be very profitable. Romanus did not know that the Northwest Sea, which was rich in fish, had been targeted by a group of people who wanted to eat all over the world. Some of them had even begun to contact their companions remotely to prepare for the fishing activities in advance. It was still introducing the ocean to the players. The Northwest Sea is divided into two parts. One is the Paradise Sea in the south, which is where we are now. The waves here are calmer, and there are many marine monsters. Further northwest is the other part, the Hell Ocean. The Hell Ocean is the hinterland of the Northwest Sea, and it's also an area where the void storm is rampant. Everyone, follow me closely, or else, you might be swept into the storm. What if we're swept into it? Xianxia asked curiously. Romanus glanced at him. Of course, we'll return to the kingdom of God. Xianxia was speechless. The Paradise Sea in the Northwest Sea was vast. The players rode on Megalosaurus and flew at full speed for a full day and night. At first, everyone was excited, but gradually, they realized that the scenery around them had always been the same, so they felt bored. Fortunately, with the game system, the players could surf the internet or watch TV series when they were bored. It was not until a day later that the surrounding environment started to change. The first thing that changed was the sky. The players noticed that as they went deeper, the sky gradually became densely covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. The whole world dimmed. The sea was no longer calm. Instead, it became turbulent, and the temperature dropped sharply. Fog began to spread over the sea, and it gradually started to rain heavily. At the same time, spiraling tornadoes hung down from the thick clouds and poured into the water. Those were waterspouts. "Attention, we're at the Hell Ocean," Romanus reminded them. The players' hearts skipped a beat, and they followed the golden dragon closely. As they continued to venture deeper, the surrounding environment became more and more hostile. Violent winds and torrential rain, monstrous waves, and spatial cracks could even be seen in the sky and on the sea. However, these spatial cracks quickly disappeared. Vaguely, the players could see huge, blurry figures roaring in the storm. Their bodies were illusory, appearing and disappearing, just like ghosts. Noticing the players' gazes, Romanus explained, it was the Battle of Dusk. That's the fallen titans and mythical dragons from the Twilight War. They've fallen, but their remaining soul powers have been left here forever, trapped in the void storm. They have completely lost their self-awareness. Just their violent soul power is even more terrifying than the nether storm. If you accidentally bump into them, you won't even have the hope of returning to the kingdom of God, let alone survive. Your soul will be devoured by them in an instant. I've heard from my elders that these wandering souls even possess terrifying divine powers. Fortunately, this hellish sea has been sealed by Her Holiness the Mother of Gods. These terrifying fellows can't leave, and they can't cause unbearable damage to the world of seekers. Not only that, their power will continue to be drawn away by the seal to nourish the origin of the world. This can be considered a form of atonement. After all, the once prosperous mythical dimension was turned into what it is now because of the Battle of Dusk. Romanus sighed deeply. Hearing the golden dragon's words, the players' expressions became more serious. They consciously pulled the young dragons under them closer to Romanus. The group followed the megalosaurus closely, bypassing the tornado and the storm, as if dancing on a tightrope. This kind of journey that required one to be fully alert at all times made everyone reminisce about the boring journey on the calm sea of paradise a day ago. Fortunately, this journey, which required one to be constantly tense, didn't last for too long. After flying for about 4 hours, the storm gradually began to subside. The mythical ghosts on both sides disappeared, the lightning in the sky also gradually disappeared, and the turbulent waves gradually slowed down. Finally, the players broke through a layer of clouds, and the bright sunlight shone down. The entire world looked brand new in an instant. The sky regained its blue color, the sea regained its calmness, and the pervasive fog was swept away. A rainbow slanted diagonally above the sea level, looking extremely magnificent. Looking at this dreamy scene, the players couldn't help but click on the screenshot option. At the same time, some of them curiously looked behind them. Behind them, the fog was still pervasive in the distance, and the storm was rolling. It was like another world. On one side was heaven, and on the other side was hell. There seemed to be an invisible barrier that isolated everything. The players realized that this was probably the seal that the golden dragon mentioned. It was the goddess doing. Noticing the players' gazes, the golden dragon Romanus smiled proudly. How was it? It wasn't easy, was it? The Hell Ocean just now, without the megalosaurus of Dragon Island leading the way, ordinary people wouldn't know the route at all. It's also because of this that Dragon Island is detached from the world, and it's almost impossible for the creatures on the continent to find it. However, I've already agreed to work for Miss Salty Meow for a year. If you need, I can continue to lead the way for you in the future. Hearing Romanus' words, the players had strange expressions on their faces. They looked at the small map that they had completely memorized Romanus' crooked route and the official forum that they had uploaded halfway. After some thought, they decided not to tell Romanus. From today onward, the secret route to Dragon Island would probably be commonplace among the elves. Once you were attached to the players, you wouldn't be able to escape. After crossing the Hell Ocean, the sea and sky were vast. Flocks of seabirds began to appear in the sky, attracting the players' attention. The presence of seabirds meant that there was land ahead. In the next moment, the player saw a stretch of land on the sea level. A loud and clear dragon's roar was faintly heard. Not far away in the ocean, a huge creature suddenly emerged from it. It had a slender and muscular body, yellow and green scales, a crown with ridges and grooves, and webbed feet. It was a bronze dragon. It took a deep breath on the surface of the water before diving into the water again. It seemed to be hunting. Further away in the sky, Megalosaurus spread their wings and flew, frolicking under the sunlight. As they approached the land, a coast with lush forests and dense magic energy that was comparable to that of the elven forest appeared before the players' eyes. Looking at the lush land, a hint of gentleness flashed in the gold dragon Romanus' eyes. He turned his head and smiled at the players. My friends, welcome to the northwest corner of the world of Seekers, the final destination of this journey, Dragon Island. Riding on Megalosaurus and following Romanus, the players entered the territory of Dragon Island. This was a huge island. No, compared to an island, it looked more like a small continent. At least, the players couldn't see the end of the island from the sky. Dragon Island had lofty mountains and lush vegetation. Between the forests, dragon-descendant magical beasts could be seen everywhere. Velociraptors, earth dragons, horned dragons, wyverns, winged dragons. All the magical beasts that the players could name and those that they couldn't name could be found. Megalosaurus, which was extremely rare in the world of Seekers, would occasionally appear in the forests, mountains, lakes, and canyons. Whether it was the violent color dragon or the gentle metal dragon, they could be seen. These Megalosaurus, which couldn't be found in the same place in the world of Seekers, were living harmoniously on the same island. As the players flew, they attracted the attention of many Megalosaurus, who cast curious gazes at them. They also noticed that the color dragons and metal dragons had different attitudes toward them. The color dragons' gazes were often distant and guarded. Some Megalosaurus would even provoke the gold dragon Romanus when they saw him. Obviously, they knew the gold dragon. However, it wasn't absolute. The players encountered a green dragon that had participated in the battle in the Maple Moon Free Territory. Although the green dragon's expression was still cold, it nodded slightly at the players and greeted them. It was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Compared to the color dragons, the metal dragons were much friendlier. Most of their gazes were filled with curiosity. Some of them who were obviously familiar with Romanus came up to greet them warmly and asked about the players' origins. These are our friends from the Elven Forest. They represent the Elven Forest and the Church of Life. Romanus introduced them. So, you are guests from the Elven Forest. Welcome to Dragon Island. The dragons came to a sudden realization and faintly became even more enthusiastic. This made the players feel flattered. They didn't expect their race to be so popular among the Megalosaurus. Of course, this was due to Eve's purification of the Megalosaurus bloodline. In a sense, the players represented Eve. Eve continued the bloodline of the Megalosaurus, so she naturally received the gratitude of the Megalosaurus. Naturally, the Megalosaurus were enthusiastic about the elven players. By the way, where is the Great Elder? I want to bring my friends to visit her. Romanus asked as he faced the metal dragons that surrounded him. The Great Elder is playing Gwent with Her Holiness Mother in Dragon Valley. The metal dragons replied. Her Holiness? Her Holiness Mother has awakened? Romanus's eyes lit up. Yes, she just woke up a few days ago. The Megalosaurus replied. They communicated in dragon language, so the players couldn't understand. However, thanks to the hard work of the optimist, the little golden dragon that Salty Meow rode had learned to speak in advance. It listened to the Megalosaurus conversation while translating for the players. Great Elder? Her Holiness? The players were curious. No, wait, what did they just say? They were playing Gwent. The players' expressions were interesting. At this moment, two loud dragon roars echoed from the center of the island. A majestic crimson dragon and a beautiful silver dragon appeared in the players' line of sight one after another. Romanus, why did you come back so quickly? Is your trip over? When are we going to have another fight? A clear and loud voice came. The red dragon was eager to fight. After seeing it, Salty Meow and the other beta testers were delighted and surprised. Tiberius? Please guarantee the monthly votes in April. The red dragon that appeared in front of the players was none other than the red dragon Tiberia, who had been eating and drinking in the Elven Forest for almost a year. When he heard someone calling his name, he quickly noticed the gamers behind Romanus, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Elves? And when it saw Salty Meow and the others, its red dragon eyes instantly lit up. It's you? Why are you here on Dragon Island? When the Abyss invaded the world of Seekers, our friends from Dragon Island sent many forces to help us. We're here to thank you on behalf of the Elven Forest and the Church. Salty Meow said with a smile. The Abyss invaded. Tiberia's expression changed slightly. Then, before the players could say anything, she was enraged. She looked angrily at the silver dragon beside her and roared. Agnes! When did Dragon Island send the Megalosaurus to the war? Why didn't you tell me such an interesting thing? Tiberia. Uncle and Mother said that you didn't complete the mission on time and destroyed the temple of the goddess of life. You have to reflect on yourself on Dragon Island for 3 years. Before your confinement ends, you're not allowed to participate in matters related to the world of Seekers to prevent you from causing more trouble. Long said unhurriedly. Her voice was very pleasant and elegant. This is prejudice. I've already apologized to Sir Zero. Sir Zero has also forgiven me. And the elves from the Elven Forest. Everyone has a good relationship with me. I completed my mission well. Tiberia said unhappily. Then, she looked at the players. What do you guys think? Tiberia is indeed our friend. Salty Meow and the other old players said happily. Of course, they were friends. The red dragon, who was all brawn and no brains, was much more gluttonous than the black dragon. In the days in the Elven Forest, it often used its scales to exchange for food, and was often cheated by the players. To the players, Tiberia was an outstanding dragon scale supplier. See? I told you. We have a good relationship. Tiberia was very satisfied and looked proudly at the silver dragon beside her. Then, she muttered. This won't do. I must obtain the right to go out this time. I'm bored to death staying on Dragon Island every day. Then you have to get your mother's permission, Long said calmly. Then, it looked at the curious gamers, bowed its head slightly, and gracefully performed a Megalosaurus etiquette. Friends from the Elven Forest, I am Agnes. The Great Elder has instructed me to bring you to Dragon Valley. Hey, Moo, Salty Meow, Wind, this hypocrite is my little sister. Don't be fooled by how well-behaved she looks. She's actually very curious about the things in the Elf Forest, especially those games that you guys came up with. She plays them every day, Tiberius. The silver dragon glared at the red dragon, seemingly very dissatisfied. However, the gamers noticed that its slender tail curled up slightly. The gamers who participated in the mission to visit Dragon Island were considered old Megalosaurus gamers. They either had Megalosaurus companions or had close relationships with Megalosaurus. They were quite familiar with the habits of Megalosaurus. For example, when they curled their tails, it was a sign of shyness or embarrassment. Seeing Silver Dragon Agnes' embarrassment, Tiberius laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it's not something embarrassing, why can't you say it? Mother Goddess is still obsessed with Kuan-Tin cards. Let me think. What's your favorite game again? I think it's called. Sesame? Oh, no. I think it's Mahjong? Tiberius tilted her head. Tiberius. The silver dragon's voice seemed to be a little angry. Tisk, you're too shy. This is considered a silver dragon. I really don't know what you're going to do when you travel the continent. Tiberius rolled her eyes. Seeing the red dragon and silver dragon bickering, the gamers had strange expressions. Then, the golden dragon Romanus introduced them. Tiberius and Agnes are the children of His Holiness Hertos. They have a good relationship, but they often bicker. His Holiness Hertos is the Red Dragon King of Dragon Island and the Great Elder on duty for the past 500 years. He and the Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt's sister, Lady Andrea, are husband and wife. Then, as if he thought of some gossip, the golden dragon laughed strangely and said in a low voice, don't be silly. His Holiness Hertos might be a hot-tempered dragon god, but he's very henpecked. He's quite famous on Dragon Island. The red dragon and silver dragon became husband and wife, henpecked, after hearing golden dragon Romanus' words. The expressions of the players were interesting. After playing the game for so long, they were considered megalosaurus. Colored dragons and metal dragons had always been at odds, especially the black dragon, red dragon, gold dragon, and silver dragon. Let alone being a couple, they were rarely even friends. Not only that, but the colored dragons also had a weak sense of family. They were not as close as the metal dragons. Most of the time, they did not form a husband and wife relationship. They only took what they needed to reproduce. A red dragon and a silver dragon becoming husband and wife. This was the first time they heard of such a thing. Dragon Island is a place where the metal dragons and color dragons live in harmony. To be chosen as the Great Elder, one must have a certain level of influence in both megalosaurus camps and be respected by the megalosaurus. The color dragons are easy to convince as long as one is stronger than them. However, the metal dragon camp is not only about strength but also about the camp aura. So, the Great Elder of Dragon Island has always been the dragon god of the metal dragons. This is the first time that His Holiness Hertos has become the Great Elder as a color dragon. Of course, this is also because he has a silver dragon wife. Although he's a colored dragon, his camp is more neutral, so he's recognized by the metal dragons. Romanus explained to the gamers. Listening to the Golden Dragon's explanation, the gamers gradually understood the current situation and power structure of Dragon Island. There were tens of thousands of megalosaurus on Dragon Island. More than 95% of the megalosaurus in the Seeker's world lived in megalosaurus. The Great Elder made decisions, and the elders voted to decide many things on Dragon Island. Of course, this was under the condition that the dragon ancestor did not show up. If the dragon ancestor showed up, he could decide everything on Dragon Island. Compared to the forces on the Seeker's world, the megalosaurus elders' management was very loose. It was more like an alliance. However, if someone dared to cause trouble despite the taboo of Dragon Island, he would definitely incur the wrath of the dragon gods. It was worth mentioning that the most important rule on Dragon Island was that megalosaurus could spar with each other, but they were not allowed to kill each other. This rule was specifically targeted at the color and metal factions of megalosaurus. After understanding the basic situation on Dragon Island, the gamers continued to follow the Golden Dragon into the heart of Dragon Island. However, this time, they were led by the red dragon Tiberius and the silver dragon Agnes. Along the way, they passed through forests and climbed over mountains. Finally, after flying for about half an hour, they arrived at a magnificent canyon. It was a canyon that was not inferior in scale to the Northwest Canyon of the Elf Forest. The cliffs on both sides were filled with dragon nests. Hundreds and thousands of megalosaurus could be seen poking their heads out of the nests, curiously sizing up the gamers. Most of the nests on the left were color dragons, while most of the nests on the right were metal dragons. In the sky, at the bottom of the cliffs, flying and crawling megalosaurus could be seen everywhere. This was a world that belonged to the megalosaurus. The gamers were excited at the sight of so many great dragons. Romanus chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a great dragon. Everyone, welcome to my hometown, Dragon's Valley." The gamers continued to fly on the megalosaurus. Gradually, they arrived at the heart of Dragon's Valley, in a huge basin. In the basin, there were huge stone pillars that were arranged in a ring shape. The stone pillars were filled with draconic language, giving off a sense of vicissitudes and mysteriousness. However, after entering Dragon Island, the game system officially activated the draconic language translation function. The gamers could already clearly see what was written on the pillars. Most of it recorded the history of megalosaurus, as well as the engravings that recorded the draconic magic inheritance. At the end of the basin, there was a huge cave. It was deep and serene. The gamers arrived at the entrance of the cave and landed on the platform at the entrance. At the same time, the megalosaurus that were watching the fun also flew around the basin, curiously sizing up the gamers who stopped in front of the cave. Being stared at by so many megalosaurus, even though the gamers who came to Dragon Island had seen a lot, they could not help but feel their scalps tingle. It could not be helped. The megalosaurus draconic aura was too strong. Even if they did not deliberately target them, the gamers could still feel the faint sense of oppression. "Great Elder, our friends from the Elven Forest have arrived." The silver dragon Agnes retracted her dragon wings and bowed slightly towards the cave. However, there was no movement. A cool breeze blew, blowing up a few withered leaves on the ground. The gamers looked at each other. Great Elder, our friends from the Elven Forest have arrived. Agnes repeated. Still, there was no movement. The silver dragon looked at the gamers behind her apologetically and said awkwardly, Great Elder, I'm sorry. He's accompanying Her Majesty the Mother Goddess. Maybe he didn't hear it. TSK, you're too honest. You're even speaking up for that guy. I think he must be addicted to playing. The red dragon Tiberia pouted. After saying that, Tiberia raised her voice and shouted towards the cave. Stupid dad. The guests have arrived. Still, there was no movement. Tiberia was furious. She took a deep breath and puffed up her cheeks. Then, she roared towards the depths of the cave. You old thing that's afraid of your wife. Stop playing games. Come out and receive the guests. Her voice was very, very loud. In the cave, in the Dragon's Valley, it caused waves of echoes. The gamers were dumbfounded and had interesting expressions. The surrounding dragons also widened their eyes as they looked at the carefree Tiberia, who had her head held high and her chest puffed up, in awe and shock. Soon, the ground began to tremble. An angry dragon roar came from the depths of the cave. Tiberia. Damn it, you despicable little dragon. How many times have I told you to call me the respected Great Elder? Or the Great Red Dragon King? Soon, a red dragon that was hundreds of meters long came out of the cave. She stared angrily at Tiberia, who was at the entrance of the cave. You heartless little bastard, can't you learn more from your younger sister? TSK, if I don't call you that, will you come out? I won't call you that, stupid dad. Stupid dad. Tiberia rolled her eyes nonchalantly. You little rascal. You're asking for a beating again. The Red Dragon King was furious. Who's the one asking for a beating? Mother has told you many times to stop playing Gwent. You're already the Great Elder. Can you stop acting like a child who hasn't played enough toys? Tiberia shook her head. You. The Red Dragon King widened his eyes. Pfft, outside the basin, the other Megalosaurus onlookers laughed softly. For a moment, the Dragon's Valley was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Hearing the laughter of the Megalosaurus, the Red Dragon King seemed to have a well on his forehead. With a crack, he crushed the stone beside the cave. Then, he raised his head and coldly glanced at the Megalosaurus on the cliff. The mighty draconic aura spread. The eyelids of the Megalosaurus onlookers twitched. They all turned around and ran away, one faster than the other. Then, the Red Dragon King retracted his gaze. He picked up Tiberia and was about to beat her up. Little rascal, you're asking for a beating again. Ahem, father, the guests have arrived. The silver dragon Agnes coughed softly and reminded him. The Red Dragon King's movements paused slightly. He moved his eyes and saw the players with strange expressions. Beside them, there was the young dragon with round eyes and a look of excitement on his face. There was also the golden dragon Romanus, who was holding his forehead as if he could not look at the scene in front of him directly. The Red Dragon King was speechless. Oh. Ahem, so our friends from the Elven Forest have arrived. Welcome, I'm the Great Elder of the Dragon Island, Hertos. The Red Dragon King released his claws that were grabbing Tiberia and instantly switched to a state of transcendence. With his head held high and his chest out, his gaze was deep. The golden sunlight shone on his bright red dragon scales, making him look more noble and mysterious. At this moment, the Red Dragon King looked like a wise dragon god who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He was a completely different dragon from the flustered and exasperated look from before. However, after witnessing the Red Dragon King's previous appearance, the players' feelings were more complicated. It was difficult for them to have feelings of respect from the bottom of their hearts. Limu glanced at Eve, who was disguised as Wind. Eve nodded lightly at him. Then, he took a deep breath, took a step forward, and performed a standard elven etiquette. Your Majesty Red Dragon King, we are the elven chosen ones of the Goddess of Life. We're here to express our gratitude to the Dragon Island on behalf of the Goddess of Life. My name is Limu. This is our team leader, Wind. This is As he spoke, Limu introduced the players on this trip. Immediately after, Salty Meow and the other players took out rings from their pockets. Under the shocked gaze of the golden dragon Romanus, under the greedy gaze of Tiberia, and under the shocked gaze of Agnes, they took out piles of shiny gems. These things are our gifts for this trip. Demacia smiled. As he spoke, he added in his heart, made of resin. The Megalosaurus liked shiny gold coins and gems. This was a well-known fact in the world of seekers. However, this sentence was not accurate. What the Megalosaurus really liked were things that were shiny and beautiful. It would be best if they had magic or strong magic properties. In this way, it would be more comfortable to sleep on the bed. In their natural state, only precious metals and gems would satisfy these two conditions. Therefore, the impression that the Megalosaurus left on the world was that they were greedy. Artificial gems made from resin were a little toy that the players made in their free time. The principle was similar to artificial amber. There were many magic plants in the elven forest. These little toys were not only more beautiful than their counterparts in the Blue Star, but also richer in color. They also contained rich magic. With all these characteristics added together, it was normal that these artificial gems could attract the attention of the Megalosaurus. What is this? The Red Dragon King used its huge claws to grab a handful of kind gems. Its huge dragon eyes were full of surprise. The Megalosaurus had sharp eyes. It recognized these things immediately. Although they were similar to the jewelry it collected, they were not the same thing. This is a specialty of the elven forest. We call it artificial gems. Of course, you can also call it elven amber. Limu explained. Artificial gems? Amber? The Red Dragon King chewed on the name that it had never heard of. It was curious. Did you make these? It asked. Yes, we made them. These elven amber can not only be used for decoration, but it can also be used as a magic material. However, it is very difficult to make these things. The production of our elven forest is also very low. These are all the artificial gems we have. Demacia said bitterly. Of course, only he knew whether it was true or not. The Red Dragon King did not care about Demacia's words. To be honest, as a Megalosaurus that had lived for tens of thousands of years, he had seen too many magical things. He could not help but take a second look at the strange gemstones brought by the elves. However, a Megalosaurus was a Megalosaurus after all. Even if it became a dragon god, its nature of liking shiny and beautiful items would not change. The Red Dragon King calmly put away the gem he had just grabbed and nodded slowly. That's right. Dragon Island thanks you for your gift. Hey! Stinky Dad. This is for the Dragon Island, not for you. Why are you keeping it for yourself? Tiberia grumbled. What does a little dragon like you know? I am the great elder of Dragon Island. Of course, we have to keep these gifts first, and then reward them to our comrades who contributed to the war between the gods and demons. The Red Dragon King roared at Tiberia. However, the other Megalosaurus did not buy it at all and looked at him suspiciously. The old Dragon King's voice gradually became softer, and his gaze became evasive, as if he was very uncomfortable. It's true, I'm telling the truth. I don't think anyone asked you if it's true or not. Looking at the muttering Red Dragon King, the players could not help but complain in their hearts. As if he was embarrassed, the Red Dragon King coughed dryly and changed the topic. I heard that Gwent originated from your elf forest. When it came to Gwent, he seemed to be in high spirits and seemed to be in a good mood. Oh, yes. The players nodded. The Red Dragon King's eyes lit up instantly, like a child who had seen a fun toy. Then, are your card skills very good? It's still early, why don't we play? Hertos. You bastard who only knows how to play cards all day. Do you still remember your responsibility as the Great Elder? Before the Red Dragon King finished his sentence, a cold and angry voice came from afar. The excited Red Dragon King's expression stiffened, and he subconsciously shuddered. He took a deep breath, and his expression changed slightly. Then, he quickly said to the players, "Oh, everyone, have fun on Dragon Island. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Without waiting for the players to reply, the Red Dragon King slipped into the forest under their strange gazes, as if there was a ball of fire behind him that was burning his buttocks. However, halfway through, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly turned his head to look at Tiberia and Agnes. He raised his head and threatened, "Don't worry. Hey! You two are not allowed to tell her which direction I went." Without waiting for the two Megalosaurus to reply, he fled as fast as he could. Not long after the Red Dragon King left, an elegant and beautiful silver dragon flew over from another direction. Her body shimmered with a faint silver light, and her aura was strong. This was another mythical Megalosaurus. Thinking back to how the Red Dragon King had panicked, the players instantly guessed his identity. Silver Dragon Andrea, the sister of the Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt, the demigod mythical Megalosaurus, the wife of the Red Dragon King. The silver dragon's brows were faintly dissatisfied, and her dark silver pupils swept across the Megalosaurus and players in front of the cave. "Elves?" There was a hint of surprise in his voice. "Mother, these are friends from the Elven Forest who came to visit Dragon Island." Silver Dragon Agnes explained. "I see." The beautiful silver dragon's eyes flashed with understanding, and her cold expression eased a little. "Welcome, friends from the Elven Forest." As he spoke, he looked at Tiberia and Agnes. "Where did that old thing escape to?" The two Megalosaurus, one gloating and the other looking helpless, pointed their claws in a certain direction. The silver dragon's face instantly turned cold. "Humph! How dare you escape again?" Then, without looking back, she chased in the direction that the Red Dragon King had escaped to. After a while, the players seemed to hear the old Dragon King's shrill cries from that direction. "Why do I feel that Dragon Island is different from what I imagined?" All-Star Akin couldn't help but say. "Get used to it. The old thing being chased by Mother is a daily occurrence on Dragon Island." Tiberius said nonchalantly. "It can't be helped. Ever since Father became addicted to Gwent, he became less and less concerned. There have been a few conflicts between Megalosaurus on Dragon Island. He should have appeared to mediate, but in the end, he didn't appear. It's normal for Mother to be angry," Silver Dragon Agnes sighed. Then, she looked at the players. "Sorry, I made a fool of myself." It's nothing. It's quite interesting." The players waved their hands. Upon hearing Silver Dragon's words, Demacia seemed to have recalled something. He rubbed his chin and asked, "Are there frequent conflicts between Megalosaurus on Dragon Island?" "Of course. The conflict between color dragons and metal dragons isn't so easy to mediate. Usually, it can only be resolved through duels. However, a duel between Megalosaurus can develop into a life-and-death battle if one isn't careful," Agnes sighed. "A duel," Demacia was deep in thought. Suddenly, he laughed mischievously and said, "Actually, I have an idea that can provide everyone with a gentler duel." What is it?" Agnes was a little curious. Demacia showed a harmless smile. "Miss Agnes, have you heard of Yu-Gi-Oh?" After the Red Dragon King left, the players chatted more and more with the Megalosaurus. They were even invited to the area where the Megalosaurus gathered as guests. On the other side, deep in the cave in the basin, dragon ancestor Yelinos was playing Gwent with a person and a fire elemental giant. She slowly raised her head and looked at the figure in front of her. "Oh, you're here?" She had a lazy expression and a smile on her face. "Isn't this your invitation?" "Your Majesty Yelinos," Eve said with a smile. The real purpose of her visit to Dragon Island this time was to personally meet this awakened dragon ancestor. Now that the player's attention was attracted by the Megalosaurus, she instantly left the team and came to the cave to meet with the other party. Of course, Wynn's avatar still existed. It was just that Eve switched it out and temporarily controlled it. "Are you playing Gwent?" "Just now, that guy Hades slipped away halfway," Yelinos asked. When she mentioned the Red Dragon King, her tone was a little dissatisfied, like a child who had no one to play with. Of course, with her petite appearance, regardless of age, she did indeed look like a child. If she did not already know the other party's identity, Eve would definitely not equate this blonde loli, who was less than 1.2 meters tall, with the legendary dragon ancestor. Of course. She smiled and nodded, coming to the opposite side of Yelinos. Yelena seemed to be quite happy. She waved her hand, dispelled the fire elemental giant, and started playing Gwent with Eve. 10 minutes later, I thought that as the mother god of the creator of Gwent, you would be very good at this game. Looking at the winning game, Yelenos raised an eyebrow. Everyone has something they're not good at, and so do I, Eve said nonchalantly. She did not know how to play Gwent, and it could even be said that she was terrible at it. With the powerful calculation ability of a true god, it was fine to crush players, but against Yelenos, who was also a true god, it was obvious that she was no match. Of course, if Yelenos wanted to play Fight the Landlord, it would be another matter. Eve was an old landlord player. Even the two of them did not seem to be able to play. Haha, I thought you could defeat everything. After all, you were scared out of your wits by the Abyss myths a few months ago. It was just a fluke. If possible, I also hope to have a peaceful life. You're too humble, Her Holiness Eve. Also, from the moment you became a true god, you should know that a peaceful life is impossible for us. Yelenos laughed and slowly shook her head. Yes, Eve also let out a long sigh. Right. Yelenos put away the Gwent cards formed by divine power and smiled. I haven't congratulated you yet. Welcome back to strength. Eve's eyes moved slightly as she slowly nodded. Thank you. Do you remember anything? Yelenos asked again. I'm still me, not him. Eve was silent for a moment before replying. Then you don't remember anything. That's normal. After all, your recovery method seems a little strange. Even I can't understand it. Yelenos shook her head, but she did not seem to care. As he spoke, he stood up and stretched lazily. He then turned to look at Eve and said with a smile, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. However, since you accepted my invitation to come here, it means that you've made up your mind, right? Of course. Eve nodded and sighed. Ever since I became a powerful divine power, I've felt its call more than once. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't go with my true body, I might have already gone to investigate myself. So you only treated me as a bodyguard, Yelenos pretended to be hurt. You were the one who told me to look for you after becoming a powerful divine power and go there together. Eve mercilessly exposed her. TSK, not cute at all. Just like before. Yelenos pouted. With that, she put away her exaggerated expression and her expression gradually became serious. Her Holiness Eve, before heading to the land of origin, I would like to ask you a question. Please speak. If one day you encounter an enemy you can't fight against, will you choose to escape or fight? Yelenos looked straight into Eve's eyes and asked slowly. Her dragon eyes, which seemed to be flowing with rainbow light, were as deep as the starry sky. An enemy I can't fight against? Eve paused for a moment and repeated. That's right. Yelenos nodded slightly. Escaping, will it succeed? Not necessarily. What about fighting? I've already said that it's an enemy I can't fight against. No other choice? No other choice. Eve fell silent. A moment later, she smiled. Then I'd better choose to fight. Why? Yelenos was a little surprised. If I really encounter an enemy I can't fight against, what's the use of running? I might as well fight with all my might. Even if I fail, at least I've tried. Eve said softly. Yelenos was a little surprised. You seem to be more reckless than I thought. I've always been like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become a powerful divine power in such a short period of time. Eve said calmly. Yelenos laughed heartily. After laughing, she sighed. Now. I believe you. What? Eve was puzzled. Yelenos raised her head and curled the corners of her mouth. You are still you, not him. With that, under Eve's slightly focused gaze, she heaved a sigh of relief. All right. Since you've decided, let's set off. Now? Of course, I've always been a man of action. Yelenos smiled. As she spoke, her expression gradually became complicated. Let's go, Your Holiness Eve. Let's go to the land of origin to see the secrets of the Seeker's universe for billions of years. I hope that after you see it, you can continue to persist in your thoughts. Monthly votes. Follow me, Your Highness Eve. Yelenos said to Eve. With that, she stood up and walked towards the deepest part of the cave. Eve nodded and followed. This cave was far deeper than she had imagined. Following the dragon ancestor's footsteps, Eve walked further and further away. On both sides of the cave, there were all kinds of gems, gold, and even divine artifacts, shining in the darkness. There were piles of precious jewels, and all kinds of beautiful divine artifacts that even Eve could not help but look at. This is my collection for thousands of years. How about it? As if noticing Eve's gaze, Yelinos, who was walking forward, asked proudly. You are probably the richest true god in the world, Eve could not help but say. Ha ha ha, I like to hear that, but, even if you say so, I won't give you 1 or 2 gifts. Yelinos giggled. Eve could not help but laugh. She somewhat understood who the Megalosaurus inherited their greed from. However, she was not too interested in these shiny things. Instead, she was a little surprised by some of the true god artifacts she had just seen. There were still many records of divine artifacts in the World Tree's inheritance. Eve saw a few powerful true god artifacts in the other party's collection that were no weaker than the sea god's trident and nature's crown. Of course, no matter how powerful a divine artifact was, it had to be suitable for the user to unleash its greatest power. Eve already had quite a few divine artifacts. Although Yelino's collection was astonishing, it was not enough to make Eve feel envious. The few artifacts that he possessed were enough to make many true gods envious and jealous. Following Yelinos, Eve came to the end of the cave. At the end of the cave was an ancient stone door with complicated dragon language engraved on it. Eve took a few glances and recognized that it was dragon language magic that strengthened perception. However, it was different from ordinary dragon language magic. The strength of the magic had already exceeded the level of the mortal world. Rather than dragon language magic, it was more like dragon language incantation. Open. Standing in front of the stone door, Yelinos chanted in dragon language. After saying that, the stone door emitted a faint light and slowly opened. Yelinos stepped in without hesitation. Eve followed suit. He had already formed an alliance with Megalosaurus and was not worried that the other party would deceive him. Not to mention, he had only come here as the incarnation of a true god, so there was nothing to target. After Eve entered the stone door, her surroundings suddenly changed. She found herself in a circular space. There were all kinds of draconic inscriptions floating in the space. They were exactly the same as the draconic inscriptions carved on the stone door. They were all draconic inscriptions that enhanced perception. Standing here, Eve didn't even need to use her divine sense to sense every corner of the space. She could even sense the tiniest speck of dust in the corner, as well as the basic elements that formed mana pulsating in the space. Not only that, but when he stood there, the call from the land of origin became stronger and stronger. This is the preparation room for our departure. I built it specifically for the trip to the land of origin. The land of origin is a bit special. If you don't make all the necessary preparations, even a god might get lost in it. Yelino said. With that, he suddenly came in front of Eve, stood on his tiptoes, and raised his head. Under Eve's strange gaze, he sniffed her body. Alright, I've completely remembered your smell. This way, when we get there, we won't get lost. Yelinos puffed out his chest. Are you a dog? Eve could not help but complain in her heart. Yelinos did not care about Eve's strange expression. She took a deep breath and said, You're right. Alright, Your Holiness Eve, now, you can accept the call from the underworld. With that, he looked at Eve and smiled. I think that after coming here, your feeling of being summoned should have reached its peak. Yelino's words made Eve's heart skip a beat. The other party was right. The feeling of being summoned was indeed getting stronger and stronger. This even made him feel that as long as he responded to the other party, he could immediately go to an unknown place. Thinking of this, Eve no longer hesitated and finally chose to accept the summons from the land of origin. The moment Eve made her decision, she felt a strange power enveloping her. This power could not be rejected or resisted. Even if Eve became a powerful true god, she could not shake the other party in the slightest. This made Eve unable to help but feel shocked. In the next second, his consciousness seemed to be pulled away by some invisible force, and the world spun. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it also seemed like only an instant had passed. When the dizzying feeling of transmigration ended, Eve regained her senses. She came to a dark world. Lonely and vast. Not only that, Eve seemed to have lost her body, leaving only her consciousness that could constantly float. This feeling of déjà vu set off monstrous waves in Eve's heart. Here, it was actually here, this was actually the place where he had stayed before he revived into the world tree. He had once thought that it was the world after his death. Could it be that his transmigration was related to the land of origin? Eve's heart was shaken. However, after becoming a true god, his will had long been firmer. Although he was shocked, he quickly adjusted himself. However, when Eve tried to extend his consciousness and mobilize his divine power to reobserve this familiar yet strange dark world, another discovery made him fall into an unprecedented shock. He had lost his power. Consciousness, divine power. They no longer existed. Eve's heart was overwhelmed with shock, and an inexplicable sense of fear arose. When you have power, you may not realize how important it is to you. Only when you lose it will you realize how terrifying it is. And in the next moment, one after another familiar aura came from all directions. Chaos, evil, that was the power of the abyss. Abyss, Eve's heart was shaken. The power of the abyss had a great corrosive effect on the soul. In the case of losing power, if he was contaminated by the abyss, there was only one outcome: depravity. However, just as the power of the abyss was about to drown Eve, lines of dragon inscriptions appeared in his consciousness, and Eve sensed a distant connection. That was the connection between him and the main body. Eve's spirit was shaken. He grasped that faint connection and finally communicated with the main body. In the next moment, a bright light bloomed in his consciousness, and familiar divine power fluctuations spread out. All the abyss auras that rushed toward him were instantly dispersed, they were purified. At the same time, the remaining abyss auras, as if they had consciousness, began to retreat quickly. In a short while, the entire dark world returned to peace. At the same time, the power that he borrowed slowly dissipated, and he returned to the state where he had no consciousness and divine power. However, Eve had remembered that connection. If another abyss aura attacked, he could still use the power of the main body to repel the other party. Not only that, after grasping that connection, Eve had a feeling that if he wanted to leave this place, he could do so at any time. And it was obvious that if he left this strange world, his consciousness and divine power would be restored. In other words, although he had lost his power to a certain extent, he was safe. At this time Eve was completely relieved. If his body had followed him in, he would have broken out in a cold sweat by now. At the same time, this also made Eve realize that his dependence on power was much more serious than he had imagined. Once he lost everything he had now, he might really go crazy. This made Eve's mood very complicated. He realized that his mind was not as strong as he had imagined. Even if he became a great divine power, he would still be afraid, and at a loss. And he did not want to experience this feeling of not being able to control fate a second time. It seems that you've adapted faster than I thought. There's no need for me to help. I was worried that because you didn't come with your main body but with an incarnation, you wouldn't be able to resist the invasion of the abyss power. Yeleno's voice interrupted Eve's thoughts. Eve looked over and saw a translucent consciousness in the darkness. Although it was only a consciousness, Eve knew that it was Yeleno's. What's going on? Is this the land of origin? Eve asked. Of course, it was not through voice, but through communication at the consciousness level. Eve found that she could do it naturally. Yes and no. Yeleno's floated in front of Eve. This is the border between the depths of the Seeker's universe and the land of origin, a crack in spacetime, a crack in the abyss. If you say so, this is more like the periphery of the land of origin. Here, true gods below great divine power will completely lose their power, and even great divine power will be greatly weakened. If they are not careful, they will be corroded by the power of the abyss. For true gods below great divine power, only by maintaining their connection with the material world of seekers can they mobilize their sleeping power here. Otherwise, they will only be contaminated by the abyss. Hearing Yeleno's words, Eve finally understood. She knew why it was said that those below great divine power should not go to the land of origin. She also knew why Yeleno suggested that she go with her. If Eve chose to come here alone with her incarnation, the only outcome would be that her incarnation would be contaminated. Perhaps even her consciousness would be injured or even corroded by the abyss. The dragon runes in Yeleno's alternate space were prepared for this moment. We only came here with our consciousness? Eve could not help but ask. No, our bodies are also here. Oh, your incarnation. However, our bodies are sealed by some kind of power. Yelenos replied. Of course, now that we have avoided the corrosion of the power of the abyss and have reconnected with our power, we can pry open the seal and try to regain control of our bodies. Yelenos said again. After saying that, under Eve's surprised gaze, her consciousness emitted a faint halo and gradually solidified. First, it turned into a megalosaurus with colorful scales, then slowly turned into human form, and finally returned to its appearance before entering the space. Sensing the change in the other party's strength, Eve followed suit and mobilized the power that was connected to her main body. The next moment, her body also began to change, and the true God's incarnation reappeared. However, she only had a body. Most of her divine sense and divine power were still sealed. You familiarized yourself very quickly. Looking at Eve who had reappeared in front of her, Yelenos smiled. What's next? Eve stretched her limbs and asked. Next, of course, we're going to the real land of origin. Yelenos said. As she spoke, she stretched out her right hand, and a purple ball of light appeared in her palm. The ball of light kept spinning, flickering with a strange light. It emitted a faint halo, causing Eve's heart to skip a beat. Other than the different color, this ball of light, she could not be more familiar with it. Because she also had one in her soul, however, it was blue. It was a mysterious ball of light that led to Blue Star and could contact the Blue Star network. In addition, before she recovered, she had touched another green one. What is this? Eve could not help but ask. This is the key to opening the door to the land of origin. There are a total of 7 keys in the Seeker's universe. The 7 keys have different abilities. Some have been fused into divine artifacts and hidden, some have been lost, and some have been controlled by true gods. Only with a key or a divine artifact with a fused key can one step into the real land of origin. Yelenos said. As she spoke, she glanced at Eve. Speaking of which, the Mother of Gods once had a key, but it's now in the hands of Ideo. Eve was silent. He thought for a while, but in the end, he didn't tell her that there was still a mysterious blue ball of light in his soul. Of course, the most important reason was that her ball of light could contact Blue Star. And this was Eve's biggest secret. Yelenos held the ball of light in her hand and injected her divine power into it. Then, the dark world trembled slightly, and white stone steps appeared under Yelenos's feet. The steps continued to extend, leading to the depths of the dark world. Let's go. Yelenos held the ball of light and walked along the steps into the distance. Eve watched for a few seconds and followed. The 2 true gods continued to move forward along the white steps, and as they moved forward, the steps behind them slowly disappeared. They walked like this for an unknown period of time. Finally, they arrived at the end of the steps. It was an open platform, and on the platform stood an ancient temple. Looking at the towering and familiar temple, Eve's eyes flashed with surprise. Pantheon Temple? No, Yelenos shook her head. He looked at the grand, ancient, and dilapidated temple with a deep gaze. It's the land of origin. The majestic temple was grand and ancient. Every brick seemed to be telling the story of the passage of time. Eve carefully sized up the familiar pantheon in front of her and slowly nodded. Yelenos was right. This was indeed not the pantheon. Although it looked exactly the same as the pantheon, the aura it exuded was even more ancient than the pantheon. This comparison was not aimed at the pantheon that had been pieced together in the world of seekers. In the memories of the world tree's inheritance that Eve had obtained, it was the real pantheon. Perhaps, this was the original pantheon. Looking at the temple in front of her, Eve had a flash of understanding. She had some guesses about the origin of the pantheon. Following Yelenos, the 2 demigods arrived in front of the ancient temple. Yelenos raised the purple ball of light in her hand, and the light shone on the ancient stone door of the temple. At the same time, Eve sensed the blue ball of light in the depths of her soul, the true God weapon reversal gate stored in the alternate space, and the world tree's main body in the world of seekers, which had a faint connection with the incarnation. All of them felt a faint throbbing at the same time. The next moment, the entire temple emitted a faint glow, and the door slowly opened. At the same time, an emotionless voice resounded on the platform of the temple. Verification, successful. Welcome back. Supreme Ruler. It was an unknown language, but Eve could understand it. Not only that, Eve was no stranger to this language. She had heard it before she had revived into the world tree. At that time, she had always thought that it was the voice of the Goldfinger system, but now, it seemed that it was not a system that came with transmigrators. Welcome back? Supreme Ruler. Eve could not help but glance at Yulinos beside her, but she found that there was nothing wrong with her. It was as if she had not heard the voice just now. Your Holiness Yulinos, did you hear something just now? Eve could not help but ask. Hear what? Yulinos was slightly stunned. She turned around and looked at Eve in confusion. What are you talking about? Looking at Yulinos' puzzled expression, Eve fell silent. No, maybe I'm too nervous, he said. Yulinos did not hear anything, which meant that the mysterious language had been spoken to Eve herself. Before she figured everything out, Eve instinctively felt that she should bury this matter in the bottom of her heart. However, although she barely suppressed the surprise in her heart, Eve could not understand why only she could hear that voice, and that welcome. Was it directed at the key in Yulinos' hand, or was it directed at her? Eve wasn't that narcissistic. He didn't think that he, a transmigrated soul, would have anything to do with the Supreme Ruler. If there was, it had to be related to his identity as the World Tree. But then again, if this temple was older than the Pantheon, it should have appeared long before the Yggdrasil arrived in the Seeker's universe. This couldn't be related to the Yggdrasil. He could not figure it out. Eve frowned slightly. She felt that another mystery had been added to the puzzle that she had yet to solve. Yulinos stared at Eve's frowning brows for a while and slowly shook her head. Your Holiness Eve, you don't have to worry. The road ahead is very safe. But, you have to be mentally prepared, because what we're about to see may make you have strong doubts about your worldview and your future. Anos was like that. He survived the corruption of the abyss, but after seeing what was in the land of origin, he went crazy. Yulinos sighed as if she was lamenting. Something in the land of origin. Eve's heart skipped a beat. She retracted her thoughts and looked at the deep door of the temple. Although the door was already open, it was completely dark inside, and nothing could be seen. It was like a giant mouth that was waiting for its prey to arrive. Let's go. Yulinos took the lead and stepped in. Her movements were skillful, as if she was already used to it. Eve hesitated for a few seconds before following. After stepping into the temple, her vision suddenly changed. Eve found herself in a starry sky. No, it was not a starry sky. It seemed to be a broken universe. It was dead silent and cold. It was as if time had stopped here. Eve was surprised to find that countless dilapidated planes were floating around her. They were densely packed and innumerable. However, these planes were very small. The big ones were only the size of a palm, and the small ones were even like sesame seeds. With Eve's powerful true God-level vision, she could even see through the broken pocket-sized crystal walls and see the scene inside the planes. They were dilapidated and dead worlds. Some of them even had the ruins of civilizations that had long lost their vitality. These ruins were not in the style of Seekers. Instead, they had a strange and mysterious feeling, rough and ferocious. Between the ruins, she could see some ferocious remains that looked like dead bugs. Eve frowned slightly. Isn't it spectacular? This is a universe that has already been destroyed. Yulinos said. Once, Eve keenly grasped a key word in the other party's words. At this moment, steps gradually appeared under the feet of the two true gods, leading to the depths of the pocket-sized universe. The steps were also white, almost identical to the steps that the two mythical gods had walked on before entering the land of origin, be it in color or shape. Yulinos took a step forward and walked into the depths. As she walked, she said, "This universe is called the cosmos. The universe this time is called the world of Poseidon. It is ruled by an intelligent creature called the Kulich. They have developed a splendid civilization and have extremely high attainments in the field of mind power." As she spoke, she looked at Eve. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with the term mind power, but I think you should be very familiar with it if I change the term. What is it? Eve asked. The power of faith. Yulinos replied with a sigh. After saying that, she let out a long sigh. However, just as their civilization developed to its most brilliant point, a world-destroying disaster descended. Endless swarms of insects appeared in the universe. They devoured all energy and destroyed everything. Eve was already shocked by Yulinos' words. She was silent for a moment and could not help but ask, "How, did you know about this?" Yulinos paused and said, "Of course I saw it in the records." Then, she looked at Eve. "You can see it too." Eve was slightly stunned. She was about to continue asking when she realized that they had reached the end of the stairs. At the end of the stairs was a familiar platform. It was the same platform as the entrance to the land of origin. Behind the platform stood a temple identical to the Pantheon temple. However, in front of the temple, there was a tall stone tablet. The stone tablet was engraved with densely packed words. Those were words that Eve had never seen before. Elven, dragon, Titan, and the ancient god language that was once popular among the ancient gods. She seemed to be able to see traces of them. The moment she saw the words, Eve was surprised to find that although she had never seen these words before, she could understand their meaning. "You're surprised, right? We've never seen these words before, but we can understand them. I call them the words of origin. These words have a strange power. Perhaps it can't be displayed here, but when you leave the land of origin and reach the world of seekers, you'll discover its uniqueness. It has magic power. By the way, I created the dragon language based on the words on this." Yulinos said. Perhaps, the elven language was the same. Looking at the words, Eve's gaze was a little complicated. The words were densely packed and covered the entire stone tablet. And the content recorded was the history of the universe in front of her, from the birth of life, to evolution, to the development of civilization, to the final destruction. At the end of the stone tablet, there was a line of words that was listed separately. The world of Poseidon lasted for 530 million years, and a total of 34,000 origin laws were born, and 32,000 were successfully collected for my lord. Looking at this line of words, Eve fell silent. What does this mean? She looked at Yulinos. She had some guesses in her heart, and her expression was a little ugly. It's literally what it means. Yulinos was very calm. Let's go to the next one. She raised the ball of light in her hand again, and the light enveloped the door of the temple behind the platform. The door slowly opened again, and the lifeless voice with the same content sounded in Eve's ears again. However, standing in front of the door, Eve felt that it was difficult to take that step. She felt that she already knew what was behind the door. "Come in," Yulinos said calmly. With that, she took the lead and walked in. Eve took a deep breath and stepped through the door again. Her vision suddenly changed, and she came to a starry sky again. No, this was another universe that had been destroyed. There were still countless broken planes floating in the void, dead and broken. And in that broken plane, traces of life could still be seen. However, when Eve saw the dense wreckage on the pocket-sized land through the broken crystal wall, her expression changed slightly. She could not help but look at Yulinos beside her, but Yulinos' expression was still calm. Outer realm. Is that what it means? Eve asked in disbelief. Yulinos was silent for a moment, then slowly sighed. I don't know. From the moment I arrived in the world of seekers, I lost my memories of the past. Eve was speechless. After a few seconds, she slowly withdrew her gaze from the broken plane. The wreckage on that plane was nothing else. It was a megalosaurus. A megalosaurus that was exactly the same as Yulinos' true body, a megalosaurus that the seekers respected as the original megalosaurus. This was a universe that belonged to Megalosaurus. Desolate and dead planes floated in the void, and there were more of them than the boss world. In almost every broken plane, the remains of the Megalosaurus could be seen. Not only that, but outside the remains of the Megalosaurus, there were still many insect corpses, but outside the insect corpses, there were some ruins and buildings similar to the boss world. There was also a platform in this universe, and on the platform, there was still a stone tablet. Like the boss world, the stone tablet told the story of the Megalosaurus universe, from the creation of the universe to the birth of the Megalosaurus to the destruction of the entire world. In this historical record, there was also news of Coolidge. This civilization that died out with the destruction of the previous universe also left traces in the Megalosaurus universe. They suddenly appeared 30 million years after the birth of the Megalosaurus. They claimed to be descenders and had a war for planes with the Megalosaurus that had dominated most of the universe. In the end, they were completely destroyed by the stronger and more numerous Megalosaurus. This war lasted until the end of the universe, and the Megalosaurus reached the peak of its race's comprehensive strength after the war. However, the endless insect swarm came again. Not only that, but they were stronger than the first time and even learned to use soul power. But this time, the insect swarm did not win. They were defeated by the stronger Megalosaurus. However, the Megalosaurus victory was not the end. After defeating the insect swarm, some Megalosaurus fell into madness and began to attack their companions. The Megalosaurus that won a Pyrrhic victory destroyed themselves just like that. And with them, the entire universe was destroyed. At the end of the stone tablet, the time of the entire universe was still recorded. The Megalosaurus world lasted 480 million years and produced a total of 81,000 origin laws, successfully collecting 80,000 for my master. After reading the record, Eve fell into a long silence. She withdrew her gaze from the stone tablet and stopped at the pocket-sized broken planes around her. She sighed. 81,000 origin source laws. Does this represent the number of planes in the entire universe? To be precise, it's the number of planes, plus the number of mythical Megalosaurus. Yeleno said. As he spoke, he said meaningfully, Your Majesty Eve, do you know the oldest way to become a mythical Megalosaurus? What is it? Devour the planar source. Yeleno said. With that, he stroked the ancient stone tablet and sighed softly. Of course, the success rate of this method is extremely low, and it will also destroy the plane, so we have long since abandoned it. Eve's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the different numbers of the laws of origin on the stone tablet before and after, and then looked at the identical pantheon behind the platform. He had an inexplicable expression. So, the destruction of the universe means that some kind of existence is collecting the laws of origin, and the missing laws of origin represent the Megalosaurus that escaped from this universe? They escaped to the next universe? Is it the same for the 2000 origin laws that the boss world did not collect? It's just that the one who controls the origin is the race called Kulich? These universes are actually the law farms of the so-called Lord? Looking at Eve's shocked but still calm expression, Yelenos praised her. That's right. Your Majesty Eve, your mind is stronger than I imagined. You have to know, many mythical creatures who survived the early pollution went crazy when they realized this truth. With that, he sighed. As high and mighty mythical creatures, we control the fate of all things and manage the operation of the entire world. However, we are just livestock raised by a mysterious existence to collect the laws of origin. Let's go. Let's continue forward. As Yeleno spoke, she walked to the next temple. She raised the purple ball of light in her hand, and the door of the temple opened again. Eve slowly retracted her gaze and followed Yelenos in. As expected, this was another destroyed plane universe. However, compared to the previous Megalosaurus universe, there were more planes of all sizes in this universe. And in the ruins of the plane, Eve saw a new civilization. However, when she saw the huge wreckage, her eyes widened slightly. Titan? This universe was actually born with Titans. Aren't Titans a race born in the world of Seekers? Eve could not help but ask. Who knows? Your Majesty Eve, sometimes, history is not necessarily true. Everyone knows that the ancestor of the Megalosaurus in the world of Seekers is me. There's no dispute about this. After all, the moment I arrived in the world of Seekers, many ancient gods also observed it. But Titans are different. Their ancestor, does anyone know? Yeleno shook her head. She looked at the dilapidated Titan plane and sighed. No one knows. It's precisely because no one knows that everyone thinks that Titans were born in the world of Seekers. And those who really know the truth, considering the even more terrifying truth of the universe's reincarnation, don't care about the so-called origin of Titans. Hearing Yelenos' words, Eve was speechless. After passing through the long stairs, she once again arrived in front of the stone tablet that recorded the history of the universe. Like the Megalosaurus, the born Titans also developed a powerful civilization. However, in this universe, the Megalosaurus from the previous universe had also settled down. The battle between the two sides lasted from the beginning of the universe to the end of the universe. This made Eve vaguely realize why the Megalosaurus and Titans had always been at odds. They were not only the sworn enemies of the Megalosaurus era and the Titans era, but they had already become mortal enemies in other universes for survival. This time, in the universe, it was still the swarm that ended everything. However, compared to the last time, they had changed again. Their individuals no longer had a single strength. Instead, like the Megalosaurus, they had undergone differentiation. Their bodies had even evolved scales that looked like the scales of the Megalosaurus. Their strength was very weak, and the strong was very strong. The strongest was not inferior to the mythical Megalosaurus and the mythical Titans. What was worth mentioning was that the psychic ability that they had learned from the Kulich race had deteriorated. They only retained the ability to affect the enemy's mind. The Titan world has lasted for 430 million years. A total of 123,000 origin laws have been born. We have successfully collected 122,500 origin laws for our Lord. The stone tablet wrote so. Looking at the ancient words, Eve's gaze gradually deepened. The age of the universe had shortened again, and the number of laws or planes had increased. The efficiency of the so-called collection had also increased. The Poseidon world, the Megalosaurus world, the Titan world, there were already 3 destroyed universes. Eve looked behind the stone tablet. There was still a temple there. There was no doubt that this cycle was still going on. Let's continue forward, Yelena said. The 2 mythical creatures took a step forward and continued to walk toward the new temple gate. Another destroyed universe appeared in Eve's vision. This was the 4th universe to be destroyed. In this universe, the number of planes was even greater. After passing through a broken plane, Eve came to the stone tablet on the platform again and read it. Unlike the previous planes, this universe did not give birth to a native civilization. Because the Megalosaurus and the Titans had appeared in the universe from the beginning. Their appearance had strangled the race that was most likely to give birth to a civilization in the cradle. The 2 major races, the Megalosaurus and the Titans, did not fight like last time. Instead, they developed in their own planes, multiplied, and then expanded to other planes, until their figures covered the entire universe. Then, the war broke out again. The Zergs appeared again. But this time, their appearance was no longer just that of the Zergs. Instead, they had learned from the Titans and evolved into a humanoid form. They had become more agile. Eve could vaguely smell the scent of demons from their bodies. This time, the Titans and the Megalosaurus, who had joined forces, spent 10 million years to eliminate all the invading Zergs and ushered in the victory of the war. However, this was not the end. As soon as they won the war, the Megalosaurus and the Titans immediately turned against each other and fought again. In this war, both sides suffered, and there was no winner. And at this moment, the Zergs that had been jointly killed by the 2 major races actually appeared again. Boundless darkness swallowed the various planes, and the Zergs that filled the sky descended. The 2 major races that had suffered heavy losses were unable to resist, and the universe was destroyed again. The new world lasted for 380 million years, and a total of 197,000 origin laws were born. We have successfully collected 196,700 origin laws for our master. At the end of the stone tablet, it was recorded. Eve fell silent again. Is this Zergs the origin of the abyss demons? She asked. What do you think? Yelenos asked back. Eve was silent. She already had an answer in her heart. The name of the new world was given by the Megalosaurus and the Titans? Eve asked. It should be so. The name of the universe on the stone tablet seems to refer to the knowledge of the dominant race. The name of this universe was probably given by the Megalosaurus and the Titans who escaped from the previous universe. Why did the Megalosaurus and the Titans fight in the end no matter what? Probably, at that time, they had already sensed the truth of the universe. Yelena sighed. As she spoke, she pulled herself together and looked at the door of the next temple. Let's go to the 5th universe. The 5th time, Eve looked at the temple in front of her with a complicated expression and walked up again. The door of the temple opened again. Once again, the two true gods entered. A universe that was even larger than the new world appeared in front of Eve. The densely packed plains were everywhere, and there were too many to count. In this universe, the figures of the Megalosaurus and the Titans still existed. However, other than them, there were other mythical creatures in this universe. On the stone tablet of this universe, Eve saw records about them. It was an energy life form that could fuse with the plane and affect the attributes of the plane. It was called the elemental giant. They accompanied the birth of the universe and appeared with the planes. Some even fused with the origin of the planes and became the masters of the planes. They could modify the environment of the entire plane according to their own attributes. After their birth, they fought with the Megalosaurus and the Titans who had fled to this universe again. This war lasted for hundreds of millions of years until the swarm descended again. The universe was destroyed again. This time, Eve keenly discovered in the records that the overall strength of the Zerg, which seemed to be related to the origin of the demons, had decreased. Of course, in this universe, the strength of the Titans, Megalosaurus, and even the energy life forms had obviously decreased compared to the previous universe. The number of planes seemed to be expanding again and again, but the overall strength of the living beings was shrinking step by step. Since we already know that there will be great enemies in the future, why do the Megalosaurus and the Titans still want to be enemies with the elemental giants? Looking at the records on the stone tablet, Eve could not help but ask. But as soon as she finished speaking, she thought of the answer herself. Escaping from the previous world to the next world might not necessarily be able to retain the truth of the universe. Just like Yelenos, when she descended to the world of seekers, she had completely lost her memories of the past. Perhaps, this time, the memories of the Megalosaurus and the Titans were also lost. The elemental universe has lasted for 330 million years, and a total of 246,000 origin laws have been born. We have successfully collected 245,900 origin laws for our Lord. This was what was recorded on the stone tablet. After reading the records on the stone tablet, Eve's heart became heavier and heavier. Her gaze shifted to the next door of the temple, and her voice was a little low. How many more are there? There's only one left. There are a total of 6 universes that have been destroyed in the land of origin. This is the second to last one. Yelenos said. The last one, if that was the case, would the world tree appear in the last universe? Looking at the door of the temple that was no different from the Pantheon, Eve could not help but think. Like the Megalosaurus, the world tree was born from outer space. There were no records of the world tree in the previous universes, so this last one was very likely related to the origin of the world tree. Let's go to the last universe. Yelenos opened the door of the temple. Eve did not hesitate and followed her in. Her vision changed, and she came to a space that was larger than any of the universes before her. Countless dead planes were scattered all over the place, slowly floating. In this universe, Eve saw traces of human ruins, as well as human remains scattered in the depths of the plains. It was a civilization style that was completely different from the humans in the world of seekers. It even looked a little sci-fi. In addition, the Megalosaurus and the Titans had appeared again, but they were far less powerful than before. However, there were still no traces of the world tree's existence. Arriving in front of the stone tablet of this universe, Eve saw its name, Plain World. Plain World. Looking at this name, Eve revealed a surprised expression. Through the previous few universes, Eve already understood that the names of the universes on the stone tablet in the land of origin were determined according to the cognition of the mainstream creatures. In Eve's observation, the dominant race in this universe was none other than human beings. Then the name Plain Universe was very interesting. Naming it Plain Universe. Did it mean that there were universes that were not planes? When Eve saw the records on the stone tablet, her eyelids twitched wildly. The humans in the Plain Universe did not evolve from planes. In the records of the stone tablet, a meteorite fell to the earth and brought humans. They came from the real extraterrestrial world. In just 10,000 years, humans developed a brilliant civilization in the Plain Universe, and their footprints spread all over the world. In addition to humans, there were Megalosaurus, Titans, and a small number of elemental creatures that escaped from the previous world. This world was very similar to the current world of Seekers, but different from the world of Seekers. The humans in this world did not have extraordinaries. They could not use magic power. They walked the technological path similar to Blue Star, but there were traces of using magic power more or less, but they borrowed it from external forces. As the recorded history progressed, gradually, a familiar name entered Eve's sight. Neo? Looking at the name on the stone tablet, Eve was stunned. Neo, in the records of the stone tablet, he was the descendant of a human who fell in love with an elemental creature in human form. At the same time, he was also the first descendant of a human and another race. He was the first human in the universe who could use magic power, a genius with unlimited potential. He brought the dawn of magic and extraordinaries. From this moment on, the human world officially ushered in the era of extraordinaries who could control their own power. The subsequent development of history was very lamentable. As extraordinaries appeared in the human world one after another, some people walked the path of strengthening themselves through extraordinaries, while others continued on the path of magical technology. As the first human to obtain extraordinaries, Neo gradually grew into the first human myth and also the leader of the human race. He did not believe in a true god, but in the identity of an ancient god. He controlled the laws. Human civilization continued to develop, and the Titans and Megalosaurus, who had licked their wounds, continued to grow stronger. However, this time, the various forces were very restrained. Large-scale wars and conflicts did not appear. It was clear that the living beings who survived this time knew the truth of the world. They were preparing for the final battle. The civilization of the planar universe had developed peacefully for nearly 100 million years, creating an incomparably brilliant culture. Although the overall strength of the individuals did not surpass that of the previous universes, with the help of magic technology, their overall strength was stronger. Some of the magic-conducting weapons were even comparable to mythical creatures. Of course, they failed in the end. The Zergs appeared again. This time, they obtained the ability similar to the elemental creatures, which allowed them to influence the plane and other species. However, their influence on the plane and living beings was pollution and assimilation. Chaotic and evil powers wreaked havoc in countless planes with their appearance. Rich plains were turned into dark lands, and the sky was covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashed, and black fog filled the air. The magic-conducting civilization created by humans could not withstand a single blow in front of them. Because humans could not resist the pollution from the Zergs at all. In an instant, they fell into madness and depravity. They were assimilated into the chaotic Zergs. This was almost a one-sided war. Even if the various species were fully prepared, the weakening of each reincarnation made their overall strength far inferior to the earliest universes. The universe was getting bigger and bigger, but the high-end combat power of the creatures in the universe was getting weaker and weaker. This time, in the face of the ferocious Zergs, humans gave them a terrifying name, demons. As for those contaminated planes, they were called the Abyss by the beings of the universe. However, it was not the demons that destroyed this plane world. It was Neo. In the records of the stone tablet, the leader of the humans, Neo, disappeared at the most critical moment of the war. He disappeared for a full 100 years, and there was no news of him for 100 years. And after 100 years, when the entire universe had almost completely fallen and all things were about to end, he appeared again. As soon as he appeared, he erupted with unprecedented power and destroyed the entire universe. Demons, abyssal abyss, planes, all of their existences had vanished in an instant. At the end of the stone tablet, there was a record: the plane universe lasted for 280 million years, and a total of 337,000 origin laws were born. No origin laws were collected. Looking away from the stone tablet, Eve's heart was churning. No origin laws were collected, obviously, although the universe was destroyed this time, the existence behind the world had also failed. Thinking of the name on the stone tablet, Eve could not help but look at Yelinos beside her and ask, "This Neo, is His Majesty Neo, the King of Gods?" Yelinos nodded slowly. "That's right. He advanced to a greater divine power at this time?" Eve asked again. "It should be so. To be able to easily destroy an entire universe, only the legendary great divine powers that transcend the laws of the universe can do it." Then, after destroying everything, he went to the next universe, or rather, the world of seekers that we are in? "I'm afraid so." So, you, Titan, and the humans of the world of Seekers are actually survivors that he brought over from the previous universe? I'm afraid that's the case. What about the ancient gods? The ancient gods are mythical creatures born in the Seekers universe in this reincarnation cycle. The ancient gods are mythical creatures the moment they are born, far surpassing the previous two universes. My guess is that it's related to the missing origin laws in the previous universe. The ancient gods are very likely creatures that have evolved from the laws that have not been collected. In other words, the mythical power of the world of Seekers should have been the strongest in history. Should have? As you know, the ancient gods have already withered. After chatting with Yolinos for a while, Eve fell silent. A moment later, she asked again, then, what about the world tree? Yolinos glanced at Eve and said meaningfully, that's right. The world tree was also brought to the world of Seekers by Neo. However, unlike me and Titan, the world tree came from the real outer realm. Strictly speaking, the world tree and humans do not belong to this universe. As she spoke, Yolinos looked behind the stone tablet. There was still a temple that looked exactly the same as the Pantheon. However, this temple looked much brand new than the ones in front. Looking at this temple, Eve had already vaguely guessed what was inside. She took a step forward and walked over. Although Yolinos did not say anything, she also arrived in front of the temple with him and used the purple light in her hand to open the door of the temple. The door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. There were no broken planes there, only boundless darkness. And in the darkness, a brand new stone tablet stood alone. On the stone tablet, there were still mysterious words engraved. Even if one did not understand them, they could still understand them. Those words recorded the history from the birth of the world of Seekers to the end of the war of gods and demons. This was a stone tablet that belonged to the world of Seekers. Looking at the ancient text description, Eve understood the origin of the name of the universe of Seekers. Seekers was a language without magic passed down by the humans of the previous universe. It had already died out among the creatures of the universe of Seekers. Therefore, this name could not be understood by the creatures of the universe of Seekers. To them, it was just a transliteration. In the previous universe, this word had two meanings, transcendence and starting point. This name was given by Neo. After reading the stone tablet, Eve and Yolinos left the Origin Temple. As for Yolinos, she continued to talk about everything she knew. The universe of Seekers has been constantly reincarnating. This is already the 7th time. The universes you saw just now are actually not other universes, but the predecessor of the universe of Seekers. Destruction, rebirth. Destruction and rebirth. It keeps repeating. And I think you've already guessed the meaning of this. It's to collect the origin laws for the Lord mentioned in the mysterious language. Regarding that mysterious Lord, when I received the key from His Holiness Neo, I once heard him mention that he was the true creator of this sealed universe, a creator who was heavily injured and had fallen into a deep slumber, and the purpose of collecting the origin laws is none other than to heal. The creatures in the universe went from ignorance to knowing everything, to fighting hard, then failing, restarting, until today. The world was destroyed time and time again, and the Creator harvested the laws time and time again. And the ones who destroyed the world time and time again were the Abyss demons. The so-called will of the Abyss is very likely the will of the universe's reincarnation left behind by the Creator. The Abyss demons were not like this in the past. Instead, they grew and changed over and over again. In the world of Seekers, the demons evolved a new power, which is human intelligence. In the past, they only acted based on instinct, but now, they also have the characteristics of intelligent creatures. This time, the demons are even stronger. When the Abyss first appeared, the Titans who fought with us Megalosaurus were directly wiped out, and the various planes suffered heavy losses. If we hadn't joined forces with the other ancient gods to suppress the Abyss myths, this universe would have been destroyed by the Abyss long ago, but even so, we only severely injured the Abyss. After so many years, not only did the planes that fell into the Abyss not decrease, but more and more. On the contrary, the ancient gods gradually withered, including us Megalosaurus. Now, the main force that is restraining the Abyss is the true gods led by the gods of heaven. However, you should have noticed that the power of the true gods is also weakening. The number of true gods 1,000 years ago is completely different from now. The abyss demons this time don't seem to be strong, but in fact, they're like frogs being boiled in warm water. They're consuming the power of the world of seekers bit by bit. Hearing Yeleno's words, Eve fell into deep thought. The other party was right. Take this war of gods and demons for example. It seemed like the righteous gods had won, but in fact, the abyss did not suffer any serious injuries. It had only consumed some demons and abyss myths. As for abyss myths, they were much easier to be born than righteous gods. In other words, Eve had heavily injured some evil gods and won. She had even used the power of the demon gods to take advantage of the abyss. If not for Eve, the entire world of seekers would have been finished. In that case, Eve herself was a variable. Your Holiness Eve. Yeleno's voice interrupted Eve's thoughts. The Megalosaurus ancestor of the world of seekers looked at her with a deep gaze. I once heard a few words from His Holiness Neo, or rather, a prophecy. What? Eve asked curiously. Yelenos took a deep breath and looked into the distance. I still remember that day. He sat high in the Pantheon temple, his gaze deep and painful. I asked him what happened. He told me that he was wrong. He was wrong from the beginning. He made a wrong choice, and in the end, he could only lead to an inevitable failure. I continued to ask what he meant. He only smiled bitterly and did not answer. He only told me something that I had to remember. He said that the way to unlock the world's shackles was in this paragraph. The Seeker's universe is a closed loop of reincarnation. The creatures that exist in this system will never be able to break the cycle of fate. Only external forces can change the world of seekers. External forces can accelerate the destruction of the universe, but at the same time, they can also bring about true new life. As he spoke, he looked deeply at Eve. From this perspective, the world tree that has never appeared on the stone tablet in the Origin Temple is an external force. The humans who descended from the outer realm are also an external force. Even His Holiness Neo himself is also an external force. However, the next day, His Holiness Neo disappeared, leaving behind only the key to the land of origin. No one knows where he went. Some ancient gods said that he left this universe, and some ancient gods said that he fell into eternal sleep, but one thing is certain, and that is that in the entire universe, there can only be one great divine power, and now, this position is empty. He might have really left, but he might also have fallen. With that, Yelenos looked at Eve again, her gaze deep and blurred. Your Holiness Eve, will you become the savior of the Seeker's universe or the spokesperson of the apocalypse? Please vote. Eve and Yelenos talked a lot about it. After going to the land of origin to see a few collapsed universes, the dragon ancestor opened up to Eve. Your Highness Eve, if you have anything else you want to know, you can ask me any questions. As long as I can answer them, I will. Definitely answer them. However, our communication about the truth of the world can only be carried out here. If it's in the world of seekers, it's very likely that the Lord will know. Yelenos said. Eve's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the stone tablet that belonged to the world of seekers in the Temple of Origin. On the stone tablet, it would form a record of history according to everything that happened in the world of seekers. It was as if she was monitoring it. It was probably because of this that whenever the truth of the world and her predecessor were mentioned in the outside world, Yelenos would keep it a secret and not say anything. It was not until she came to the land of origin that she told her everything she knew. Your Highness Yelenos, how many gods know the secret of the world? Eve asked. Not many. Yelenos shook her head and said, almost all the great divine powers know this secret because they have all been here before. There were some gods below the great divine power level who knew, but after knowing, their fates were not good. Some went crazy, some died, and some went missing. I think that in the world of seekers, there might still be a hidden force. They are probably loyal to the so-called Lord and are purging the gods who know the truth of the world. However, their strength shouldn't be considered strong. They can only target existences below the great divine power level. Of course, this is only my guess. There are also great divine powers who think that the changes in the previous universe attracted the attention of the will of the universe, or rather, the attention of the Lord. He is controlling the will of the universe and targeting the gods who know the truth, as well as existences that might threaten the reincarnation of the universe. However, the great divine powers are more powerful, or perhaps because the Lord is sleeping, he can't directly interfere with us. There is some truth to this statement. The reason why the ancient gods started to decline quickly was probably because their overall strength was too strong, and they posed a threat to the universe's reincarnation. As for the inexplicable difficulties in the reproduction of our dragon race, it started when we learned the secrets of the world. What about the war between the Megalosaurus and the Titans? Since we know the truth of the world, we should be allies, right? Eve asked another question. Yeleno sighed. After His Holiness Neo went missing, the key he left behind couldn't open the Temple of Origin, so we didn't know the secrets of the world immediately. However, after obtaining the key, we vaguely know the way to become a greater divine power. At that time, we realized that there was only one greater divine power throne. We also vaguely sensed that the universe would definitely face a crisis, but we did not know what exactly the crisis was. So, in order to fight for this one and only throne, we broke out into a war. As she spoke, Yelenos's expression turned lonely. This is the biggest mistake I've ever made, and it's also the thing I regret the most. Later, the abyss appeared, the Titans were wiped out, and our Megalosaurus suffered heavy losses. At that time, the key could finally open the temple in the land of origin. We knew the secret, but it was already too late. After the decline of the ancient gods, the two most powerful mythical races were wiped out, and the others suffered heavy losses. That was a war with no victor. Now that I think about it, other than our own greed, we were probably also affected by external forces. Up until now, other than Reinhard and me, no one else in the dragon race knows the truth of the world. Among the ancient gods, there are only a few powerful old fellows left. A few of them are not in good condition and have chosen to live in seclusion. As for the gods, the only ones who know the truth are the Eternal Lord, the God of War, and the Guardian of the Stars. Well, strictly speaking, the Guardian of the Stars is also an ancient god, but I've never liked him. In my opinion, those who deliberately mystify things need to be beaten up, especially him who has the divine title of prophecy. In addition, the Guardian of the Stars, the God of War, and the Eternal Lord represent another path that is different from the world tree, Yggdrasil. Another path? Eve's heart skipped a beat. That's right. This is also the reason why the world tree was attacked by the gods of faith 1,000 years ago. Yeleno said. She threw out a question that instantly piqued Eve's interest. Eve already knew that the Eternal Lord was trying to stop his predecessor from achieving greatness, so that he could achieve greatness himself. However, from what Yeleno said, it seemed that there was something else going on. The ancestor of the Megalosaurus sighed softly and continued. After knowing the secret of the world of seekers, the true gods developed several factions. The escape faction, the reincarnation faction, and the replacement faction. As he spoke, he took a deep look at Eve and said, "I'm sorry." The leader of the escape faction is the world tree, Yggdrasil. He doesn't like fighting, and he doesn't want to see living beings sacrificed in resistance. His idea is to fuse the world of seekers into himself, advance to a greater divine power, give up on other planes, and reduce the attention of the will of the universe. Then, he will leave this universe with this plane that condenses the essence of the entire universe and the living beings of the seeker's universe, escaping this reincarnation. He nurtured the true gods of faith in order to create a divine kingdom. A divine kingdom has the ability to be close to a plane, but it belongs to the true gods and will not be controlled by other forces. Therefore, it is very suitable for carrying living beings when escaping. And if he successfully escapes the universe of seekers, he will use himself to evolve a brand new universe. This is Yggdrasil's plan, and it is also a plan that several of us ancient great divine powers know about. The leader of the reincarnation faction is a mysterious ancient god named Guy. He believes that the mythical power of the universe of seekers is too weak, and it is not the time to break away from the shackles of the universe. He should preserve the fire of civilization and continue to reincarnate to the next universe to find a better time, or even, wait for the return of His Holiness Neo. This is also the final choice of most of the conservative ancient gods. The leader of the replacement faction is the Guardian of the Stars, Ridgar. He believes that escape and reincarnation are meaningless, and the only way to survive is to fight against the existence behind the universe and replace him as the Lord. The reason is that after His Holiness Neo disappeared, when he used his divine power to search for His Holiness Neo, he saw a prophecy. there is only one sentence in the prophecy: escape and compromise will only bring about destruction, and resistance and reincarnation will usher in new life. However, with His Holiness Neo's prophecy, he believes that he can't be the savior, so he has been looking for someone to carry out his ideas. It's worth mentioning that he doesn't like the world tree, who has chosen to escape. He believes that this is a waste of resources. Hearing this, Eve's heart skipped a beat. So, he chose the Lord of Eternity, in the end? That's right. Yulinos nodded. The Lord of Eternity, is the same as His Holiness Neo. His original body is human, and he fits the external force that His Holiness Neo mentioned. Not only that, he is ambitious enough, but at the same time, he is responsible enough. He is deeply trusted by the gods and loved by the believers. If he becomes the Lord, it is very likely that he will succeed in saving the entire universe. As she spoke, she let out a long sigh. Of course, that was in the past. After betraying the world tree, choosing the path of resistance, and becoming the ruler of the epic, eternity was only one step away from becoming a great divine power. However, he gradually lost himself in the faith and power. Perhaps he was influenced by the increasing faith of humans, but more and more of the bad habits of humans appeared in him. Selfishness, narrow-mindedness. The current him is no longer the same as before. Due to the uniqueness of the ancient gods' bodies, they can resist the influence of the power of faith. However, the foundation of believing in a true God is faith. Their resistance to the influence of the power of faith is far inferior to that of the ancient gods. No, perhaps from the moment he betrayed the world tree, eternity had already begun to lose himself. Some things, once lost and a gap is opened, can never be returned. Yulino sighed. Hearing this, Eve also understood something. She knew why the ancient gods did not stand on the side of their predecessors in the War of Gods 1,000 years ago. According to the timeline of the previous universes, the Seeker's universe would probably last around 230 million years. And now, the lifespan of the Seeker's universe was extremely close to this point in time. Not to mention the choice of the reincarnation sect, at least the fugitive and the replacement sect could not coexist because the time was too short. At the same time, with the prophecy of the God of Prophecy, it was difficult for the ancient gods to make a choice. No. Or rather, they already had a bias. That was the prophecy of Rigdal, who controlled the divine profession of prophecy. They also believed that fleeing was meaningless. They were more inclined to eternity at that time. This was very realistic. After all existences wanted to live and escape the fate of reincarnation. And when it came to prophecies, there was only a mistaken interpretation, not a mistaken prophecy. Thus, while the ancient gods were struggling, the divine war that besieged the world tree broke out. Before the ancient gods could make a real choice, the previous world tree had fallen. What happened next was very clear. As time passed, eternity's performance gradually disappointed some of the existences led by Yulinos. At this moment, Eve appeared. To be honest, although she could understand the other party's actions, Eve felt that there was something wrong with the ancient gods' actions. Thinking of this, she could not help but ask, "So, you think that I, who is inclined to resist, can replace eternity?" No, Yulinos shook her head. Although you've advanced to a great divine power, it's too late. Not to mention, the opportunity for the world tree to advance to greatness, the key that could allow the world tree to successfully advance to greatness, has also been seized by the Eternal Lord. The 7 keys correspond to the 7 universes. They correspond to the 7 paths to greatness. However, the universes corresponding to the first 5 keys have been destroyed, and the laws have all dissipated. They have long lost the possibility of ascending to greatness. Only the keys to the planar universes and the Seekish universe that have not been collected have hope of ascending. Among them, the most mysterious key is the key of the plane universes. No one knows what ability that key has. It was once the opportunity for His Holiness Neo to advance to greatness, and it disappeared together with him after he disappeared. As for the key corresponding to the universe of Seekers, it was left behind by His Holiness Neo. Anos and I were fighting over it, and the war that broke out was also because of it. Later, I was seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep. Anos also fell into madness. Before I fell into a deep sleep, I learned the secrets of the world, and the injuries on my body made it impossible for me to advance to greatness in this life. Therefore, I gave the key to the world tree that His Holiness Neo brought to the world tree in the universe of seekers. And now, this key is in the hands of the Eternal Lord. He successfully seized it in the divine war 1,000 years ago. So, now, only the Eternal Lord has hope of advancing to greatness. Although the Eternal Lord has gradually lost himself, at least, he has not forgotten his purpose. If he wins and ends the reincarnation of the universe, it will be considered a victory in the end. Even if, maybe I don't like him becoming an existence above me, even if, he might become a tyrant. Sorry, you might not feel comfortable listening to these words, and you might even think that I'm hypocritical, but these are indeed the true thoughts of most of the gods. Everyone just wants to live, and as the non-external existence in His Holiness Neo's prophecy, everyone is powerless and at a loss. They can only rely on special existences. However, other than Idio, I think there must be a second insurance, and that is you. As an existence with unlimited potential, I think you have hope of becoming the backup to save the universe, or rather, I think more highly of you in the future. Why? Eve's heart skipped a beat as she asked. Because you are an existence that His Holiness Neo personally brought from outside the universe. His Holiness Neo, who has advanced to a greater divine power, has the ability to leave this universe, but he has returned. Not only that, but he also brought you. This means that he thinks highly of you. Based on my understanding of him, this great existence will not do anything meaningless. Yelena said seriously. Then what do you mean by a backup plan? Eve asked again. Yelena's expression turned solemn. Join the reincarnation sect. When Idio fails, reincarnate to the next universe and continue to fight. Borrow the key of the next universe and achieve greatness. The key to the Seeker's universe is gone, but if we really fail this time, we will have a chance to obtain a new key in the next universe. At that time, the opportunity to advance to greatness will come again. At that time, I will do my best to assist you, help you achieve greatness, and save this locked universe. Hearing Yelena's words, Eve fell silent. To be honest, she was not interested in saving the universe. She only wanted to live. Of course, knowing that the Seeker's universe was a nourishment pool that constantly reincarnated, she was not willing to linger on. Instead, she hoped to obtain true freedom. However, saying that she was inclined to resist or something was only a helpless choice. If escaping could really succeed, with her personality, she would not hesitate to choose to escape. But whether it was escaping or resisting, Eve did not think that reincarnating to the next universe was a good choice. She believed that nothing could be pinned on others. The reincarnation sect had placed all their hopes on the return of the missing Neo. In Eve's opinion, it was just a gamble to leave one's fate to others. Eve did not like this. She preferred to control fate in her own hands. Not only that, but from the reincarnation of the universes, every time the universe was expanding, the power of laws was increasing, but the power of myths was weakening, and time was also shortening. And from Yelena's words, although the Seeker's universe was like an incubation machine that had been set to run, it also had a self-healing mechanism. Otherwise, the abyss would not have been evolving, and the powerful ancient gods would not have been weakened. The next universe might be even more difficult. Not to mention, it was not certain if there was a next universe. After all, who knew when the sleeping Lord would wake up? Even if there was, would he also lose his memories in the next reincarnation? One had to know that the memories of her predecessor that she had obtained after reviving as the world tree had already lost many key parts. In addition, there was another problem, and that was the attitude of the Lord of Eternity towards her. Although the other party had not directly targeted her, from what the Eternal Church had done to the elves in the past 1,000 years and their fear of the world tree, Eve suspected that this increasingly narrow-minded God would not let her off. And if such a true God became a greater divine power, Eve could not imagine how he would be treated. Eve's previous life was also human. As a human, she still knew some of the darkness in human nature. Yelena's thoughts might be wishful thinking. Eve didn't want to gamble on this issue, just as she didn't want to leave her fate in the hands of others. Speaking of which, Eve wasn't as selfless as her predecessor. He was not great. He was just an ordinary person who had his own selfish desires and obtained great power. However, Eve was willing to sacrifice something and save something as long as she could protect herself. Apart from that, there was another reason, that was, Eve did not think that he could not achieve greatness. Of course, he needed to verify something first. Your Holiness Yolinos, you mentioned that the land of origin currently has 7 keys. Then, do you know what the abilities of these keys are? Eve asked. Hearing him suddenly ask this question, Yolinos was slightly stunned. Then, the ancestor of the Megalosaurus smiled and said, if you ask the other true gods this question, they might not know. But coincidentally, other than the key to the dimension universe, I've either seen or heard of the other keys. Among them, the key to the boss world is red. It has the power of stop. It can stop all existence, even time. It's said that this key has always been in the hands of the ancient god Guai. It's the core power of the reincarnation sect's successful reincarnation to the next universe. The key to the Megalosaurus world is purple, which is the one in my hand. It has the ability of enlightenment. It can enlighten all things and pass on knowledge. The dragon language inheritance of our Megalosaurus race exists because of it. The key to the Titan world is golden. It has the ability of space, because this key has been forged into a divine artifact that can freely jump through space, the gate of reversal. At this point, Yolinos could not help but look at Eve. I heard that it seems to be in your hands. Eve raised her eyebrows slightly and nodded slightly. Yolinos continued. As for the 4th universe, which is the new world, the key is green. It has the ability of devour. It's said that if you control it, you can devour everything. This key was once in the hands of an evil god, but it disappeared later. Green, devour, Eve's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the rhythm that came from her main body when the other party opened the Temple of Origin. She thought of the absorb ability that she had awakened after becoming the World Tree. At the same time, she also thought of the green ball of light that she had touched before she revived. This can't be. So the power of absorb was not the power of the World Tree, but the power of the key. Eve's mind was filled with thoughts, but Yolinos continued to explain. The key to the 5th universe, the elemental world, is green. Its ability is as mysterious as the dimension universe. I only have a guess that it should be related to time. Its whereabouts are unknown, but I suspect that the acceleration of time on the dimension that fell into the abyss might be related to it. It might be in the abyss. At this point, Yolinos paused for a moment before continuing. As for the 6th universe, the dimension world, it's the key that His Holiness Neo borrowed. Its color is said to be blue. Boom, Eve's heart was in turmoil. Perceiving the constantly rotating blue ball of light in his god's soul, at this moment, he felt that he had connected many things. Good Lord, all 3 keys of origin were with her. And one of them was very likely to be from the dimension universe that was said to have disappeared with Neo. Could it be that the ability of this key was to travel through time and space and connect to the Blue Star universe? Was it the ball of light that connected to the Blue Star universe? Neo had disappeared time and time again because he had gone to the Blue Star universe? Did the World Tree also come from the Blue Star universe, or could it even come from other universes? If there were other universes, wait, in that case, didn't she already have the ability to run away after advancing to a greater divine power? Yolinos did not notice the change in Eve's state of mind. Her expression was somewhat emotional. The key to the dimension universe is the most mysterious. It has always been controlled by His Holiness Neo. No one knows what it is. However, I speculate that it might have something to do with His Holiness Neo's disappearance. Your Holiness Eve, His Holiness Neo has disappeared many times, not just once. It's just that he would return in the end, but this time, he hasn't returned yet. Of course, this last time is also the only time he left behind the key. As for the last key, the key to the Seeker's universe, it's orange. Its ability is assimilation. This ability is somewhat similar to devour, but it's also different. It's said that devour can only devour things that are weaker than oneself, while assimilation can assimilate existences that are as strong as oneself, or even stronger. Devour converts the other party's power into oneself, while assimilation allows one to merge with the other party and replace each other. Assimilation can speed up Yggdrasil's fusion with the world of Seekers and assimilate the divine kingdom into a true dimension. At the same time, it can also provide an opportunity for the Lord of Eternity to replace the will of the universe. these are the 7 keys corresponding to the land of origin. At this point, Eulinos looked at Eve again, performed an ancient etiquette, and sighed. Your Holiness Eve, I'm very sorry for what happened 1,000 years ago. I know that the Lord of Eternity has always been on guard against the revival of the World Tree. As his power grows stronger, killing the revival of the World Tree in the cradle has almost become his obsession, even if no one can stop him from going further. However, you don't have to worry. Although his personality is getting more and more perverse, it's not impossible to negotiate. I'll join forces with the other ancient gods and even some true gods to pressure him to stop suppressing you. Would negotiations be able to stop him? No. It should be said that if that blue ball of light was really the key to the dimension universe, then she had no reason to fear him. She could also become a greater divine power. Of course, there were 2 paths, but there was only one throne. Competition would still appear. What if Idio is determined to go against me? Eve raised her head and looked at Eulinos. Eulinos was slightly startled. A moment later, she smiled bitterly. Then I can only try my best to save you before you are killed by him, and then bring you into the next reincarnation. Hearing this, Eve smiled. Your Holiness Eulinos, you've been talking about reincarnation. If that's the case, don't you think that Idio will win? But I don't think that you will win either, Eulinos sighed. Eve was startled and did not say anything else. She knew that as long as the other party did not know that she had the key to the dimension universe, the other party would not think highly of her. Eulinos, and even many ancient gods, had probably seen her rapid rise in the past few years and her crushing momentum when facing the abyss, so they had a glimmer of hope for her future. However, Eve did not intend to tell her about the blue ball of light at this time. On one hand, it was because this involved Blue Star, the softest part of her heart, her deepest secret. On the other hand, it was also because of caution. Rather than saying it out loud to gain the other party's support and recognition, it was better to bury it in her heart and secretly develop it. This was Eve's trump card. Since the situation was unclear and she did not even know who the enemy was, it was not appropriate to expose it. Thinking of this, Eve ended the topic. But soon, as if she had thought of something, Eve's heart skipped a beat and she asked, by the way, Your Holiness Eulinos, have you heard of the Primordial Fortress? Primordial Fortress? Eulinos was stunned. Eulinos did not know what the Primordial Fortress was, even if she was an ancient god. After ending the conversation, the 2 mythical gods returned to the world of seekers. Your Holiness Eve, I will try to negotiate with Idio. As for you, you hope to increase your strength as much as possible. At least, push the divine power of a great divine power to the peak. This is not only for your safety, but also for your convenience in the future. If you have any needs, you can ask Dragon Island. Dragon Island is willing to help you. Eulinos said. I understand. Thank you, Your Holiness Eulinos. Eve nodded slightly. Although the other party was only using her as a backup, at least the attitude he showed was sincere enough. Eve was also happy to accept the other party's kindness. However, to be honest, she was not optimistic about the other party's negotiation with the Eternal Lord. She was already prepared to fight. The war between gods and demons had ended, and the Eternal Lord was probably going to settle the score with her soon. Fortunately, the seal of the world of seekers was still there. Although it was on the verge of collapse, it was not completely released. Eve, who had an army of players, was still invincible. Considering the future and her own safety, thinking of a way to control the world of seekers would probably have to be put on the agenda. Although this action might cause a backlash among many gods, it could only be said that when it was time to fight, she had to fight. The great position was not necessarily someone who would sit on it. The 2 mythical creatures walked out of the cave. Looking at the sun in the sky, Eulinos yawned. I'm sorry, Your Holiness Eve. I've used up a lot of energy to open the 7 origin holy temples. I need to sleep for a few days to replenish my energy. Since you're a guest of Dragon Island, let Reinhardt accompany you around Dragon Island. No need to trouble yourself. I left an avatar among the chosen ones. I plan to act with them, Eve said. Eulinos raised her eyebrows and smiled. Interesting. Your interest is very similar to Reinhardt's. After ending the meeting with Eulinos, Eve returned to the wind avatar. Yulinos returned to the cave to sleep. When Eve's vision changed and returned to Wind, she found that the players were in the Valley of Dragons. They were watching an intense battle between Megalosaurus. The king's instigation has descended here. Look at this earth-shaking power. Simultaneous summoning. My soul, dark red demonic dragon. A majestic red dragon roared. Pa. It played a card. Eve was speechless. The two Megalosaurus, one black and one red, stared at each other. They were like two lazy big orange cats with their fat bellies sitting opposite each other. Each Megalosaurus had a bunch of shiny cards in their claws. The cards seemed to be specially made for the Megalosaurus. They were ornately decorated and inlaid with many artificial gems. Each card was the size of a door, and there were various lifelike monster patterns drawn on them. Not only that, but they could also feel the magic power on the cards. They were obviously enchanted. It must have taken a lot of effort to make such cards. It was obvious that the players had prepared them long ago. Looking at the familiar style of the monsters on the cards, Eve couldn't help but glance at the excited Demacia in the crowd. He probably already knew who made these cards. In front of the two Megalosaurus, there were two ornately decorated artificial gems with numbers that seemed to represent health, which was also the LP of Yu-Gi-Oh! Eve sensed it and found that it was full of magic power. It seemed to have been injected by the Megalosaurus. Come out. Dark red demonic dragon. As the red dragon took out the cards, a faint light bloomed on the cards on the ground. Faintly, a figure that looked like a demon and a dragon flashed by and let out a roar. It was the fourth circle illusion spell, Fantasy Disguise. In fact, it didn't have any substantial effect. It just consumed magic power to create imaginary things according to the caster's imagination. For these enchanted cards, it was the illusion of the cool monsters drawn on them in the form of phantoms. It could even add some sound effects. Wow! Some of the young dragons in the surroundings let out cries of surprise as they looked at the shiny cards and the lifelike and powerful monsters. Their eyes were filled with stars. The two color dragons, who had always been known for their irritable and impulsive temper, looked excited. They sat obediently on the rocks, panting heavily as they took out cards and dueled with each other in high spirits. They were having a lot of fun. Looking at this scene, on the other side, a certain culprit's tail was about to reach the sky. Ha ha ha, like I said, no one can resist the joy of gaming, not even the Megalosaurus. Heh, to be honest, I've studied the personality of Megalosaurus. They like beautiful things, and each of them actually has a Chunibu soul in their hearts. To them, perhaps the attraction of Gwent and ordinary poker cards is still limited, but if they were to switch to this Yu-Gi-Oh card that I've meticulously designed, they would definitely be addicted. Look. With this set of cards full of special effects, the Megalosaurus have found entertainment. If they want to fight again, they only need to have a card battle. The LP consumed by playing cards is the magic power in their own bodies. If they don't accept it after one round, then continue to play until one side's magic power is completely exhausted, then the other side wins. Thus, the duel that only consumes magic power and avoids fighting was born. Not only that, but it also has the effect of training magic power. He, this set of cards isn't cheap, it's definitely a profitable business. Moreover, the cards that I've designed have a lifespan. If we can promote it throughout the entire Dragon Island, Demacia rubbed his hands, and even his eyes seemed to have turned into the shape of gold pounds. He described vividly, and the eyes of Feng Wu and Li Mu beside him lit up, as if they had also seen a great business opportunity. Of course, when he said the last few words, Demacia deliberately lowered his voice so that the Megalosaurus who were in high spirits did not hear him. In less than 10 minutes, the red dragon destroyed the black dragon's deck, and the mana pool, which was used as a substitute for health, was almost depleted. It won. The victorious red dragon raised its proud dragon head with a smug look on its face. On the other hand, the defeated black dragon drooped its head, dejected. I'm not convinced. Let's have another round. It roared. Let's have another round. The black dragon laughed sinisterly. Looking at the two Megalosaurus who were completely focused on the cards, Demacia became even more proud. Look, a world without barbaric killing is completed just like that. As he said that, he looked at Eve, who had returned to her avatar, and smiled. What do you think? Sister Feng? Looking at his sister Feng, come and praise me expression, Eve had a strange expression. She looked at the megalosaurus who were getting more and more excited as they fought, and her voice was inexplicable. Is it really perfect? Demacia was stunned. Eve shook her head. Demacia, do you think megalosaurus, especially color dragons, will always abide by the rules? Hearing her words, Demacia was stunned. The next moment, loud laughter came from the duel again. The red dragon won again. Ha ha ha. You little black lizard, no matter how many chances you have, you won't be able to defeat the great red dragon. It laughed loudly with a smug look on its face. The black dragon's expression became even more unsightly. After losing the card duel again, it had finally reached its limit, and the red dragon's taunt was no different from adding fuel to the fire, becoming the last straw that overwhelmed its rationality. The black dragon threw all the cards on the ground and bared its teeth with a ferocious expression. You stupid red pig! Who are you calling a little lizard? The red dragon was slightly stunned, and also became angry. What did you call me? You little black lizard. Stupid pig. You're courting death. Little lizard. Do you want to fight? Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you. Today, your grandpa black dragon is going to beat your pig brain out. Roar. Ruaya. The two megalosaurus roared, threw away the cards, and wrestled with each other with red eyes in front of Demacia's stunned gaze. The surrounding megalosaurus became even more excited, especially the color dragons, who began to cheer, as if they were afraid that the fight would not be big enough. Looking at the completely collapsed duel arena, Eve sighed. She knew it would be like this. The two color dragons fought, and the Dragon's Valley was in a mess. These were two legendary megalosaurus whose strength was close to that of a demigod. When they fought, there was no megalosaurus around at all who had the ability to stop them. The mythical megalosaurus did not live nearby, they were on the other side of the basin in the Dragon's Valley. The continuous failure of the card duels seemed to have made the black dragon very angry. It was like a lunatic when it bit. The two color dragons, who were already hot-tempered to begin with, quickly got into a fight and gradually expanded the scope of the battle, quickly implicating the other color dragons that were watching. Roar. You bastard. Why are you hitting me? This was a red dragon who was accidentally injured. You're the one I'm hitting. You red-skinned shrimps are all bad things. The black dragon bared its teeth. How dare you scold me? The red dragon who was accidentally injured was angry and joined the battle. Ah. You lunatics. My nest is going to be trampled by you. You deserve it. You want to fight? Come on, who's afraid of who? Roar. Ruaya. The Dragon's Valley was originally the place with the most megalosaurus, and when the two color dragons fought here, more and more megalosaurus were affected. Gradually, it developed into a chaotic battle that left even the players dumbfounded. Not only the color dragons, but even a few metal dragons were caught in it. Even the players were affected by it. Looking at the foul Dragon's Valley, the silver dragon Agnes was stunned. She grabbed the red dragon Tiberia, who was eager to give it a try. Don't go. I'll protect my friends from the elf tribe, you go find father. Great elder to stop them. TSK, Tiberia pursed her lips, but she still obediently turned around and flew toward the basin. However, once she left, there was no news of her anymore. Why isn't she back yet? What did she do? Looking in the direction of the valley basin. The silver dragon's expression was anxious. At this moment, the faint aroma of meat drifted over from afar. Smelling this familiar aroma, the players had strange expressions. They probably guessed why Tiberia hadn't returned yet. Dragon's Valley Basin. A huge bonfire was set up, and Salty Meow, Bayan, All-Star Akan, and a few other players set up a large barbecue rack, barbecuing skewers of greasy meat. The rich aroma of barbecued meat wafted over, whetting everyone's appetite. Next to the bonfire, the young dragons sat in a row obediently. They looked at the barbecued meat rolling up and down in the players' hands, drooling all over the ground. However, at the front of the group of young dragons, there were two huge red creatures. They were the Red Dragon King, Hertos, and Tiberia, who came to call for the Red Dragon King. Hurry up. Is it not done yet? The Red Dragon King stared at the greasy barbecued meat, his saliva almost forming a waterfall. Tiberia had long forgotten about her younger sister's words. All that was left in her large dragon eyes was the fragrant barbecue meat. Smells good. So good. Gulp, she swallowed her saliva. Looking at the eager looks of the Megalosaurus, the players who were barbecuing their meat smiled. Cards and whatnot were all unorthodox. The cost of gems was also high. For these gluttonous guys, there was nothing that barbecued meat couldn't solve. If there was, then they would have a few more skewers. Don't worry, everyone has some. It's almost done. Salty Meow said cheerfully. Then, she looked at the two huge red dragons, thought for a moment, and said, Your Highness, Hertos, your size is too big. Your Holiness Hertos, Tiberia, your true forms are too big. If you were in human form, you would be able to enjoy the barbecue even more. As soon as she said that, the two big guys consciously turned into human form. One was a handsome middle-aged man, and the other was a slim young lady. They stared at the barbecued meat, saliva dripping from their mouths. It's done. A moment later, the barbecued meat was finally out of the oven. The Red Dragon King's eyes lit up. His aura flashed, intimidating the young dragons who almost rushed out. He laughed under Tiberia's resentful gaze. Respect your elders. I'll go first. As he said that, he reached out and grabbed the meat skewers impatiently. However, at this moment, a familiar roar suddenly came from afar. Hertos! You're such a lazy bastard. Dragon Valley is about to release Dragon Life, what are you doing? It was crisp and cold, suppressing endless anger. Hearing this voice, the Red Dragon King who reached out for the barbecued meat shuddered subconsciously. He widened his eyes, grabbed a skewer of barbecued meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, under the strange gazes of the players, he turned and ran. With a whoosh, he was gone. Immediately after, another silver figure came from the other side. With a whoosh, she chased after the Red Dragon King. It was the wife of the Red Dragon King, Hertos, the mythical silver dragon Andrea. Not long after, the earth shook in that direction, and a dragon's howl that sounded like the cry of a ghost was heard. A moment later, the ferocious silver dragon Andrea pulled the Red Dragon King's ear. Under the admiring gazes of the young dragons, she dragged the badly beaten Red Dragon King in the direction of Dragon Valley. The Red Dragon King was still chewing on the barbecued meat in his mouth. As he chewed, his eyes could be seen staring at the barbecued meat. My barbecued meat, he muttered softly. Silver Dragon Andrea's face darkened, and she exerted force in her hands. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The Red Dragon King covered his ears and wailed, Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. If you're not eating, then you're playing. Are you still the Great Elder? Dragging the Red Dragon King like a dead dog, Silver Dragon Andrea's voice was getting further and further away. The young dragons looked at each other, then lowered their heads and chewed on the barbecued meat while panting. Tiberius was among them. She had a look of enjoyment on her face, as if she did not care about her parents who had just left. It had been 3 years, she could finally eat this delicious elven barbecued meat again. The players stayed on Dragon Island for a full half a month. In this half a month, they successfully became friends with the Megalosaurus on Dragon Island. And among them, the biggest contributors were the barbecued meat and the artificial gems. It was worth mentioning that although Damasia's peaceful duel plan was ruined, the cards he designed were also among the Megalosaurus, especially the Metal Dragon, which was popular. Although it was not enough to replace fighting, it was faintly popular. There were still business opportunities, which made him beam with joy. However, what the Megalosaurus liked the most was still the barbecued meat. With this unique skill of the elf forest, in just half a month, the players exchanged a lot of magic materials with the Megalosaurus. They weren't gems, nor were they divine artifacts. Instead, they were piles of dragon scales. There were all kinds of dragon scales, with all kinds of colors, from colored dragons to metal dragons, and from low to high quality. There were all kinds of dragon scales, from young dragons, adult dragons, legendary Megalosaurus, and even mythical Megalosaurus. There were all kinds of dragon scales. Every day, the place where the players barbecued meat was filled with the famous Megalosaurus, and as time passed, more and more big guys came to eat the delicacies, even a few mythical megalosaurus appeared. For a time, the reputation of the elves on Dragon Island skyrocketed, and the megalosaurus became more and more pleasing to the eyes of the players. Of course, the players also saw the lazy red dragon King Hertos being captured by the silver dragon Andrea, and a dragon training show was staged in the Dragon's Valley. It turned out that this scene was just like what Tiberius said, it was already a daily life on Dragon Island. In addition, as time passed, the King of Games card became more and more popular on Dragon Island. Although it did not replace the duel, it had become a popular form of entertainment for the megalosaurus. The players lived their days to the fullest. They barbecued meat, made friends, and were then brought around Dragon Island by the megalosaurus. In half a month, the megalosaurus brought the players to every place on Dragon Island, admiring the beautiful scenery one after another. The video that Limu recorded on Dragon Island also became popular on the video network. Every player made many megalosaurus friends on Dragon Island, and some megalosaurus even expressed that they wanted to follow the players to the elf forest when they left. Just like that, the days passed, and finally, it was time to leave. The mission of visiting Dragon Island was completed, and it was time for the players to return. At the southern end of Dragon Island, at the edge of the cliff by the coast, hundreds of megalosaurus of various sizes gathered here and looked at the 10 tiny figures on the cliff. They were the 10 players who came to visit Dragon Island. Beside them were the 10 young dragons, the golden dragon Romanus, who had transformed into a human, and a few other megalosaurus who wanted to travel to the continent of Seekers with the players. Among the megalosaurus who were sending them off, the red dragon king, Hertos, stood at the forefront. He looked at the players with his huge head, especially those who were good at cards. His eyes were filled with reluctance. "Dear elven friends, are you really leaving? We've completed our mission, and we have to leave. But if there's a chance in the future, we'll come back." The players laughed. Seeing that they had already packed their luggage, Hertos sighed. Although the elves had only stayed on Dragon Island for half a month, they had brought tremendous changes to Dragon Island. Fun games, delicious barbecued meat, the megalosaurus, who were bored and could only sleep, count gold coins, or fight in groups, suddenly realized that life could be so colorful. As the long-lived species in the world of Seekers, the megalosaurus had lost a lot of things while they had a long lifespan. There weren't many things that could stir their tranquil hearts and make them feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. During the half a month that the players stayed on Dragon Island, there were many more cheers and laughter on Dragon Island. My friends, thank you for bringing joy to Dragon Island. This is my gift, and I hope you can accept it. Hertos took out 10 shiny red dragon scales from his inventory and placed them in front of the players. Those were his dragon scales. Seeing the shiny red scales, the player's eyes lit up. Although he was a megalosaurus who was afraid of his wife, as a veteran dragon god, the dragon scales of the red dragon king, Hertos, were definitely rare treasures. Following the red dragon king's actions, the megalosaurus that came to bid farewell to the players also left their parting gifts in front of him. Dragon scales, rare magical beast cores, mutated magical plants, apart from golden gems, there were all sorts of precious gifts. Soon, a small mountain was formed in front of the players. The players were moved by the enthusiasm of the megalosaurus. Accept these gifts, friends of the elven forest. The doors of the Dragon Island will always be open to you. The Red Dragon King said. The players nodded, carefully putting away the gifts from the megalosaurus before stepping onto the backs of the young dragons. Friends of the megalosaurus, take care. Limu turned around and extended his hand, giving the megalosaurus an elven salute. Take care. The other players followed suit with solemn expressions. Even Demacia, who had always been cheeky, became serious, and there was a hint of gentleness in the depths of his eyes. Take care. The megalosaurus also bowed their heads slightly, giving the highest salute from the dragon race to their friends. Let's go. Goodbye, everyone. The players waved their hands and turned around. The young megalosaurus that they were riding on let out a long cry, spread its wings, and took them away from the Dragon Island. Romanus and a few other megalosaurus also transformed into their original forms and followed suit. More than 10 megalosaurus flew toward the southeast under the bright sunlight. Looking at the players who were gradually leaving, the Red Dragon King Hertos raised his head. He raised his slender dragon head and let out a long cry to the sky, letting out a loud and clear dragon roar. Behind him, more and more Megalosaurus joined the team one after another. They raised their dragon heads and let out a long and loud roar, one after another. Dragon roars resounded in the sky until the figures of the players could no longer be seen. As the elves left, the Megalosaurus that gathered on the cliff also dispersed. The Red Dragon King Hertos returned to the Dragon Valley reluctantly. However, as soon as he entered the basin of the Dragon Valley, the expression on his face instantly turned into anticipation. There was a flash of light in his claws, and there was an additional set of flashy cards. Looking at the cards that were more beautiful and dazzling than the other Megalosaurus, Hertos let out a silly smile. Hee hee hee. Is this a limited edition card? It's so beautiful. Xianxia, that fellow, is really not bad. This card was secretly given to him by the young man named Xianxia before the elves left. His other cards, including the set of Gwent cards that he stole from the Mother Goddess, were all burned by the silver dragon Andrea in the name of losing one's will to play. Apart from this set of cards, there were 2 sets of ordinary cards that were given to the red dragon Tiberius and the silver dragon Agnes. Surprisingly, these 2 Megalosaurus did not come to send the players off today. Clearly, they had spent the most time with the players in this half a month. I can't let Andrea see this set of cards again. The Red Dragon King carefully kept the cards as if they were precious treasures. However, just as he finished keeping them, he heard his wife's familiar voice. Hertos. The Red Dragon King was shocked and almost dropped the cards on the ground. How many cards did he play? He turned around and saw the silver dragon Andrea frowning and sizing him up. She seemed to be in a bad mood. What are you hiding? Cough, nothing, nothing. Andrea was speechless. The mythical silver dragon looked at the Red Dragon King deeply, making him feel uneasy. However, in the end, she did not pursue the matter. Right, have you seen Tiberius? Andrea asked. Tiberius? The Red Dragon King frowned slightly. That little bastard still has 2 months of confinement left. He should be in the back of the valley, right? With Agnes. Agnes was knocked unconscious. I asked her, but she doesn't remember anything. The silver dragon's expression was a little unpleasant. Hearing this, the Red Dragon King was stunned. A few seconds later, he thought of something and suddenly looked in the direction where the players left. He cursed. Damn it, Tiberius, that little bastard, must have sneaked away again. I even planned to give the cards to her. Cards? A sharp gaze swept over. Cough. Wife, you heard wrong. The Red Dragon King coughed dryly and withdrew his tail. Sigh. The journey is over. Xianxia, who was riding on the dragon's back, turned his head and retracted his gaze from Dragon Island. He could no longer see Dragon Island behind him. Xianxia, it seems like you like Dragon Island very much. Shapeshifter G Gang laughed. Of course, the Megalosaurus on Dragon Island are rich and innocent, especially the metal dragons. Once you gain their recognition, you can truly become friends with them. Although the color dragons on Dragon Island are a little hot-tempered, they are unexpectedly genuine. They are completely different from the evil dragons entrenched in the Seeker's continent. Xianxia said. As he spoke, he felt a little emotional. I've made more friends in the Megalosaurus over the past few days than I've made friends with the players in the past few years, who asked you to always like to cause trouble. Hearing his words, the players looked at him with disdain. Facing the disdainful looks of the players, especially the few female players, Xianxia blushed. He coughed awkwardly and said, Can't I be wrong? Isn't this already being changed? Right, speaking of which, why didn't Tiberius come to send us off? Didn't she say that she wanted to go back to the elf forest with us? Xianxia changed the topic. She's being grounded, right? I heard from Agnes that she'll be grounded for another 2 months. Salty Meow replied. However, it was at that moment that a cheerful and loud dragon roar echoed from behind the players, Rua Dash. Wait for me. Aren't you guys flying too fast? The players turned around and saw a slender red dragon chasing after them. Tiberia, aren't you under house arrest? Tiberius was slightly taken aback. Hey! I already said that I want to go back with you guys. My contract with the goddess of life hasn't been fulfilled yet. Who cares about being grounded? That old guy can't lock me up. The red dragon looked proud. After saying that, it widened its sparkling eyes again. Speaking of which, when we return to the elf forest, is there a welcome dinner? Don't be too polite. A cart of roasted meat will do. I want to bring honey too. The players were speechless. You're just craving the roasted meat in the elf forest, right? Just like that, the red dragon Tiberius joined the team. The group flew toward the Seeker's continent. This time, their route wasn't the same as when they came. Instead, they went straight to the elf forest. After traveling for a few months, it was time to go home. The players returned with a rewarding trip to Dragon Island. When they returned to the City of Heaven's Chosen, it was already a week later. At the same time, Zaloran in the Maple Moon Free Territory welcomed a traveler from the north, Zaloran. I'm finally at Zaloran again. Looking at the city on the shore that was more prosperous than it was a year ago, John Sr. sighed. In just a year, the dirty and messy docks had been expanded nearly twofold. Guards in fine armor were constantly patrolling in an orderly manner. The streets were straight, and the roads were cleaner than he remembered. The pedestrians coming and going were glowing, unlike the dispirited and exhausted citizens in the various cities of the empire. Their gazes were full of vitality. The beautiful city and the happy residents made John Sr. a little dazed. It had only been a year, but Zaloran looked completely different from the cities of the empire. This place really looked like a fairy tale paradise. John Sr. carefully got off the ship, tightened the keepsake given to him by the elves, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and walked into the city. The city was more prosperous than he had imagined. There was an endless flow of carriages, and people came and went. It was a bustling and grand scene. This scene made John Sr. feel as if he had come to another world. At the same time, a deep doubt kept growing in his heart. Why? Why was it that a year ago, Zaloran City was not much different from the other cities in the empire, even though it was famous outside? Why did it change so much in just a year? John Sr. knew that it was the Life Church's credit behind this. However, he couldn't imagine how a city that had suffered from the flames of war could recover its vitality and look brand new in such a short time. He stood nervously at the intersection and didn't know where to go for a while. Until a guard in armor noticed him and came forward to greet him. Seeing the guard walking toward him, John Sr.'s heart tightened, and he subconsciously wanted to escape. It couldn't be helped. This was the conditioned reflex of every civilian of the empire. The city guards maintained the order of the city, but they also protected the interests of the nobles and wealthy merchants. As for the commoners without any background, if they got involved with the city guards, they would often be bullied or blackmailed. However, just as John Sr. was feeling nervous, helpless, and fearful, the guard patted him on the shoulder and revealed a friendly smile. "Friend, you don't look too good. Are you in trouble? Do you need me to help?" Seeing the guard's friendly smile, John Sr. was slightly taken aback. This smile was very familiar to him, as if he had seen it before. Gradually, the other party's appearance slowly overlapped with an image in his memory. It was a refugee that John Sr. met on a ship when he fled from the south. He finally got off the ship in Zaloran. However, John Sr. clearly remembered that the refugee was sallow and emaciated, with a dispirited expression and cloudy eyes. The guard in front of him had a ruddy complexion, was full of vigor, and his bright eyes were full of light. Is this really the same person? John Sr. was uncertain. Jason? Is that you? He widened his eyes and asked uncertainly. The guard was stunned. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. You know me? It's really you? I'm John. John Sr. said excitedly. John? The guard frowned. When he carefully looked at John Sr.'s appearance for a while, his expression gradually turned to surprise. It's you. John. Yes, it's me. John Sr.'s voice trembled. You. How did you become like this? I didn't even recognize you. Looking at John Sr.'s slightly aged appearance, the guard asked in surprise. Sigh. It's a long story. I'm also curious about what you've experienced. It feels like you've become a different person. John Sr. lamented. Hearing his words, the guard's gaze gradually softened. As if thinking of something, his expression became very excited and pious. He drew a symbol of the scepter of life on his chest and said with a smile, "All of this is thanks to Her Holiness the Great Goddess and the Merciful Lady Sophia." "John, do you remember our chat on this ship?" the guard asked. John Sr. was in a daze for a moment and nodded. "Remember? Of course I remember." Of course he remembered. When he first met Jason, he was at the lowest point of his family's destruction and disheartened. During that time, it was precisely because he got to know Jason and poured out his heart that he gradually walked out of despair. However, John Sr. was a devout eternal believer at that time, while Jason had already given up his belief in the true God. In the end, the two parted ways in Zaloran. One converted to the Church of Life, while the other continued north. However, the two met again now. And John Sr. also changed from an eternal believer to a confused non-believer. "John," Jason's gaze was very bright. "We once talked about why this world is so dark. Where is hope? Where is our future? Where is the dawn that can pierce the dark night? Now I've found it." Old John gained a deeper understanding of the Maple Moon Free Territory and the Life Church through his conversations with his old friends. He gradually developed a deep curiosity about everything in the Maple Moon Free Territory and the Life Church. On the other hand, after the return of the players who visited Dragon Island, the effects of their harvest on this trip began to ferment in the elven forest. This was especially so when the other players saw the few megalosaurus that the party had abducted and the piles of dragon scales and various precious materials that they had obtained from trading with the megalosaurus or receiving gifts from the megalosaurus. Just as the players opened the door to a new world for the megalosaurus on Dragon Island, the party's trip to Dragon Island opened a new world to other players. For a time, many players who owned flying monsters included the trip to Dragon Island in their plans. The map drawn by the adventure players to Dragon Island became even more popular. The route post that Limu uploaded to the official website was almost exploding with comments. Of course, although everyone was excited, only a few people could actually turn their thoughts into actions. Although dragon scales were precious, the journey was long enough. Players who didn't have megalosaurus companions would have a certain degree of difficulty crossing the sea to reach their destination. In addition, after the return of the players who visited Dragon Island, many guilds began to prepare for another activity, which was to head to the Northwest Sea to fish. This was especially true for guilds with strongholds near the sea and guilds that set up strongholds near the Northwest Forest after the discovery of Crystal City and Icebound Valley. Elven Nation was so realistic that delicious food was an eternal topic here. As the number of players increased, the price of meat in the Elven Forest increased significantly. At this time, a rich fishing ground undoubtedly opened the door to a new world for the players. However, for the players, there was more than one door to a new world. With the return of the players who visited Dragon Island, another interesting thing began to appear in various parts of the continent of Seekers. Well, perhaps it was wrong to say that it was interesting. For some forces in the world of Seekers, it was more like a nightmare. That was, more than one force with minds discovered that their minds had all disappeared overnight. No one knew what had happened. It was said that someone had seen the mine emit a dazzling light. The light shot into the sky like a miracle. After that, the players who witnessed it couldn't remember anything. Some said that this was God's punishment for the corrupt nobles, because in the world of Seekers, especially in the human countries, most of the mineral veins were in the hands of the nobles. Some people also said that it was the work of the megalosaurus, because many people claimed to have seen traces of megalosaurus activity in the vicinity before and after the mine was damaged. In addition, some people said that this might be the doing of the elves. They were taking revenge on the human nobles who used to be proud of enslaving the elves and even compared them. In short, there were all kinds of comments. Due to the disappearance of ore veins, especially gold ores and magic ores, the prices of gold and magic ores in the human world were greatly affected. Even the related industries were affected, especially the magic equipment and alchemy industries, as well as the magic potion industry. However, due to a freak combination of factors, the Elven Forest, which sold magic stones, made a huge profit. With the disappearance of the ore veins, the nobles were in a panic. However, Eve knew what was going on. Recently, her god's kingdom would receive large amounts of ore veins as sacrifices every few mountains. The elemental fairies purified gold and magic ores until they were about to vomit. That's right, this was the doing of the players, and the initiator was none other than Xianxia. Last time, he sacrificed gold ores in Luke City and made a huge profit. After he returned, he lured a certain unscrupulous red dragon with delicious food and gems, and began to cause trouble in the various ore veins of the Holy Mania Empire. Sacrificing an ore vein could earn him a few 100 million. After all, it wasn't his own that was sacrificed, so it was like picking up free contribution points. This kind of profit-free business was addictive. After Xianxia started it, the players were stunned by his actions, and they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. F***K. You can play like this? Then, more and more players joined in. What a joke. How could they miss such a good thing that was like a bug in the game? They had to take advantage of the fact that the game system hadn't been fixed to take advantage of the goddess. After all, the ores that were sacrificed weren't their own. So, the nobles in the empire who owned ores were in trouble. The empire's central government found out with a headache that news of ore veins disappearing could be heard from all over the country almost every day. However, such things didn't last long. After they couldn't bear it anymore, the nobles who had a headache had to send more guards to patrol the mines day and night to protect the ore veins. What's more, they even hired gold professionals at high prices. Only then did they stop the inexplicable disappearance of the ore veins. In this regard, the players who were still unsatisfied could only express their regret. Although they still wanted to continue stirring up trouble, if they couldn't succeed quietly, it would affect the legendary points of the new players who came online. If their legendary points were deducted, it would affect their personal reputation evaluation, which would then affect a series of things. Of course, if that was the case, some players would still choose to take the risk after weighing the pros and cons. What really made the players give up completely was Eve's decision to no longer accept such sacrifices. There was no helping it. In a short month, mountains of gold and magic stones were almost formed behind her divine kingdom. Although those two things were useful for her to reward the players had sacrificed too much. Coupled with the massive expenditure of contribution points, it directly caused her contribution points to soar again. In the end, Eve thought about it and chose to intervene. Of course, the disappearance of the ore veins was just a small interlude. In the greater environment where the mana of the entire continent of Seekers was rising rapidly and anomalies were appearing everywhere, the unusual phenomenon that would have shaken the entire continent in the past was now just a topic of conversation in taverns. The ones who were truly heartbroken were some of the nobles in the empire. As for Eve, she had seen the players' actions time and time again, and she was already used to it. Compared to using idols to make bombs and sacrificing ore veins, it was still better. The players' behavior still had to be restrained. Although as the number of players increased and the game system was perfected, Eve gradually relaxed her control over the players. Balance still had to be balanced when it was necessary. Take the ore veins this time for example. If she really did not care and let the players continue to cheat, the ore veins in the world of Seekers would probably be completely sacrificed. If that was the case, it would not be a good thing for the world of Seekers, and it was not what Eve wanted to see. Speaking of which, since she had already decided to take control of this plane of origin, Eve naturally had to consider managing it well. By the way, after communicating with Yelinos, Eve vaguely understood why the world of Seekers was called the plane of origin. For the universe of Seekers, this was the earliest plane, and also the plane where the ancient gods were born. It was very likely to be related to the origin laws of the previous universe. And as the beginning of the mythical power of the universe of Seekers and the birthplace of civilization, it was not an exaggeration to call the plane of Seekers the origin. In short, the elven forest continued to develop at a high speed as usual. The various main cities grew stronger and stronger, and all kinds of new things were born one after another. Then, through the hands of the players, they spread to the world. Of course, the strength of the players also steadily increased with the passage of time. Eve, who relied on faith and war sacrifice, also gathered more and more divine power. This was not a state of average speed increase. Instead, as the players' strength further increased and the number of believers rapidly expanded, there was a trend of acceleration. Eve estimated that at this speed, when the barrier of the world of seekers was completely unsealed, her divine power might exceed 700,000. Although this was quite a distance from the 1 million mark of a great divine power, it was already a very terrifying speed. However, Eve was still not satisfied. She wanted to reach the peak of great divine power as soon as possible. To be honest, if other true gods, especially great true gods, knew what she was thinking, they would probably curse out loud. To rise from weak divine power to great divine power in less than 7 years, this, even if a true god revived, it was crazy enough, not to mention that Eve had the players as a bug, it was worth mentioning that compared to a few months ago, the overall strength of the players had once again risen to another level. Especially in the past 2 months, the number of gold players had exploded, and there were already more than 500 of them. Among the 3 million players in the entire server, the number of silver players had also exceeded 1.5 million. In other words, for every 2 players, there was at least one who had reached silver. This strength was already quite terrifying. It should be known that, in Eve's memory, at the peak of her predecessor, there were only 100,000 silver oak guards. Of course, her predecessor was not an existence that liked war. It was normal that the strength of his army of faith was weak. As for Eve, to be honest, if it was not for the existence of the bug that could summon the consciousness of the players from the Blue Star network, she would not have been able to create such a terrifying strength in such a short time. Not to mention other things, if the players were oak guards or ordinary elves, just the need for sufficient souls would be enough to give her a headache. She had to admit that Eve's achievements today were due to the constantly rotating blue light in her soul, and she had determined that it was the origin key that allowed Neo, the king of gods, to ascend to greatness. No, not only this blue light, but also the green light that was touched by Eve's soul and merged with her body, giving her the power of absorb, was also important. Eve had determined that the key should be the key to the 4th universe, the new world. The reason why her divine power could rise so quickly was because of absorb. The green light gave her the ability to absorb energy, and the blue light gave her the ability to provide energy. With the combination of the two, Eve's rapid rise was a miracle. It could be said that without these 2 light balls, even if Eve became the Yggdrasil, she would not be able to reach such heights. But at the same time, Eve had a new doubt. Among the abilities of the Yggdrasil, absorb was an inherent ability of the Yggdrasil. Now, it was connected to the origin key, which had the ability of devour. Was it because her predecessor obtained the key and merged with the Yggdrasil to obtain the inherent ability, or was devour just an enhancement of the Yggdrasil's ability, and the Yggdrasil itself had the ability to devour to a certain extent? Eve could not figure it out because in her perception, the green light ball had completely merged with her body. Not only that, but the blue light ball had also settled down in her soul. If Eve's perception was not wrong, when she became a greater divine power, this light ball would most likely merge with her. From this point of view, Eve could not help but think of another thing. That was, if Neo's greatness was really due to this blue light ball, then perhaps he had already fallen. Of course, she could not rule out the possibility that he had found a replacement for the blue light ball and completely left the universe of seekers. In short, there was still a long way to go before he became a greater divine power, and he was destined to compete with the eternal overlords. Although Eve's power was already strong enough, she knew that it was not enough. The faith of the eternal overlords was spread across all dimensions, and the amount of divine power accumulated over 1,000 years was definitely ridiculous. As a god of faith, as long as his faith was not destroyed, he would not truly fall. The difficulty of defeating the eternal overlord was no less than completely killing a greater divine power abyssal demon. It should be known that even if she defeated Samuel, Eve would not be able to kill him. She could only seal him. However, it was possible to seal a demon who was fighting in his original form. For a true god of faith, unless their god kingdom was destroyed, it was almost impossible for them to send their original form. Not to mention that the battle with Samuel had taken place in the universe of Seekers, which was Eve's home ground. Samuel had a bad temper and underestimated his enemy. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated by Eve. In the battle with the evil god of the abyss, Eve seemed to have killed many of them, but this was mostly due to the fact that she was on her home ground. In addition, Eve's godly weapon combination was also suitable for chasing and killing. If the battle had taken place in Hell or the Abyssal Plane at the beginning, it would have been a different situation. In the Abyss, a demon could only use 100% of his power. In the universe of Seekers, not only would he not be able to use 100% of his power, but he would also be suppressed by the seal of the dimension. In other words, the Samuel that Eve had defeated was a double weakened version of a greater divine power, not a true greater divine power. Even Leviathan was the same. In order to defeat the eternal overlords, he had to become stronger. It was worth mentioning that the process of accumulating divine power was a gradual process. Even if Eve had a cheat, she would not be able to accumulate 1,000,000 divine power in one go. This required time. During this time, what Eve needed to do the most was to confirm the progress of the eternal overlord's ascension, and how to determine if the other party would ascend faster than her. This was very important to Eve now. In order to figure this out, she had to understand the method of ascension of an eternal overlord. Of course, this included Eve's own method of ascension. Fusing a dimension was just the foundation. What about after that? What should she do next? She needed answers to all of these. Just as Eve was thinking about this question, she suddenly felt something and looked in Malovia's direction. There, a familiar yet strange god power was slowly rising. Milovia, west coast of the elf forest. Above the sky, clouds rolled and gathered in the direction of the city, faintly forming a vortex. Those were not ordinary clouds, but magic clouds formed after magic power condensed into a magic vortex. The center of the vortex was aimed at none other than the Temple of Life in Milovia. Suddenly, the vortex poured down, and the surging magic power poured down, forming a scene that resembled a tornado. Vaguely, there was a vast pressure that was slowly rising up. In the city, both the frost elves and the players raised their heads at the same time and looked in the direction of the temple. Look! The Temple of Life. What's happening there? Looking at the magic tornado, the players were surprised. And the next second, a pale blue beam of light soared into the sky and broke through the clouds. That beam of light was dazzling, with bolts of lightning, as if the god of thunder had descended. The beam of light came and went quickly. It lasted for a few seconds from beginning to end. After that, the clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, and the magic vortex gradually disappeared. Behind the Temple of Life, in front of a hall that had been closed since a few months ago, curious players gradually gathered. This was the place where the anomaly had just appeared. And the next moment, the door of the hall slowly opened, and a tall, black-haired elf walked out from it. There were bolts of lightning around her body, making her look mighty and extraordinary. She was the legendary elf Carrots who came to the world of Seekers with the return of the shadow elves from the Mindel Plane. No, she could no longer be called a legendary elf. After coming to the world of Seekers, she finally took the last step and stepped into the level of demigod, becoming the 4th elf demigod in the elf forest, including the fairy queen Fennel, the dawn star Aurora, and the shadow of the night Eris. Carrots looked a little excited. She looked at her hands, as if still feeling the new power she had obtained. And the expressions of the players who rushed over had completely changed when they looked at her. The avatar frame of a legendary NPC was purple and epic. But after becoming a demigod, it would transform into a gold color and become a gold legendary NPC. Gold NPC. Uncle Carrots has become a gold NPC. He must have become a demigod. I've heard from Alice that she's preparing to advance in Milovia. Wow. Another demigod. Hurry up and think of a way to leave a good impression. The players' eyes lit up. However, before some bold players could step forward to congratulate them, another golden light descended upon the Temple of Life. Accompanied by an ethereal hymn, a beautiful and dreamy elemental fairy slowly appeared in the air. The fairy queen, Fennel. The first oracle of the goddess was also known by the players. Seeing his arrival, the players stopped what they were doing and looked solemn. They couldn't help but be solemn. This was because when Fennel had descended in the past, some players had caused trouble, but in the end, their favorability and reputation had been deducted. It was even worse than offending Aurora. Your Majesty Fennel, seeing the fairy king descending, Carrots put away the excitement on her face, respectfully bowed to the fairy king, and drew a symbol of the scepter of life on her chest. Although she was now a demigod, the queen of fairies represented the great goddess of life, Her Holiness Eve. Therefore, she had to be treated with respect. There's no need to be reserved, Your Majesty Carrots. Congratulations on becoming a demigod. The fairy queen, Fennel, smiled. After that, she pinched the corner of her skirt in the air and bowed to Carrots as well. Your Majesty Carrots, Her Holiness the Goddess already knows of your advancement and is waiting for you in the God Kingdom. Hearing Fennel's words, Carrots' eyes lit up. Her expression became excited and pious as she said fervently, Praise nature, praise life, praise the great goddess Eve. Please follow me. Fennel smiled. Golden light enveloped the two demigods, and their figures slowly disappeared, the World Tree's God Kingdom, Garden of Eden. Light flickered, and Carrots' figure appeared in front of the Supreme Temple. His vision changed, and this newly minted demigod sized up his surroundings. His expression was filled with excitement. The lush and beautiful forest, the magnificent temple, the bright stars in the sky, and the omnipresent, warm and holy divine power, this was the legendary God Kingdom, the kingdom of the goddess. Following Fennel, the fairy queen, Carrots entered the temple. The temple was golden and dazzling, and it was surrounded by vibrant flowers and plants. It was filled with the aura of nature and life. Beautiful elemental fairies flew around, and after seeing the two mythics, they would stop and bow respectfully. Following Fennel, the fairy queen, Carrots entered the main hall of the temple and finally saw Her Holiness the Goddess sitting high on the throne. She wore a gorgeous divine dress, a natural crown on her head, and held the scepter of life. She looked at Carrots with a smile. Behind her, golden light kept flashing, and the vast divine power was like a galaxy. Carrots just stood in front of her and could feel the indescribable majesty. This made her, who had become a demigod and felt proud and happy that her strength had soared, calm down immediately and feel the power of Her Holiness the Goddess once again. Carrots greets Her Holiness the Goddess. Carrots knelt on one knee, his posture respectful and fanatical, and his heart was filled with deep reverence. Eve nodded slowly, reached out her hand, and gently lifted him up with divine power. No need for formalities. Congratulations on becoming a mythic. This is all thanks to Her Holiness the Goddess. Without your support, I wouldn't have been able to become a mythic so quickly. Carrots said respectfully. Eve smiled slightly. This is all due to your own efforts. Looking at the elven demigod in front of her, she was in a good mood. Now that Aurora and Eris had fallen into a deep sleep and were preparing to become true gods, the appearance of a new elven demigod was tantamount to filling the gap of powerhouses in the elven forest. Although Eve was in charge and no one dared to provoke the elven forest, there were many things that Eve couldn't always show up. Meryl had to guard the infernal plane and couldn't leave often. With a demigod, it would be much better. In Eve's estimation, Aurora and Eris would likely need half a year to wake up. During this period, with Carrots, it would be convenient for someone to show up for many chores. Of course, having just become a demigod, Carrots' strength was still not enough, and he didn't seem to have a suitable weapon. Thinking of this, Eve sized up Carrots and sensed his power of law. Then, she pondered for a moment and waved her hand. With a flash of divine power, a long sword dotted with lightning appeared in Eve's hand. This was a true godly weapon that Eve seized from the Abyss mythic. She had many similar godly weapons. Of course, when she first seized it, the godly weapon was still contaminated by the power of the Abyss, but now it had been completely purified and could be given to Carrots for use. This godly sword is called Thunder Eye. It can attract lightning and turn it into your own use. I'll give it to you as a gift for your promotion to a demigod. Eve said with a smile. With that, she placed the godly weapon in Carrots' hand. After receiving the godly sword, Carrots became even more excited. Thank you, Her Holiness the Goddess of Mercy. Carrots is willing to become your sword and kill all enemies for you. Looking at Carrots, who kept the godly sword, Eve was in a good mood. She pondered for a moment and said, Carrots, since you've been promoted to a demigod, I'll give you a new mission. Please go ahead, Her Holiness the Great Goddess. Carrots knelt on one knee and said. Eve's expression became serious. Go to the southern part of the fertile plains and deal with the remaining abyss demons with the Chosen One. Spread my name. After deciding to confront the eternal overlords, Eve no longer hesitated and waited for the other party to make a move. Instead, she chose to take the initiative. and the demon-occupied area was an excellent entry point. With the Maple Moon Free Territory as a precedent, Eve believed that this time, she could do well. The Abyss demons had been entrenched in the world of Seekers for too long. Eve thought that the human empire would find a way to deal with them, but it had not been done yet. At the same time, the demon-occupied area was becoming more and more polluted. Since Carrots had been promoted, it was better for him to step in. It would save Eve some trouble. He had more important things to do. "As you command, Her Holiness the Great Goddess," Carrots said respectfully. After receiving his first mission after being promoted to mythical from Eve and obtaining the authority to go to the God's kingdom, Carrots returned to the world of Seekers. Eve did not need to worry about the rest. It was nothing more than using the game system to issue missions, summon players, and then lead the assembled player army to march to the demon-occupied area. The players were already very familiar with these things. With Carrots holding the fort and dealing with the legendary demons, the players had nothing to worry about against the demonic army. And after Carrots left, Eve focused her attention on the blue ball of light in her soul. She had no clue about the promotion method of the Eternal Overlords at the moment, and it would be difficult to explore. However, if she changed her way of thinking, there might be a light at the end of the tunnel. That was to wholeheartedly study and understand the method of promotion. There was only one great divine power in the universe. In Eve's view, even if the promotion method was different, it was still the same. If she could figure out the path of promotion, then according to the various methods of the Eternal Overlord and the ability of the assimilation key in his hand, she might be able to find out her path. It was not so easy to promote to greatness. Although she did not know how the Eternal Overlord was progressing, it would not be very fast. Otherwise, the Eternal Overlord would not have been secretly making things difficult for her. Because as long as she was promoted to greatness, Eve would be nothing in his eyes. And in Eve's view, if she could really figure out the secret of this blue ball of light, perhaps, she would be able to know what she wanted to know. With this thought, Eve sank her consciousness into the blue ball of light and began to seclude herself to study. In order to explore the path to greatness, Eve chose to seclude herself. At the same time, with the complete opening of the world of Seekers, the footsteps of the players gradually spread to many places on the continent of Seekers. In the east of the continent of Seekers, in the east of the Holy Mania Empire. This was the region with the most complicated topography in the entire continent. Mountains, hills, basins, and plains intersected with each other, dividing the eastern region into more than 10 different regions of different sizes. The Eastern Basin, the Vals Mountains, the Bossy Plains, the Violet Highlands, the Dragon Forest. There were all kinds of regions, and it was very complicated. However, because of the complicated topography, transportation was limited, and the Holy Mania Empire's eastward expansion 1,000 years ago was thwarted, and the eastern part of the continent was not under its rule. Now, there were dozens of duchies and small kingdoms of various sizes in the eastern part of the continent. The larger ones were about the same size as the Maple Moon Free Territory, and the smaller ones might even be as big as the core area of the Elf Forest. At the same time, this was also the region with the most complex biological species of subhumans on the entire continent. Although most of the population was still human, there were also many dwarves, halflings, half-dragons, lizard men, orcs, and subhumans, which accounted for nearly 30% of the total population of the eastern part of the continent. The various races lived together, and intermarriage was popular, so, sometimes it was quite difficult to distinguish the bloodline of an eastern resident. This was especially true for the human race, as many people had some foreign blood in their veins. The cultures of various races intertwined and merged with each other, forming a complex and unique cultural group in the eastern part of the continent. Of course, the religions here were also very complicated, and the human god system did not have an advantage. Instead, independent churches of various sizes were widely distributed. However, in contrast to the wide distribution of various churches, most of the residents here were not particularly devout. Most of them were shallow believers, and there were very few devout believers. As for fanatics, perhaps they could only be found among the priests or priests of various small churches. It was worth mentioning that with the rise of Eve, there were even several temples of life that had appeared here. These were the beliefs brought by some bards who believed in Eve, and they had attracted many elves and half-elves who had fled from the western part of the continent for thousands of years. Unlike other regions of the continent, in this region, the most powerful force was neither a church nor a country, but a mercenary guild. The forces here were complicated, and there were many mountains and hills. At the same time, it was also the most prosperous region in the underground world, so it attracted many mercenaries to come here for adventures. Over time, large mercenary groups formed one after another, and these mercenary groups formed mercenary guilds. In the eastern part of the continent, this was a huge force. Even the Grand Dukes of the various duchies had to treat the mercenary guild seriously. At this moment, in the Violet Highlands in the eastern part of the continent, in a small country called the Violet Duchy, a group of adventure players who had come from afar were inquiring about information in the local mercenary guild. Nai, and 4 Seasons Fairweather were among them. The first 2 had already advanced to the gold rank, while 4 Seasons Fairweather had advanced to the upper silver rank. They formed an adventure team and began their adventures in the world of Seekers. They planned to wait for 4 Seasons Fairweather to advance to the peak of the upper silver rank before returning to the Elven Forest to clear the Demon God's Labyrinth dungeon. A crusade mission with a higher difficulty? As well as interesting news? Looking at the handsome and beautiful elves, the guild's receptionist blushed slightly. After thinking for a moment, she said, "If a crusade mission with a higher difficulty is that a gold rank magical beast has recently appeared in the Vals Mountains. It's said that it has attacked several villages. Now, the Grand Duke of the Violet Duchy has issued a reward. Whoever can successfully crusade against the magical beast will receive a reward of 500,000 gold pounds. As for interesting news. I don't know what you're referring to, for example, some novel rumors?" Ye asked. Novel rumors, the receptionist thought for a moment, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Seems like there really is one. What? The players asked in unison. Recently, there seems to be a rumor. A villager saw the legendary Cyclops in the forest at the border, the receptionist said. Cyclops? The players were slightly stunned. That's right, the rumors are quite convincing. The druids in our guild speculated that the villagers might have encountered a creature that had awakened the Titan bloodline. The receptionist smiled. Cyclops was the symbol of the Titans. A creature with the Titan bloodline? Hearing the receptionist's words, the players looked at each other with interest. Where is it? Is there a specific location? They asked with great interest. I'm not sure about that, but the villager who said he saw the one-eyed giant is from Torch Tree Village. If you're interested, you can go there and ask around. The receptionist said. The players thought about it and remembered the name of the place. Yi took out the map he had bought after arriving at the Violet Dukedom. After a quick search, he discovered that Torch Tree Village should be a village near the border forest. If the group had accepted a monster hunting quest, it would be on the way. Let's go take a look. They discussed in the chat channel for a while and came to a decision. Is there any other news? Anything on the continent is fine. All Seasons Sunny Rain asked again. Any other news? The receptionist furrowed her brows. She looked up at the ceiling and fell into deep thought. After a while, the receptionist furrowed her brows and said, There seems to be a rumor in the Vals Grand Dukedom. It's said that a few lords in the east of the Holy Mania Empire have formed an alliance and are gathering an army. I don't know what they're up to. There are rumors that the nobles are planning to attack the Devil's Nest in the south and reclaim the fallen land in the southern part of the Fertile Plains. There are also rumors that the great lord of the east of the empire, Duke Valencia, wants to instigate a war within the empire and expand his territory while the empress is still young. There are also rumors that the nobles of the empire are planning to attack the Vals Grand Dukedom again and invade the Eastern Seekers. The Eastern Seekers was the name of the vast area in the east of the Seekers. Ever since the Holy Mania Empire launched a war to unify the continent 900 years ago and suffered a setback in the eastern continent, it had always been a sore point for the nobles of the empire. In the past 1,000 years, the nobles of the empire had never given up on the idea of invading the east. They had launched no less than 30 invasions of the Vals Grand Dukedom, which connected the Eastern Seekers and Holy Mania. However, every time, they were repelled by the allied forces formed by the Eastern Dukedoms. Today, the nobles of the empire rarely sent troops to the eastern seekers anymore. Everyone realized that with the Vals Mountains as a natural barrier and the support of the eastern duchies, the Vals Duchy, as the gateway to the eastern seekers, would always be impregnable. In history, due to the failure of the eastward invasion, the empire's army was completely wiped out. The Valencia family, which had once controlled the Holy Mania imperial throne through marriage, war, and elections, lost its power and was replaced by the founding imperial family, the Terence family, until today. Thus, the Vals Grand Duchy was also known as the graveyard of the empire. Now, when the empire's covetous interest in the eastern seekers was brought up, the residents of the eastern seekers often treated it as a joke. It could even be considered an interesting matter. Of course, most of the players did not understand the history of the human nations in the world of seekers, which was why they did not catch the taunt towards the empire in the receptionist's words. They only remembered this news and sent it back to their own guilds to remind the higher-ups of their guilds to be vigilant and prevent them from being taken advantage of. The Life Church had issued a war quest to attack the demon stronghold in the southern part of the Fertile Plains. Now that the nobles of the empire were ready to make a move, the players had to be vigilant and not be backstabbed by these fellows. Of course, the players were not worried because it was said that the newly promoted demigod, Carrots, would be accompanying the army. With the demigod around, even if the empire did backstab them after conquering the Fertile Plains, it would be like kicking an iron plate. In other words, there were many players who were eager to go to war with the nobles of the empire. In many people's eyes, the Elven Forest was no longer the same as it was in the past and had the confidence to compete with the empire. It was only when the map of the continent was completely opened that the players who had traveled through the human kingdoms knew that although the human society was torn apart, and the strongest country, Mania, seemed to be on the verge of decline, the strength of the entire human society had also increased after the recovery of the magic power. Who knew how many new high-grade professionals there were in the human kingdoms now? In any case, the rarely seen silver-grade professionals could now be seen everywhere in the human cities, but to the residents, they could be considered rare and common. On the other hand, going to war with the Empire as a human was different from going to war with the Empire as an elf. The Eternal Church would definitely intervene, and that would really start a war between faiths and races. And this time, without the goddess instructions, the players would not force it. But vaguely, many sharp-witted players had noticed that the Eternal Church was ready to make a move. In the past 6 months, the Eternal Church seemed to have been secretly expanding their forces. No one knew if it was to prepare to eliminate the demons entrenched in the world of Seekers in one fell swoop, or for other reasons. Of course, this was not something the players needed to worry about. Or rather, most players did not like to think too much. They came to the game to pass the time, but Elven Kingdom was too realistic and unique, and gradually, everyone really treated it as a second life. Compared to thinking about the situation on the continent, most players preferred to adventure in the game, especially after the map was opened up. Even if traveling did not allow the players to efficiently gain EXP, many people still enjoyed it. Being famous on the continent was every player's dream in the game. There were many players who planned to stay in the dungeon until they reached a high level, but most of them were new players. For the veteran players, their levels were high enough, and the only thing that limited them was the advancement quota and class change quota. There were too many players in the Demon God's Labyrinth, and the dropped rewards were not 100%. With all these factors added together, it was better to travel on the continent than to grind dungeons all the time. Perhaps they would encounter some hidden quest and directly obtain the advancement or class change quota. This was not unprecedented. Ever since the world of Seekers was opened up, there were many players who accidentally triggered hidden quests during their travels and obtained the quota. Most of the quests were related to reviving evil gods, preaching faith, or saving residents and increasing the reputation of the elves and the Church of Life, back to the present. After a few players heard the news from the Mercenary Guild, they accepted the quest to crusade against a gold-tier magical beast and left the guild under the respectful gazes of a group of silver mercenaries. Ye and Nai were already gold-tier professionals, and they also wanted to challenge a magical beast of this level. The reward of 500,000 gold pounds was still very attractive, not to mention that a gold-tier magical beast could also provide a lot of EXP and magic materials. The Violet Dukedom was not particularly large, about half the size of the Maple Moon Free Territory, and just happened to cover the entire Violet Highlands. Its territory was long and narrow in the north and south, and narrow in the east and west. The entire dukedom's population was said to be less than 3 million. Like most adventuring teams, their team had 5 members. Apart from Ye, Nai, and Sunny Rain of all seasons, there was also a druid and a hunter, all of whom were at the peak of the upper silver level. The group set off from the capital west of the Violet Highlands according to the guild's quest instructions, and rushed to the quest location in a dragon-scale carriage. Like most of the areas they had traveled, the recovery of magic power had also changed this small dukedom. Along the way, the players had encountered no less than 3 mutant magical beasts attacking villages and towns. They did not hesitate to take action and received a wave of gratitude, and even their legendary points increased a little. Everyone was delighted. The players hurried on their way. They spent less than 2 days to arrive at the border forest in the east of the dukedom. The border forest was just the name given to this forest by the Violet people. On the continent, it had another name, Dragonborn Forest. From the map of the continent that the players had obtained, this was a vast forest that stretched across the entire eastern coast of the continent, all the way to the north until it reached the Dragonborn kingdom that was adjacent to the ice plains of the far north, a kingdom ruled by Draconians. The forest was famous for the large number of Dragonborn magical beasts. It was said that these Dragonborn magical beasts were the descendants of a green dragon whose strength had reached the mythical level. It was the same for the Draconians of the Dragonborn kingdom. That mythical megalosaurus was called Tiztan, and it was said that it liked to seek out all kinds of female magical beasts for thrills. It also liked to transform into a handsome human and seduce beautiful subhuman women for sex. It even created the Draconians, a species with a population of nearly 1 million. The entire Dragonborn kingdom and the Dragonborn forest. Yes, that was how it came to be. It was said that a great mage had once calculated that there were more than 5,000 species in the entire forest with the green dragon's bloodline, and that did not include those that had gradually died out over a long period of time. The Dragonborn kingdom worshipped this mythical megalosaurus as their father god and totem. However, this green dragon had disappeared from the continent for many years, and no one knew where it had gone. The players had heard about this from the elders of the Torch Tree village beside the border forest. Ye and the weather of the 4 seasons were dumbfounded by the mythical green dragon's valiant deeds, and they admired it in their hearts. It was simply the strongest stallion in the entire world of seekers. Oh, no, it was a dragon. It was a pity that when the players wanted to find the villager who was said to have seen the Cyclops, they were informed by the villagers that the Cyclops was not in the village. The players were a little regretful, but they did not wait any longer. Instead, they decided to enter the forest to find the magical beast that they needed to subjugate. They had already received information from the guild about the magical beast that had attacked the village. It was said to be a creature that resembled both a dragon and a bird, and its body was huge. The players guessed that it might be a bird-type magical beast with the bloodline of the Megalosaurus. There were druids among the players who had the skill, Nature's Whispers. In the forest, this was their home ground. As long as they asked the plants, they could obtain the traces of powerful magical beasts, and soon, the players locked onto their target in a valley in the forest. The plant said that a magical beast with the bloodline of the Dragonborn had passed by here, and it is likely to be what we are looking for. I saw scales similar to dragon scales in the tree's memories. It might be that the magical beast had deeply awakened its bloodline with the sound of magic power. The druid player in the team said. When everyone heard this, they slowly nodded their heads. Let's be careful. If we can't beat it, we'll retreat in time. We've come all the way here, and if we die and return to the city, our months of travel would have been in vain. Ye, the leader of the adventure team, said. The bloodline of the Megalosaurus was powerful. Any magical beast that could be related to the Dragonborn would be stronger than its peers. The players followed the druid in the team and used Nature's Whispers to track it, heading deeper into the valley. The Dragonborn forest was lush with vegetation. Although it was not as lush as the elven forest, it could be considered rich. And because there were no players to harm, magical beasts here multiplied and multiplied in numbers. All kinds of small magical beasts could be seen everywhere. There were also traces of activity of medium and even large magical beasts. However, since they had a quest to complete, the players did not rashly attack or capture magical beasts. Instead, they carefully followed the druid and the team and slowly moved deeper into the valley. Look. Feces, we should be close to the other party's lair. The hunter and the team pointed at a large pile of yellowish-green feces beside a bush and said. There were several mushrooms with scales growing around the feces, which meant that the feces were left behind by a dragonborn magical beast, and its bloodline was probably quite pure. Quietly putting away the feces and mushrooms, the players continued forward. The feces were excellent fertilizer, and even if they did not eat the mushrooms, they were excellent magical ingredients. It would be a waste not to take them. After traversing through the forest, the players finally saw the target of their crusade. It was a behemoth that was over 20 meters in size. Its appearance was like a giant eagle, but it had a long tail that resembled a dragon's tail. Its claws were not ordinary eagle claws, but more like dragon claws. The feathers on its wings were in the shape of dragon scales and were dark green. The same was true for the feathers on its body, which looked as if it was wearing a layer of dark green armor. It was lying at the entrance of a cave, resting with its eyes closed and snoring faintly. So big. The players widened their eyes when they saw its appearance. Dragonborn magical beasts were not rare in the northwestern forests of the Elven Forest. However, the average dragonborn magical beast was only 3 or 4 meters long, and would not exceed 10 meters if they were a little bigger. It was the first time the players had seen such a big fellow that was over 20 meters long. Its size was no less than an adult white dragon. Even though they were mentally prepared, everyone was still shocked. And this dragon eagle-like magical beast exuded an obvious dragon's aura, which was aggressive. It was not something that an average dragonborn magical beast could possess. The aura that it exuded made the players' hearts skip a beat. Even the most powerful Ye and Nai felt an invisible pressure when facing it. It was at least an intermediate gold. Ye and Nai looked at each other, and they had some guesses. It was not easy to fight, that was their second thought. At this moment, perhaps because he was too nervous, one of the players stepped on a dead leaf and crushed it. In the next moment, the dragonborn magical beast opened its eyes. The snoring stopped instantly. Its vertical pupils that resembled a megalosaurus instantly locked onto the players, and its pupils were filled with madness and fury. It roared, flapped its wings, and pounced toward the players. The horrifying aura spread, and the players' expressions changed. Oh no! It's definitely an upper gold. Everyone, run! Ye shouted. The dragon descendant was awakened, and it attacked the players. Sensing its powerful aura, the players quickly realized that even if they worked together, they wouldn't be a match for it. Without hesitation, the group of people hurriedly turned around and scampered off. But the awakened dragon descendant did not seem to want to let them go. It roared angrily and swooped down on the players, tearing the trees in its path into pieces. 1-meter-thick ancient trees fell one by one, and the ground shook. Sensing the terrifying power of the dragon descendant, the players were even more alarmed. But after running for a few hundred meters, the players realized that something was wrong, because after they ran out of the cave, the dragon descendant did not chase after them. The dragon descendant did not seem to be interested in chasing after them, or rather, had the ability. Not only that, but the speed of this dragon descendant with a terrifying aura seemed to be too slow. According to their understanding of the bird-type dragon descendant with the bloodline of the megalosaurus, speed was definitely their strongest ability. The players scattered and fled, prepared for someone to be targeted and sacrificed. But in the end, after running for a few hundred meters, the dragon descendant did not catch up with any of them. At this moment, Sunny Rain, who was the slowest, boldly turned around and used the eagle eye skill to size up the dragon descendant. Finally, her eyes lit up. No. It's injured. It's not as powerful as it looks. Hearing Sunny Rain's words, the players turned around and finally discovered the problem with the dragon descendant. At its wing, a hideous wound almost tore half of its body apart. Just now, it was lying in the cave, and the players did not notice it. The wound was very deep, and they could even see the mangled flesh and faintly blackened internal organs. At the edge of the wound, there were traces of magic burns and a few broken arrows. It must have been hit by the mercenaries when they attacked the human village. If it were an ordinary dragon descendant, it would not have survived such a serious injury. But the dragon descendant had a stronger vitality than ordinary dragon descendant, and it was probably because of this that it could survive until now. In other words, even if the dragon descendant had a terrifying aura, perhaps, it was only strong in appearance. It could fight. The players were energized, and they saw hope. Ye and Nai looked at each other, nodded, and shouted to their teammates. "Come back. It's severely injured. You can fight." With that order, the players no longer ran away. Instead, they regrouped and started fighting. It had been more than a year and a half since the launch of Elven Nation, and 6 years had passed in the game. In such a long period of time, the players had already concluded how to fight against Warcraft. There was no need to face such a heavily injured and powerful magical beast head-on. All he needed to do was to wander around and exhaust the magical beast's strength until it died. Hence, the party of players worked together and began to use the elves' advantage in speed in the forest, circling and attacking the massive dragonkin magical beast. That strategy was quickly effective. Although the dragonkin monster appeared to have high defense and the players could hardly damage it, its wounds kept widening with the vigorous movement, and more dark red blood flowed out. The players were energized and focused their attacks on the monster's wounds. Various spells and skills landed on the monster's body, causing it to roar angrily. Gradually, the speed of the magical beast became slower and slower, and its domineering aura also gradually weakened. "It's dying." The players' faces lit up. However, it was at this moment that the weakening magical beast suddenly raised its head, a hint of determination flashing in its crystalline eyes. It roared at the sky, and a surge of magical power erupted from its body, causing the blood in its wounds to boil. In that instant, it ignited its own bloodline. That was an innate magic that many pure-blooded dragonkin magical beasts possessed. Inherited from the Megalosaurus, it was similar to how the gods burned their divine power, allowing them to explode with unparalleled power for a short period of time. However, the dragonkin magical beast was burning its own bloodline and vitality. If it was lucky, it would completely lose its Megalosaurus bloodline and degenerate into an ordinary magical beast. Its lifespan would be greatly reduced, and if it was unlucky, it would die on the spot. With its bloodline ignited, the dragonkin magical beast's aura soared at once, and soon returned to its peak. It looked at the players with a cold and frenzied gaze. In the next second, the dragonkin magical beast opened its eagle beak, and a dazzling light gathered in its mouth. Boundless flames were spat out by it, and soon all the players were covered in them. Those weren't ordinary flames, but magic flames with a higher temperature and greater destructive power. If the trees in the forest were touched even a little bit, they would quickly explode and turn into ashes. Oh no, covered in the sea of flames, the players' expressions changed slightly. Ye gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Then, he took out an exquisite magic scroll from his chest. It was a one-time use 9th circle magic scroll that he obtained from a relic some time ago when he was traveling the continent. It hadn't been appraised yet, and he only knew that it should be an offensive spell. A 9th circle offensive spell was extremely powerful, and he didn't know its specific effects. If he used it recklessly, it might affect them, so Ye didn't want to use it here. However, they had been fighting for so long, and they were already in a daze. Even if it was risky, they couldn't care less. They still had many items that hadn't been bound to the shrine. If they died here, it would be a great loss. Ye tore the scroll, and a dazzling light bloomed in his hand. The world turned dark. In the sky, horrifying meteors with burning flames slowly appeared. In an instant, the sky turned into a sea of flames. Ye was stunned. Nai was stunned. For Seasoned Sunny Rain and the other 2 players were also stunned. The 9th circle spell, Heavenly Meteor Fall, this was a terrifying spell that wasn't inferior to a legendary spell. It could directly destroy a small town. After realizing what the spell in the scroll was, the players' expressions changed drastically. The range of the Heavenly Meteor Fall was too large. In an instant, not only the magical beasts, but the players and even the small forest were covered in it. There was no doubt that everyone would be killed if the meteors fell. F***CK. You're a scammer who throws scrolls everywhere. Nai, who usually didn't swear, couldn't help but curse. However, just as the meteors were about to fall, a towering figure suddenly flashed in front of the players and the dragonkin magical beast. It was a giant who was more than 30 meters tall. He had a strong body and was half naked. The giant stretched out his right fist and smashed it toward the sky. With this punch, visible energy waves spread out from the giant's fist. Like a radiating sound wave, they shot toward the sky. When the energy spread to the meteors, the huge objects burning with flames trembled slightly, and then all of them were turned into dust with a loud rumble. For a moment, the entire sky bloomed with dazzling and eye-catching fireworks, making deafening noises. In an instant, all the meteors disappeared. The energy waves from the giant's fist continued to fly high into the sky, shattering the clouds and forming a vortex in the sky. In the next instant, the sea of clouds in the sky was pushed far away, revealing the azure sky. Witnessing this scene, the players were all stunned. So powerful. Wait, these are Titans? Looking at the giants' appearances that were exactly the same as the legendary Titans, the Druid players couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, the players carefully sized up the giants who suddenly attacked, and their eyes were full of astonishment. That rumor was actually true. There really was an extinct Titan giant in the vicinity. The ninth circle spell, Heavenly Meteor Fall, was shattered by the Titan's punch. At the same time, the dragonkin magical beast that had burned its bloodline seemed to be exhausted and had reached its limit. Unable to win, it slowly collapsed with unwillingness in its eyes. It was on the verge of death. At this moment, the tall Titan slowly withdrew his gaze. He waved his hand and extinguished the flames in the forest. Then, he looked at the players who were in a daze. In the forest, don't use fire spells. He shook his head slightly. It was the Elven language, and it was very pure. The players froze for a moment and then nodded. They looked at each other. Finally, Ye stepped forward and bowed to the Titan. I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Thank you for your help. After saying that, he looked at the giant anxiously and curiously, and said respectfully, "We're Elven adventurers who accepted the crusade mission. We're here to crusade against the magical beast that attacked the village. May I ask, are you a Titan?" In the background of the game, the Titans were extinct. But here, the players saw an existence that was exactly the same as the one in the teleportation portal. This made the players' hearts beat wildly. They wondered if they had triggered a plot. The Titan didn't answer Ye's question. Instead, he squatted down in front of the dragonkin magical beast and checked its injuries. Seeing his actions, the players looked at each other in confusion. However, just as they thought that the Titan giant was going to treat the magical beast as prey, he took out a jar from his pocket, poured out some powder, and fed it to the magical beast that was on its last breath. Then, to the astonishment of the players, the Titan giant said, "Don't worry. The dragon eagle is docile. It won't attack the village." Docile? It didn't look docile when it went berserk just now. The players couldn't help but complain inwardly. At this moment, the Titan pointed at the cave behind the dragonkin magical beast. "It's protecting the children." Children? The players were stunned and couldn't help but look at the cave. After the dragonkin magical beast left, the interior of the cave was revealed to the players. With the eagle eye skill, the players saw a few small magical beasts that hadn't opened their eyes. They looked similar to the magical beast that the Titan called the dragon eagle. However, they didn't have many dragon scales or feathers. The players suddenly understood why they were hunted down as soon as they stepped into the Titan's territory. Oh, no. Now that they thought about it, it didn't seem like a hunt. It was more like a chase. After the players left, the Titan didn't have a desire to chase them. Instead, they returned because they wanted to complete the mission. If that was the case, why did it attack the village? It still had arrows on its body. Could it be that the children were taken away? So it went to rescue them? The players couldn't help but connect the dots and fill in the blanks. They didn't doubt the Titan's words. The Titan's strength was too powerful, probably more powerful than Big Sister. It might even be a demigod like Aurora and Eris. There was no need to deceive them. So, what was the mission about? The players looked at each other. The Titan continued to heal the dragon eagle. But gradually, his frown deepened. The injuries are too severe. Sorry, we don't know the specific reason. Ye said apologetically. After saying that, he took out his healing potion from his bosom. I have some healing potions here. Use them on it. No. The Titan shook his head. It's not injuries. He said. Not injuries? The players were stunned. The Titan pointed at the dragon eagle's blackened organs. It's poison. Then, he looked at the druid among the players. I want 7-leaf grass. 7-leaf grass was a common magic plant in the world of seekers. It had a certain detoxification effect. The druid was stunned. Then, he scratched his head. I don't have it now, but I'll go look for it now. Then, he jogged and left the valley. It was a natural habit for the players to cooperate with kind NPCs to promote the game's plot. Let's go too. The rest of the players followed. The group quickly walked into the forest. Seeing his teammates, the druid said, I just used whisper magic. I just used nature's whispers. There should be a 7-leaf grass meadow about 2 kilometers away. We can go there and pick some together. Hey, the druid is great. Ye couldn't help but praise him. Everyone quickly followed the druid to the destination. The elves were very suitable for moving in the forest, and the terrain of the forest wasn't rugged. So, they arrived quickly. This was an open-air 7-leaf grass meadow. It was green and lush, and the players' eyes lit up. Not to mention saving the dragon eagle, they could sell all the herbs for a lot of money. Everyone quickly picked up the herbs excitedly. After picking up a few handfuls of 7-leaf grass, the druid said, Give me the 7-leaf grass. I'll pass these herbs to the Titan. Don't delay the detoxification. You continue to pick the remaining herbs. After you're done, we'll meet back. Okay. The players nodded. They passed the herbs to the druid, and the druid was ready to return. However, at this moment, a roar like a child's cry came from the sky. A huge shadow shrouded the players. They raised their heads and looked at the sky, only to see a gigantic magical beast charging towards them. It had the head of a vulture, the body of a lion, huge wings, and shiny dragon scales. It was a ferocious dragonborn griffin. Its body was more than 15 meters long. The powerful aura of an upper gold rank exploded. Its eyes were bloodthirsty. It was an expression of looking at its prey. It opened its mouth and spat a corrosive poison at the players. The black poison quickly enveloped the players. Before they could react, they were drowned. When the poison came into contact with their bodies, a numbing sensation quickly spread to their limbs. The players finally realized the identity of the dragonborn monster that attacked the village a second before their consciousness fell into darkness. All season Sunny Rain woke up to a series of crisp birdsong. What greeted his eyes was a wooden ceiling. He couldn't help but think of the small wooden manor he bought 2 months ago in the basin outside the second ring road of Mountain Peak City. This was a small room, about 10 square meters. The decoration in the room was very simple, with wooden furniture and simple candles. All season Sunny Rain was lying on a wooden bed that exuded a faint woody fragrance. The warm sunlight shone through the crystal window on his body. The warmth made all season Sunny Rain's dizzy head feel a lot more comfortable, and the soreness in his body seemed to be slightly reduced. You're awake? A soft voice came from his side. It was gentle and soft, but also somewhat weak, like a stream flowing in the mountains in spring. This lively voice instantly awakened all season Sunny Rain's dull memory, and the scenes before he fainted appeared in his mind. That's right, I was collecting 7-leaf grass with Yi Yi when we were suddenly attacked by demonic beasts. After that, I went offline, then, I waited for a long time before I successfully logged in again. Wait. What happened after that? What happened after that? All season Sunny Rain had a headache. He didn't turn off the pain, so the pain at this time was quite clear. However, it seemed that because of the pain, he gradually recovered the memory before he went offline. His last game memory stopped at the moment when everyone was submerged in venom. Then, he couldn't remember anything and was forced to log out. Are you okay? The gentle voice sounded again. This time, there was a trace of worry in it. All Season's Sunny Rain turned his head with difficulty and saw a cute little face. It was a girl who looked 15 or 16 years old. She had a pair of big black and shiny eyes. The black and white were distinct and very pure, making people subconsciously think of a newborn baby. She was holding her cheeks with both hands, tilting her head, and looking at All Season's Sunny Rain with her delicate and cute eyebrows slightly knitted. A pair of gray furry ears bounced on her little head. Subhuman, All Season's Sunny Rain was a bit absent-minded. In the world of Seekers, the subhumans, strictly speaking, weren't much related to the orcs and half-orcs. Compared to those ugly big guys, they were more like humans, but they had some characteristics of suckling beasts, such as hairy ears and tails. Because the male beast men had strong bodies and the female beast men had cute appearances, their situation was very similar to that of the elves. They were regarded as good slaves by many slave merchants. However, they were better off than the elves before the players arrived. Most of them were scattered in the eastern Seekers, with their own gathering points and tribes. They even cooperated with the mercenary guild and were generally safe. So, was he saved by a subhuman? All Season's Clear Rain had some guesses. He looked at the team members on his right and noticed that their avatars were all dark, which meant that they were not online yet. It was just that, the coordinates showed that they were a rather exaggerated distance away, so much so that 4 Seasons Clear Rain suspected that he had misread the coordinates. Of course, after taking a closer look, he realized that he was not mistaken. When he looked at the mini-map, he found that the map he was on was very unfamiliar. Not only that, except for 100 meters around him, it was all fog of war. This meant that he was moved here when he went offline and fell asleep, so he didn't have time to record the map. Where is this place? All Seasons Clear Rain looked at the subhuman girl, then at the bright sunlight and lush woodland outside the window with a blank expression. This is the Dream Island, a paradise without conflict. The girl said softly, looking rather proud. Neverland? All Seasons Clear Rain was stunned. He had never heard of this place before, even though he had crammed the geography of the entire continent of Seekers before he started his adventure. Yes, Neverland, a dreamland where all races live in harmony and transcend the world. The girl nodded and said. Then, she couldn't help but steal a glance at All Seasons Clear Rain and added, "It was a melt who brought you here. It was His Holiness Imhedal who brought you here. You were poisoned when you first arrived. You're in great danger. It was His Holiness Imhedal who saved you with his own power." His Holiness Imhedal, All Seasons Clear Rain's heart skipped a beat. In the world of Seekers, only myths could be called a melt. He was saved by a myth? Wait, could it be that Titan? All Seasons Clear Rain had some guesses in his heart. He struggled to sit up and checked his status. He found that other than his weak body and a few temporary debuffs, there were no other serious problems. Where are my companions? All Seasons Clear Rain asked again. Although he already knew that he was definitely separated from his companions through the coordinates, he still wanted to know what happened in the end. Companions? The girl was stunned. She frowned her delicate eyebrows and looked dazed, as if she was at a loss. His Holiness Imhedal only brought you back? I'm the only one he brought back. All Seasons Clear Rain was stunned. Wait, could it be? He turned back to look at the avatars of his teammates and found that not only were they offline, but they also seemed to be waiting to be resurrected. All Seasons Clear Rain was speechless. So, except for him, the whole team was wiped out by that monster? And then he was saved. He quickly figured out what had happened. Unfortunately, because there was no mini-map, he did not know his current location. However, considering that his teammates would return to the Yggdrasil after their deaths, the coordinates should be the Yggdrasil coordinates of the Elven Forest. He made some calculations and was surprised to find that his current location was probably beyond the range of the Sagas continent. Neverland, could it be that he was taken overseas? After this thought came to his mind, All Seasons Clear Rain felt that it was more and more likely. At the same time, he had a faint premonition that he might have been involved in some plot. Just as All Seasons Clear Rain's imagination was running wild, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and a muscular one-eyed man walked in. He looked exactly the same as the Cyclops that All Seasons Clear Rain had seen before, but he now looked at most 2 meters tall. His Holiness Imhedal. Seeing the one-eyed man enter the room, the orc girl seemed to be very happy. She stood up at once and bowed respectfully to the other party. Her pair of ears trembled slightly, and the big gray furry tail behind her that was definitely not bad to the touch swayed from side to side like a puppy. Xian, you've worked hard. Looking at the worshipful face of the orc girl, the one-eyed man showed a simple and honest smile. He stretched out his hand and patted her head, then looked at All Season's Clear Rain. How do you feel? He asked. Amelt, is it really him? How did he become smaller? No, that's not right. It seems that myths can adjust the size of their bodies. Mars can even become 1 meter long, one thought after another flashed through All Season's Clear Rain's mind. He took a deep breath and nodded. I feel much better. As he spoke, he looked at the other party again and sincerely said, thank you for saving me. However, after hearing All Season's Clear Rain's words, the one-eyed man named Amelt was somewhat gloomy. He lowered his head slightly and said gloomily, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't save your companions. All Season's Clear Rain opened his mouth, wanting to tell the other party that those guys had only died and were sent back to the city. But when he saw the self-blaming expression of the one-eyed man, he suddenly felt that it was a little difficult to say it this time. You are very weak. Rest more. It's very safe here. You can always live here. Amelt said again. As he spoke, a light flashed in his hand, and a basket of fresh fruits appeared. Under the somewhat complicated gaze of All Season's Clear Rain, Amelt placed the fruits in front of him. It's fresh. Eat it. Heavens, which planet did such a kind mythical NPC come from? Those big lizards that think of ways to cheat gold pounds and gems from players every day can't compare at all. After receiving the fruits, All Season's Clear Rain could not help but sigh in his heart. Thank you, he said gratefully to the one-eyed man. After that, he subconsciously drew a symbol of the scepter of life on his chest and prepared to eat a fruit to fill his stomach. Drawing a symbol and praying before eating had almost become a habit in the game. He had learned it completely from the NPCs in the Elven Forest. Doing so would increase the favorability of the NPCs to a certain extent, so All Season's Clear Rain had long been familiar with it. However, this time, when he finished drawing the scepter of life, before he had the time to pray to the goddess, the one-eyed man's expression suddenly changed. He stared intently at 4 Seasons Sunny Rain's unfinished movements, causing 4 Seasons Sunny Rain to feel goosebumps all over his body. His expression almost instantly became distant and guarded. You are a believer of life? Amelt asked in a deep voice. All Season's Clear Rain was a little confused, not knowing why the other party suddenly asked this question. Strictly speaking, players were not believers of life, including the priest players. Even with the eyes of faith, the players did not have the halo of faith on them. They were all green non-believers. This was no secret in the Elven Forest and the Holy Mania Empire. However, the Elven NPCs believed that this was only because the Chosen Ones were blessed by the goddess. The Chosen Ones had the power to conceal their own halo of faith so that it would be easier for them to fight for the goddess. Even many humans thought so, and they even used this feature to distinguish between the Chosen Ones and ordinary elves. However, the existence in front of him, who was suspected to be a Titan, did not seem to understand this. Not only that, but he also seemed to be quite hostile to the believers of life. Because in an instant, All Season's Clear Rain felt the surrounding temperature drop a little, and the other party's expression became much colder. His heart was beating like a drum, and he extinguished the thought of nodding and admitting at the bottom of his heart. He was ready to bite the bullet and shake his head to deny it. After all, he did not have the halo of faith on him. However, before All Season's Clear Rain could do anything, Amelt stood up. The one-eyed giant looked at him coldly and said in a distant voice, when you're healed, you're healed. Once you've recovered, then, leave immediately. With that, he turned and left the room without waiting for All Season's Clear Rain's answer. He was like a completely different person from just now, and All Season's Clear Rain was stunned. Did I do something wrong? He looked blankly at the subhuman girl beside him. The subhuman girl showed an apologetic expression and said, Sorry, I'm sorry. This has to do with the rules of Dream Island. Beings with faith can't stay here for too long. With that said, she could not help but look at All Season's Clear Rain and tilt her head. But, this is the first time I've seen such a big reaction from His Holiness Imhurtle. In the past, there were believers who mistakenly entered the Dream Island, and Imhurtle was very polite. Strange, Imhurtle clearly loves the elves the most. He goes to the Utopia every day to find Her Holiness Diana. Utopia? Diana, hearing these two words, All Seasons Clear Rain's heart skipped a beat. He secretly noted it down, wondering if it was a new map or an important person nearby. However, when he heard the name Diana, he felt that it was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he could not recall it for a while. Have a good rest. I won't disturb you. If you need anything, just ring the bell in front of the bed, and I'll rush over. Looking at the elf warrior who was deep in thought, the subhuman girl said. After that, she got up, bowed to All Seasons Clear Rain, left the room, and gently closed the door. Only All Seasons Clear Rain was left in the room, sitting on the bed. However, at this moment, he gradually frowned. He was still mulling over the name Diana. Although his memory wasn't very good, he had definitely heard or seen anything that left an impression on him. Wait. I seem to have heard it from Alice and Big Sister. All Seasons Clear Rain frowned and carefully thought back. At this moment, the avatars of his friends in the team lit up one by one. Yay, F***CK. I finally logged in. It's already in the open beta, how can the game still disconnect? F***CK. I'm dead? Nai, don't make a fuss, I'm dead too. All Seasons Clear Rain, looking at the chat channel that suddenly became lively, his thoughts were instantly interrupted. The teammates who came online also noticed Sunny Rain at 4 Seasons. When they saw Sunny Rain's coordinates, they were stunned. Huh? Cousin, why are you outside of the map? Is there a bug? Ye typed in surprise. Oh my god. More than 30,000 kilometers away? It's almost enough to go around the blue star. Nai also exclaimed in surprise. All Seasons Clear Rain looked at the small map that was completely disorientated. He scratched his head and typed, I think I accidentally stumbled into a new plot. After typing, his heart skipped a beat, and he asked, oh right, have you heard of the name Diana? Diana? His teammates who came online repeated it. Wait. Diana? They repeated it again. Then, All Seasons Clear Rain saw Ye and Nai send excited emoticons at the same time. Diana? Are you sure this is the name? Is it an elf? Did you meet the Moonlight Queen? Moonlight Queen, All Seasons Clear Rain was stunned. Seeing this name, the valve of his memory suddenly opened, and he finally remembered, Diana Moonlight. This was the head of the 8 elven messengers, one of the missing elven demigods, the pioneer of the elf kingdom, and the guardian of the moonlight elves called the Moonlight Queen. Diana, the Queen of Moonlight, could it be that he had accidentally found this missing elven demigod? For Seasons Serene Rain's heart was beating wildly, and the team channel was in an uproar. Cousin. Go and ask. Is it true or not? Ye typed. I'll send you a portrait of Diana. I've specially kept them. They were all taken from the historical records of the church. This was Nai. Soon, 4 Seasons Serene Rain received a screenshot. In the screenshot was an elven girl wearing a crown. She was noble and elegant, mature and steady. She had the same hair color as the goddess, but her pupils were blue-purple, and her appearance was similar to the goddess. This was the portrait of Diana, the Queen of Moonlight. 4 Seasons Sunny Rain saved it, and then finished the berry in his hand in a few bites. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and then quickly rang the bell. After a while, the door of the room was gently pushed open. Mr. Elf, what can I do for you? The subhuman girl leaned against the crack of the door and poked her head out. Just call me 4 Seasons Serene Rain. 4 Seasons Serene Rain said. After that, he looked at the girl and asked straightforwardly, the Diana you just mentioned, is she also an elf? The girl frowned and pushed the door open, but her expression didn't seem very happy. I'm not that, my name is Lena. Sorry, Lena, can you answer my doubts? 4 Seasons Serene Rain put his hands together and asked expectantly. Being stared at by his burning eyes, the subhuman girl seemed to be uncomfortable. This was normal. Elves were too good-looking. Even those players with a passing appearance score of 60 points were enough to be called handsome on the continent, not to mention 4-seasoned Serene Rain, who specialized in farming. Generally, the heart of the opposite sex couldn't stand being stared at by a handsome guy. However, the girl didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at 4-seasoned Serene Rain warily. Why are you asking this? Oh. It's like this. There's an elder in our elf clan who went missing a long time ago. Her name is Diana. 4-seasoned Serene Rain said. A missing elder? Lena's eyes widened, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Well, yes, so, beautiful Miss Lena, can you tell me everything you know? All Season's Clear Rain asked expectantly. The subhuman girl tilted her head, frowned, and thought for a while. I'm not too sure, because I've never seen Her Majesty Diana before. I've only heard the other majesties call her that, the other highnesses. All Season's Clear Rain's heart skipped a beat. Goddess above, is there any other myth here? Where on earth did he run off to? Lena did not notice the abnormality of All Season's Sunny Rain. She thought for a moment and her eyes lit up. By the way, His Holiness Imhedal really likes to carve a human figure. It's a beautiful elf. I think, perhaps that's Her Holiness Diana. A portrait. All Season's Clear Rain was shocked. What does it look like? He asked expectantly. It's an elf, a very, very beautiful elf. Lena wagged her tail and said. Be more specific? He asked again. Her ears are sharp and beautiful. Her eyes are very, very beautiful. Lena gestured, pulling her furry ears to make them pointy. All Season's Clear Rain was speechless. He could see that this Miss Beastman, perhaps, her brain might not be that bright. However, just as he was thinking about how to guide her to describe it more carefully, the subhuman girl's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Lord Imhedal left a statue in the village. I can go and get it. All Season's Clear Rain was instantly energized. Thank you so much. He put his hands together. When he looked up again, the girl was already gone. All Season's Clear Rain was speechless. It seemed that she was also quite interested in this. Lena did not leave for long. After about 10 minutes, she came back with a small statue in her hand. However, when All Season's Clear Rain saw the statue, he was stunned. That statue was not Diana's. It was the goddess's. Why was the goddess's statue here? Furthermore, it was sculpted by that Titan giant named Imherdal. All Season's Clear Rain was stunned. How is it? Is it beautiful? Is it Her Holiness Diana? Lena held the statue and tilted her head. Her eyes were bright, and she seemed to like this statue very much. All Season's Clear Rain was speechless. In the end, All Season's Clear Rain was not sure if this Diana was the same person as the Diana he was thinking of. However, after explaining the true identity of this statue to the subhuman girl Lena and learning more about the goddess Eve under her astonished gaze, gradually getting closer to her, and finally being able to communicate with her in depth, All Season's Clear Rain finally obtained some useful information. The dream island he was on was located in the east of the Seeker's continent, facing the Seeker's continent across the sea. It was a true paradise. Here, many intelligent creatures lived together in harmony. There were common Seeker's continent, uncommon ones, and even extinct ones. All of them could be seen here. As for the Diana that the young girl spoke of, she lived in a country called Utopia. Only selected existences could enter and leave it. It was a more peaceful country, detached from the world, where all kinds of Seekers lived. Creatures that had never been heard of in this world. Of course, there were many creatures from the Neverland Island there as well. Including elves. Miss Lena, then, how can I enter Utopia? I want to visit Her Holiness Diana. All Season's Clear Rain asked. This? I don't know. It's said that all beings who can enter Utopia are brought in by His Holiness Imhedal. Lena shook her head. Utopia is an independent world, even more dreamy than Dream Island. His Holiness Guy said that it's the safest place in the entire universe, even if all things come to an end, the girl said. His Holiness Guy? All Season's Clear Rain was a little curious. His Holiness Guy is His Holiness Guy. Lena said. After saying that, she thought for a moment and added. His Holiness Guy is the master of Dream Island and Utopia. All Season's Clear Rain fell into deep thought. He contacted his teammates and searched for the relevant names on the game's official website, but he found that there was no information at all. This surprised All Season's Clear Rain. After all, with the release of the Seeker's World map, there were already people who had nothing better to do than stroll through all the shrines on the continent, rummaging through all the myths and legends that could be found, and counting them. There was even a true god atlas on the official website. But now, whether it was Mhidal or Guy, there was nothing in the statistics. This was actually a true god that he had never heard of before. Not only that, but after communicating with Lena, All Season's Clear Rain acutely sensed that the myths and legends here didn't seem to like believers. This made him more and more curious. However, after listening to his recount, Nai gave a guess. They're very likely ancient gods. Ancient gods? All Season's Clear Rain was a little curious. That's right. I once read in an ancient book that there are actually two types of true gods in the Seeker's world. One relies on faith, and the other doesn't. The ones that don't need faith are the ancient gods. In addition, apart from faith, the goddess is also an ancient god. Nai replied. I see. All Season's Clear Rain came to a realization. In that case, it was very likely that he had stepped into the headquarters of the ancient gods. By the way, have you confirmed Diana's identity? His teammates asked anxiously. All Season's Clear Rain scratched his head. Not yet. But I think the possibility should be very high, very high. He replied again. Although he couldn't be 100% sure of the other party's identity, elf plus myth plus namesake. All Season's Clear Rain felt that it should be close to the mark. After all, myths weren't cabbages that could be found anywhere. But there was still a doubt. Since the Titan Mhidal liked to carve statues of the goddess so much, why did he immediately change his attitude after knowing that he was a believer of life, fake? All Season's Clear Rain was very puzzled. Just then, he suddenly heard a sacred hymn faintly coming from outside the window, faintly accompanied by a brilliant light. All Season's Clear Rain's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly went over. And when he looked at the sky through the window, his eyes instantly widened. An angel? Wearing silver armor, with 6 wings on his back, holy and majestic, it was a seraph that had descended. All Season's Sunny Rain was no stranger to angels. In the world of Seekers, angels were almost synonymous with the oracles of the human god system. Among them, the opponent of the goddess, the Eternal Lord Eterno, was the most famous. And in the information that All Season's Sunny Rain knew, the symbol of the Eternal Lord's Angel of Eterno was blonde hair and silver armor, with a sun-like holy light, exactly the same as the angel in the sky. He widened his eyes and stared at the figure in the sky. He saw the other party flying toward the distant mountains in a bright light. Soon, the other party's figure could not be seen through the small window. Why would an angel of faith appear here? What is he going to do? All Season's Sunny Rain was very puzzled. He was a very curious person. Although he had only been in the game for a short time, his knowledge of the game was no less than the average veteran. With this doubt, All Season's Sunny Rain could no longer control his curiosity. He wanted to see where the angel was going and what was going on. Struggling to sit up from the bed, All Season's Sunny Rain took out a lot of detoxification and buff potions from his arms and stuffed them all into his mouth. Then he turned off the pain, hurriedly got out of bed, put on his equipment, and walked out of the room. Pushing open the door of the house, All Season's Sunny Rain came outside. What greeted his eyes were wooden houses similar to the one behind him. They were scattered in picturesque disorder. The front and back of the houses were full of flowers and plants, and the winding stone path extended into the distance. This was a village that looked like an outdoor paradise. In the village, he could see many villagers similar to Lena. They were all subhumans. There was no doubt that this was a subhuman village. Walking out of the door, All Season's Sunny Rain quickly attracted the attention of many subhumans. A few subhuman children who were originally playing stopped and hid behind the fence, looking at him curiously with their pure big eyes. When All Season's Clear Rain shifted his gaze to them, the girls shyly averted their gazes, while the boys made faces at him and ran away laughing. Their furry ears shook, and their fluffy little tails swung. It was very cute. This group of little devils, all season's sunny rain laughed. He withdrew his gaze, restrained his smile, and looked in the direction of the mountains again. There, he could still vaguely see the holy light of the angels, but it quickly disappeared. Looking at the mountains where the angel disappeared, all season's clear rain frowned. Lena had just told him about the mountains where the highnesses lived. It was also the holy land of Neverland Island. According to Nainai's conjecture, it was very likely the residence of the ancient gods. "Mr. Elf, why did you come out?" A familiar voice sounded, and the beastkin Lena appeared in front of all season's clear rain, blocking his line of sight. "Your body is still very weak. His Holiness Imhedal said that you still need to rest for a few days." She frowned and said. All season's clear rain did not answer immediately, but continued to look at the mountains in the distance. "Lena, did you see the angel just now?" he asked. "Angel? I saw it. What's wrong?" Lena tilted her head. "Those aren't creatures from Neverland Island, are they?" All season's clear rain could not help but say. Lena nodded. "They seem to be from the outside world. I've been seeing them quite frequently recently. Could it be that they're here to pay a visit to the sovereigns?" Paying a visit to His Majesty, all season's clear rain's heart skipped a beat. He did not continue to ask. He guessed that the girl did not know more. After all, according to his understanding of the other party, Lena's knowledge of the Seeker's continent was almost zero. Their tribe of beastkin had lived here for generations. He decided to take a look in the direction of the mountains himself. "Mr. Elf, where are you going?" Seeing what all season's clear rain was doing, Lena asked curiously. "I'm going to take a look at the mountains over there," all season's clear rain said. "But that's where the highnesses live. It's the holy land of Neverland Island, and it's very far from here," Lena said. All season's clear rain stopped. He turned his head and looked at the girl. "Are you going to stop me?" No, Lena shook her head. "I just want to remind you that it's very far away." "Do you need a carriage?" the girl said. All season's clear rain, he was thinking too much. But Lena changed the topic. "The Holy Land doesn't allow ordinary people to enter. Even if you go there, you can only look from the outside." "I'll just look from the outside." "Miss Lena, can I trouble you to prepare a carriage?" all season's clear rain asked. "Of course." The orc girl smiled. Under Lena's lead, all season's clear rain got on the carriage. At the end of the mountains, in the group of ancient temples, the holy angel of faith slowly stopped. He stopped in front of the largest temple and stood in midair, looking down at the gate of the temple from above. Soon, a light blue light gathered on the temple, and a huge illusory face gradually appeared above the temple. The huge face frowned slightly and looked at the seraph, who was emitting light all over, with displeasure. "Raphael, I've said many times, you're not welcome here." Facing the displeased gaze of the illusory giant face, the seraph was not angry. He bowed respectfully and said with a smile, "Your Majesty." "Highness Guy, I'm just conveying the goodwill of my lord. Are you really not going to consider the previous proposal?" The illusory giant face sneered. "Don't mention that matter. I'm not interested in developing faith, and I don't want to join any faith god system. Highness Guy, I'm just suggesting the easiest way for you to obtain freedom. This is also the goodwill of my lord." "You, don't say any more." The illusory giant face stopped him. "Leave here. Don't disturb us. We don't want to participate in your dispute." He shook his head and sighed. With that, a gentle divine power erupted around the giant face and pushed the seraph out. However, the moment the gentle divine power touched the seraph Raphael's body suddenly bloomed with an even brighter brilliance. His eyes turned into a dazzling golden color, and his body faintly exuded a supreme sense of majesty. The seraph gently waved his hand and dispelled the gentle divine power. Then he looked at the illusory giant face and chuckled. "Highness Guy, you're still so stubborn." "Itio?" The giant face frowned. His expression gradually became serious, and he asked with vigilance and some distance. "What are you doing here?" "I'm not interested in joining your camp. You should understand that I only want to preserve the tinder for the world." "I know. The seraph smiled. It's good that you know. The most important thing for you now should be to advance to a greater divine power, not to persuade this old bag of bones. The illusory giant face said in a deep voice. The seraph did not continue the topic. Instead, he suddenly laughed faintly. The world tree has revived. The illusory giant face paused slightly. The seraph glanced at him and smiled. She is the goddess of life. With that, he looked at the giant face meaningfully. You should already know, right? The illusory giant face fell silent. After a moment, he sighed and said, Idio, what are you trying to say? I would like to borrow your key. The seraph said. Impossible. The illusory giant face suddenly changed color. With that said, he looked at the seraph unhappily. Idio, don't think that I don't know what you want to do. I'll still say the same thing. I won't participate in your dispute. I won't, Neverland won't, and Utopia won't. We have our own missions. Don't mention such things again. The illusory giant face said in a deep voice. That's a pity. The seraph sighed. With that said, he looked deeply at the illusory giant face and said, Your Highness, Your Highness. Your Holiness Guai, you're the last one to meet. His Holiness Neo. I have a question for you. The illusory giant face fell silent for a moment before saying, Speak. The seraph narrowed his eyes. Has His Highness Neo's key really gone missing with His Highness Neo? How would I know? I don't even know what His Highness Neo's key is. The illusory giant face shook his head. I see. Then I understand. The seraph nodded. With that said, he smiled again. Since you don't welcome me, I'll take my leave. I hope that you will always remember your oath. You don't have to worry about that. The giant face said in a deep voice. The seraph laughed out loud. Then, he suddenly changed the topic. Of course, if you think it through one day, there will always be a place for you here. There's no need. After all, we will leave sooner or later. The giant face shook its head again. I see. That's a pity. The seraph didn't say anything else. With a sigh, the light on his body dissipated. His aura fell again, and his pupils returned to normal. His gaze gradually became clear. Then, he bowed respectfully to the illusory giant face again and turned to leave. Only when he could no longer be seen did the illusory giant face slowly retract its gaze. The next moment, blazing flames gathered beside him and turned into a giant of fire. Your Highness Guai. The giant of fire had a worried look in his eyes. Sigh, the illusory giant face sighed heavily. Sertal, he looked at the giant of fire. I'm here. The giant of fire bowed respectfully. Idio can't wait for the world of Seekers to be unsealed. I'm afraid the continent of Seekers will usher in another war. Let's settle the matter with Imhurtle as soon as possible. We can't have too much involvement with the continent. The illusory giant face said. The giant of fire was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but say, Do you really intend to stay out of this? The Lord of Eternity is aggressive. I don't think it's a good thing for us to achieve greatness. So what? Since we've chosen to protect the Utopia, we must remain neutral and transcend everything. Even the slightest connection will cause the failure of the cycle of reincarnation. I think, you know this very well. The illusory giant face said. The giant of fire fell silent. The illusory giant face continued to ask, Is Imhurtle still unwilling to let go? The giant of fire smiled bitterly. You know, he has always been very stubborn. I heard that he brought back an elf from the continent of Seekers? Yes. That's actually the chosen of the life goddess, right? Yes, the giant face sighed softly and shook its head. It's time for Imhurtle to learn to face reality, Sertal. The giant of fire sighed slightly. I understand. By the time the carriage arrived at the foot of the mountains, it was already 2 hours later. It was already a little late. The golden-red setting sun dyed the sky with an intoxicating layer of captivating red, and the lush forest had an additional layer of profoundness and mystery under the dim light. The angel he had seen earlier had long disappeared. However, after approaching the mountains, all season's rain gradually looked forward to it. He clearly sensed that the magic power here was much denser, and even the plants growing in the surroundings were more lush. He could often see some magic plants that were quite rare even in the elven country. Even without mentioning the angel, he had developed a strong interest in this area. Of course, it would be even better if he could trigger some plot. The Holy Land is in front, the place where the holiness of the teleportation resides. His Holiness Guy, His Holiness Surtel, and other great existences are sleeping in the Holy Land. We can only take a look here, there's no way to go in. Lena, who was driving the carriage, said. There's no way to go in? Looking at the mountains in front of him, All Season's Rain frowned. Yes. Lena nodded. Will someone stop us? No, it's just the literal meaning. Lena said. After that, she jumped off the carriage, came to the end of the road, and gently reached out her hand. A strange scene appeared. She soon came into contact with an invisible barrier, causing transparent ripples to appear. Then, she was unable to take another step forward. Look, it's like this. Only those who have been chosen will be able to cross this barrier. She opened her big innocent eyes and turned back to All Season's Rain and said. All Season's Rain frowned. He also jumped off the carriage, came to the side of the orc girl, and carefully looked at the air in front of her. He saw nothing. He thought for a while, then tentatively reached out his hand and reached forward. It's useless. Seeing his action, the girl shook her head. But the next moment, her expression froze. All Season's Rain's outstretched hand was not blocked, but it easily crossed the invisible barrier. It seems like I can go in? He touched his nose. And the next moment, his heart moved, and he looked into the depths of the mountains. He felt an inexplicable calling, as if calling him to go. It seems like something is calling me. All Season's Rain murmured. I'll go take a look, Lena, you go back first. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and walked towards the mountains. Mr. Elf. Lena called out to him, but All Season's sunny rain had already entered the mountains. His figure quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night. Lena opened her mouth, but in the end, she stomped her feet and shrank back into the carriage. All Season's Rain entered the mountains, and the inexplicable calling became stronger and stronger. He followed the throbbing in his heart and kept moving in the direction of the calling. Night gradually fell, and the boundless starry sky appeared in the sky. The mountains ushered in a quiet and noisy night. The night in the mountains was a little cold, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Beautiful and dreamy fireflies danced in the mountains, and the crisp and pleasant sounds of insects rang out. Occasionally, the night wind would blow, causing the leaves to rustle. All Season's Rain continued forward in the night, walking along the winding mountain path. Finally, he climbed a vast mountain range. Standing on the mountain and looking down, he could see a magnificent and ancient temple in the night. It was like an ancient ruin hidden in the forest, heavy and shocking. However, All Season's Rain did not go there. The calling was somewhere else, behind the mountain range, and it was getting stronger and stronger. He continued to follow the calling, climbing until he finally arrived in front of a deep cave. The calling was from the depths of the cave. Looking at the bottomless cave, All Season's Clear Rain hesitated. But soon, he made up his mind, chanted an incantation, summoned an apprentice-level illumination spell, and walked into the cave. The cave was very deep, but it was very warm. All Season's Rain explored for a long time before touching the end. At the end of the cave was a huge rock, and there were runes engraved on it that he could not understand. It was very mysterious. That was the source of the calling. For Season's Clear Rain could not help but reach out and touch the boulder. The moment he touched the boulder, a brilliant light bloomed on the boulder. The mysterious patterns on the boulder suddenly lit up, and the light connected into one and continued to spread. Soon, the light engulfed him. The next second, All Season's Rain's figure disappeared. His consciousness was in a trance, and All Season's Sunny Rain's vision suddenly changed. The surrounding magic suddenly became extremely dense, and with every breath, the pores all over his body seemed to be cheering. All Season's Sunny Rain's vision gradually recovered, and he found himself in a lush forest, as if he had returned to the elven forest. However, when he looked at the mini-map, he found that he had been transported to a place he had never been to before. Not only that, the game system's signal seemed to have suddenly become poor, and the refresh of the chat channel became sluggish. After a while, the signal gradually stabilized. The call from the unseen had disappeared, and all-season Sunny Rain looked behind him, and could see a dense light door. It was obvious that he had just come from there. He looked up at the sky again, and there were no stars in the sky, but there was a silver-blue full moon hanging high in the sky. It was not the same as the moon in the world of Seekers. Another plane? Or half a plane? All-season Sunny Rain's heart moved slightly. There was a winding path in the forest that led into the distance, and on both sides of the path, there were sounds of insects chirping, and some colorful balls of light were flying in the forest. Those were some energy life forms that all-season Sunny Rain could not name. This scenery was very beautiful, and not inferior to the elven forest. However, all-season Sunny Rain, who had already seen the beauty of the elven forest, was not too surprised. He just habitually took a screenshot of a beautiful picture and uploaded it to his personal column in the game to show it off. This was what many players liked to do the most after arriving at a new map, just like posting on their circle of friends, but in the game. After doing this, he walked along the winding path into the depths of the map. All-season Sunny Rain did not know where this was. However, since he was already here, he should at least explore, right? Fortunately, the winding path was not too long, and it did not take long for all-season Sunny Rain to leave the forest. Outside the forest was a field, and in the depths of the field, there were scattered white buildings, and it seemed to be a village. After seeing the familiar boulder, and the buildings that were no different from Xianxia and other elven cities, a trace of surprise finally appeared in all-season Sunny Rain's eyes. This was clearly a small town belonging to the elven race. Little lights shone through the buildings, flickering in the darkness, adding some smoke and fire to the quiet night. Occasionally, faint laughter could be heard. Elven buildings. Elves live here? All-season's Clear Rain's curiosity was piqued. He strode toward the direction of the small town. The town wasn't too far away. All-season Sunny Rain sped up and arrived at the town in less than 10 minutes. To be honest, if it wasn't for the small map in the upper right corner that reminded him that he was in an unfamiliar area, first-season Sunny Rain would have thought that he had returned to an elf town in the elf forest. It couldn't be helped. The town in front of him was too similar to the elven forest. Whether it was the architectural style or the layout of the buildings, it was the same. All-season Sunny Rain could even see the central square of every elven town and city. However, his gaze did not linger on the central square for too long before it was attracted by an even more shocking building. The domed spire was elegant and solemn. That was actually a temple that was no different from the traditional goddess temple in the elven forest. Temple of Life? All-season's Clear Rain was stunned. No. It's not the Temple of Life. All-season's Sunny Rain quickly rejected his idea. Because the symbol on the temple was not the scepter of life, but a symbol of a big tree that looked like a simple drawing. No. I seem to have seen this symbol somewhere before. Looking carefully at the symbol on the temple, all-season Sunny Rain frowned again. He thought for a moment and suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, this seems to be the symbol before the goddess reformed the church. I've seen it on the video network. This was the goddess temple, or rather, the goddess temple of the past. Light poured out from the windows of the temple. It was obvious that this temple was not just for decoration. Someone was worshipping this temple. All-season Sunny Rain was even more curious. He took a step forward and pushed open the door of the temple. The door was not locked. Instead, it was ajar. All-season Sunny Rain easily pushed the door open. What greeted his eyes was a hall that was no different from the Temple of Life in the elven forest. In the center of the hall was a holy statue of a goddess. Even if the temple turned into ashes, all-season Sunny Rain would not be mistaken. It was Goddess Eve, whom he had prayed to countless times to open the merchant city. However, unlike the statue of the goddess in the Temple of Life, the statue in front of him seemed to have dimmed a little. In other words, it did not seem to have received the goddess' blessing. All-season Sunny Rain could not help but enter the temple and come in front of the statue. He closed his eyes and prayed for a while, but he found that he could not open the merchant city. However, at this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly came from behind him. An unfamiliar aura. Are you a clansman that His Holiness Imhedal brought into the Utopia? This voice carried a hint of joy. The Utopia? All-season Sunny Rain's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and saw a beautiful elf in a priest's dress appear behind him. This elf had beautiful silver hair, but her eyes were covered with a white cloth and seemed to be blind. Her figure was somewhat illusory, as if she would disappear at any time. Seeing the iconic silver hair and the face that was extremely similar to the image that Nai had sent him, All-Season Sunny Rain's eyes instantly widened. Lady Diana? The elf priest tilted her head slightly and opened her mouth slightly, seemingly surprised. You know me? I know her, of course I know her. All-Season Sunny Rain was a little excited. Lady Diana, I'm the chosen one summoned by Her Holiness, All-Season Sunny Rain. He hurriedly said. Goddess? Diana frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled. Seeing her like this, All-Season Sunny Rain slapped his head and quickly realized that she probably did not know about the goddess's revival. He took a deep breath and explained excitedly, that's right. It's the World Tree. The goddess is the World Tree. She has already revived, and I'm the chosen one summoned by the goddess from another world. World Tree. Diana's body trembled slightly. She suddenly quickened her pace and came in front of All-Season Sunny Rain. She suddenly grabbed his hands and said with a trembling voice. What are you talking about? All-Season Sunny Rain was startled. Seeing how agitated she was, he swallowed his saliva and said, revived. The goddess? No, the mother goddess has been revived for 6 years. The elves have already recovered the elven forest, and the mother goddess has also recovered her power. Lady Aurora and Lord Eris have both returned. Lady Diana, we've been looking for you. Hearing what All-Season Sunny Rain said, Diana's expression changed instantly. She tightened her grip on All-Season Sunny Rain's hands, and her voice trembled even more. You're telling the truth? Of course. Now, Her Holiness has changed her name to Yggdrasil, and the elves have also recovered from their decline. Now, in the world of seekers, no race dares to look down on the elves. If there is, we, the chosen one, will teach them a lesson. All-Season Sunny Rain said excitedly and proudly. It was interesting to say that he was only a player, and one that entered the pit relatively late, but at this moment, when he was talking about the elven forest, his heart was filled with a kind of high-spirited passion. Diana seemed to tremble even more violently. Through her trembling hands, All-Season Sunny Rain seemed to be able to feel the trembling in her heart. Tell me, she suddenly raised her voice. Tell me everything you know. She grabbed All-Season Sunny Rain's wrist tightly. All-Season Sunny Rain was startled. Looking at Diana's agitated expression, he recalled the player plots that he had read before and took a deep breath before saying, let's go. This matter started 6 years ago. The sun slowly rose, and its light shone on the earth. The beautiful elven town gradually woke up from its slumber. Imherdle brought the newly made statue into the elven town. Along the way, all the elves who saw him greeted him warmly and respectfully. Your Holiness Imherdle. Good morning. Morning. Your Holiness Imherdle. Seeing the smiles of the elves, the Titan also showed a smile on his face. Good morning. He scratched his head and gave a simple and honest smile. Following the path that he could not be more familiar with, Imherdle arrived at the shrine in the middle of the town. As usual, the temple's door was still closed, but through the crystal window, he could faintly see the light in the temple. Looking at the temple in front of him, Imherdle's gaze seemed to soften. He carefully came to the temple and gently knocked on the door. Diana. I'm here to see you. He stammered. However, there was no answer from the temple. Diana? Imherdle repeated himself. It was still quiet. Until a moment later, there was a faint sigh. Please come in. It was Diana's voice. However, there was a trace of alienation and complexity in his voice compared to usual. Imherdle quickly noticed the difference in the voice. He tensed up and hurriedly pushed the door open. Diana. Are you not feeling well? His voice was very nervous. The door opened. Diana, the Queen of Moonlight, was still sitting in front of the temple. However, she did not look at the Titan who had entered the temple. Diana? Imtel repeated his words and quickly arrived in front of him. Sensing Imhurtle's approach, Diana raised her head slightly and sighed. Your Holiness Imhurtle. I remember, you once said that you would never lie to me, right? Imhurtle was slightly taken aback. At this moment, the door of the shrine was suddenly pushed open, and all season's clear rain's figure flashed in. He said excitedly, Lady Diana. I picked some fresh pulp. Before he finished speaking, he met Imhurtle's gaze. Fairweather's smile instantly froze. Imhurtle's eyes widened. His expression changed slightly. You. Why are you here? But the next moment, he was interrupted by Diana's cold words. Why can't he be here? Imhurtle paused for a moment. A complicated sigh sounded. Diana turned in the direction of the Titan. Your Holiness Imhurtle, the Mother Goddess, has already awakened, right? Imhurtle's expression changed slightly. He looked conflicted, but in the end, he fell silent. He only held the carved statue of the goddess tightly with both hands. There was silence for a long time. Until Diana's voice broke the silence. Your Holiness Imhurtle, I'm leaving this place. No. You can't. Imhurtle immediately raised his head and shouted nervously. At the same time, a powerful force erupted from his body. The vast divine power enveloped the temple and blocked the door of the temple. The surging divine power pressed Fairweather to the ground, making him unable to get up. Even Diana's silver hair danced in the strong wind brought about by the surge of divine power. However, Diana's expression was extremely calm. Are you going to stop me? She asked softly. There seemed to be deep disappointment in her voice. Noticing the emotions in her words, the Titan paused for a moment. Looking at Diana's resolute expression, he clenched his fists slightly. His expression was conflicted, but gradually, the struggle turned into dejection. Finally, Imhurtle dispersed his divine power and lowered his head in pain. Sensing the changes in the divine power around her, Diana's expression eased considerably. She sighed and said, Your Holiness, Your Holiness. I only have one wish in my life, and that is to follow Her Holiness the Mother Goddess and witness her greatness. I want to witness her lead us elves to the true sea of stars. I'm very grateful for your care over the past 1,000 years. If it weren't for you, I might have already fallen under the pursuit of the Angel of Faith. However, it's time to part ways. Her Holiness the Mother Goddess has awakened, and I still have something that the Mother Goddess needs. I have to return to her side as soon as possible. No one can stop me, not even you, Yi Futian said. Your Holiness Imhurtle, I will never forget your kindness, but our paths are ultimately different. This is an elven soft armor that I weaved using the magic materials of the Utopia in my free time for 1,000 years. It's also a subdivine artifact. I'm leaving it as a gift to you to express my gratitude. With that, Diana stretched out her hand and placed an exquisite elven soft armor in front of the Titan. Let's part ways here, then, he sighed softly, turned sideways, and faced the direction of the clear rain all year round. Fairweather, let's go. With that, Diana stood up and walked out of the temple. Okay, Lady Diana. Fairweather hurriedly stepped forward and stretched out her hand to help her up. The two of them walked past Imhurtle. The Titan wanted to stretch out his hand to stop them, but in the end, he did not raise it. He silently watched Diana walk out of the temple with the company of the 4 seasons' sunny rain. Soon, only the Titan was left. End of chapter 837. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.